System. Han Yanyan, you have been selected by the world of quick transmigration. You may request any special abilities you desire. Han Yanyan. If it is a time of peace, I wish for unparalleled beauty and immense wealth. If my life is in danger, I wish for extraordinary combat power. System. I'm sorry, your conditions cannot be met. Then why did you ask me? Chapter 1. The Origin World 0. All are tricks. The heavens may bring unexpected storms, and fortune may change in an instant. Take Han Yanyan as an example. With a sudden crack, she met her demise. She herself was utterly bewildered. She was simply driving, while crafting a new story in her mind, when the night sky above her was suddenly illuminated by a blinding light. Her last memory was of that unendurable brightness, as a delivery truck barreled towards her, and the scene froze in time. What perplexed her even more than her sudden death was the fact that she retained her consciousness afterward. Could it be that the soul truly exists? At this moment, she found herself standing in a realm of pure white. Above, below, and all around her was a blindingly bright whiteness. Yet the source of the light remained a mystery. In this strange space, Han Yanyan did not panic, rather. She strolled leisurely, unhurried and calm. Whether it be making pas soup, or ascending to heaven. Myths always speak of a guide, but there is no need for the deceased to worry about such matters. Han Yanyan felt a surge of confidence as she contemplated her situation. Indeed, after only a few steps, a voice resonated in the air. However, it was neither the voice of Meng Pe nor that of an angel, but rather a robotic, synthesized tone. Han Yanyan, you have been chosen, the voice proclaimed. Upon hearing her own name, Han Yanyan was momentarily taken aback. Yet, she maintained her composure, saying nothing, and quietly scanned the luminous white expanse above, hoping to discern the source of the voice. N01 responded, and after a few awkward seconds, the electronic voice, with a hint of reluctance, continued, "You have been selected for the quick traversal world. Subsequently, you will traverse various realms as a tasker, completing assignments assigned by the system." Having absorbed the initial surprise from her name, the phrase quick traversal world elicited no further astonishment from Han Yanyan. She merely raised an eyebrow, her expression remaining unchanged. Having navigated through the preceding awkwardness, the electronic voice eschewed any further theatrics and directly stated, "You will enter different worlds and pursue various tasks. Individuals that I will provide you with certain abilities or conditions to assist you in effectively completing your tasks." The electronic voice employed a term that was very familiar to Han Yanyan, stating, "Han Yanyan, what golden finger would you like to request?" Indeed, with the emergence of the quick transmigration world, the presence of a golden finger cannot be far behind. Han Yanyan did not directly demand a golden finger. Instead, she calmly inquired, "Am I already deceased? I mean my true self, the real person." The electronic voice responded, "Not yet, but you are not far from death." Han Yanyan frowned. The electronic voice continued, "Thus, you are fortunate to have encountered me. If you can fulfill the tasks I assign you, I shall revive your body and grant you delightful rewards." Now let's get to the point. What kind of golden finger do you desire in the quick transmigration world? Han Yanyan noted that the electronic voice's promises of revival and rewards were contingent upon completing the tasks. She felt there was no need for further inquiry. The answer was quite simple and clear. She lowered her gaze in contemplation for a moment before raising it again, stating, "If in a time of peace, I wish for unparalleled beauty and immense wealth. If my life is in jeopardy, I desire overwhelming combat power." After a lengthy pause, the electronic voice replied, "I am sorry, but your conditions cannot be met." Han Yanyan, the electronic voice explained, "Unparalleled beauty, immense wealth, and overwhelming combat power, the three conditions you have listed constitute nearly the perfect criteria. Based on past experiences, those with perfect conditions have a higher probability of failure. We have decided to impose limitations upon you." Han Yanyan keenly seized upon the keyword "we." The electronic voice continued, "We shall discuss the golden finger later. Now, do you have any questions regarding the tasks?" "Yes," Han Yanyan replied. "What is the nature of the task? What are the requirements for the strategy? How is the completion of the task determined? What are the criteria for measurement? The journey will transport you into one or several." "Certainly multiple worlds," the electronic voice responded. "Within each world, there exists a principal character to be influenced. Your objective is to transform them to instigate change. At this moment, Han Yanyan genuinely exhibited her astonishment upon her visage. What kind of task is this? She inquired, furrowing her brow. What constitutes a transformation? How will I discern whether the target has undergone a change? By what means will this be evaluated? The electronic voice cleared its throat. In any case, I possess my own criteria for assessment, which surpasses your understanding. There is no need for further inquiries. What nonsense is this? In typical fast travel narratives, one either influences a character, achieving a maximum score of 100 in favorability, or fulfills the original owner's wishes, resolving their obsessions to complete the journey, thus establishing clear standards for evaluation. Why, then, is it so ambiguous in her case? You need not worry about these matters. I have scanned you, and you are an exceptionally promising architect that I have high hopes for you. Why not start with something simpler? Oh dear! The electronic voice abruptly halted mid-sentence, exclaiming in frustration, I forgot to mark you. Then, the last memory etched in Han Yanyan's mind was the cold, mechanical timbre of the synthesized voice stating, Mark. Previously, the conversation was imbued with warmth and humanity, yet this solitary utterance of Mark seemed to abruptly strip away all semblance of emotion, resonating like a frig. ID machine. Following this chilling proclamation, it felt as though nothing had transpired. Han Yanyan remained ensconced in this space suffused with pale light, her mind vacantly adrift, as if ensnared in a haze of confusion. It was as though something of profound significance had slipped her memory. Very well, prepare yourself, I shall usher you inside, the electronic voice intoned. This is your forte, I trust you will perform admirably and not let me down. As you have articulated, make that target of your affections fall for you. If love truly possesses the power, to transform a person as you assert. The voice paused momentarily before coldly adding, bear in mind, your physical form teeters on the brink of death. Your survival hinges entirely on your performance. Should you excel, not only can I revive you, but I can also reward you. Should you disappoint me, then you may simply perish. After a fleeting moment of disorientation and bewilderment, Han Yanyan furrowed her brow upon hearing these words. An abundance of perplexing circumstances flooded her thoughts, and countless questions clamored for answers. Yet, the electronic voice offered no opportunity for inquiry. Having delivered its menacing admonition, it mechanically declared, world generation. At that moment, the white light before Han Yanyan dissipated, and a fleeting darkness compelled her to instinctively close her eyes. In that instant of closure, a torrent of information surged into her mind. In this modern urban setting, we find Han Yanyan, a grassroots individual who navigates the bustling metrop. Olis is a struggling office worker, barely managing to support herself. With no permanent residence and living paycheck to paycheck, one could accurately describe her as impoverished, and devoid of possessions. As Han Yanyan absorbs the background information and her character's details, she glances down to find a mug in her hands. Surveying her surroundings, it becomes evident that she is situated in a break room. Just then, the door swings open forcefully, and an exhilarated girl peeks in. Yanyan, Yanyan, come quickly. Someone has sent you flowers. Without waiting for a response, she seizes Han Yanyan's wrist and pulls her outside. Lian, a colleague and roommate, swiftly registers in Han Yanyan's mind. Being tugged along by Lian, she steps through the threshold, and a vibrant world unfolds before her. Cubicles line the office, filled with the sounds of typing, phone calls, shuffling papers, and conversations. A bustling workplace. At that moment, several female colleagues gather around her desk, playfully teasing her as she emerges. Yanyan, have you found yourself a boyfriend? Such a large bouquet of fragrant lilies must be quite expensive. Wow, I'm really envious. Before she even lays eyes on the flowers, the intoxicating fragrance envelopes her. As she approaches, her colleagues step aside, revealing a magnificent bouquet of lilies resting conspicuously on her desk. A striking sight indeed. Thank you, Zheng Yao. Moreover, the card was accompanied by a cash check amounting to 100,000 yuan. Everything the eyes perceived coalesced into signals that were relayed to the brain, triggering a plethora of information that had lain dormant just a second prior, as if those data, ILS had always existed, awaiting the right keywords to awaken them. Zheng Yao, the president of the Zheng Group, a paramount tycoon in City C. 2 nights ago, Zheng Yao's mother suffered an accident and urgently required a blood transfusion. She possessed the rare R-negative blood type, colloquially referred to as panda blood. Coincidentally, Han Yanyan, who was visiting a friend at the hospital at that moment, also had R-negative blood and immediately rolled up her sleeve to donate. Everyone was preoccupied with the esteemed lady, while Han Yanyan, who had selflessly donated blood, quietly departed. In the corridor, a gust of wind heralded the arrival of a group of men in black suits, who brusquely shoved her aside to clear a path for a man surrounded by the crowd. Having just lost a considerable amount of blood, Han Yanyan felt dizzy and collided with a wall, resulting in a bump on her forehead. It took her a moment to regain her composure. Before she slowly exited, as for the man, she couldn't even catch a glimpse of his silhouette, her vision obscured by the imposing figures of the men in black. All she could hear were the urgent, resonant footsteps of polished shoes echoing against the floor, each sound a rhythmic thump against the heart. At this juncture, the persona of Han Yanyan resembled more of a character, a mere symbol. The true Han Yanyan had only just awakened to this world 2 minutes prior. At this moment, Han Yanyan clutched the card of gratitude and the cash check, her mind activated with the realization that the man enveloped by black suits the previous night was Zheng Yao, the very man she aimed to win over in this world. He had just disembarked from his flight, rushing to the scene upon hearing news of his mother's accident. A dutiful son, indeed, yet he seemed to regard others, like Han Yanyan, a mere office work here, as inconsequential. To Han Yanyan, who had arguably saved the life of the esteemed Mrs. Zheng, his only acknowledgement was a fleeting thank you, and not even spoken face-to-face. Of course, there was also the check for 100,000 yuan. This was no trivial matter in fact. Having worked for less than a year, Han Yanyan's annual salary barely ched that amount. For a lowly employee like Han Yanyan, 100,000 yuan felt weighty. In contrast, for the affluent and imposing Zheng Yao, money was merely a means to resolve issues. Otherwise held no significance. That a quintessential tale of a domineering CEO and a Cinderella. The parallels were strikingly vivid. Before she gained any recognition, Han Yanyan struggled to earn a living through her own writings, relying instead on ghostwriting for others. She could produce up to 30,000 words a day, often regurgitating the tropes of domineering CEO narratives until she felt nauseated. No wonder the electronic voice remarked, "This is your forte," for indeed, it was her specialty. The domineering CEO Han Yanyan smirked slightly, placing the card in her drawer and tearing the check into shreds, discarding it into the trash. Those who could sustain such men must be virtuous, kind-hearted, pure, and utterly devoid of greed, true Cinderella. The president issued a dated cash check. Upon the arrival of the due date, he discovered that Cinderella had not come to collect her funds. Thus, through her impoverished exterior, he unveiled the noble heart of this young woman, untainted by greed. Such a narrative arc, Han Yanyan had penned countless times during her tenure as a ghostwriter. That was over a decade ago, a time rife with such antiquated Mary Sue tropes. Han Yanyan brushed the paper scraps from her hands, offering a slight smile as she rose to seek the restroom. Her mind had absorbed ample information now. She was acutely aware of all that the world of Han Yanyan ought to comprehend. She navigated the familiar path to the restroom, positioning herself before the mirror. Her visage and form exuded youthfulness, having only recently departed from the confines of academia. Her eyes remained clear and bright, and the scholarly air between her brows, complemented by her long, straight black hair, imparted an initial impression of purity and charm. The electronic voice proved to be a miser. She yearned for breathtaking beauty, yet the voice bestowed upon her merely this face. In terms of the difficulty level of the domineering CEO trope, one could only describe it as somewhat unsatisfactory. Gazing into the mirror, Han Yanyan exhaled deeply. She had the looks, she had the formula. It was as if she had constructed a stage and donned her costume, ready to proceed methodically with her performance. However, what truly occupied Han Yanyan's thoughts was not the substance of this play, but rather the matters beyond its confines. Firstly, what on earth is this infernal, quick transmigration world? Given the lofty demeanor of the electronic voice, it seems unlikely to provide her with a definitive answer. Now, setting this question aside for the moment, let us clarify her current predicament. According to the electronic voice, she now finds herself in a state of limbo, teetering between life and death, her fate contingent upon the electronic voice's mercy. To survive, she must heed its directives and complete the nonsensical tasks assigned within this vexatious, quick transmigration world. Next, we delve into the essence of this quick transmigration world itself. The combination of these four words and the name Han, Yanyan, leaves her utterly exasperated. The electronic voice previously mentioned task completion, yet the criteria it provided were nebulous and perplexing. Fortunately, as she was about to be thrust into this realm, it finally offered her a clear and explicit objective: to make the target fall in love with her. However, Han Yanyan distinctly recalls the electronic voice stating, "If love truly has the power to change a person as you claim." When had she ever broached the subject of love with the electronic voice? Alas, this question remains unanswered, so it must be temporarily set aside. From the electronic voice's words, Han Yanyan has discerned the critical information. The task assigned to her ultimately serves the purpose of changing the target individual. But why? Moreover, as Han Yanyan gazes into her own eyes, she finds herself deeply perturbed by a particular term builder. The voice asserts that she possesses considerable potential as a builder. But what, precisely, does it mean to be a builder? Moreover, in the fleeting moment of her disorientation, the last words she heard were "mark." An abundance of questions remained unanswered, with no foreseeable resolution in the near or distant future. Han Yanyan gazed at her reflection in the mirror and resolved to temporarily set these inquiries aside, focusing instead on fulfilling her initial task. True to Han Yanyan's expectations, half a month later, she received another unfamiliar call. "Good day, Miss Han. My surname is He, and I am Mr. Zheng's secretary," said the man on the line. Han Yanyan, feigning ignorance, inquired, "Which Mr. Zheng?" "Mr. Zheng Yao, the president of Zheng Corporation." With a tone of bewilderment, Han Yanyan asked, "What can I assist you with?" "Well, it appears that Mr. Zheng previously sent you a cash check for 100,000 yuan along with a bouquet of flowers. Our records indicate that the check has expired, yet you have not claimed the funds, Secretary," he explained. He chuckled. "Did you think you were speaking to a scammer, Miss Han? Rest assured, you have misunderstood. 2 weeks ago, you donated blood for Mr. Zheng's mother, and that 100,000 yuan is a token of gratitude." "Ah, so it pertains to that matter," Han Yanyan responded with a relieved smile. "There is no need for such a token. It was my duty." Secretary, he also smiled. "Gratitude is certainly warranted. How about this? I will arrange for another check to be delivered to Miss Han, and this time, we shall omit the date." Han Yanyan remarked, "There's no need to send me off, even if you do. I won't retrieve any money. I've mentioned that it's not a significant matter. You've already sent flowers, so please extend my gratitude to Mr. Zheng. I have a particular fondness for lilies." Secretary, he did not press her further and replied readily, "Very well, I shall convey your sentiments." The following day, upon the arrival of yet another bouquet of lilies at the office, Han Yanyan realized that she had indeed been ensnared. Though she had initially claimed that a single bouquet was sufficient, Mrs. Zheng's rare negative blood type was akin to the rarity of panda blood. Thus, Zheng Yao, being a dutif, old son, would not disregard her as a potential mobile blood bank without taking action. As anticipated, she received another call from Secretary He. "Miss Han, Mr. Zheng wishes for you to receive flowers daily, given your fondness for them. He hopes you will enjoy this gesture." This time, Han Yanyan did not decline, stating, "Please convey my thanks to Mr. Zheng. I truly appreciate it." Consequently, Zheng Yao indeed sent a bouquet every day, punctually delivered to her office. Rumors began to circulate within the company that she was being pursued by a wealthy heir, while others speculated that she was being kept by a rich benefactor. Amidst the myriad of whispers within the office, Han Yanyan remained indifferent. Occasionally, she would lift her gaze from her desk, resting her chin on her hand, and observe the vibrant individuals around her. Some smiled at her, others cast disdainful glances, while a few looked on with envy and jealousy. Yet, none of this mattered, for in the grand scheme of her assigned tasks in this world, these individuals were merely NPCs. Nothing more than a tasker in this fast-paced world. She could discern the identity and background of each individual upon first glance. Take Li Yan, for instance. The moment she laid eyes on her, she immediately recognized her origins from a small southern town, with parents and a younger brother who was 20 years her junior. She was aware of Li Yan's secret infatuation with a senior from university and knew that this senior resided in the same city, occasionally calling her for casual FLI rotation, keeping her in a perpetual state of anticipation as a backup. Similarly, when Han Yanyan received her first call from Secretary He, she could envision him as a tall, slender man with fair skin, familiar with his hometown and even aware of his girlfriend's preferred brand of lipstick. Such information was granted to her by an electronic voice, a privilege of her role as a tasker. With this knowledge at her disposal, Han Yanyan felt as though she had been bestowed with a divine insight, allowing her to patiently await the arrival of a significant NPC. True to her expectations, after a month of gathering lilies, that crucial NPC made her entrance. A wealthy heiress, adorned with a diamond ring the size of a pigeon's egg and flanked by 2 bodyguards, stormed into the office, impervious to the receptionist's attempts to halt her progress. Upon confirming Han Yanyan's identity, she delivered a resounding slap that echoed throughout the office, leaving Han Yanyan with a bleeding lip, eliciting gasps from Lucas. I am the fiancé of Zheng Yao, and today I shall impart a small lesson upon you. Recognize your true self, and henceforth keep your distance from my betrothed. The wealthy young lady disdainfully tossed a check at her, declaring, "Take this money and leave this city. Should I encounter you again, it will not merely be a slap that awaits you." With that, she strode away, her bodyguards in tow, holding her head high. Amidst the myriad of complex gazes from her colleagues, Han Yanyan wiped the blood from the corner of her mouth, picked up the discarded check without a glance, and tore it in half, casting it into the nearby trash bin before making her exit. Eager colleagues, unable to contain their curiosity, rushed to retrieve the torn check from the bin, exclaiming, "Such wealth, a million!" Han Yanyan stumbled as she reached the exit of the office area. The receptionist kindly offered her support, worry etched on her face as she asked, "Yanyan, are you all right?" "I'm fine. Please request a leave of absence for me. I feel unwell and will be leaving early," Han Yanyan said, forcing a composed expression through her trembling features as she's trode out. Goodness, only a million. Given the fierce demeanor of that young lady, Han Yanyan had anticipated at least 5 or even 10 million. Was it truly necessary to be so stingy? In her past as a ghostwriter for domineering CEO romances, it was commonplace for the CEO's mother, fiancé, or secret admirer to casually issue checks saying, "Hey, race, 100 mil. I on leave my son fianchem." Why was it that when it finally came to her, the offer was a mere million? Han Yanyan sighed, feeling a sense of devaluation. She exited the office, cleared her throat, and dialed Secretary He, recounting the incident that had just transpired. She expressed, "There must be some misunderstanding. I sincerely hope Mr. Zhang can clarify this with his fiancée and that there will be no unpleasantness caused by my involvement. By the way, regarding the lilies, I kindly request that Mr. Zhang refrain from sending them in the future. There is truly no need for such gestures. I appreciate his sentiments, but they are merely trifles, and I believe we should leave it at that." Her voice was gentle, imbued with a subtle quiver that hinted at her restrained emotions. It was evident that a kind-hearted girl was suffering under the whims of a capricious young lady. Secretary He, feeling a pang of sympathy, sighed softly and reassured Han Yanyan, promising, "Mr. Zhang will certainly resolve this matter." Mr. Zhang's method of resolution involved sending Secretary He the following day, who arrived bearing a magnificent bouquet of red roses and presenting a diamond bracelet. As a virtuous and noble Cinderella, Han Yanyan naturally expressed her firm refusal of the diamond bracelet. However, Secretary He had come with a mission to ensure that Han Yanyan accepted this exquisite gift. His eyes twinkled with cleverness as he spoke suavely. In order to maintain the authenticity of his intentions, Mr. Zhang will continue to bestow upon you lavish gifts in the coming months. If you prefer not to accept them now, that is perfectly fine. You may simply keep them for the time being. Once everything has settled, you can return them to Mr. Zhang. Faced with this nonsensical and far-fetched rationale, the kind-hearted and pure-hearted Cinderella, Han Yanyan, readily acquiesced. "Then I shall first assist Mr. Zhang by keeping it safe. Once Miss Chow and his matters are resolved, I shall return it to you." Secretary He departed with a sense of fulfillment, having accomplished his task. Han Yanyan gazed at the brilliant diamond adorning her wrist, a subtle smile tugging at her lips. In the days to come, Zheng Yao would ostentatiously present her with red roses daily and occasionally bestow lavish gifts upon her, thereby solidifying the rumors surrounding their supposed affair, despite the fact that they had never actually met. The truth is, Mr. Zheng Yao had no intention of marrying the eldest daughter of the Chao family. Not only was he disinterested in such a union, but he was also covertly plotting the acquisition of the Chao group. He had initially sought to postpone the wedding by deliberately provoking a quarrel with the Chao family's eldest daughter. Subsequently, when she commissioned an investigation, it was uncovered that secretary he had been sending flowers to a young office worker in Zheng Yao's name, leading to a misunderstanding regarding Han Yanyan's relationship with Zheng Yao, which culminated in that earlier slap. However, Zheng Yao swiftly resolved to exploit this misunderstanding to use Han Yanyan as a smokescreen to confound the Chao family. Hence secretary he's imperative mission to persuade Han Yanyan to accept the gifts at all costs. From the moment Han Yanyan opened her eyes in this world, every word and action of each primary NPC unfolded predictably before her. The information residing in her mind informed her of all forthcoming events, for this was merely the prelude. A mere prelude. The true essence of the drama shall only commence when she and Zheng Yao finally confront each other face to face. Once she stands before him, the unfolding events will become an enigma, relying solely on her own agency. However, the initial anxiety and uncertainty that resided deep within Han Yanyan upon her arrival in this world have nearly dissipated. The seamless, flowing progression akin to a romantic narrative has lulled her into a state of ease, alleviating her tension. The electronic voice asserts that this is her forte, and indeed, it speaks the truth. Her curiosity regarding Zheng Yao, the target of her mission, has diminished significantly since her arrival. He is merely a domineering CEO, a character she has portrayed countless times before. In the archetype of such a powerful figure, who hasn't depicted a prince enamored with a Cinderella, ready to sacrifice everything for her, Han Yanyan muses languidly. As if merely going through the motions, Miss Chao, much like the dim-witted female supporting characters from antiquated romantic literature, found herself blindfolded and silenced, all the while lamenting internally that this was undeniably a classic trope of early narrative fiction. Confined within a dilapidated warehouse, Han Yanyan endured considerable hardship, primarily at the hands of Miss Chao, who berated her verbally, yanked her hair, struck her several times, and delivered a couple of kicks. The pain was quite acute. Yet she resolutely refused to acquiesce, deeming such actions beneath her dignity. Despite the discomfort etched upon her face and body, Han Yanyan's spirit was rekindled. For she discerned through her predictions of others' behaviors that she was on the precipice of encountering the true master of this world. Miss Chao, using her as leverage, had arranged a meeting with Zheng Yao, coercing him into marriage under the threat of her life, unless unforeseen circumstances intervened. She anticipated that Zheng Yao's suddenly appearing subordinates would leave her battered and imprisoned, resulting in the complete takeover of the Chao Corporation by Zheng Yao. In this unfolding drama, Han Yanyan, unwittingly used as a smokescreen by Zheng Yao, would eventually find herself acquainted with him. At this juncture, the backdrop and preceding events concluded, and from this point onward, there would be no further predictions of actions. The behavior of the target individual would become unpredictable and subject to sudden change. Henceforth, Han Yanyan would have to rely solely on her own resourcefulness. With a sharp crack, Miss Chao delivered a stinging slap to Han Yanyan, whose head tilted to the side, and venomously spat, "He still hasn't arrived. It seems he doesn't care for you as much as you thought." Han Yanyan spat out the blood from her mouth, her gaze piercing through the disheveled strands of hair that obscured her face, and unexpectedly felt a pang of sympathy for her. Once a strikingly beautiful heiress, Miss Chao now bore a grotesque expression, her features twisted in a manner that rendered her utterly unrecognizable. Born into wealth and afforded a prestigious education, she could have effortlessly claimed the title of a glamorous socialite in a conventional world, with countless young suitors vying for her hand. Yet, in this absurd and chaotic realm of rapid transitions, she was doomed to the fate of a malicious supporting character, who, one might wonder, dictated her destiny and determined the trajectory of her life. What a cruel twist of fate. The thunderous sound of tires vehemently grinding against the pavement grew louder, approaching with alarming speed. The warehouse doors swung open, and a dazzling luxury vehicle surged inside, executing a sharp drift before halting abruptly 20 meters away. The door swung open, revealing long, powerful legs emerging, polished shoes striking the concrete floor with authority. Throughout her time in this world, Han Yanyan had maintained an air of composure. But now curiosity stirred within her, igniting a desire to behold the man she was destined to pursue. Yet, visibility was thwarted. Several of Miss Chao's henchmen encircled the two women, with Miss Chao herself positioned strategically before Han Yanyan, her slender form perfectly shielding the man from view. In truth, had Han Yanyan merely tilted her body to the side and craned her neck, she could have glimpsed the very person she longed to see. However, she suppressed her curiosity and refrained from acting on it. After being struck by Miss Chao in a fit of rage, her cheek was swollen and her mouth bruised. This visage, which was far from the enchanting beauty she aspired to possess, could only be described as ordinarily attractive. With her head bowed quietly, she retained a semblance of delicate beauty. Yet, when she strained her neck to catch a glimpse, even that fleeting charm vanished. This marked her first encounter with the target of her ambitions. Under the existing circumstances, she could only strive to maintain an appearance of beauty and fragility that would elicit sympathy. The notion of craning her neck to sneak a glance would have to be abandoned. The man took a couple of steps forward and then came to a halt. There was no need for him to utter a word. His formidable presence exerted an undeniable pressure. Han Yanyan, positioned behind Miss Chao, could feel the intangible weight emanating from him, prompting her to involuntarily hold her breath. "Zheng Yao, you have finally deigned to arrive." Miss Chao's voice was sharp, yet it bore a hint of distress by the end. The Zheng and Chao families were originally united through a business marriage, with Zheng Yao feigning indifference. While Miss Chao was wholly devoted to him, Han Yanyan listened as Zheng Yao fell into a momentary silence before finally speaking, his voice devoid of tension or urgency, calm and steady as if he were presiding over a boardroom meeting. In accordance with the behavioral predictions provided by Han Yanyan's knowledge, Miss Chao, like many a foolish rival, demanded of Zheng Yao, "I want you to marry me. Otherwise, I shall take the life of the one you love." In Han Yanyan's absence, Zheng Yao reveled in the game of smoke and mirrors, disseminating various falsehoods to confuse Miss Chao, leading her to mistakenly believe that he was infatuated with Han Yanyan. Thus, Han Yanyan secretly derides these individuals as NPCs. Among them, only Han Yanyan and Zheng Yao, the target of her strategy, stand apart. As for Han Yanyan, her uniqueness is self-evident. However, when it comes to Zheng Yao, the electronic voice can only provide her with background information, such as his origins, education, familial connections, social network, and assets. The information she possesses about Zheng Yao himself is woefully scant. Regarding the forthcoming developments, she holds only a vague outline, aware that Miss Chao and the Chao family meet a tragic end. Yet, Han Yanyan remains oblivious to what words Zheng Yao might utter, what actions he may take, or how he would react within this quintessentially kitsch romantic narrative. If he were a love-stricken CEO, truly enamored with Han Yanyan, he might issue a blustering warning to Miss Chao, forbidding her from laying a finger on Han Yanyan, lest she face dire consequences. However, their dramatic confrontation has yet to unfold, and given the current circumstances, he resembles more of a cunning CEO. Han Yanyan slightly bows her head, adopting a feeble demeanor. Yet her ears are perked, eager to discern the words of her target. Instead, she is met with a profound silence. The man remains silent for an extended period before gradually articulating, "You threaten me with the life of my beloved in order to marry me? Indeed, if you refuse my proposal, I shall take her life." Miss Chao shrieks, her voice hoarse. Once more, silence envelopes them. Although Han Yanyan cannot see him, she can sense the weight of his gaze fixed upon Miss Chao. The tension in Miss Chao's back tightens involuntarily, transmitting the oppressive aura of his scrutiny to Han Yanyan. The man fell into a prolonged silence before suddenly inquiring, "Are you aware of what a marriage of convenience entails?" Miss Chao exclaimed sharply, "What do you mean?" The man named Zheng Yao slowly explained, "A marriage of convenience is a union between a man and a woman who represent two families, facilitating the integration of capital and technology, as well as the exchange of connections and resources. It is a collaboration between the strong." His voice was not loud, yet it possessed a remarkable clarity. His words were both rational and coherent, providing Han Yanyan with a sense of clarity amidst the bewildering chaos of this transient realm. This was a marriage, not an enmity. After a moment of silence, Han Yanyan heard the man utter these words. She could not help but feel that, in this world, there indeed existed individuals of sound mind. However, after Zheng Yao spoke, he fell silent once more. This time, his silence was brief, as Miss Chao, heedless of her surroundings, erupted into a shrill scream. "I don't care what you say. I want to marry you." Her voice was so piercing, so close to Han Yanyan, that it nearly ruptured her eardrums. Yet amidst the cacophony, Han Yanyan distinctly heard Zheng Yao's voice. It was as if he were murmuring to himself. His tone was low. Yet for some inexplicable reason, it cut through Miss Chao's shrill cries, reaching Han Yanyan's ears. He softly uttered, "What the hell?" A sense of foreboding suddenly welled up within Han Yanyan. And then, in the fleeting moment before the man's words came to a close, an unexpected transformation occurred. The cemented floor shattered beneath the polished soles of the man's shoes, crumbling into dust. Beneath the cement, what lay exposed was neither foundation nor earth, but an abyss of nothingness. A tempest erupted, centered around a man, swirling and howling as it spread. Wherever it reached, everything was reduced to dust. "What is this?" Miss Chao screamed in terror, stumbling backward and accidentally stepping on Han Yanyan's foot. The sharp heel pressed down, causing Han Yanyan to weep from the pain. In her agony, she could no longer feign fragility. Although bound to the chair, her upper body could still move slightly. With a sudden thrust of her head, she caught Miss Chao off guard, who, in her high heels, staggered a few steps before collapsing to the ground. The whirlwind approached in an instant. First to disintegrate were Miss Chao's fingers. As she fell forward, her arms stretched out, and her fingertips were the first to encounter the tempest. Han Yanyan watched in horror as Miss Chao turned to dust, her fingers to arms, head, shoulders, and back, all dissolving into powder and merging with the storm amidst her screams. The bodyguards, in a state of panic, cried out in fear. One even drew a gun and fired at Zheng Yao, yet the gunfire failed to rouse Han Yanyan from her shock, until the storm spread before her in mere seconds. Bound to the chair, her wrists and ankles tied, the most protruding part of her body was her knees. It was as if she were watching a slow-motion special effects film, helplessly observing her knees turn to dust, which was immediately swept into the tempest, becoming part of it. She felt no blood, no pain. The transformation into dust was merely a loss of sensation, as if she had never possessed that part of her body at all. The storm spread, and Han Yanyan lost her legs. In the fleeting second before the tempest brushed against her nose, she finally awakened from her shock, gazing at the man at the eye of the storm. Beneath him, the floor had vanished, and above him, there was no ceiling. All material substance had collapsed and disappeared. He stood there, hands buried deep in his pockets, amidst the void, observing everything before him with indifference. He remained. The world had crumbled. This world fell apart too swiftly. In the instant the devastating storm surged towards her, Han Yanyan didn't have time to discern the man's visage. The only thing she retained was the memory of his gaze. He surveyed the destruction around him, his eyes not lingering on Han Yanyan. To him, the pitiful Han Yanyan and the now-reduced Miss Chao were indistinguishable from the bodyguards who screamed in terror, fleeing for their lives. She might as well have been a fragment of a wall crumbling to dust or a glass bottle shattered on the ground. To him, she held no significance. His eyes reflected only apathy, a profound indifference to this world, as if he were an outsider. That indifference instilled a deep-seated fear within Han Yanyan. Then, the storm surged forth, and she was reduced to mere dust. Suddenly, she opened her eyes to find herself enveloped in a pristine white space. Han Yanyan's legs buckled, and she collapsed to her knees, gasping for breath. Experiencing destruction firsthand was a far cry from watching a special effects film. Her heart still throbbed painfully in her chest. An electronic voice boomed, "Less than 10 minutes. Less than 10 minutes. Han Yanyan panted, wondering, what 10 minutes? The most incompetent builder under my command could endure more than 10 minutes. You have profoundly disappointed me. The electronic voice seems to express intense frustration over this brief span. Your potential is so remarkable. Why have you performed so poorly? Did you not claim that this strategy was your forte? How can one falter in their supposed area of expertise? Han Yanyan's heart still ached, yet her typically composed mind grasped the essence of the electronic voice's words. She steadied herself against the floor and lifted her gaze. When did I ever utter such sentiments to you? Her dark, penetrating eyes surveyed the expanse of pristine white surrounding her. Suddenly, the electronic voice faltered, paused for a moment, then irritably commanded, "Mark her." Once again, the term mark. However, before Han Yanyan could ponder the implications of this word, she heard the electronic voice, devoid of all humanity and emotion, coldly declare, "Mark." Han Yanyan felt a moment of disorientation and lowered her head, realizing she stood in the immaculate white space. She distinctly remembered collapsing to the ground from the earlier shock. Gasping for breath, she reached to touch her chest. Her heartbeat was steady and slow. The previous sensation of panic and dread had subsided. A sense of blankness lingered in her mind, dissipating only after a few seconds. It felt akin to awakening from slumber, disoriented and unsure of her surroundings. Who am I? Where am I? What am I meant to do? Remember, I am granting you another opportunity. Should you fail again, I assure you, I am no philanthropist. I return your body to you. You may fend for yourself, the electronic voice coldly declared, though its tone was frigid and laced with menace. It was imbued with far more emotion than the prior mechanical utterance, resembling that of a living being. What exactly is it? An artificial intelligence? Or perhaps a person hidden behind the microphone? Now, this time, take me seriously. Do not attempt any more tricks to deceive me. To mislead me is tantamount to self-destruction. Understand that. The electronic voice exclaimed, filled with indignation. Show me your true capabilities. This time, ensure that the target of this world's conquest falls in love with you. Go. With that command, the world around her suddenly faded into darkness. For the second time, Yanyan found herself somewhat accustomed to this occurrence. She closed her eyes and, upon reopening them, discovered herself in an alleyway. Flanked by ordinary buildings, an inexplicable sense of dilapidation pervaded the atmosphere. As her gaze wandered, the information stored in her mind regarding this world was activated, revealing the source of the desolation. This was a post-apocalyptic realm. Yanyan searched her mental repository for her character profile in this world, only to find it woefully lacking. The details of this world as Yanyan could be succinctly encapsulated in 4 words: utterly alone. In contrast, her previous incarnation had at least possessed a background, schooling, and even rental information. This world as Yanyan was akin to a blank slate. She furrowed her brow momentarily, but soon relaxed, finding solace in the notion that having no defined persona could, in fact, be a blessing in disguise. In the previous world, she had to meticulously mimic the behavioral patterns of Yanyan, but in this new realm, she was liberated from such burdens. The absence of a constraining persona meant she could express herself freely. Once Yanyan grasped this reality, a sense of relief washed over her. As she familiarized herself with the abilities possessed by this incarnation of Yanyan, she set forth, stepping out of the alley and into the street. This place, reminiscent of a cinematic backdrop, suddenly sprang to life. The night had fallen, and streetlights illuminated the path. In this post-apocalyptic world, the presence of streetlights indicated a semblance of stability, signifying that normal life and production persisted here. Yanyan was already aware that this city was Nailing City in the country, a place steeped in history, once a capital of 4 dynasties. After the cataclysm, its well-preserved ancient city walls transformed it into a refuge for survivors. The city could generate electricity, and although agricultural practices were minimal, small-scale industries still managed to operate, albeit precariously, to meet basic survival needs. Under the delicate balance of various factions, a rudimentary social structure was maintained. Yet, a post-apocalyptic reality remained. Meager resources were insufficient to sustain all survivors, leaving those who endured to live in hardship and suffering, save for the few strong individuals. Emerging from the alley, she found herself on a dimly lit street bustling with people, most of whom were there for trade. On tattered cloths, glimmering diamond bracelets lay displayed. Once luxurious jewels now barely worth a half-pack of instant noodles, if fortune favored one with a benefactor of beauty. Conversely, weapons such as kitchen knives and cleavers drew considerable attention, with many haggling over their prices. A commendable kitchen knife, amidst a fierce competition among several individuals, has seen its price soar to the equivalent of half a box of instant noodles. Life has become arduous. Diamonds and gold have lost their value, while food has emerged as the true currency. Yanyan observed the women around her, unaware that she too was under scrutiny. Under the dim, yellow light, a girl in a white cotton dress appeared on the street, her delicate features complemented by long, silky black hair cascading down her shoulders, radiating a rare cleanliness in this apocalyptic world. It is either her own strength or the protection of a formidable man that allows such a beautiful girl to maintain her composure in these dire times. Those who watched from the shadows dared not act rashly. However, after a moment of observation, they noticed that the girl was wandering the street alone, her expression somewhat bewildered. She embodied the quintessential newcomer, a novice utterly ignorant of her surroundings. With recent arrivals among the survivors, the crowd speculated that she had likely just entered the city. As they continued to observe, it became evident that she was indeed solitary, and she did not appear to possess any formidable prowess. In this harsh reality, women struggle to survive. The strong among them typically display their capabilities openly to avert unnecessary trouble. Yet this girl seemed both alluring and vulnerable, enticing onlookers. Such a girl, if supported by someone, would rarely be allowed to venture out alone. In this world, the sudden disappearance of a beautiful woman is all too common. Eventually, someone could no longer restrain themselves and approached her with a tentative inquiry. "Hey, you? Yes, you, what is your price?" A man, grinning broadly, stepped forward to ask. The girl in the white dress turned to glance at him. With strikingly distinct black and white eyes and a pale, radiant visage, she bore none of the weariness and haggardness commonly seen in women of a post-apocalyptic world, nor did she exhibit fear or disarray. Having witnessed the wilting despair and lifelessness of countless women who resembled flowers withering under the relentless sting of bees, this vibrant and lively girl appeared exceedingly delectable. The man felt an involuntary secretion of saliva in his mouth as blood coursed through his veins. He swallowed hard and proposed 2 steamed buns. This offer could be considered rather generous. He typically provided only half a pack of instant noodles, and had it not been for her pristine beauty, he would not have dared to make such a lavish offer. Han Yanyan shook her head, declaring, "I do not sell." With that, she turned to leave. "Oh, quite the lofty ideals," he remarked. In the earlier years, there were many women of such high principles, but they gradually faded away. Those who did not manifest any special abilities could seldom maintain such pride for long. Now, such women are a rare sight indeed. This only piqued his interest further. "Don't go," he urged, stepping forward to obstruct her path. A grin spread across his face. "If you're dissatisfied with the offer, I can add another pack of instant noodles." Han Yanyan's expression turned icy. "Step aside." The man, still grinning, replied, "I won't." As he reached out to grab her, she swiftly shrugged off his hand, and a stream of clear water appeared, coiling around her arm, cleansing the spot that had been touched by him, before vanishing into the air. "Oh, a water ability?" The man chuckled. "No wonder you refused to sell. It turns out you're an ability user as well." However, the water ability is widely regarded as a weak psychic power, possessing nearly no offensive capability. Although she is also a psychic, she typically assumes a supportive or auxiliary role within the team, merely for the convenience of water. The man exhibited no fear whatsoever. His eyes darted around, scanning the vicinity, and upon noticing no companions resembling the girl, his audacity only grew. "Perfect. I am of the fire element. We complement each other splendidly. Oh, are you new here? Do you have a place to stay? If not, why not accompany me? I have a large room all to myself." As he spoke, he extended his hand like a claw. At this moment, he felt he had thoroughly assessed Han Yanyan, shedding any reservations, and without hesitation, he seized her arm. His grip was forceful, unyielding, though a smile adorned his face. His eyes gleamed with the thrill of capturing prey. Han Yanyan's complexion shifted slightly as she activated her secondary psychic ability. Suddenly, a layer of ice enveloped the forearm he was grasping. The man was taken aback by the ice, letting out a startled cry as he relinquished his hold. Seizing the opportunity, Han Yanyan delivered a swift kick to his groin, and as he howled in agony, she turned to flee. Unfortunately, Han Yanyan was alone, while the man was not. As he attempted to engage her, his companions were nearby, observing the scenario unfold. In an instant, they surrounded her. 4 men converged, effectively blocking Han Yanyan's escape. Clenching her fists, she focused on the approaching adversaries, contemplating her options. She possessed both water and ice abilities, having just employed them for the first time and still lacking proficiency. Despite the abundant psychic energy within her, she could distinctly sense that the recent exertion had already drained her considerably. She sensed that her extraordinary abilities might prove of little use in actual combat. The situation before her was undeniably perilous. As a young and beautiful girl, falling into the hands of these men could lead to a dire fate. She had come to this world with the intention of winning over a particular man, and she could not afford to falter before encountering her target. Han Yanyan found it somewhat peculiar. In her previous world, prior to meeting Zheng Yao, the behavioral patterns of everyone else were almost entirely predictable, as if she had gained a divine insight. As long as she refrained from recklessly intervening, events would unfold smoothly. However, now, the information in her mind failed to provide any foresight into the forthcoming developments. Was there a glitch in her electronic intuition? A twinge of anxiety crept into her heart as she covertly gathered her strength. keeping a vigilant gaze on the encroaching men, ready to strike at the first who made a move, employing her ice abilities against him. As for the potency of her powers and whether they could thwart her opponent's actions, she felt uncertain. Suddenly, a fireball the size of a tennis ball hurtled toward her, igniting the hem of her white skirt. Han Yanyan's reaction was remarkably swift. She promptly unleashed her still awkward water abilities to extinguish the flames. Yet, another fireball was already upon her. With her pupils constricting, she deftly maneuvered her slender waist, narrowly evading the fiery projectile. She turned her head to see that the man she had kicked had regained his footing. One hand was clutching his groin, while the other waved, sending a fireball hurtling towards Han Yanyan. The man's eyes glinted with malice, and he cursed under his breath, "Wretched hussy, how dare you disrespect me? Just wait until I finish you off." Compared to Han Yanyan's clumsy manipulation of her abilities, this man exhibited a far greater mastery over his fire-based powers. He flung his hand, launching another fireball. This time, Han Yanyan was unable to evade it. Her skirt caught fire once more, although she quickly extinguished the flames with water. It left a charred hole, revealing a glimpse of her slender, toned thigh. The other men refrained from encircling her again. Instead, they chuckled and stepped back, allowing him the space to engage in his cat-and-mouse game. Han Yanyan dodged 2 or 3 fireballs, but inevitably, her skirt was reduced to tatters, and her beautifully sculpted legs were no longer concealed. The men jeered and whistled, calling out, "Be careful, don't actually set her on fire. It would be a shame to ruin such delicate skin." In a desperate lunge, Han Yanyan narrowly escaped another fireball, rolling on the ground until she reached the knife vendor's stall. As she propped herself up, the middle-aged vendor's expression shifted slightly. Han Yanyan glanced at him, her dark eyes resembling 2 deep pools. The vendor parted his lips as if to speak, but ultimately remained silent. The man's control over his fire abilities was remarkably precise. Just moments ago, his fireball had singed the fabric on one shoulder of Han Yanyan's dress. As she stood, she had no choice but to clasp her hands over her chest to prevent any further exposure. The middle-aged man selling knives swiftly grasped the 4 corners of a tattered cloth, wrapping his belongings into a bundle before stealthily retreating into obscurity. A man of fire, toying with a fireball in his hand, shouted, "Aren't you formidable? Why don't you run?" Han Yanyan remained silent, rising to her feet and charging fiercely in a certain direction. A man positioned nearby stretched out his arms to block her path, jesting, Hey, are you really running?" Before he could finish his taunt, a sudden flash of brilliance caught his eye, sending a chill through him as he instinctively leaned back. The fruit knife, concealed beneath her crossed arms, slashed upward from beneath the man's ribs to his chest, sending a spray of crimson droplets into the air. The man let out a piercing scream, staggering backward. Seizing the opportunity, Han Yanyan broke through the encirclement, still clutching the knife, as the onlookers recoiled in alarm while she sprinted toward the street corner. One of the fireman's companions cursed, clasping his hands together, conjuring a basketball-sized sphere of white electricity that crackled ominously between his palms. With a forceful push, the electric sphere hurtled toward the fleeing Han Yanyan. Gasps erupted from the crowd, only to be abruptly silenced as if a hand had clamped down on their throats. A web of purple lightning interlaced behind her, forming a barrier against the white electric sphere, closing in within mere inches. The crackling energy was so oppressive it rendered her breathless. Instinctively, Han Yanyan took a significant step back, and as the white electric sphere collided with the purple net, an explosive sound erupted. The crowd, who had just been silenced, erupted in astonished exclamations once more. Han Yanyan shielded her head and face with her arms, waiting for the shockwave of the explosion to dissipate before lowering them and opening her eyes. The white electric orb had vanished, yet the purple lightning net lingered for a few moments longer before disappearing entirely. Neither the fire-wielding man nor his companions, nor the onlookers on the street, directed their gaze towards Han Yanyan. Their attention was collectively fixed in a singular direction. Following their gaze, she too turned to look. On the opposite side of the road, a man stood beneath a street lamp, his hands tucked into his pockets, his demeanor calm as he observed the scene before him. The light cast a hazy glow over his face, and without uttering a single word, his presence overshadowed all others, exuding an aura of intimidation. Surrounding him were several men, akin to planets orbiting a sun. In stark contrast to the fear and reverence etched on the faces of the spectators, these men appeared at ease, as though they had just witnessed an enthralling performance. In that moment, Han Yanyan comprehended why the advance information had been so scant and why the behaviors of those she encountered were utterly unpredictable. The instant her eyes fell upon him, she recognized who he was. This man, whom Ding Yu sought to conquer, represented the greatest variable in this world, and he had been present from the very beginning. Unlike the lengthy and formulaic backstory of her previous world, this realm offered no prelude whatsoever. The moment she stepped out of the alley and onto the street, she was thrust directly into the heart of the drama, though the reasons for her failure in the previous world remained shrouded in mystery. Leaving a lingering shadow in her heart, Han Yanyan was now faced with the principal figure barely minutes after entering this new world. She could not help but take a deep breath, striving to steady her racing heart. Ding, Ding, the leader, the fire-type man, drenched in sweat, hurried across the street. He had been struck in a vulnerable spot by Han Yanyan, and his running style appeared somewhat peculiar. As he approached, he dared not come too close. Bowing and nodding from several meters away, this woman took the money without doing the work. We ought to teach her a lesson. With a sharp snap, the man disregarded him, igniting a lighter to light a cigarette. Under the faint glow, Han Yanyan, separated by a narrow street, glimpsed a face marked by deep-set features and strong lines. Despite the throngs of people around and the earlier cacophony of the night market, the atmosphere fell eerily silent, with only the sound of breathing audible as the man lowered his head to light his smoke. Perspiration trickled down the forehead of the fire-type man. In Nanling City, there were over 20 Thunder-type abilities users. His companion was already considered skilled, yet the electric sphere he conjured was merely a pale white with a hint of blue. Since the outbreak of the zombie virus, he had only encountered one person capable of producing purple lightning, the leader of the Thunder Brigade, the man before him, Ding Yao. Initially, the term brigade referred simply to a coalition of survivors in the apocalypse, who banded together for mutual support. At the outbreak's onset, the zombie virus took hold first, and only gradually did people exhibit various powers, initially feeble, which later grew in strength. Throughout this evolution, many weaker individuals were ruthlessly eliminated, becoming mere fodder for the undead. Over time, the strong gravitated towards one another, forming formidable teams. It remains unclear who first coined the term brigade, yet it gradually became a common appellation. The groups of powerful individuals began to name their brigades, leading to a clear distinction between the strong and the weak. In the city of Nanling, there exist hundreds of teams, both large and small, for it only takes 3 individuals to form a squad. However, among these myriad teams, the most formidable is undoubtedly Ding Yao's Thunder team. Ding Yao is referred to as the commander rather than the captain, for Thunder is not only the mightiest but also the largest team, boasting several hundred skilled members. Ding Yu and his comrades can indeed navigate the streets of Nanling with an air of invincibility. It is crucial to recognize that in this world, the rule of law has vanished. One can not only slay zombies but also fellow humans. As he lit a cigarette, mere seconds felt like hours to the fire element man. During the brief moment from the lighter's flicker to its closure, his mind raced. Ding Yu had just taken action. Why did Ding Yu intervene? Did he know that woman? Could she possibly be Ding Yao's partner? The uncertainty gnawed at him, akin to a sword suspended above his head. The man's countenance paled. Fortunately, the cigarette was finally lit. Ding Yao snapped the lighter shut, pocketed it, exhaled a plume of white smoke, and cast a glance at Han Yanyan. Quite beautiful, he remarked. The fire element man released a long, relieved sigh, his face brightening with a smile. She appears to be new, possessing dual water and ice abilities, albeit rather weak and of little use. For someone like her to encounter you is truly a stroke of luck. Ding Yao, cigarette clenched between his teeth, shot him a sidelong glance. The fire element man nodded eagerly. Then let her accompany you. Well, Ding Yao chose to ignore him, responding only with a non-committal grunt from his nasal cavity. The fire, as if granted a pardon, hurriedly assisted his injured companion in leaving the street. Once they had departed, he paused to wipe away the cold sweat, exclaiming in relief, I nearly had a heart attack, thinking I had inadvertently offended Ding Yao's woman. Fortunately, it was not the case. Han Yanyan watched the fire depart, only to hear Ding Yao beckoning her with a deep, magnetic voice, deliberate yet commanding. Come here. The people on the street subtly averted their gazes from the group of men, striving to appear nonchalant, fearing to openly observe the commotion surrounding Ding Yao. Just moments ago, no one had come to Han Yanyan's aid, and now, even less so. Clutching a fruit knife, she approached. Although her arms were crossed protectively over her chest, the hem of her dress was charred and tattered, revealing glimpses of her long, graceful legs as she moved. The men's gazes fixated upon her alluring limbs, as did Ding Yao's. Han Yanyan remained silent, her eyes locked onto Ding Yao, her grip on the fruit knife tightening. In the dim evening light, Ding Yao's eyes gleamed with a disconcerting intensity. His gaze traversed her body from bottom to top, and he exhaled a puff of smoke, saying, "Come with us. You will be well fed, with no more than 5 brothers per day." To be well fed and share a day with 5 men could be considered a rather generous arrangement in this context, akin to earning a monthly salary of 20 to 30,000 before the apocalypse, complete with comprehensive insurance and commercial medical benefits. Han Yanyan felt no surprise at this prospect. Before she inexplicably found herself in a car accident and subsequently arrived in this bewildering world of fast travel, she had been contemplating the creation of a post-apocalyptic narrative. The dystopia she envisioned bore a striking resemblance to the reality she now faced. One could even argue the similarities were profound. However, Han Yanyan had no intention of relying on men for her survival. This time, her character was less constrained, allowing her greater creative freedom. Just moments ago, she had crafted her persona and mapped out the path she intended to pursue. As Ding Yao finished speaking, she stepped back while gripping a fruit knife, her gaze warily fixed on the group of men before her. "I refuse to engage in that," she declared. The round-faced man behind Ding Yao scoffed, questioning, "Then what do you plan to do? How will you survive?" Han Yanyan pressed her lips together and replied, "I could scavenge or join a search team." The round-faced man let out another derisive laugh, this time laced with unmistakable contempt. "You? With those spindly arms and legs? Before you even encounter a zombie. The living would have you done for." Han Yanyan bit her lip, defiantly lifting her chin. "Then I simply want to do it." Ding Yao, holding a cigarette between his fingers, inquired, "Are you dual-element water and ice?" Han Yanyan nodded in affirmation. "Show me," Ding Yao instructed. Understanding his intent, she transferred the fruit knife to her left hand, freeing her right. After exerting considerable effort, a sphere of ice materialized in her palm, slightly larger than an apple, yet smaller than a pineapple. "If there were water, it would be easier," Han Yanyan murmured. However, she found it impossible to first condense the water and then freeze it, as the process of condensation required considerable effort. In just a few fleeting seconds, she could only demonstrate a single ability to Ding Yao, which was far less impressive than her ice powers. Her water abilities seemed almost futile. In truth, Han Yanyan was not as feeble as she appeared. She could sense that there was still a reservoir of power within her. Yet, having just learned to harness her abilities a mere 10 minutes ago, she was still quite unpracticed, making the endeavor especially taxing. To others, she seemed utterly weak. The small ice sphere she had conjured elicited laughter from the men around her, with the round-faced one laughing heartily without restraint. The Thunder team was comprised of formidable individuals. Those gathered around Ding Yao were all skilled. One man, sporting a small mustache, laughed so hard he nearly doubled over. With a snap of his fingers, a slender ice spear, akin to a steel pen, materialized before him, swiftly weaving through the bodies of several people and shooting toward Han Yanyan's palm. The ice spear shattered her little ice sphere with a resounding crack, injuring her hand and causing it to bleed. Her fair palm was stained crimson, reminiscent of red plums against the snow. "Old Jiang, for heaven's sake, be careful," the round-faced man shouted, turning his neck in exasperation. "Oh dear," Old Jiang replied. "I slipped, my hand slipped. Li Jun, please take care of her." It was indeed an impressive healing ability. Han Yanyan seized the moment to convey her astonishment through her eyes and expression. The sight of a beautiful woman displaying such emotion delighted the men, who were all smiles. The earlier mishap with the ice sphere had been quite comical, even eliciting a smirk from Ding Yao, who exhaled a puff of smoke and asked, "How have you managed to survive?" Han Yanyan lowered her eyelashes, her voice quivering as she spoke of having companions in the past, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. This vague statement left ample room for the men's imaginations to wander. They exchanged knowing glances, each likely conjuring their own narratives, most of which could not escape the theme of relying on men for protection. Now that the men were gone, they were left alone in a desolate world. Ding Yao flicked the ash from his cigarette and added, 3 meals a day, sufficient provisions for 4 individuals, and medication when illness strikes." He paused briefly before continuing. "What they provide you shall be considered your own." Han Yanyan fell silent for a few moments before raising her gaze to meet his. "Thank you for saving me earlier," she began, but he interrupted her with a calm assertion, "If you don't accompany me, the moment you leave, you will be dragged away. Tomorrow, it could be you who finds it impossible to rise from your bed." Do you believe it? The color drained from Han Yanyan's face. Her complexion was fair, a fact that Ding Yao had noticed even from across the street. The girl's sudden appearance was jarring. Her ethereal presence was starkly at odds with the grim reality that surrounded them. The men, honed by the trials of a ravaged world, had instinctively focused on her the moment she appeared. Now, standing before him under the dim yellow glow of the street lamp, her skin appeared delicate and smooth, nearly flawless. Her slender neck and fragile shoulders accentuated the exquisite curve of her collarbone. Though her clothing was disheveled and her youthful allure was evident, there was an undeniable charm about her, a grace untouched by the decay of the world. Ding Yao regarded her for several moments, took a drag from his cigarette, and reconsidered. My search team is also in need of members, he stated. Han Yanyan abruptly lifted her head, her calm demeanor barely concealing the surprise in her eyes. I wish to join the search team, she said with a hint of urgency. I excel at finding things, and I can contribute in other ways as well. I can provide you with water. Very well. Ding Yao discarded his cigarette, but, extinguishing it with his foot, and gestured with a nod. Follow me. After a brief pause, he raised his hand and tossed a t-shirt to Han Yanyan. Put this on. The hem of Han Yanyan's skirt was charred and tattered, with one shoulder singed, and she had to cover her chest with her hand to avoid exposure. The t-shirt was oversized and had a slightly hip-hop style, yet it fit her perfectly. Upon receiving the unexpectedly materialized garment, Han Yanyan displayed a moment of astonishment. Although she was already aware from prior information that Ding Yao possessed dual abilities in lightning and space. In comparison, her own dual abilities seemed feeble next to his extraordinary prowess. Han Yanyan first discarded the fruit knife onto the ground and pulled the oversized t-shirt over her head. As she released her grip on her chest, a glimpse of her fair skin flashed before Ding Yao's eyes, quickly concealed by the t-shirt that fell into place. The garment was so ample that it extended to just above her knees, akin to a dress, albeit with another layer underneath, rendering it slightly bulky, yet preferable to the risk of exposure. Once she donned the shirt, Han Yanyan bent down to retrieve the fruit knife, awaiting Ding Yao's next words. Ding Yao inquired, "What is your name?" He nodded in acknowledgement before turning away. Han Yanyan followed closely behind him. The men who had previously encircled Ding Yao stepped back a few paces, granting Han Yanyan some space. They exchanged glances, adorned with ambiguous smiles. The round-faced individual felt a twinge of disappointment. The elder Zhang, possessing similar ice-based powers, casually kicked him from behind, exclaiming, "Be a bit more perceptive. The boss has taken a liking to her. Do you not have any awareness of your standing?" The round-faced individual muttered softly. "I was planning to share with everyone," elder Zhang retorted. "But didn't the boss choose her later on? What is your complaint if he is unwilling to share?" The round-faced individual had few interests aside from his infatuation with women. As he gazed at Han Yanyan's slender, glistening legs in the night, he sighed, "How enchanting. What business is it of yours?" Elder Zhang laughed, chastising him. "No matter how enchanting she may be, she is not for you." The round-faced individual understood. When Ding Yao changed the subject to the search team, everyone comprehended the situation. The boss had taken a fancy to this delicate flower and intended to keep her all to himself. Alas, the Thunderbolt Squad's base was situated in a garden-style hotel within the ancient city walls of Nanling. This area, being a tourist zone under government control, did not boast any particularly tall buildings. The hotel comprised 3 staggered 5-story buildings, adequately accommodating the entire squad with some surplus space. The hotel was already equipped with iron railings, which had been fortified with barbed wire on top after the Thunderbolt took command. This served as a deterrent against both humans and zombies alike. Ding Yao remained silent, and Han Yanyan followed closely behind him. It was only upon entering the main lobby that Ding Yao halted, casting a glance at her before calling out, "Li Jun, please make arrangements for her." The individual named Li Jun, distinguished by his beard and possessing the ability to heal, approached promptly and said, "Shall I prepare her?" A room on the 3rd floor? Ding Yao replied, "Do as you see fit." With that, he ascended in the elevator. The lift had only one compartment, and Ding Yao along with his associates were the first to board, leaving Han Yanyan and Li Jun to await its return. Upon reaching the 3rd floor, Li Jun led her to room 317, calling, "Zhao Yuxuan, Zhao Yuxuan." The door opened swiftly, revealing a delicate young woman who, somewhat surprised, exclaimed, "Sun Ge." After casting a glance at Han Yanyan, she inquired, "Are you looking for me?" Sun Li Jun interjected, "This is, cough. What was your name again?" Han Yanyan replied, Han Yanyan. Ah yes, this is Han Yanyan, a recent arrival. The other rooms are still in disarray and lack furnishings, so let her stay with you for the night. I shall arrange something for her tomorrow, Sun Lijun stated. Zhao Yuxuan responded with an "oh," and welcomed them inside. You may rest for now, Sun Lijun added. I will bring you some items shortly. Zhao Yuxuan observed the tidy and clean appearance of the young lady, and, upon entering the room, Han Yanyan was taken aback by the chaos within. Please, have a seat, Zhao Yuxuan said, bending down to clear away the jumbled boxes strewn across the floor, allowing Han Yanyan a space to sit. The room was a standard twin, featuring 2 beds. One was clearly Zhao Yuxuan's, complete with bedding and pillows, while the other remained untouched, merely a bare mattress with nothing else to adorn it. In the post-apocalyptic world, resources are scarce. Even the bedding and duvet covers in hotels are considered valuable commodities and have long been requisitioned for centralized management. Inside the room, however, there are numerous cardboard boxes filled with various bottles and miscellaneous items, haphazardly strewn about. Even the other bed is piled high with several boxes. Oh, if you linger here long enough, you'll come to realize that everyone is like this. I am not the only one living in disarray. Zhao Yuxuan mused as she maneuvered the boxes onto the floor, remarking on the stability of their situation. Once stability is achieved, the instinct to hoard emerges. Regardless of their utility, it is better to accumulate than to lack. All items hold value, some of which could be exchanged for other necessities. In this world where gold and diamonds have lost their significance, barter has become the norm, with food serving as the ultimate currency. The more directly related to survival the resources are, the more coveted they become. Han Yanyan, unable to sit idly by, joined her in the tidying efforts. The two managed to clear the chaos from the other bed just as Sun Lijun arrived, carrying a bundle of items and knocking at the door. Here are your blankets. And here is your clothing. This is the key to your room. You'll be staying in 315, directly across the hall. You can tidy up tomorrow. Sun Lijun handed everything to Han Yanyan. As Zhao Yuxuan observed the items being passed over, her face displayed unmistakable astonishment. The man accompanying Sun Lijun, who had come along to assist, gazed curiously at Han Yanyan. Sun Lijun nudged him with his foot, urging him to leave. Come here. I need to discuss something with you. He called out to Zhao Yuxuan, who followed him outside. Han Yanyan did not rush to make the bed. Inside the cardboard box that Sun Lijun had given her, there was a lunchbox containing a steamed bun and a piece of cooked meat, roughly the size of a baby's fist. Although both were cold, they exuded an enticing aroma. It was only then that Han Yanyan realized her hunger. She settled down on the mattress and began to eat. 007 is, Han Yanyan said. He mentioned that the search team is recruiting. Zhao Yuxuan paused for a moment before responding. The recruits for the search team gather at the city gates the day after tomorrow. They provide a meal and then depart directly by vehicle. Everyone residing in this base is part of the combat teams. After a brief silence, she added, almost as if to clarify, need help making your bed? I can assist you. It was evident that she had overheard something from Sun Lijun. Her tone tinged with a hint of jealousy and caution. Han Yanyan feigned ignorance of Zhao Yuxuan's earlier emotional shift and inquired, is there any water? I need to wash the lunchbox. Zhao Yuxuan replied listlessly, no, the water supply has been cut off. Originally, there were 6 water plants in Nanling City, but now only one remains operational in the old district. Water and electricity shortages have become a norm. Han Yanyan simply acknowledged this with an "oh," and proceeded to condense water for washing the lunchbox. Zhao Yuxuan was not surprised. She remarked, you are an ability user, aren't you? Chi Tongtong from Team 321 is also an ability user, though she specializes in wood and is quite weak. Han Yanyan asked, what does she do in the combat team? Zhao Yuxuan smirked slightly. What else could she do? She sleeps with the men. The atmosphere grew heavy with unspoken truths as Han Yanyan fell silent. Zhao Yuxuan, seemingly indifferent, expressed a hint of envy as she remarked, I hear Dingyou has taken a liking to you? You should attend to him well. Being with him would certainly alleviate your concerns about food and drink. If you possess the capability to remain solely by his side, then you would truly have nothing to worry about. Han Yanyan, stubbornly, replied, I am here to join the search team. Upon hearing this, Zhao Yuxuan's demeanor shifted to one of coldness as she observed the unmade bedding and the women's clothing along with various odds and ends piled in the box. A bitter smile crept across her face. The tattered items that they would have scorned before the apocalypse were now regarded as precious resources. Who, in their right mind, would simply offer gifts to members of the search team? Han Yanyan feigned moral superiority, simultaneously holding disdain for them. which made Zhao Yuxuan feel a wave of revulsion towards her. Suddenly, Han Yanyan's eyes glistened with unshed tears as she lowered her head and murmured, "My companion died before we entered the city. He just passed away." Her voice faltered, choked with emotion. In that moment, Zhao Yuxuan's disdain dissipated. She sighed softly and said, "Enough, do not dwell too deeply in sorrow. Such occurrences become easier to bear with time. We, the survivors, must continue to persevere. Try to let go of thoughts of those from the past. One like Ding Yao, should you encounter him, should not be missed. Focus on the present. The true endeavor lies in seizing the moment." She settled on the edge of the bed, her expression momentarily lost in thought, before adding, "We all traverse this path." One of her feet rested on a cardboard box, an ungraceful posture that she, a delicate and refined young woman, seemed unperturbed by. There exists a sense of despondency, a feeling that it matters not how one lives, as long as survival is ensured. This is the most prevalent state among ordinary individuals in a post-apocalyptic world. Suddenly, the phone by the bedside rang, and Zhao Yuxuan, with a lackluster spirit, answered it. After confirming the room number, she stood up and declared, "I am off to work. You can tidy up by yourself." Han Yanyan watched as the young woman departed to fulfill her duties. She gathered her lunchbox and, with keys in hand, made her way to unlock room 315. The electricity was functional. Nanjing City boasted a hydropower plant that continued to operate. Upon illuminating the room, she discovered that 315 was a spacious bedroom, evidently long uninhabited, sparse in decor, with only a mattress upon the bed, devoid of linens. The floor was littered with debris, remnants that resembled tattered clothing or rags. Han Yanyan proceeded to the bathroom and gazed into the mirror. This was her first encounter with her own reflection since arriving in this world. The electronic voice was quite miserly. It denied her the visage of unparalleled beauty she desired, and likewise withheld the formidable prowess she sought. Han Yanyan couldn't help but mentally curse its ancestors. It had even bestowed upon the post-apocalyptic Han Yanyan the face of her previous self. This countenance was one of pure and exquisite beauty. However, in her past life, she had been constrained by character limitations, leaning towards a portrayal of innocence and fragility. Evoking pity, this world was far preferable, with fewer constraints on her persona, allowing Han Yanyan the freedom to express herself. She leaned closer to the mirror to scrutinize her skin, which was remarkably flawless, nearly devoid of imperfections. She turned her head, glancing left and right, perceiving that this Han Yanyan appeared to be merely 19 or 20 years old. Compared to the Han Yanyan of the previous world who had already graduated from university and entered the workforce, she seemed far more youthful. Yet, her brow and eyes bore no trace of fragility. Instead, there was an inherent air of detachment about her. Although she was not a paragon of beauty, her almost ethereal cleanliness thrived in this apocalyptic environment. After all, many beautiful women, like Zhao Yuxuan, had withered into despondency. Han Yanyan turned on the faucet, which emitted a hissing sound, releasing only a few drops of water tinged with rust. Closing the tap, she plugged the sink and attempted to condense some water. Throughout the night, she had successfully condensed water several times, becoming considerably more adept than during her time on the streets. Soon, she produced a basin of water, yet her body felt a weariness akin to exhaustion. Her ability was reminiscent of physical strength. When depleted, it induced fatigue, yet with rest, one could recover. She appeared weary. Her body mingled with the unpleasant odor of sweat and bodily fluids. With the water supply cut off, bathing was impossible, rendering the sweltering summer unbearable. Noticing Han Yanyan clutching her belongings, Zhao Yuxuan lacked the energy to inquire further and simply remarked, "Are you tidying up today?" "Thank you." She seemed much refreshed. Her previous odor dissipated. While sweeping, Han Yanyan left a bathtub full of water for her. Accepting a few pieces of biscuits, Han Yanyan felt no guilt for her labor. Zhao Yuxuan lingered, hesitating before saying, "Sun Lijun asked me to inform you that the search team here does not provide meals. You won't have food tomorrow." Han Yanyan's hand, which had reached for the biscuits, paused momentarily. An air of silence enveloped them both. Zhao Yuxuan said, "Do not despair." Han Yanyan replied, "We have not reached a dead end yet." She lifted the cookie in her hand. Zhao Yuxuan smiled faintly and shook her head. A beautiful girl approached, carrying 3 cans that resembled tin cans, greeting cheerfully, "Xian." Zhao Yuxuan glanced at the items she was holding and inquired, "Can meat?" The beauty, full of enthusiasm, replied, "I just went to the top floor." There was a strong odor of sweat mixed with an unpleasant scent emanating from her. After speaking, she suddenly leaned in to sniff Zhao Yuxuan, asking, "Did you take a shower? Isn't the water cut off?" Before Zhao Yuxuan could respond, Han Yanyan interjected, "Do you want to take a shower? I sell water. I possess water-related abilities." The beauty then noticed Han Yanyan standing at the door, asking, "Who is this?" Zhao Yuxuan introduced, "She's new, Han Yanyan." Turning to Han Yanyan, she added, "This is Qi Tongtong." Qi Tongtong responded with an "Oh," saying, "Then come over and fill my water tank." Han Yanyan accompanied her to room 321. Qi Tongtong's room was also stocked with numerous items, but it was far more organized than Zhao Yuxuan's. Zhao Yuxuan's space was cluttered with all sorts of things, regardless of their utility, creating a chaotic atmosphere. The canned goods were not even packaged, merely bare metal containers. Han Yanyan inquired and discovered they were produced in the Nanning settlement. Such waste. While so many people are left hungry, women are willing to sell themselves for just half a steamed bun. After filling a tank of water for Qi Tongtong, Han Yanyan felt quite exhausted. After a brief rest, she had regained her energy. Upon granting Qi Tongtong another moment of respite, a sense of relief washed over her. Qi Tongtong, more generous than Zhao Yuxuan, offered her an entire pack of instant noodles. As she rummaged through the belongings in search of the noodles, she repeatedly exclaimed how sweltering it was. Indeed, it was hot. During the peak of summer, the hotel windows merely opened a narrow slit from the bottom, providing little ventilation. Han Yanyan inquired, "Isn't the air conditioning allowed?" To which Qi Tongtong replied, "There's a power restriction. The wall sockets are inactive, and the main circuit is being monitored. Only the top floor has it, and it's quite comfortable there." Han Yanyan then asked, "Do you want ice?" After a moment, she corrected herself. "Do you wish to purchase ice?" Qi Tongtong glanced sideways and inquired, "Are you dual elemental?" Han Yanyan affirmed, "Yes, both water and ice." "How impressive," Qi Tongtong remarked. "What brings you to our midst?" Han Yanyan replied, "Their prowess surpasses mine." Qi Tongtong pressed, "So, do you want it or not?" "Yes, yes, yes." "What's the price?" Qi Tongtong queried. Han Yanyan's gaze fell upon her tin can. "Ah, quite the greedy one," Qi Tongtong teased. The two charming young women engaged in a playful haggle, eventually reaching an agreement. Qi Tongtong handed Han Yanyan a tin can, while Han Yanyan filled all of Qi Tongtong's bowls and pots with water, then froze it into ice. After toiling for over an hour, she finally collapsed onto the carpet, utterly exhausted. "So weak," Qi Tongtong sighed, finally grasping how a dual elemental like Han Yanyan found her way into their circle. "I heard." Han Yanyan gasped for breath. "Are you of the wood element?" Han Yanyan's gaze fell upon the row of potted plants on the windowsill. "Did you plant these?" The pots contained miniature fruit trees, as if full-size specimens had been proportionally reduced. Observing these distorted creations, Qi Tongtong felt a wave of despondency. "What a waste of effort, and they look like this." She sighed. "Look at the wheat and rice in our yard, all grown from those wood-type abilities. How impressive. I dream of possessing such prowess. Unfortunately, reality is far too stark." Han Yanyan replied, "Abilities can be enhanced through training, can't they?" Qi Tongtong retorted, "Nonsense. Who doesn't know that? The real question is, how many can actually achieve it? Those who do are now quite remarkable. It's akin to weight loss. Every overweight person knows exercise can help shed pounds. But how many truly manage to lose weight?" Han Yanyan found herself at a loss for words. After catching her breath, she propped herself up from the bed, clutching her can and preparing to leave. "Hey, newcomer," Qi Tongtong called out to her, "that can has a long shelf life. Save it if you can, but prioritize eating the others first." Han Yanyan nodded in gratitude. Abilities can indeed be strengthened through diligent practice. Each breakthrough beyond one's limits brings growth upon recovery. Yet, while speaking of it sounds simple, the reality is exceedingly challenging. At this moment, Han Yanyan felt utterly weak, her mind ablaze with pain, though she was still far from her limits. However, her very life was held in the grip of a mechanical voice, and her survival depended entirely on her ability to complete the tasks assigned in this world. She dragged her aching body, filled a bathtub with water, then drained it, and filled it once more, only to drain it again. Zombies, an apocalyptic world, supernatural abilities. A girl clad in a white cloth dress, with long, straight black hair and a pale complexion. Just before losing consciousness, Han Yanyan thought that her name, Han Yanyan, had finally found its true meaning. 008. Han Yanyan dreamt of a pair of indifferent eyes. Under the gaze of those eyes, the entire world crumbled, both inorganic and organic, Stone and flesh, grass and blood, all turned to ash. It was not until noon the following day that Han Yanyan awoke from her nightmare, drenched in cold sweat. Hearing movement in the corridor, she rose and opened the door. Groups of women were heading out together for a meal. Just as Ding Yao had said the previous night, the young women in Thunder could find a place to rest and were provided with ample meals. As for what the men would offer, that was entirely up to the women themselves. The men of Thunder were formidable, possessing valuable resources. Compared to the outside world, these women lived relatively well. If one were to draw a comparison, it could be likened to a high-paying job that not only offered generous rewards, but also ensured personal safety. Yet, who would willingly undertake such work if it were not out of sheer necessity? Han Yanyan harbored no contempt for these women. Had she not possessed an advantage? Had she truly been born as one of this world's native girls, she would still be lost, not knowing her fate. She spotted Chi Tongtong from room 321 and exchanged greetings with her. As Chi Tongtong knocked on the door of room 317, she inquired, "Your complexion appears quite dreadful. Did you not rest well last night?" Han Yanyan replied with a hint of reluctance, "I overexerted my abilities." "You should take it easy," Chi Tongtong advised. Zhao Yuxuan had urged Chi Tongtong to capture the moment, prompting her to call out to Han Yanyan, "Come on, let's go eat." However, Han Yanyan remained unmoved. Zhao Yuxuan hesitated briefly before adding, "She doesn't have a meal. She is part of the search team." Chi Tongtong regarded Han Yanyan with a look akin to that of a fool. With a pallid face devoid of color, Han Yanyan softly remarked, "I am not yet at the point of desperation." Sighing, Zhao Yuxuan tugged at Chi Tongtong's arm. Chi Tongtong retorted irritably, "With your meager abilities, don't be so stubborn. You're just like I used to be. Who hasn't he endured this?" Leaning lazily against the door frame, Han Yanyan watched as the two of them disappeared down the corridor, unable to suppress a smile. They were all strikingly beautiful women. Had it been the world before the apocalypse, each would have been cherished by men as delicate princesses, adored and pursued. Han Yanyan found pleasure in observing these vibrant individuals. It was a professional habit she could not shake off. "Where have you been?" Chi Tongtong complained. "I was out earning my keep," Han Yanyan replied, revealing her earnings as she opened the door. Chi Tongtong unceremoniously followed her inside. "Zhao Yuxuan mentioned that Ding Yao has taken a liking to you?" she inquired bluntly. Her question's straightforward. "He told me about 3 meals a day, for 5 people," Han Yanyan responded. Chi Tongtong then asked, "So why did you join the search team?" "I never agreed to this. I simply wished to join the search team," Han Yanyan remarked. The search team is responsible for venturing outside to procure supplies. Although Nanling City manages to sustain a semblance of urban life, it can only provide a few essential resources for survival. As long as one clings to life, the needs are numerous, necessitating external expeditions. This undertaking is both arduous and perilous, requiring a considerable amount of labor. Consequently, laborers are recruited externally, predominantly consisting of ordinary individuals lacking special abilities or those with minimal powers. The likelihood of these individuals perishing while scavenging alone is significantly heightened. However, by joining the search team, although half of the found resources must be shared, the chances of survival are considerably improved. "What expression is that?" Han Yanyan inquired, perplexed. "Jealousy," Chi Tongtong confessed. "Well, never mind. It may not necessarily be a good thing," Han Yanyan replied. Chi Tongtong sighed. "Let me share my experiences with you. Albeit the failures of my past, I doubt I can succeed, but perhaps it may aid you." Han Yanyan listened attentively. Chi Tongtong continued, "If you do not possess absolute confidence in securing Ding Yao, refrain from sharing his bed." Han Yanyan turned her gaze. "I do not wish to harm you. I speak from personal anguish," Chi Tongtong admitted, regretting her past decisions. "It is as such. In our situation, there is no need for pretense. We are all simply public transport, if you will. You understand. Some girls arrive here, fortunate enough to find a spark with someone, and can seamlessly transition into a man's abode, thus avoiding the fate of being mere public transport. I, regrettably, acted foolishly from the outset. I should never have set my sights on Ding Yao. I am utterly foolish," the beautiful girl self-deprecatingly remarked. "There is a formidable ice elemental named Zhang Yuquan in our group, who harbors a fondness for me. Had I been willing to pursue him from the outset, I might not still be languishing on the 3rd floor now. However, my foolishness lay in my singular desire for Ding Yao. Ding Yao took me to bed, yet he does not want me. Without his commitment, I cannot expect to receive anything without effort, and others might also take advantage of me. Yet, since Ding Yao has been with me, no one else dares to pursue me, unless he were to cease his involvement. Without a stable partner, Ding Yao would not withdraw from our entanglement. If he desires me, how could I possibly refuse? That would be akin to courting disaster. The thought of her frustrating predicament made Qi Tongtong feel nauseous. Han Yanyan understood her plight and couldn't help but empathize with her discomfort. It's a vicious cycle, she said. Zhang Yuquan is also a coward, Qi Tongtong scorned, lamenting his lack of courage to confront Ding Yao about wanting to claim me. Ding Yao is indifferent. If only Zhang Yuquan had the audacity to speak up, it would hardly matter to Ding Yao. Yet, this man would never take that step. He likes Qi Tongtong, but is not inclined to compete with Ding Yao for her. Men are often more pragmatic, more utilitarian, and more ruthless than women. Whether she understood this before or not, Qi Tongtong certainly grasps this truth now. Weigh your options. If you believe you lack the ability to win over Ding Yao, then you should promptly seek a suitable match. However, if you think you can manage Ding Yao, Qi Tongtong cheerfully urged her, sister, be brave. You might just free me from this predicament. In comparison to Zhao Yuxuan, Han Yanyan holds a greater fondness for Qi Tongtong. Although Zhao Yuxuan is still alive, she emanates an aura as though her spirit has long since perished. Conversely, Qi Tongtong's spirit remains vibrant, as she seeks joy even amidst hardship. As dinner time approached, Sun Lijun made his appearance on the third floor. A woman playfully teased him, "Oh, Sun Ge, are you sneaking a bite while Ling Jie is away?" Sun Lijun retorted with a laugh, "Nonsense. Don't get me into trouble." He hurried to knock on the door of room 315, saying, "The boss wants you upstairs." "Which floor?" Han Yanyan inquired. "The top floor." "Which room?" "Only one with its door ajar." "On the top floor, the boss resides alone." Han Yanyan quickly understood that the person who had spent the night with Qi Tongtong was indeed Ding Yao. She took the elevator directly to the top floor and soon located Ding Yao's room. The only room with its door wide open was particularly spacious, featuring double doors. Ding Yao occupied a luxurious suite on the top floor. Even with the door ajar, Han Yanyan still knocked lightly, and a man's voice from within called out, "Come in." Upon entering the room, it was hard to fathom that this was amidst a world where people starved every day. It was both opulent and immaculate, with the air conditioning providing a particularly comfortable and cool ambience. The dining table was adorned with several dishes, with steaming white rice still giving off warmth. Ding Yao sat on a genuine leather sofa in the living room, engrossed in a book. Upon noticing her entrance, he closed the book. The girl who had appeared incongruous in a white cotton dress the previous night was now clad in a black t-shirt and jeans, finally resembling a person of this time and place. The garments she wore were excessively loose, yet fortunately, a belt was at her disposal. Tucking her t-shirt into her trousers with a decisive tug, her slender waist appeared as if it could snap with a mere fold. The black attire particularly accentuated her porcelain complexion, reminiscent of fresh snow. Ding Yao had not invited her to take a seat, leaving Han Yanyan to stand before him. As Ding Yao closed his book, his gaze audaciously roamed over her, while Han Yanyan cast her eyes downward. After a considerable pause, Ding Yao seemed satisfied and inquired, "Are you hungry? Let us dine." "Thank you, but there is no need," Han Yanyan replied, lifting her gaze. "I am already full." Ding Yao appeared somewhat taken aback. Han Yanyan continued, "I traded ice with the people on the third floor in exchange for food." Ding Yao raised an eyebrow. "There is no need for such hardship. You may remain in this room and continue living as you did before." He presented his terms: disregard others and simply ensure my own contentment. This proposal sounded far more generous than the previous day's offer of either 5 or 4 individuals, already a dream for many women on the third floor. Qi Tongtong longed to be the sole woman in Ding Yao's life. However, Han Yanyan had forged within herself a persona of stubbornness, resilience, and unyielding strength, one that was ever evolving. She raised her gaze, her eyes resolute, and declared, "I am here to join the search team." Ding Yao nodded nonchalantly, responding, "Very well. The search team departs at 7 tomorrow morning. You may accompany us from the base." Han Yanyan expressed her gratitude and then inquired if she might take her leave. Upon receiving Ding Yao's consent, she turned to depart. Ding Yao's voice was soft, his expression unyielding yet gentle, and his demeanor remarkably easygoing. However, in his presence, Han Yanyan felt an involuntary tension enveloping her entire being. It was only after she exited the room and reached the elevator, when that penetrating gaze receded, that her shoulders finally relaxed. The following day, she rose early and, with a tattered bag containing some provisions, set out. She encountered Qi Tongtong, who was on her way to breakfast. "Are you truly heading to the search team?" Qi Tongtong inquired, her eyes wide with surprise. Do you think I could exchange a lie for a bun? I haven't had breakfast yet, Han Yanyan teased. Typically, she was not a particularly talkative individual. Yet for reasons unknown, she found herself enjoying light banter with Qi Tongtong, perhaps due to a serendipitous connection. In the face of such candidness, Han Yanyan did not hesitate to express her gratitude. Thank you. They parted ways on the first floor, with Qi Tongtong heading to the dining hall, now referred to as the canteen, while Han Yanyan made her way outside. Hey, Qi Tongtong called after her. Han Yanyan smiled and turned to continue on her path. 009 Han Yanyan set out on an empty stomach. It was not that she lacked food. The previous night, she had traversed from room to room, peddling her ice in exchange for some sustenance, which had afforded her a reasonably filling dinner. However, upon hearing that the search team would provide a meal, she had opted to forego breakfast, saving her provisions for nourishment outside. The search team, it was said, only received one meal a day, with the rest reliant on personal means. The outside world was fraught with peril, and those who could sustain themselves would undoubtedly possess greater combat efficacy. Thus, Han Yanyan conserved her food for the purpose of fortifying herself for the battles ahead. She had rebuffed Ding Yao twice, and this time, she received no special treatment. Sun Lijun gestured towards a truck for her. Han Yanyan silently climbed onto the empty vehicle. The courtyard buzzed with a cacophony of activity, chaotic yet organized. Men, laden with backpacks and armed, climbed aboard. The original canopy of the truck's rear compartment was tattered and riddled with holes. A layer of protection made from iron bars had been welded outside, resembling a large iron cage, complete with a door. Seated within the cage, Han Yanyan peered through the torn fabric of the canopy and instantly spotted Ding Yao. Dressed in a fitted black combat uniform, his well-defined muscles were strikingly apparent. Camouflage pants enveloped his long legs, and combat boots thudded against the ground, exuding an imposing aura. Amidst the crowd, this man possessed an extraordinary allure. A nearby individual handed him a tactical vest, which he donned. Yet his gaze abruptly shifted towards the truck where Han Yanyan sat. A jolt of awareness coursed through her, prompting an instinctive movement to evade the gaping hole the size of a basketball, thus avoiding his scrutiny. By the time she regained her composure to look again, Ding Yao had already approached an off-road vehicle, casting no further glance in her direction. Whether it was mere coincidence remained uncertain. As the convoy reached the city gate square, search team members who had been waiting there surged forward. Initially, Han Yanyan's truck contained only her and 4 members of the combat team. But now it was half filled with people. In the sweltering summer heat, the air became suffocating. Han Yanyan instinctively shifted further inside, turning her head away. Through the hole in the shed, she caught sight of Ding Yao. He sat in the passenger seat of an off-road vehicle, lowering the window and extending his hand outside, flicking the ash from his cigarette. The gesture was quite graceful. Just as Han Yanyan thought this, the man, who had originally been facing away from her, suddenly turned his head, his gaze piercing like an arrow. Ding Yao stared at the truck for a few moments before beckoning someone over. Han Yanyan scrutinized the individuals who had just boarded the vehicle. These were the search team members that Qi Tongtong had mentioned, mostly ordinary people or those with minimal abilities. Yet, each of them wielded weapons. Some carried wooden sticks, others iron rods, and a few had kitchen knives tucked at their waists, among various other armaments. Unable to resist, Han Yanyan touched the fruit knife in her pocket. It was merely a small knife, procured during a night market visit, and in comparison to the others' weapons, hers was distinctly inadequate. Once they reached their destination, she would have to devise a way to find a more suitable weapon. As she pondered this, the vehicle jolted, and a robust young man climbed onto the truck bed, half of his body exposed. Dressed in a tactical vest, he was clearly a member of the team. His eyes scanned the interior and, upon spotting Han Yanyan, brightened. Hey, you. Yes, you beautiful. Han Yanyan regarded him warily, but the young man, grinning broadly, drew a machete from his waist, reversing the handle towards her. This is for you. It was a timely gift indeed. Han Yanyan understood that she was about to venture into a perilous environment. Without hesitation, amidst the envious glances of others, she rose to accept the knife, expressing her gratitude to the young man. The young man flashed a grin and leaped down. Han Yanyan turned her head, her fingertips gliding over the edge of the machete, a subtle smile gracing her lips. Upon lifting her gaze, she noticed several individuals in the vehicle staring intently at her. The majority of the occupants were men, with the exception of Han Yanyan and a stout woman whose complexion was a sickly yellow. A closer inspection revealed that her robust appearance stemmed from a large bone structure. as she was, in fact, quite slender. In contrast, Han Yanyan radiated youth and beauty, her skin so delicate it seemed capable of yielding droplets of water. Visually, she was striking. However, only a few members of the combat team, upon boarding, could not help but cast a glance in her direction, after which they collectively averted their eyes. The later arrivals appeared entirely indifferent to her allure. In truth, their focus was not on her face, but rather on the machete she possessed, an evident weapon of considerable quality. In a world rife with zombies, a fine blade could signify the hope of survival. These individuals were not concerned with Han Yanyan's beauty. They were all struggling beneath the threshold of basic sustenance, lacking the energy to indulge in desires beyond mere survival. What they sought was the slightest glimmer of hope for life. The members of the combat team donned matching tactical vests, and it was apparent that Han Yanyan, too, was a search team member, albeit one who appeared both delicate and frail. Some harbored a glint of menace in their eyes, while others fidgeted restlessly. Han Yanyan would wager that had there not been several team members present in the vehicle, someone would have already risen to seize her weapon. This indeed was a world starkly different from the one in which she had lived. Previously, Han Yanyan had heard that the Thunder Brigade provided their search team members with a daily meal. This so-called meal was merely a steamed bun. At the base where the Thunder Brigade was stationed, the former garden was now sown with wheat, and the once picturesque fountain pool was cultivated with rice. These crops did not grow naturally, but were tended to by wood-type supernatural beings. Han Yanyan had heard from Chi Tong that these wood-type abilities were quite formidable. The wheat and rice could be harvested once a week. Thus, the food that Chi Tong and her companions consumed was genuine sustenance, such as rice and steamed buns, while the men provided them with items like biscuits and beef jerky, which they reserved as supplies, utilizing them as currency. After distributing a steamed bun to each person, the convoy set off. Han Yanyan, having been hungry all morning, took a bite of her bun. Upon looking up, she noticed that no one else was eating. There were still several hours left on the road. Better to save it for later, a weary-looking middle-aged man murmured. Han Yanyan then understood, thanked him, took a couple more bites to appease her hunger, and stowed away the remaining half of the bun in her backpack. The convoy rumbled out of the city gates. These gates had been installed later. The ancient city wall, once merely a tourist attraction, had long lost its original significance and thus had no grand entrance. However, after the outbreak of zombies, survivors retreated into the old city, relying on the ancient walls for survival, which led to the reinstallation of the gates, breathing new life into the ancient structure. Although Han Yanyan possessed information about this world in her mind, such knowledge was rather superficial compared to the vividness of first-hand experience. Upon exiting the city gates, she gazed through the holes in the car shed. Beyond the city walls lay Nanling, which appeared far more modern than the dilapidated old town within. Numerous tall buildings stood, yet they were in a state of disrepair, devoid of human presence. The shop doors along the roadside stood ajar, or their glass windows shattered. Peering inside revealed nothing but emptiness, clearly stripped bare long ago. Occasionally, a solitary figure could be spotted on the street, each one a scavenger. The so-called search teams were, in essence, merely groups of scavengers. However, Han Yanyan had yet to encounter any zombies. Upon arriving in this apocalyptic world, her primary curiosities were the abilities of the supernatural and the presence of zombies. She had already witnessed the former and now sought the latter. Yet, as she traversed beyond the city gates, aside from the occasional wandering scavenger, no zombies came into view. Although survivors predominantly resided within the old town's walls, the zombies had largely been eradicated throughout Nanling. Eventually, Han Yanyan, like others, closed her eyes to rest. Rising early had taken its toll, and before long, she succumbed to slumber. Suddenly, she was jolted awake by an unusual sound. Her heart tightened, stirring her from sleep. This abrupt awakening, a common phenomenon, left her feeling unsettled. Enduring the discomfort, Han Yanyan inquired, "What was that sound?" The person beside her glanced her way, perplexed. "Huh?" She pressed on, "What is making that noise?" The sound she heard was strange, neither distinctly human nor animal. The others in the vehicle regarded her with incredulous expressions. In an instant, realization dawned upon Han Yanyan, prompting her to turn and peer through the hole in the car shed. The decaying, sluggish zombies were in pursuit of the convoy. Han Yanyan held her breath, for she had finally encountered a true zombie. This world was undeniably different from the one she knew. It was an apocalyptic realm, reminiscent of a novel. These zombies were ordinary creatures, their speed comparable to that of humans, perhaps even a tad slower, ensuring they could not catch up to the convoy. The convoy showed no intention of pausing for them. Having passed several town-like places without stopping, they had only halted 2 or 3 times, allowing everyone to disembark to address their physiological needs and stretch their limbs. Although the scouting team included a few women, Han Yanyan stood out as the sole young and beautiful presence, making her conspicuously noticeable. She took out the remaining half of her steamed bun, munching on it while gazing outside the vehicle. Just as she bit into it, a zombie emerged from the thicket beside a tree, lunging toward the nearest person. Han Yanyan's pupils constricted. No one screamed or panicked. The individual closest to the zombie merely stumbled in surprise. A nearby companion swiftly kicked the disoriented zombie to the ground, and someone else smashed its skull with an iron rod, ensuring its demise. The members of the combat team barely lifted a finger. It was all over in the blink of an eye, a routine event for the onlookers. Han Yanyan lowered her gaze and continued to chew on her cold bun, relieved that she had been chewing at the moment of the incident. Otherwise, she could not guarantee she would have refrained from crying out. No matter how many films she had watched or how much virtual reality she had experienced, when faced with the reality of a zombie before her, the primal fear inherent in humanity seized her mind. This was unacceptable. With only a few minutes remaining before departure, Han Yanyan abruptly stowed away the remaining piece of steamed bun, leaped from the vehicle, and brandished her machete, bringing it down upon the head of the lifeless zombie on the ground. The onlookers stared at her in bewilderment. The creature was already deceased. What purpose did this serve? Ding Yao was huddled with several men, sharing a cigarette. One of them exclaimed, "What is wrong with that woman?" Ding Yao, perched upon a barrier, fiddled with his lighter and glanced over, remarking, "She's just finding her rhythm." Huh. Without further explanation, Ding Yao pocketed the lighter and rose, commanding, "Form up, let's move." The convoy set off once more. By the time they reached Ehai City, it was already afternoon. The convoy rumbled into the city, with zombies emerging from every corner, pursuing them relentlessly. Gradually, they formed a horde at the rear of the convoy. On the road, Han Yanyan practiced her skill on the fallen zombies, finding her footing and overcoming her initial revulsion. One could say her adaptability was remarkable. However, upon witnessing the throngs of zombies trailing behind the truck, she could almost smell the stench of decay, and an involuntary shiver ran down her spine, her breathing growing heavier. The convoy made a circuitous route, entering a narrow, straight road, and suddenly slowed to a halt. Han Yanyan's vehicle was at the tail end of the procession, and she watched helplessly as the horde of zombies drew nearer. Her heart thundered in her chest, her mouth dry, and an adrenaline rush coursed through her veins. She drew the machete tightly in her grasp, only to discover that the 4 members of the team in the vehicle remained utterly indifferent. The other search team members appeared somewhat anxious, yet they did not panic. Was there some form of preparation or contingency plan of which she was unaware? As these thoughts lingered, a violet electric net materialized between the last truck and the horde of zombies, crackling with sparks as it pressed towards the undead. In a moment of disorientation, Han Yanyan recalled the laser grid from the film Resident Evil 1, which instantaneously sliced through anything in its path. Jumping down from the truck, she stood at its rear, staring vacantly at the nearly 100-meter-long pile of zombie corpses on the road, even catching a whiff of a scent reminiscent of barbecued meat. The sight had rendered her speechless, leaving only 2 words echoing in her mind: utterly impressive. With the machete in hand, Han Yanyan cautiously traversed the street. She noticed a shop and contemplated entering, only to see a fellow search team member dash inside before her, prompting her to abandon the idea and continue forward. The convoy would remain here until evening. As she wielded her blade, she felt a zombie that emerged from around the corner, feeling a twinge of regret. Ding Yao was truly formidable. The man's strength exceeded her expectations. She had requested the electronic voice for a stunning appearance, and it granted her a discount. She had asked for overwhelming combat prowess, and once again, the electronic voice complied with the concession. That day, she relentlessly wielded her extraordinary abilities until she lost consciousness, compelling herself to transcend her limits. Upon awakening the following day, her body ached intolerably, the after effects unmistakable. Yet, her powers had indeed strengthened since her arrival in this world. Although she was not exceptionally formidable, she possessed an edge. According to the information relayed by the electronic voice, as long as she continued to train vigorously, her progress would outpace that of her peers. Given sufficient time, she would gradually grow stronger. It was based on this premonition that when she encountered Ding Yao, she resolved to embody a tenacious and indomitable persona, gradually evolving in strength to ultimately stand alongside him in battle. In her previous writings, protagonists who exhibited growth were most lauded. She aspired to captivate Ding Yao through her relentless development, hoping he would overlook her alluring exterior and fall in love with her unyielding spirit. How utterly foolish. She had mistakenly believed herself to be exceptional. Upon witnessing Ding Yao eliminate an entire street of zombies with a mere electric net, she realized her own shortcomings. He was the true prodigy, to an extent that left her feeling inadequate. How could she possibly fight alongside him? Cursed be her thoughts. Han Yanyan pondered with a grim expression, uncertain if it was too late to amend her character arc. Should she seize the moment to approach Ding Yao with a more delicate and alluring demeanor, would it render her less worthy? The environment around her allowed no room for such idle musings. Gripping her knife tightly, Han Yanyan remained vigilant of her surroundings. As she journeyed forth, she initially accompanied a group of several individuals, who gradually dispersed, each instinctively claiming their own territory. Being new to this world, she lacked experience and found that all the accessible areas had already been commandeered by others, compelling her to venture further afield. During her time with this group, she had dispatched a number of zombies and had now nearly acclimated to her new reality. Since the moment she disembarked, she had kept a piece of steamed bun in her mouth, a precaution against any untimely screams upon encountering the undead. After successfully slaying another zombie, she swallowed the now soft bun and entered a small shop, brandishing her knife. The shop was in disarray, clearly having been rummaged through, for the outbreak of the zombie virus had persisted for several years. Nevertheless, Han Yanyan managed to locate some provisions, a lighter, and, most unexpectedly, sanitary napkins. The latter had completely slipped her mind until she spotted them on the shelf, prompting her to quickly shove several packs into her backpack. However, these items occupied considerable space. Though light, they filled her bag to the brim. Han Yanyan then discovered several storage bags, folding them neatly to stow away for future use. She rummaged through the small shop and, in the back storage area, uncovered some food items, but primarily gathered essential supplies such as underwear and bras. Today, Han Yanyan had savored a steamed bun, which made her realize that the Nanling city, not to mention the management committee, could indeed facilitate production. Even the Thunder Brigade could cultivate wheat and rice. She simply needed to devise a strategy, whether by selling ice or resorting to more dubious means. She would always find a way to procure food. In contrast, some non-essential daily necessities are exceedingly difficult to procure in Nanling City. She arrived in this world empty-handed, and to this day, the undergarments she wears are the very same. When Han Yanyan departed from the store, her backpack had already swelled with her acquisitions. Her movements were now more agile than when she first began, having acquired some experience. Han Yanyan did not anticipate the overwhelming number of zombies within the building. Her current abilities lacked lethality, relying solely on a machete for defense. Ultimately, she found herself cornered in the hallway, as a horde of zombies stretched their arms towards her. With nowhere to escape, she was forced to confront the end of the corridor, unable to evade or strike back effectively. She had been pushed from the second floor all the way to the fifth, and her stamina was beginning to wane. In this life and death moment, Han Yanyan clenched her teeth and activated her powers. Her water abilities were utterly ineffective against the zombies, and her ice powers had yet to reach a level capable of offensive action. Thus, she summoned her ice abilities, enveloping her body in a thin layer of ice. The approaching horde of zombies suddenly slowed, appearing bewildered as if they had lost their prey, and Han Yanyan knew she had made the right gamble. The zombies in this world were described much like those in the apocalyptic novels she had previously read. These creatures lacked vision but were acutely sensitive to the scent of blood, body heat, and sound. It was her inadvertent kick of a fallen fire extinguisher down the stairs on the second floor that had alerted the entire building's zombies. Now, Han Yanyan stood pressed against the wall, most of her body cloaked in a thin layer of ice. While she fashioned an ice mask over her face to trap the warmth of her breath, she remained silent and emitted no warmth, rendering her invisible to the zombies. The creatures halted their assault, swaying in confusion before gradually dispersing. Covered in a thin layer of ice, Han Yanyan cautiously maneuvered down the stairs, inching along the wall. On the second floor, she remembered to retrieve her storage bag, taking it with her as she exited the building. Once outside, she firmly closed the door, securing it with a stick wedged into the doorknob, effectively barricading it. Should anyone approach, they would surmise the presence of danger within. The door, made of wood, featured glass panels, through which Han Yanyan glimpsed her assailant approaching from behind. In a swift motion, she evaded, but the stick intended for her head struck her shoulder instead. This was not a mere playful scuffle. It was a blow imbued with malice and intent to kill, leaving Han Yanyan to suspect that her shoulder blade might have fractured. The assailant reached out to grasp her, but only managed to snag her backpack. As Han Yanyan flung the bag away, she lost her footing and tumbled down the steps. Fortunately, the stairs outside the building consisted of only 3 steps, a relatively modest height. The man, his features obscured by ice, emitted a muffled grunt. Han Yanyan kicked him away, attempting to rise and flee, but he had already peeled away the thin layer of ice from his face, swiftly seizing her. With one hand, he brandished a machete, aiming a deadly strike towards her face. In that critical moment, Han Yanyan grasped the machete with both hands. Luckily, as they both lay half-reclined on the ground, the range of his swing was limited, and the force of the blow was insufficient to sever her hand. Yet, the excruciating pain caused her vision to blur. At the brink of life and death, a surge of strength erupted within her. The white ice began to spread from the blade held in Han Yanyan's palm, encasing the man's wrists and arms up to the elbows. This time, the ice was not the thin layer hastily formed earlier, it was far thicker and sturdier. Yet, the man struggled against her, and Han Yanyan heard a faint cracking sound. Gritting her teeth, she channeled her powers, reinforcing the ice around his elbows. At that moment, his arms were momentarily immobilized in this position, relying solely on his weight to press against Han Yanyan, unable to wield the blade with strength. Seizing this fleeting opportunity, Han Yanyan steadied the mountain-cutting knife with her left hand while her right hand delved into her pocket to retrieve a fruit knife. This was no jest or playful skirmish. It was a matter of life and death. She plunged the fruit knife into the man's neck, withdrew it, then stabbed again. And again. The consequence of the ruptured carotid artery was not mere bleeding, but a violent spurt. The blood was warm, briny, and pungent. This sensation was entirely different from slaying zombies. Han Yanyan had killed a man. For a long time. Han Yanyan had believed that perhaps she had become warped from prolonged seclusion. She enjoyed various dark and intense narratives, including novels, dramas, and films, even adopting different pen names to craft her own tales filled with macabre violence. Even while traversing the path of slaughtering zombies moments ago, she felt an exhilarating thrill, akin to someone long suppressed finally breaking free to revel in ecstasy. Now, Han Yanyan could finally affirm that she was not deviant. She was, in truth, a normal human being. Han Yanyan pushed the man's lifeless body away from herself, using her feet to shuffle backward until her lower back pressed against the steps. His eyes remained wide open, unyielding in death. Perhaps he had underestimated her, believing that dealing with a frail woman would be effortless, not realizing that she possessed extraordinary abilities. Though her powers were insufficient for offensive action, they ultimately claimed his life, leaving him unwilling to accept his fate. The calm and composure she had exhibited since arriving in this world evaporated, shattering the image of a resilient young girl. Han Yanyan now felt an overwhelming urge to scream and weep. Her hands trembled, not only from the lingering fear, but also due to the flesh of her palms having torn, exposing bone. Yet, Han Yanyan still retained a semblance of rationality. She attempted to rise, but collapsed once more. Her legs had turned to jelly, and she considered it fortunate that she had not soiled herself. The aftermath of the adrenal surge left her body weak and feeble once the tension subsided. With no other option, she braced herself on her palms and crawled toward the corpse. Her weapon remained clutched in the hands of the deceased, frozen in a macabre embrace. At that moment, Han Yanyan recognized that this man had been a passenger in the same truck as her. After disembarking, the members of the Thunder Brigade had assigned directions, with each truck heading toward a different destination, and those from the same vehicle searching in unison. She recalled that this man had entered a building earlier, effectively claiming a space, which had prompted her to venture further afield in search of her own territory. She had never anticipated that he would follow her, nor could she have imagined his murderous intent. She found it difficult to comprehend the reason behind this. What could possibly warrant such malevolence directed towards her? Han Yanyan, in a state of distress, crawled forward, attempting to grasp the machete, but her injury prevented her from securing it, causing it to slip from her grasp once more. Taking a deep breath, she prepared to reach for the blade again, when, suddenly, she froze. Han Yanyan swiftly turned her head. There, atop the wall, stood Ding Yao, gazing down at her with an air of superiority. How long had he been there? Had he witnessed everything? Her mind swirled with tumultuous thoughts, yet upon seeing Ding Yao, a wave of relief washed over her entire being. In that moment, she knew that even if a horde of zombies were to descend upon her, she would not perish. As the tension within her dissipated, she collapsed onto the ground, gasping for breath. To hell with her strong, independent persona. Han Yanyan could no longer hold on. Ding Yao nimbly leaped down from the wall. He approached Han Yanyan and crouched down to inspect her hands. The palms were covered with a thin, translucent layer of ice, revealing a glimpse of raw flesh and bone beneath. Ding Yu nodded slightly, assuring her, "It's nothing." After speaking, he stood up and reached for the machete. The moment his fingers brushed against the blade, it vanished. Han Yanyan recalled that in addition to his lightning abilities, he was also a spatial ability user. Ding Yao then collected the man's backpack, as well as Han Yanyan's bag and storage pouch, into his spatial realm. Turning around, he found Han Yanyan already leaning against the flower bed by the steps, unsteadily rising to her feet. Ding Yao cast her a glance and said, "Let us go." Han Yanyan nodded in response. As Ding Yao took a few steps forward, a sudden thud resounded behind them. Turning her head, Han Yanyan sat back down on the ground, her legs trembling. "Is it your first time killing someone?" Ding Yao inquired. He had witnessed her dispatching zombies with remarkable ferocity, showing no fear. Yet he was surprised that taking a human life would affect her so profoundly. Han Yanyan's face turned as pale as a sheet as she nodded. "You'll get accustomed to it," Ding Yao reassured her, extending his hand. She reached out, and he grasped her hand with a grip as powerful as a vice, pulling her up effortlessly. As she attempted to steady him, Ding Yao bent down and lifted her by the legs, hoisting her up with ease. Caught off guard, she found herself upside down, gasping in surprise before quickly covering her mouth. Two zombies, alerted by the sound, staggered towards them, only to be obliterated by two bolts of purple lightning, reducing them to charred remnants on the ground. Han Yanyan felt a wave of relief wash over her. With him around, safety was assured. The sun hung low in the western sky, signaling that it was nearly time to regroup. Carrying Han Yanyan, Ding Yao strode purposefully toward the convoy. As she watched the ground rush by beneath her, dizziness overtook her, compelling her to shut her eyes. She couldn't help but ponder Ding Yao's words about becoming accustomed to it. Could one truly acclimate to taking a life? Had Ding Yao killed many before? Suddenly, she opened her eyes and asked, "Mr. Ding, why did that person want to kill me? You were laden with bags, looking as if you had struck gold. If I had encountered you, I would have seized the opportunity as well," Ding Yao replied nonchalantly. So, it was as simple as that. Such trivial reasons could justify murder. Han Yanyan let out a bitter smile. How naive of her to believe she had a profound understanding of the world. In reality, she was merely a sweet, unsuspecting girl. Sensing her frustration, Ding Yao suddenly remarked, "Your fighting spirit is commendable." This seemingly out-of-context statement was, in fact, a genuine compliment. It also made Han Yanyan realize that Ding Yao had witnessed her entire struggle with that man. He had refrained from intervening, choosing instead to observe with a detached demeanor. Perhaps he was confident in his ability to rescue her at the most critical moment, or maybe her fate was of no consequence to him. Yet, there was a more intriguing possibility. He was drawn to her, but refrained from claiming her, finding the notion of taming her like a wild horse far more captivating. Han Yanyan leaned towards this latter interpretation, for the man stood nearby, passively allowing her to face hardship. She tilted her head upwards, catching sight of Ding Yao's broad shoulders. Quite well. Although the situation had encountered minor setbacks, it was unexpectedly progressing in a favorable direction. Ding Yao's unwavering gaze upon her indicated that he indeed held an interest in her. This unforeseen twist provided the stubborn girl with an opportunity to soften her stance. Moving forward, regardless of the notion of becoming stronger, she would simply embrace her freedom. She had not come to this world merely to survive. Her true purpose was to win over Ding Yao. She must not lose sight of that objective. "Li Jun, come over and tend to her," she commanded. Ding Yao, carrying Han Yanyan, strode purposefully towards his off-road vehicle, opening the rear door and placing her inside. Sun Li Jun hurried over and exclaimed, "What happened here? Who is so oblivious?" The wound was evidently inflicted by a human rather than a zombie, whether it was an attempt at assault or robbery. The perpetrator had targeted a woman associated with Boss Dang, and she was likely already beyond this world. Sun Li Jun observed a moment of silence for the unfortunate soul. Han Yanyan once again marveled at Sun Li Jun's prowess. The grievous injury, deep enough to expose bone, healed in mere moments, leaving no trace of a scar. She gazed at her pristine palms, exhaling a long breath. Ding Yao took a seat in the passenger side and tossed her 2 pieces of clothing, instructing her to change. Han Yanyan's attire was soaked in blood, the stench of which would surely attract zombies. Clutching the garments, she looked at Ding Yao. Sun Lijun, perceptive as ever, had already taken his leave, waving off 2 team members stationed by the vehicle. The vicinity of the off-road vehicle was deserted. Han Yanyan hid in the back seat to change, shielded from prying eyes, save for Ding Yao's gaze. Through the rearview mirror, she caught a glimpse of his eyes, which were fixed upon her. Their silent exchange lasted a fleeting second before she slightly turned, raising her hand to remove the bloodstained t-shirt. Ding Yao watched through the mirror, taking in her delicate shoulders and slender waist, seemingly illuminated in the dimly lit cabin. Her skin glowed ethereally, and her lowered lashes, paired with a restrained expression, evoked a sense of delight in the man. She skillfully maintained her composure, prompting Ding Yao to lower his head and light a cigarette. Han Yanyan swiftly changed out of her bloodied clothes, balling them up. She hesitated, on the verge of speaking. Ding Yao, with a cigarette pinched between his fingers, turned his head to address her. "You sit in this vehicle." Han Yanyan fell silent. The sun had already dipped low in the west, and the convoy had reached the scheduled departure time. No one else boarded Ding Yao's vehicle. Han Yanyan occupied the back seat alone, opting to lie down and rest. Although the fierce struggle had not lasted long, it had nearly drained her physical strength. More concerning than her fatigue was the profound mental exhaustion that enveloped her. Reclining in the rear, with her head positioned towards the driver's side, she caught a glimpse of Ding Yao's profile. The dim light obscured the finer details, presenting merely a silhouette, a straight nose, and a strong jawline. Occasionally, he would turn his head to cast a fleeting glance her way, his deep, luminous eyes causing her breath to hitch. This man, did she possess the ability to make him fall in love with her? Han Yanyan felt a flicker of uncertainty. As she lay in the back, she listened to Ding Yao conversing in hushed tones with the driver. Their destination was a certain factory on the outskirts of Yihai City, discussing the distance remaining and the time it would take. Unbeknownst to her, she drifted into slumber. She awoke with a start when the vehicle came to a stop. Darkness had enveloped the outside world, illuminated only by the convoy's headlights. The engines had quieted, and as she sat up, she realized they had exited the urban area, surrounded by indistinct buildings that appeared low, resembling factories. This indeed was an industrial zone. Recalling the conversation between Ding Yao and the driver, she remembered that their purpose for this trip was to procure machinery from the factory. "Stay in the car," Ding Yao instructed Han Yanyan, then turned to the driver, "Keep an eye on her." The driver nodded in acknowledgement, but did not exit the vehicle. Ding Yao stepped out alone. Through the window, Han Yanyan observed the Thunder Warriors assembling, while the search team remained aboard the truck, which was fortified with iron cages for their protection. "What are they planning to do?" Han Yanyan inquired, then fell silent, watching intently. Ding Yao led his team into the shadowy factory. Soon, a cacophony of sounds erupted. Zombie shrieks mingled with gunfire and explosions. Despite the considerable distance and the barriers of the factory walls and buildings, the noises penetrated the air, faint yet undeniable. A particularly intense commotion arose, only to be followed by an eerie stillness. After a while, the factory was suddenly illuminated. "Look, it's fine. They've found the backup power," the driver remarked, lighting a cigarette. Seemingly unperturbed. Yet, Han Yanyan felt an unsettling dread at the zombies' howls, which seemed markedly different from those she had encountered during the day. The driver listened intently for a moment before exclaiming, "Damn, there must be at least 3 mutated zombies." "No, 4? The driver was an unremarkable middle-aged man. As Han Yanyan gazed at the back of his head, she sensed that he had a story to tell. Shi Tongtong had a story, as did Zhao Yuxuan. Sun Lijun and Old Zhang were also individuals with tales of their own. The person she had killed undoubtedly had a story too. Everyone possessed a narrative, and the intertwining of their stories formed the tapestry of this world. Han Yanyan reflected on her purpose in this realm, to weave together her story with Ding Yao's, to satisfy the electronic voice. The entire clearing process spanned over 2 hours. At last, a member of the team emerged, fully opening the factory gates and signaling to the others. The convoy, parked in the open expanse, ignited one by one, sequentially guiding their vehicles into the factory premises. Whereupon the search team disembarked. A member of the combat team approached and declared, "Tomorrow we commence work. For today, that is all. Find your own places to rest in the dormitory building." Adjacent to the factory stood a 4-story building, identified by the individual as the dormitory. Accompanied by a member of the combat team, the search team, in a throng, entered the building in search of rooms to sleep. Han Yanyan lingered for a moment, not following the crowd. The driver of Ding Yao approached, briskly holding a walkie-talkie. The boss requests your presence. Han Yanyan followed him into the dormitory building, ascending to the 4th floor. This dormitory bore resemblance to a university residence, with rooms outfitted with iron-framed bunk beds. Some spacious areas could accommodate 20 to 30 individuals. Han Yanyan noticed Sun Lijun in the corridor, tending to the wounds of others. The injured grimaced in pain, cursing aloud. Damn it. These zombies have trapped us in the factory, gnawing on one another, birthing over a dozen mutated zombies. It's like raising a cursed creature. It's utterly absurd. The 4th floor rooms differed from those below. Peering through an open door revealed proper accommodations, featuring memory foam beds, tables, and chairs, likely reserved for the factory management. Ding Yao selected the room at the end of the corridor. I have a meeting. There's food inside. Help yourself, he stated, designating that room for their stay. After a brief glance at her, he departed downstairs. Han Yanyan entered the room, a simple yet tidy space, furnished with a double memory foam bed adorned with clean sheets, presumably brought from Ding Yao's quarters. A desk stood by the bedside, holding a food container. Han Yanyan opened the lunchbox, revealing 4 steamed buns within. On the table lay an opened can of meat. She understood that tonight, she would be sharing this room with Ding Yao. Grasping a bun, she took a hearty bite. Han Yanyan did not possess a watch and was unaware of the exact time. However, she roughly estimated it to be around 10 o'clock in the evening. Hunger gnawed at her fiercely. Originally, her backpack contained provisions, but Ding Yao had confiscated them. While waiting for the team to clear the area in the vehicle, the driver had given her a sausage to stave off her hunger. Now, her appetite surged as she devoured 2 buns. She turned off the light and stood by the window, munching on buns filled with meat while gazing down at the figures below. The scene outside was shrouded in darkness, illuminated only by a single lamp at the entrance. The team members congregated in the open space, with Ding Yao addressing them. The content of his speech was indistinct, likely pertaining to a meeting, as he had mentioned. Han Yanyan consumed an entire can of meat with the aid of 2 buns, her stomach swelling with satisfaction. She even licked her fingers clean, an act she would have deemed beneath her in the past. Yet, having been in this world for 3 days, she had only feasted on meat on the first day. Yesterday and today, she had subsisted on broken biscuits and cold buns. In this moment, if Ding Yao were present, she would likely acquiesce to any demand he made, all for the sake of that can of meat. She was not yet truly acquainted with the depths of hunger. Reflecting upon those who were emaciated, with sunken cheeks and eyes gleaming with a greenish hue, Han Yanyan began to comprehend the plight of women who would barter their dignity for mere biscuits. However, as she surveyed the modest confines of the room, a tinge of disappointment washed over her at the thought that her first encounter with Ding Yao would transpire under such rudimentary circumstances. Women are often driven by sentiment. Even if her aim was to win over Ding Yao, she wished for conditions that were not so dismal. Yet, she understood that Ding Yao did not intend to wait. Unlike women, men seldom yearn for a romantic setting for such matters. They prefer immediate satisfaction of their needs when the desire arises. The glance Ding Yao cast upon her prior to descending the stairs conveyed this unspoken understanding. He intended to share her bed that very night. Setting aside Ding Yao, fear is an innate human instinct, as is desire. At times, the latter can effectively assuage the former. Suddenly, a knock echoed at the door, and shortly thereafter, Ding Yao's driver pushed the door open, inquiring, "Why is the light off?" Han Yanyan replied, "It attracts mosquitoes," as she moved to switch on the light. The driver then asked, "Have you eaten?" "I have finished," she responded. They had prepared the boiler and water tank, allowing for a shower. The driver informed her that the bathroom was down the hall, shared among occupants. They had already bathed, and there were no women on this floor, so she could wait until they were done. This was indeed good news. At least her first encounter with Ding Yao would not be marred by the stench of sweat. Once the driver departed, Han Yanyan turned to discover a towel and toiletries placed upon the bed. It seems that everything is carried by Ding Yao. Indeed, there is no ability more convenient than spatial manipulation. One cannot help but feel envious. With nothing else to occupy her time, and while waiting, Han Yanyan turned off the lights and leaned against the window, gazing downwards. The sounds below wafted upwards, indistinct and unclear. The members of the battle team had dispersed. Yet Ding Yao remained, engaged in conversation with a few who stayed behind. The men lit their cigarettes, and from her vantage point, Han Yanyan could not discern their faces clearly, only the flickering of orange-red embers. Yet, she could distinctly sense which one was Ding Yao, even from 4 stories high. His aura was palpable. The men were taking quick showers, as was customary during the sweltering summer, where everyone was drenched in sweat. Moreover, some bore the stains of blood, whether their own or someone else's, and it was safer to wash it away thoroughly. They moved with remarkable speed. Han Yanyan did not wait long. While Ding Yao continued conversing downstairs, the driver, with damp hair, knocked at the door. "All right, you may go wash up now." Han Yanyan responded affirmatively, but remained still. At that moment, a burst of laughter erupted from the men below, and she vaguely caught the mention of the word beauty. She observed Ding Yao abruptly glance upwards towards her. It seemed that everyone was aware that Ding Yao would be spending the night with her, prompting their teasing. Han Yanyan's lips twitched slightly as she gathered her towel and toiletries and proceeded to the communal bathing area. The bathing facility was located at the end of the corridor, featuring 2 rows of compartments, 6 in each row, totaling 12 compartments, separated by a long wooden bench in the center. Each compartment was equipped with an old-fashioned double-spring wooden door, installed at knee height. Han Yanyan removed her clothing and shoes, leaving them on the long wooden bench, and stepped barefoot into the cubicle. Everyone knew she was Ding Yao's woman, so there was no worry of anyone daring to offend her. No one would dare. The switch was turned on, and warm water cascaded from the shower head. It seemed that Ding Yao's subordinates possessed a myriad of talents. These individuals were capable of combat, assassination, and even boiler repairs. Han Yanyan recalled the wheat and rice harvested weekly at the Thunder Base. Ding Yao managed a combat team, transforming it into a self-sufficient micro-society. Even with the paralysis of Namling City, the Thunder team could sustain its independence. As she meticulously rinsed her body, Han Yanyan pondered the true nature of Ding Yao and contemplated how to navigate her relationship with him. Facing the wall, her face tilted upward to let the warm water wash over her, she heard the jarring creak of the spring-loaded wooden door being pushed open behind her. Before she could react, she was enveloped in a powerful embrace. Startled, Han Yanyan turned to see Ding Yao's stern face, her initial tension dissipating in an instant. Ding Yao appeared pleased with her response. He pressed her against the wall and descended to capture her lips with his own. The kiss was fierce and aggressive, a testament to his predatory nature, which suited Han Yanyan perfectly. Suddenly, a faint scream reverberated through the corridor, urgent, brief, and then silenced. 2 team members, who had been resting in the adjacent bathing room, abruptly sat up. Having honed their vigilance for survival in the apocalypse, they exchanged bewildered glances. That sound had been from a woman. Their expressions shifted to one of strange apprehension. Hadn't she just left home? It seemed that the leader had not been restrained these past few days. What on earth had caused such a commotion? That cry of pain just now. It was evident that the girl was suffering. The 2 exchanged glances. Sleep. Yes, sleep, sleep. We have work to do tomorrow. Han Yanyan's nails dug into Ding Yao's flesh, driven by her discomfort. A fleeting glance revealed a trace of crimson seeping along the water, disappearing into the drain beneath the dim light. A virgin? He inquired. This time, her character was almost devoid of definition, allowing her to express herself freely. Han Yanyan had initially relished this freedom, yet she had not anticipated that the electronic voice had prepared a body untouched before. She cursed the ancestors of the electronic voice in her heart, her voice trembling. A sound reminiscent of a sob. Be gentle, it hurts. During the day, when she had taken a life, she had resembled a small beast revealing its fangs. Though not particularly strong, she possessed an undeniable ferocity. In this moment, however, she appeared as fragile as a flower, ready to wither at the slightest rain. Ding Yao recalled how, earlier, she had wielded a small fruit knife with lethal precision into that man's carotid artery. Akin to that very knife piercing Han Yanyan. She had anticipated a passionate encounter of equals, but had misjudged the situation, leading to her complete overpowering. The sounds of her ambivalence, both pleasure and pain, could be faintly discerned amidst the cascading water of the shower. Ding Yao, this man, exhibited no pity for women. As he reached his zenith, surrounded by blinding light, this thought flickered through Han Yanyan's mind. She found her slumber to be quite shallow. As she once again dreamed of swirling sand and stones, an indistinct face and a pair of cold, inhuman eyes, she jolted awake, drenched in cold sweat. Had she awakened? Ding Yao sat at the edge of the bed, dressing himself. Outside, he would not indulge in desire. Last night had been merely a moment of relaxation, a brief respite that left him invigorated and clear-headed. He rose to fasten his trousers and donned a black combat t-shirt, turning to see Han Yanyan sitting up. The towel had slipped, revealing her snow-white skin marked with crimson stains. The girl appeared somewhat dazed, devoid of the fierceness she had exhibited during the act of killing. Evoking memories of her sobs from the previous night, Ding Yao caressed her face and gently urged, "Continue to sleep. We shall depart in the afternoon." Downstairs, a cacophony of noise had already begun. The search team had commenced their work. Ding Yao left Han Yanyan a box of steamed buns and a can of food before descending. Wrapped in her towel, Han Yanyan shifted to the edge of the bed, devouring the bun and savoring the meat. In this apocalyptic world, such a meal was indeed a sumptuous feast to covet. The dormitory was modest in size, with the desk positioned beneath the window and the bed adjacent to it. Han Yanyan craned her neck to observe the scene below. Ding Yao's team had dismantled the machine, and the search team members toiled like diligent worker ants, industriously transporting components. Han Yanyan would wager that most among them were laboring on empty stomachs, eagerly anticipating their single bun at noon. The bun in her hand, filled with meat, suddenly felt extraordinarily precious and fragrant. Han Yanyan mused that the sheets had been shared, and she had now become Ding Yao's woman. It was well, at least being with Ding Yao ensured she had meat to eat. She remained largely ignorant of the man, compelled to linger by his side, gradually uncovering his essence while biding her time. Last night, he appeared quite pleased with her. That electronic voice, devoid of virtue, offered her neither the beauty of a prosperous era nor the allure she sought, yet bestowed upon her a tantalizing physique. Had she foreseen this, she might have opted for a path of seduction from the outset, sparing herself the arduous struggle and the burden of taking lives. The sensation of blood staining her hands was truly abhorrent, akin to embarking on an entirely uncharted journey, devoid of a return path. Han Yanyan chewed the last morsel of meat before swallowing it, her gaze fixed upon the people below, toiling for a mere bun. She possessed a keen awareness of her position as the leader's woman, ensuring not only her own comfort but also evading the need for menial labor. She nestled within this room, refraining from aimless wandering. After all, numerous apocalyptic tales cautioned against venturing out alone, as a lurking zombie might unexpectedly spring forth. Often of a particularly formidable nature, she refrained from courting trouble. She had not come to this world merely to survive. Her purpose was to win over Ding Yao. This reminder echoed within her constantly. Team Thunder, as anticipated, procured the machinery and industrial materials from the warehouse. In the afternoon, the search team disembarked at the city gate square, relinquishing half of their found supplies. Han Yanyan followed Ding Yao as they exited the vehicle. At the lobby's elevator, she hesitated momentarily. Ding Yao resided on the top floor, while her room was situated on the third. Ding Yao lowered his head to light a cigarette, and upon raising it, he caught a glimpse of the hesitation in Han Yanyan's eyes through the mirrored doors of the elevator. He pinched the cigarette between his fingers and turned to her, saying, "Move into my place." Han Yanyan nodded, officially assuming the identity of the boss's woman from that moment onward. Ding Yao's suite resembled a sanctuary from the world that had once been. The sheets and towels were pristine and fresh, the cupboard stocked with provisions, and the shower adorned with an array of high-end toiletries. Ding Yao returned the items that Han Yanyan had scavenged from the outside world, his curiosity piqued by the contents of the 2 large bags she had filled, which had even cost a man's life. Despite having witnessed countless storms and the thin veil between life and death in the apocalypse, Ding Yao could not suppress a twitch at the corner of his eye upon seeing the zipper pulled down, revealing an overflowing stash of sanitary pads, underwear, bras, and skincare products. The man had met an unjust fate. Han Yanyan returned her backpack to Chi Tong Tong, who, upon hearing that she had moved to the top floor, did not hide her envy and resentment. "You must pull me out of this sea of suffering," she urged, gripping Han Yanyan's shoulder, her eyes filled with hope. "I'm counting on you. I'll do my best," Han Yanyan responded, feeling the weight of immense pressure and hesitant to make promises. Ding Yu had indeed become infatuated with this woman, providing her with the finest comforts, allowing her to live as though the apocalypse had never touched them. After Ding Yao allowed Han Yanyan to reside in his apartment, he refrained from seeking the company of other women for 2 consecutive months. Zhang Yuquan finally brought Chi Tong Tong into his room as well. Having escaped the torment of the 3rd floor, Chi Tong Tong was overwhelmed with emotion. "He is truly infatuated with you. Do share some secrets or tricks," she whispered to Han Yanyan. Han Yanyan merely smiled in response. Her advantage lay in the youthful and vibrant body prepared for her by the electronic voice. This was likely what captivated Ding Yao. In this apocalyptic world, While communication had not regressed to mere shouting, entertainment had indeed devolved to physical interactions. The ancient district frequently experienced power and water shortages. For many, the primary evening pastime had become the intimacy of shared beds, especially as the weather grew increasingly chilly. Ding Yao appeared to be in his 30s, though Han Yanyan was uncertain of his true age. Perhaps due to his abilities, his vitality and stamina were astonishingly robust. For him, intimacy was as essential as eating and drinking. Han Yanyan's lips were nourished to a crimson hue, her teeth gleaming white, and her eyes shimmered with a languid allure. Born from an innate sense of comfort, she now lived without worries regarding her basic needs, even more effortlessly than when she had relied on her writing to make a living. Yet, she found no leverage over Ding Yao. While he was enamored with her beauty and physique, he seemed devoid of any inclination towards love. Han Yanyan felt a sense of lethargy in her heart, content to drift along and see where this path might lead. Perhaps, over time, Ding Yao would develop deeper feelings, bringing about a sense of familiarity akin to that of an old married couple. However, this sense of complacency and hope was shattered amidst the heavy snowfall of winter. As survival became increasingly challenging, new women arrived on the third floor. In the desolate world, there are countless women who survive by selling themselves, and those who manage to infiltrate the Thunder Base are invariably beauties. Among them, one stands out with an exceptional allure, surpassing both Han Yanyan and Qi Tongdong in terms of beauty. On a day blanketed by heavy snow, when everyone huddles indoors to escape the cold, Ding Yao finds himself entwined with this woman, awakening Han Yanyan from her languid stupor, akin to a bucket of cold water dousing her spirit. Some men, in whispers, suggest to her that should she need to vacate Ding Yao's suite, they would be eager to take her in, ensuring she does not descend to the third floor of despair. Han Yanyan feels the sting of humiliation, and after much contemplation, she realizes that relying solely on her youthful and delicate physique is insufficient to secure a man like Ding Yao. The notion that he might recognize the brilliance of her soul through physical intimacy appears fraught with peril. Ultimately, Han Yanyan finds herself compelled to lower her pride, grasping once more the resilient persona she had cast aside. What do you intend to do? He raises an eyebrow. To yield, she replies coolly. What do you mean by yield? Ding Yao inquires. With downcast eyes, Han Yanyan responds. Are you not already weary of me and seeking someone new? Men possess an inherent tendency to revel in the jealousy of women, particularly when beautiful women vie for their attention. Even a man like Ding Yao is not exempt from this nature. A slight smile plays at the corners of his mouth as he lazily retorts. What nonsense are you spouting? Han Yanyan opens the wardrobe, organizing her clothes, deliberately ignoring the impractical yet beautiful garments, focusing instead on the more functional attire. I will not argue with you. She deliberately averted her gaze from Ding Yao, calmly stating that it was merely a matter of time. By the way, could you possibly provide me with a gun? Before Han Yanyan could finish her sentence, Ding Yao scooped her up and tossed her onto the bed, promptly pressing himself against her. What do you need a gun for? He inquired. For self-defense, Han Yanyan replied. My ice spike's offensive capability is rather feeble. Possessing a firearm would significantly enhance my safety. Ding Yao furrowed his brow, asking, where do you intend to go? Naturally, I wish to leave your territory. Han Yanyan paused, her eyes widening. Surely, you do not believe I am headed to the third floor? Ding Yao raised an eyebrow. Even if you were to go to the third floor, no one would dare touch you. Han Yanyan's lips curled slightly. You possess an excess of confidence. Over the past few days, approximately 6 individuals have informed me that you no longer desire me, and they are willing to take me in. A glimmer of coldness flashed in Ding Yao's eyes. It is only natural for a man to feel a sense of irritation when others covet his woman. Who have you taken a liking to? He asked. I have not taken a liking to anyone, Han Yanyan replied. I simply intend to leave this place. Ding Yao raised an eyebrow, inquiring, where do you plan to go? Isn't it true that the new survivors at the committee can be allocated housing? Han Yanyan responded calmly. Ding Yao then asked, how do you intend to sustain yourself? For the past few months, Han Yanyan had enjoyed a life of luxury, supported by Ding Yao. This comfortable existence had fostered a sense of lethargy within her. She had not attempted the frenzied training of her abilities to the point of fainting in order to surpass her limits, as she had previously. Although she had engaged in some training, the progress of her abilities had been disappointingly slow. She is now only capable of conjuring a few ice spikes. Yet her offensive power pales in comparison to that of the formidable Zhang Yuquan, who possesses similar ice abilities. In the past, when she managed to create a single ice sphere, Jiang Chengcheng shattered it with an ice spike the size of a steel pin, the resulting shockwave even injuring her palm. It is said that Jiang Chengcheng once achieved a record by piercing through the heads of 12 zombies with a single ice arrow. A feat that is truly remarkable within the realm of ice abilities. Ding Yao has gathered a host of impressive companions around him, clearly dismissing Han Yanyan's meager abilities. Incensed, Han Yanyan gritted her teeth and declared, "I will join the search team. I will find a way to sustain myself. Is it simply about exterminating zombies? What is so extraordinary about that? Do not forget, I have taken lives." Ding Yao's gaze shifted subtly. "Where is the fierceness you had when you killed? Why has it vanished?" He grasped her chin, his eyes cold, questioning how she had become indistinguishable from others. A flicker of clarity pierced Han Yanyan's mind. She attempted to push Ding Yao away, but he seized her wrist and tugged at her clothing. She glared at him, conjuring 4 ice spikes above her head to launch at him. However, those ice spikes lacked speed and strength. The moment they moved, they were dissolved by a flash of purple lightning, evaporating into a wisp of white smoke. Han Yanyan bit her lip, refraining from tears. She kicked and bit him, yet was unable to deter him. "Look," Ding Yao caressed her body. "You are so weak. You will always be like this wherever you go. I will grow stronger," Han Yanyan asserted through gritted teeth. Ding Yao's gaze darkened further. "Then show me your strength." He grasped her chin, capturing her rosy lips with his own. Han Yanyan awoke in the stillness of the night. The ache in her body had somewhat subsided, and as she attempted to turn, she discovered that the man's arm was draped around her waist. At her slightest movement, Ding Yao stirred awake. His alertness was perpetually heightened. The winter in this city was damp and cold, and being from the north, Han Yanyan found herself ill-equipped to endure such a winter devoid of heating. Ding Yao radiated warmth, akin to a furnace. She shifted slightly, nestling deeper into his embrace. Ding Yao closed his eyes, tightening his hold on her, returning to slumber. Yet, Han Yanyan remained wide awake, fully aware of the mistake she had made. This man, Ding Yao, would never be captivated by a canary-like woman. He might momentarily be enamored with her physique, but soon enough, he would seek novelty elsewhere. Were it not for the electronic voice enhancing her abilities and bestowing upon her a form immensely appealing to men, she might have already been supplanted by the newcomer on the 3rd floor. Han Yanyan exhaled softly, understanding that there were no alternatives left for her. She had to grow stronger. That was what Ding Yao desired. Pushing open the bathroom door, she found the floor strewn with ice shards, the bathtub brimming with unmelting icicles. Han Yanyan collapsed to the ground, her powers depleted. "How did you manage it?" Ding Yao inquired. Han Yanyan was perplexed. It was common knowledge that breaking through one's limits could enhance abilities. This was no secret. Ding Yao replied, "The issue lies in the fact that not everyone is capable of achieving it. The vast majority of individuals have yet to encounter their limits. Yet they are already utterly exhausted, unable to wield their extraordinary abilities. Limits cannot simply be transcended at will." Han Yanyan, taken aback, finally comprehended that this was also a result of the electronic sound granting her an advantage. She maintained her composure and replied, "I was unaware. I assumed everyone could do it." Ding Yao refrained from probing further into the matter, instead inquiring about the effects. Han Yanyan hesitated, articulating, "I feel there has been some improvement, yet the offensive power, the lethality is quite feeble. The attacking strength is insufficient." "Do you wish to grow stronger?" Ding Yao asked. "Indeed," Han Yanyan asserted, locking her gaze with his. Ding Yao took a drag from his cigarette and remarked, "On our next outing, you shall accompany us. The team regularly ventures out to search for supplies. Occasionally, the management committee issues tasks. For instance, the machine tool was a request from the committee. The team exchanges such resources with the committee for bulk supplies. As the leader of the strongest team in Nanling City, Ding Yao also holds a significant position among the 3 major factions of the city, maintaining a cordial relationship with the management committee while being in a tense standoff with another faction, the military. Although referred to as the military, it is no longer the army it once was. The management committee is essentially the former government, while the military consists of the stationed troops from the past. In the wake of the apocalypse, the government has upheld the city's operations through its legitimacy and influence, with the troops of that era providing support. However, as the hardships of the apocalypse took their toll, the people's spirits gradually dissipated. Within the government, several internal conflicts transpired, culminating in the victorious faction being rebranded as the Nanling Management Committee, abbreviated as the Management Committee. At this juncture, the military had begun to harbor dissenting sentiments, undergoing a purging process while also incorporating some new members. Ultimately, they ceased to heed the directives of the management committee. Had it not been for the rise of Ding Yao, it is likely that the military would have already overthrown the committee and assumed control. The Thunder Brigade possessed formidable abilities, yet the military boasted superior numbers, advanced weaponry, and a significant portion of personnel trained in combat, rendering both factions evenly matched. The management committee acted as a mediator, resulting in a tripartite stalemate among the forces, which created an illusion of stability in Nanling City. Ding Yao ventured out with Han Yanyan, drawing curious glances from the team members. The competition among the women ultimately concluded with Han Yanyan emerging victorious. She continued to reside in the penthouse suite, while the woman on the third floor relinquished her claim on Ding Yao, settling for another man. Consequently, Ding Yao's associates recognized his genuine affection for Han Yanyan, yet they were taken aback by his decision to include her in his outings. An infectious disease began to spread through Nanling City, prompting Ding Yao to negotiate an agreement with the management committee before embarking on a quest for medicine. Their objectives were twofold: to reach the hospital and to locate the local pharmaceutical company responsible for producing the drug. Ding Yao entrusted Han Yanyan with a knife and sent her into the hospital. When she emerged alive, her hands trembled. Ding Yao had not intervened. Han Yanyan had faced a mutated zombie and survived solely by her own means. Upon exiting the hospital, her demeanor had transformed. Ding Yao regarded her with a smile, one she had never witnessed before. The man smiled, revealing his pearly white teeth, which was both attractive and somewhat terrifying. While camping in a secure location, Ding Yao pressed Han Yanyan down with an intensity unmatched by any previous encounters. Han Yanyan felt as though she had finally grasped Ding Yao's pulse. Qi Tongtong advised her against taking risks, even with Ding Yao by her side. After all, how many times had there been fatalities? Life is singular, and accidents are always unforeseen. Han Yanyan simply smiled and inquired, "What kind of person is Ding Yao?" Qi Tongtong regarded her as if she were foolish. "You ask me? You are his woman, after all. I cannot fathom him." Han Yanyan remarked, "If he could be understood by either you or me, he would not be Ding Yao." Qi Tongtong continued, "With hundreds of capable individuals in the entire team, how is it that they all heed his commands? There must be countless intricacies involved. If it weren't for him, the management of Nanling would not rest with the committee. That Colonel Qi from the military is a ruthless character. Without someone to keep him in check, half of Nanling would perish. Han Yanyan, do you still not comprehend just how formidable Ding Yu truly is?" Qi Tongtong stared at her incredulously. This dialogue concluded with Qi Tongtong's dreamlike mutterings. She said, "If there is a next life, I too wish to become such an extraordinary person." Qi Tongtong was left speechless. The soup ultimately splattered onto her face, hard and cold. It fell to the ground, shattering into icy fragments. Qi Tongtong gaped, turning to look at Han Yanyan, who let out a long sigh. "I'm sorry, my hand slipped." The individual feigned an apology, expressing surprise at the prowess of an ability user. She was indeed a strikingly beautiful young lady, the very one who had failed in her contest against Han Yanyan for Ding Yao. Qi Tongtong, known for her fiery temper, lunged to confront her but was restrained by Han Yanyan, who firmly grasped her wrist. "There are many more unexpected occurrences yet to unfold," Han Yanyan smiled. The girl merely scoffed, turning back to ladle soup. Han Yanyan guided Qi Tongtong outside. Seething with anger, Qi Tongtong vented her frustration at Han Yanyan, demanding to be released so she could. Before she could finish her sentence, something flickered in her vision, darting towards the girl's ankle. The girl, caught off guard while serving soup, stumbled forward, her arm plunging into the soup pot, eliciting a sharp cry of pain from the scalding liquid. "Let us go?" Han Yanyan said. Qi Tongtong was rendered speechless. "How have you enhanced your powers so rapidly?" she exclaimed in astonishment. "In the face of death, the will to survive can ignite a surge of strength," Ding Yao remarked, seated by the bedside. "However, this phenomenon is not universal. Most individuals cannot harness such power, resulting in a mortality rate of 99%. What about me?" Han Yanyan inquired. "How can you be certain I possess that capability?" "I witnessed it when you took a life," Ding Yao replied, pressing a kiss to her neck. "During your first demonstration of your abilities. It took you over 10 seconds to form a mere ice sphere. Yet, in that critical moment, you instantaneously created ice upon that person's face to save your own life. The ice that immobilized his arm possessed a hardness far superior to the ice sphere you initially conjured. In that instance, you had already unleashed your potential." "I see." Han Yanyan acknowledged, realization dawning upon her. Ding Yu moved rhythmically, while Han Yanyan swayed and gasped for breath. "Ding Yu! Ding Yu!" Han Yanyan clung to his neck. resting her head on his shoulder as she panted, "Can I become as strong as you?" Ding Yao paused to gaze at her. "Do you truly wish to grow stronger?" "Yes," she replied fervently. Ding Yao chuckled softly, his chest vibrating with amusement. "Do you know when you are most alluring?" He grasped her hair and pulled it back, leaning down to capture her lips with his own. "It is when your eyes are filled with the will to survive." It was a frigid winter in Nanling City. Some perished from hunger and cold. Han Yanyan could only recall Ding Yao, drenched in sweat, fiercely demanding, exquisitely seductive. During winter, their missions were fewer, and most people remained sheltered within buildings. Nanling, being in the south, lacked heating. However, locals claimed that this winter was far colder than usual, stating they had never witnessed such heavy snowfall in Nanling before. On days when they did not venture outside, Ding Yao took Han Yanyan to the training room. This space was originally a banquet hall in a hotel, repurposed by the team into a gym. Though there were no electric treadmills, an abundance of conventional exercise equipment was available. The crucial aspect was the instruction on how to wield a knife. The members of Thunder possessed wooden guns and ammunition, yet under conditions of scarcity, they preferred the cold weaponry of knives. An individual's abilities are limited, and physical combat often becomes essential. These team members were survivors of life and death struggles, fully aware of this truth. Ding Yao personally trained Han Yanyan, appearing as if he bore a grudge against her, showing no mercy in his approach. As Han Yanyan collapsed onto the ground, utterly exhausted and racked with pain, it was the cold, indifferent gaze of Ding Yao that compelled her to muster the strength to rise. That gaze instilled within her a profound sense of fear. Although this man was widely known for his affection towards her, his obsession with her body evident in the way he cherished her. And despite his habitual acquiescence to her modest indulgences, she dared not defy him in the training arena. When he coldly commanded her to stand, she bore the pain and crawled to her feet. Later, she inquired whether he had any military experience, only to be met with a negative response. "A white-collar worker," he stated, "in foreign trade." Han Yanyan was taken aback, for within Ding Yao resided a palpable aura of ironclad resolve, distinctly divergent from others. Such a demeanor could not be cultivated without years of rigorous training in a military camp or on the front lines. She found it inconceivable to associate Ding Yao with the identity of a mere office worker. It felt as though she had crafted a character profile for a role, only to have it unravel, with the character's actions and demeanor starkly contrasting the initial portrayal. Occasionally, Chi Tongtong would catch sight of the bruises left on Han Yanyan's body from training and exclaim, "Boss Ding is truly ruthless." Han Yanyan cradled a cup filled with hot milk, a rare treat made from powdered milk that only a select few could enjoy. As she blew away the steam rising from the milk, she mused, "I can't shake the feeling that he is the type who would never wait for you if you fell behind, leaving you to fend for yourself." Chi Tongtong fell silent for a moment before responding, "That is quite similar to what Sister Ling once told me." She gathered her hair and remarked, "I believe that when Sister Ling spoke those words, she seemed to harbor a certain fear of Ding Yao. But who isn't afraid of him? It is precisely because of this fear that everyone chooses to follow him." Sister Ling, whose full name is Lin Ling, is the wife of Sun Lijun, a healer endowed with extraordinary abilities. As the apocalyptic era dawned, humanity became afflicted by a virus. The weakest perished, the next weakest transformed into zombies. While some fortunate individuals remained ordinary, and a select few acquired powers, varying in strength. Sun Lijun and Lin Ling were fortunate to both possess formidable abilities. However, while the male acquired healing powers, Lin Ling, previously a homemaker, unexpectedly gained formidable earth-based powers. The Thunderbolt team, comprising numerous members, was divided into several squads. Ding Yao personally led one team, with Lin Ling serving as the captain of the second squad. Her leadership stemmed not only from her formidable prowess, but also from the fact that she and her husband were among the earliest followers of Ding Yao. Those closest to Ding Yao, when discussing him, could not help but speak with a sense of trepidation. Han Yanyan pondered whether her fear of Ding Yao was perhaps a natural response. As spring arrived, Han Yanyan accompanied Ding Yao on several missions. On one occasion, she found herself separated from him and single-handedly battled 2 mutated zombies, ultimately rescuing another injured team member. In the eyes of her comrades, she transitioned from being merely Ding Yao's woman to a valued companion. Everyone marveled at the rapid advancement of her powers and combat skills, exclaiming that she truly deserved to be the woman favored by the esteemed Ding Yao. Her ice-based abilities, while still inferior to Zhang Youchuan's, have become comparable to those of ordinary team members. This gradual enhancement of her powers has ensnared Han Yanyan in a state of euphoria. In her previous existence, she was merely an ordinary individual, devoid of opportunities for combat or valorous exploits. Everyone existed within the confines of societal roles, each person occupying their designated niche, dutifully fulfilling their responsibilities. However, this new world has shed its constraints, offering an exhilarating sense of freedom. Naturally, this liberation is reserved for the strong, those who can confront the undead rather than cower in fear. The thrill of merciless slaughter, uninhibited indulgence, and living a life reminiscent of the protagonist in a novel has led Han Yanyan to almost forget the purpose of her arrival in this realm. As time swiftly transitioned into summer, a wave of refugees surged from the south. The inhabitants of Nanjing became aware that a tsunami had struck the coastal regions during spring, inundating cities and pushing the coastline inland. The living fled towards the interior, while the zombies relentlessly advanced. Among the newcomers were survivors from once thriving settlements, now obliterated by the tide of undead. Rumors of increasingly formidable mutated zombies circulated among the survivors. Simultaneously, with the exponential rise in the survivor population, resources became scarce, igniting fierce competition among various factions for supplies. Several groups engaged in violent confrontations, plunging the atmosphere in the city of Nanjing into a state of grave tension. The conflict between the Thunder and the military is particularly intense. When the military transforms into bandits, their boundaries become unfathomable. Ding Yao encountered a sniper in Nanling City, and those accompanying him were baffled by how he evaded the bullet. Ultimately, Ding Yao emerged unscathed, yet the atmosphere in Nanling City had descended to an unprecedented gloom. Lin Ling, a woman of earnest demeanor, bore a striking resemblance to her husband, Sun Lijun. This couple had previously operated a small convenience store situated just outside Ding Yao's residential complex. While running their modest business, they also supported their daughter, son-in-law, and granddaughter, who worked in the city. However, when the apocalypse struck, tragedy befell their family. Both daughter and son-in-law perished, and their granddaughter followed suit. Surprisingly, the couple emerged as formidable survivors, one skilled in combat, the other in healing. Shortly after the onset of the apocalypse, they encountered Ding Yao. At that time, their powers had only just awakened, and they were still bewildered and inept in their use. During a chaotic encounter with zombies, it was Ding Yao who came to their rescue. "Your combat awareness surpasses mine from that time," Lin Ling remarked. "I was in a state of panic when I first encountered zombies. You, on the other hand, approached them without uttering a word, immediately engaging in battle. You truly embody the essence of a leader, a testament to his teachings." Lin Ling, a woman of substance, was a formidable ability wielder herself. Yet she did not look down upon Qi Tongtong and others as some female ability users did. They are all like blossoming flowers, not much younger than my own daughter. If it weren't for this dire world, who would lower themselves to engage in such endeavors? "It's not easy for anyone," she said. Han Yanyan had heard Qi Tongtong mention that with a predominance of men in their team, some individuals inevitably exhibited peculiar preferences or excessive aggression. Lin Ling had acted as a protector for the young women on the third floor on several occasions. She was a woman of simple appearance, with an earthy charm, and her abilities were grounded in the earth element, yet she was undeniably formidable. With a single strike of her palm against the corridor wall, the solid concrete yielded to her command as if it were mere clay, ensnaring any male ability user who dared to challenge her, much like a coffin. If she were to harden her resolve, she could have buried them alive. However, she refrained from doing so, possessing the capability nonetheless. Consequently, the ability users no longer dared to mistreat the young women on the third floor. When the girls encountered Sun Lijun, they would call him brother Sun and share a jest or two, but in truth, they all instinctively kept their distance from him. None would approach Lin Ling's husband. Han Yanyan held a certain fondness for Lin Ling. While not as profound as her affection for Qi Tongtong, it was a similar inexplicable fondness, akin to a silent connection of fate. When praised by Lin Ling, she merely smiled, choosing not to elaborate. Combat techniques could be taught, but the instinct for battle was innate. Lin Ling had inverted the cause and effect. It was her natural combat awareness that attracted Ding Yao to teach her. For him, her transformation into a compliant canary paled in comparison to the allure of her becoming a formidable warrior. Han Yanyan, having discerned his true nature, gritted her teeth and persevered, gradually growing stronger under his guidance. This time, they ventured further afield in search of supplies, encountering numerous scavengers and an even greater number of zombies. The mutated zombies had indeed grown stronger, as if undergoing an evolution. Lin Ling and her team exhibited a degree of astonishment at this development, yet Han Yanyan remained unfazed. In a post-apocalyptic world, zombies continuously evolve, a universal trope within the genre of zombie apocalypse literature. Han Yanyan is utterly immersed in this survival mode. During battle, her ice spear finally transforms into an ice arrow, piercing through the skulls of 4 zombies in a single shot. As the 4 zombies collapse simultaneously, Han Yanyan exhales deeply, feeling a sense of exhilaration. Just as she prepares to charge towards another group of zombies with her blade in hand, those undead suddenly freeze in place. Everything around her comes to a standstill. The sounds of her companions battling in other areas fade away, leaving behind an eerie silence devoid of even the faintest rustling of insects or whispers of the wind. The world itself has frozen. Han Yanyan's pupils constrict as she grips her weapon, standing rigid and alert. Han Yanyan. A voice reverberates, familiar yet unwelcome, a mechanical tone. The immersive experience she had been wholly absorbed in shatters abruptly due to this jarring sound, as if she has been severed from this reality, awakening to the realization that she does not belong here. Han Yanyan, I am here to remind you. The voice continues, tinged with a chilling undertone. Do not become so engrossed that you forget your purpose for being here. Striving to maintain her composure, Han Yanyan retorts, impossible. Humph, the voice scoffs. I have encountered many newcomers like you. Upon first entering such a world, they lose sight of the distinction between reality and cough. I have even witnessed some fools who wish to spend their entire lives in this realm. The electronic voice threatens. These individuals eventually face the consequences they deserved. Han Yanyan, do not make such a foolish mistake. Han Yanyan appeared composed on the surface, yet internally she was drenched in cold sweat. Had the electronic voice not made a sudden appearance today, she might have genuinely continued to live in this world, completely oblivious to the fact that her life hung by a thread, much like those foolish individuals described by the electronic voice. I won't. She lowered her gaze, assuring, you can rest easy. Very well, the voice conceded. I shall tentatively place my trust in you. Satisfied, the electronic voice continued. Your progress is commendable thus far. Yet it remains insufficient. You must intensify your efforts. I will strive diligently. Please have faith in me. However, Han Yanyan interjected, could you enhance my abilities? It would save a considerable amount of time. The electronic voice responded somewhat awkwardly, that is unnecessary. You should proceed as intended. Follow the established protocol. After a brief pause, it inquired, do you have any further questions? If not, I will terminate the communication. Han Yanyan asked, are you not present in this world? I observe throughout. The electronic voice replied, so you are indeed not here? She mused. She had another inquiry to make. I wish to know what would happen if I were to perish in this world. The notion of life and death was omnipresent, and Han Yanyan had contemplated this question long ago. The electronic voice erupted in fury. You must take care. If you dare to die, I will ensure that you truly meet your end. No, it's merely a hypothetical scenario. I just want to know, if I were to die here, what would transpire? Han Yanyan stated, you have seen for yourself. This is precisely the nature of this environment. The electronic voice emitted a sound, remarking, not particularly impressive, you perished last time. Did you not? Indeed, indeed. Is there anything else you wish to inquire? If not, I shall terminate the communication. The electronic voice exhibited a hint of impatience. Han Yanyan certainly harbored a plethora of questions, yet she understood that the electronic voice would provide no answers. Therefore, she refrained from expending her efforts and simply stated, nothing more. Do your job well, and strive to complete the task promptly. The electronic voice warned her, do not even think of slacking off. I am monitoring you. Do you monitor private lives as well? Han Yanyan abruptly inquired. In that instant, everything around her froze, the world suspended in time, indicating that the electronic voice existed beyond this realm, observing both the world and Han Yanyan from a divine perspective. The electronic voice frequently threatened her with surveillance, leaving Han Yanyan unable to resist asking this question. The electronic voice, momentarily taken aback, retorted in a flustered rage, such trivial matters hold no appeal for me. I possess no such proclivities. Having uttered this, it angrily severed the connection. The world abruptly returned to its normal state, and all that had been static suddenly sprang back to life. 5 zombies charged towards her. 3 icy arrows materialized before Han Yanyan, swiftly launching to obliterate the heads of 3 zombies. The remaining 2 zombies advanced towards her, and with a powerful kick, Han Yanyan sent one flying, while with a swift blade, she cleaved off half of the other's skull and then severed its neck. Without pausing, Han Yanyan rushed forward to behead the one she had previously kicked, ensuring it would not rise again. She wiped the blade against the zombie's body, her mind lingering on the recent conversation with the electronic voice. She had wished for an enhancement of her abilities, yet the voice had deemed it unnecessary. Was it truly unnecessary, or was it simply incapable of granting her request? Moreover, Han Yanyan had arrived in this world the previous summer, and now another summer had come, marking nearly a year since her arrival. Throughout this extended period, the electronic voice had never reached out to her. During their recent dialogue, Han Yanyan had become increasingly convinced that the voice could not physically enter this realm. But why had it remained silent for so long, only to contact her today? What distinguished today from any other day? Lost in contemplation, she failed to notice two zombies gliding along the high ceiling like lizards until they pounced. This was a fierce battle, with her companions elsewhere, leaving her without aid, exhausted and drained of both physical stamina and her abilities. Han Yanyan ultimately vanquished the two mutated zombies, only to be met by an onslaught of more approaching zombies. She collapsed to the ground, the aftermath of overexerting her powers rendering her entire being, even the tips of her fingers, in agony and immobile. As she gazed upon the advancing horde, she summoned her last reserves of strength to conjure an ice dome reminiscent of an Eskimo igloo before succumbing to unconsciousness. When she awakened, she found herself in a vehicle, with Lin Ling vigilantly by her side. It was a camper from the convoy, its rear stripped of many belongings to create space for supplies. Though the bed and chairs remained intact, Lin Ling carefully assisted her onto the bed to rest. "You have finally awakened," she remarked. She let out a deep sigh. "If you were to die, how could I explain it to Boss Ding?" Since Han Yanyan had awakened, it seemed she had nearly restored her strength. However, during this outing, she had once again confronted the electronic voice, breaking free from the emotional state she had immersed herself in. At that moment, gazing at Lin Ling, she felt a sense of estrangement. This included Ding Yao. It dawned on Han Yanyan that she might have developed feelings for Ding Yao. In a world fraught with life and death, how could one not fall for such a handsome and formidable man? It was rather difficult not to. "Lin Jia, if I were to die, would he care?" she inquired. Lin Ling paused for a moment, her expression stiffening. After a brief silence, she sighed. "He is a man with a hardened heart. In this world, it takes someone like him to hold it all together. Yet, when you reach my age, you will come to understand that a man's ruthlessness is not a boon for us women." After a prolonged silence, she continued. "I have been with my husband since the early days. I still remember when he wore a suit with a white shirt underneath. Back then, a man like him was the quintessential white-collar worker, someone who would never engage with people like us. But in those days, his white shirt was stained red with blood. I have taken a life now, and so has my husband. We have both become accustomed to the blood on our hands. But back then, Boss Ding, you see him as youthful, yet he was truly ruthless. He stated that we do not kill them, yet those individuals wish to seize our sustenance, undoubtedly intending to annihilate us. He coerced us into committing murder. At that time, our abilities were not yet formidable, and we were in a state of disarray. Lacking a steadfast resolve, Boss Ding asserted that if we did not dare to act, he would depart on his own. Without us as a burden, it would be far easier for him to survive alone. Lin Ling did not voice her fear of Ding Yao, but Han Yanyan, akin to Qi Tong Tong, discerned her trepidation through her words and expressions. This formidable middle-aged woman was, at her core, apprehensive of Ding Yao. Han Yanyan could empathize with her. Though Ding Yao's visage appeared youthful, seemingly in his 30s, his eyes bore the depth of age, inscrutable and profound, evoking a natural fear. Even if he were your closest companion, the inability to comprehend him breeds unease. The carriage fell into silence. Both Lin Ling and Han Yanyan were reluctant to delve further into this topic. After a while, Han Yanyan suddenly inquired, "Sister Ling, do I seem different today?" Lin Ling did not grasp her meaning. "Well," Han Yanyan struggled to articulate her thoughts, "I feel there is something distinctly different about today compared to the past, whether it pertains to me or events that have transpired. In any case, today possesses an unmistakable uniqueness. This feeling is particularly intense, yet I cannot pinpoint it. Perhaps you could help me figure it out?" Lin Ling understood and pondered seriously, suddenly bursting into laughter. "Oh, Yanyan," she chuckled, "are you perhaps thinking of Boss Ding?" Han Yanyan felt somewhat bewildered. "Is this your first time being so far apart from Boss Ding?" Lin Ling inquired. It seemed as if something flickered through Han Yanyan's mind. Although Lin Ling harbored a certain fear of Ding Yao, he was now Han Yanyan's partner, and naturally, she hoped for their well-being together. Lin Ling began to ramble on about the intricacies of relationships between men and women. However, Han Yanyan was hardly listening, for she suspected that Lin Ling might have discerned the truth. From the moment Han Yanyan arrived in this world, she had encountered Ding Yao, and this was the first time they were separated by such a considerable distance during a mission. The electronic voice had not contacted her for an entire year, yet it chose today to appear. The zombie horde had finally surged upon Nanling City. While the city walls could withstand ordinary zombies, they were no match for the mutated ones. The mutated zombies breached the defenses of the ability users, infiltrating the ancient city of Nanling. The once thriving settlement of thousands crumbled to dust. At this juncture, discussions of faction disputes and group conflicts seemed trivial. Even the scarcity of resources paled in comparison to the urgency of survival. The zombies swarmed like an ocean, leaving only the imperative to escape. Han Yanyan uttered, "Ding Yao will not perish." Many had perished, which was anticipated, yet Ding Yao had also sustained injuries, a development that took everyone by surprise. The ability users withdrew later than the ordinary citizens. By the time their retreat was complete, those still in Nanling were unlikely to escape. After reuniting with Lin Ling's team and their fellow evacuees, they recounted the harrowing scenes of the zombie tide's assault on Nanling. These individuals were seasoned warriors accustomed to slaying zombies, yet even they were haunted by the recent events. They had managed to injure the boss, but the creature had also been wounded before making its escape. It appears that there is a semblance of intelligence among the zombies, as they follow his commands. Otherwise, it is difficult to explain how they can move in such unison. Truly, it is like a nightmare. The zombie that injured Ding Yao has since been dubbed the Zombie Emperor. When Ding Yao was wounded, he was separated from Sun Lijun. But they later reunited along the way, with Sun Lijun having treated his injuries. However, due to excessive blood loss, his complexion has become somewhat pale. This is perhaps the weakest Ding Yao has been since Han Yanyan became acquainted with him. The losses sustained by Thunder were not as significant as initially feared. While some personnel were indeed lost, several space ability users who served as mobile warehouses within the team remained unscathed, indicating that the majority of the team's supplies are still intact. It is well understood among the group that the most substantial resources are stored within Ding Yao's own spatial domain. According to whispers among those space ability users, they are able to gauge each other's storage capacities, yet they are utterly unable to ascertain the extent of Ding Yao's storage. No one knows precisely how much he has amassed. However, this uncertainty only enhances the reassurance felt by those who follow him. Ding Yao cast her a glance and simply stated, "She's dead." Han Yanyan fell silent, refraining from further conversation. She searched the area but could not locate Qi Tongtong. A few women had managed to escape alongside her, but the majority were nowhere to be found. Han Yanyan had initially hoped that Zhang Yuquan would protect Qi Tongtong, but if Zhang Yuquan had perished, then Qi Tongtong's fate would be grim indeed. There was no time for Han Yanyan to succumb to despair. Driven by the oncoming tide of zombies, the survivors were compelled to migrate northward in large numbers, with most carrying little in terms of supplies, especially food. The tension surrounding sustenance has reached unprecedented heights. Despite the team possessing resources, they cannot afford to squander them in the face of an uncertain future. The competition for supplies has intensified remarkably, with violent confrontations occurring frequently. Those who have escaped Nanling have not perished at the hands of zombies, but rather succumbed to the brutality of the living. As night falls and the camp is set, the air is filled with the carnal moans of passion. No one knows if tomorrow will bring death. Each night feels like a final revelry, a frenzied celebration before oblivion. In stark contrast to others, Ding Yao has not engaged in intimacy with Han Yanyan during these days. To Ding Yao, Han Yanyan's worth as an ability wielder far surpasses her value as a woman. After several discussions and disputes among the core members of the team, they ultimately resolved to venture northwest. In the west lies a city known as Shijing, a place steeped in history, boasting ancient city walls more magnificent than those of Nanling. For the survivors seeking new havens, it presents a commendable option. Many ordinary individuals wander aimlessly, unsure of their next destination. Upon hearing that the Thunder team intends to head to Shijing, numerous people have resolved to follow. The remnants of the military have bowed to Ding Yao. Their captain Qi perished in the horde of zombies, and during their retreat, they could not carry away sufficient ammunition, let alone transport their military workshop. Devoid of the advantage of firearms, the army can manage against ordinary zombies, yet they falter before the mutated ones. weighing their options. These robust men have chosen to align themselves with Ding Yao. That night, approximately 50 to 60 mutated zombies launched a sudden assault on the campsite. Han Yanyan had never encountered so many mutated zombies at once. The formidable might of the thunder was vividly manifested at this moment. Following a fierce battle, fewer than 10 mutated zombies remained. Suddenly, a piercing wail echoed in the distance, serving as a signal for the remaining mutated zombies to retreat in unison. Under the starlit sky, everyone beheld a zombie emitting the chilling shriek from the rooftop afar. Unlike other zombies, whose bodies were grotesquely decayed, this one possessed a remarkably smooth and plump physique, glistening with a greenish sheen. The terrifying mutated zombies obediently followed his command, akin to dogs. He stood on the distant rooftop, fixated on Ding Yao. Han Yanyan recalled hearing that when the horde breached Nanling City, the zombies moved in perfect unison. It was Ding Yao who had severely injured the zombie king, causing the densely packed zombies to lose their leader and devolve into a chaotic swarm, thus allowing the supernatural beings to retreat safely. This was Han Yanyan's first encounter with the zombie king. No matter how many times she had read about it in apocalyptic novels or witnessed it in horror films, none could compare to the profound impact of witnessing it firsthand at this moment, a chilling sensation creeping down her spine. Yet, concurrently, an irresistible thought took shape in her mind. She had not come here merely for survival. Her purpose was to win over Ding Yao's heart. Han Yanyan devised a plan to touch Ding Yao's soul. As the westward migration passed through a city, they delved deeper to search for supplies. Han Yanyan noticed that since entering the urban area, Ding Yao had been gazing intently in a particular direction. It was evident that he was well acquainted with this city, directing the convoy to several large shopping centers to gather resources. Subsequently, he led the convoy to a residential district. Han Yanyan followed him up a building. Ascending 19 flights of stairs, Ding Yao, familiar with the surroundings, located a locked door. Instinctively, he patted his pants pocket, paused momentarily, and then forcefully kicked the door open. The two-bedroom, two-living-room apartment was tastefully decorated, exuding a masculine aura. The interior was relatively tidy, indicating that the owner had not departed in a state of panic. Ding Yao lingered in the living room for a while before venturing into the bedroom. Standing before the bay window, he lit a cigarette. Han Yanyan stood at the bedroom door, observing his silhouette, realizing, "This is my home." Indeed, Ding Yao affirmed. Han Yanyan did not retreat nor advance, allowing Ding Yao his space. After finishing the cigarette at the bay window, he discarded the stub onto the wooden floor and extinguished it with his foot, showing no remorse. "Come here," he instructed. Han Yanyan approached him. He gestured towards the distance. "That building, the tallest one, do you see it?" Han Yanyan squinted, peering into the distance. "That one? The office is on the 31st floor, in cubicles. I had just been promoted to department director." Han Yanyan yearned to hear more, yet Ding Yao abruptly ceased speaking. After a moment of waiting, Han Yanyan turned to him. Ding Yao's gaze was fixed on the towering office building, his eyes reflecting a depth that Han Yanyan could not comprehend. Unable to resist, she reached out to touch his hand, softly asking, "What's wrong?" "It is my own past." Ding Yu gazed at the distant skyscraper, remaining silent for an extended period. When he spoke, it felt as though he were recounting another's life. He grasped Han Yanyan's hand and inquired, "Have you ever experienced such a feeling?" What kind?" Han Yanyan replied, perplexed. "Like being trapped?" Ding Yao responded. He looked into her eyes, seemingly earnest in his quest for an answer. Han Yanyan was taken aback. Observing her expression, disappointment flickered in Ding Yao's eyes as he released her hand. Abandoning his search for a response, he turned to gaze out at the desolate city, lifeless and void of humanity. His gaze was profound, as if peering into the distance or lost in contemplation, murmuring, "It feels as though my entire life is awry." After a brief silence, Ding Yao prepared to leave. Suddenly, Han Yanyan grasped his hand tightly. Taking a deep breath, she said, "Trapped by this world?" Ding Yao felt as if he were ensnared, yet Han Yanyan was acutely aware of her confinement within this world, where failure to complete her mission could lead to her demise. She looked at Ding Yao, unable to suppress the thought, "What about him? Is Ding Yao truly a native of this world? If so, why has he become her target? If not?" Han Yanyan clearly perceived a glimmer of light flicker in Ding Yao's eyes. "Why do you say that?" he inquired, stepping closer to her. Han Yanyan felt a surge of trepidation, unable to respond. Her life hung by a thread, and even if Ding Yao was indeed a fellow traveler trapped in this otherworldly realm, even if the mechanical voice hinted at some sinister plot directed towards him. Han Yanyan dared not disclose the truth. Ding Yao listened intently to every word she uttered. He caressed her face and leaned down to kiss her lips, murmuring, "I feel the same." Since the day the Corpse Emperor had appeared, they had been relentlessly pursued by mutated zombies. It had been many days since they had shared an intimate moment. Suddenly overtaken by desire in his own home, Ding Yao grasped Han Yanyan's waist. Intent on lifting her up, Han Yanyan knelt on the windowsill, her hands pressed against the glass. The warmth of her body fogged the surface, and when Ding Yao collided with her, she was propelled forward, her hand gliding over the glass, leaving a clear patch. Through this clarity, Han Yanyan gazed down upon the city. Zombies moved stiffly, while scavengers scurried about like rats. Powerful ability users confronted the mutated zombies, leading to collapsed buildings and explosions, while the weak fled in terror. It was an absurd world, one that had ensnared both her and Ding Yao. Han Yanyan contemplated that the only way to end this chaos was to accomplish her mission. She had already devised her plan. Ding Yao suddenly withdrew from her. To prevent a woman from becoming pregnant was the last remnant of mercy in this mad world. Han Yanyan felt an emptiness in her body and heart. She did not regret immersing herself emotionally in this world. Rather, she was tormented by the uncertainty of what lay ahead after it all came to an end. Along this journey, Han Yanyan had rapidly grown and evolved as a superhuman, a transformation made possible by the relentless pursuit of Ding Yao by the Corpse Emperor. The Corpse King, though absent, incessantly dispatched mutated zombies to mount assaults. This relentless warfare continually awakened Han Yanyan's extraordinary powers. As the leaves turned yellow, Han Yanyan had supplanted the former Zhang Yuquan, emerging as a formidable ice elementalist in the eyes of others. Ding Yao was a first-hand witness to her transformation. Only he knew the arduous battle she endured in the daylight. As long as the campsite remained secure, she would exhaust her powers time and again, pushing her limits. He witnessed her body convulse and spasm from the agony, her fingertips trembling. He observed her pallid complexion, her breath faint, slipping into a deep coma. He held her hand, delicate, slender, and pale, yet devoid of warmth from excessive ice formation. While she lay unconscious, Ding Yao clasped her hand, his gaze unwavering. When Han Yanyan awoke the next day, it was in Ding Yao's embrace, his hand still firmly grasping hers. She remained still, leaning against his shoulder, her eyes fluttering shut once more. The mutated zombies continued to grow stronger, seemingly inexhaustible. No matter how many they vanquished, there always appeared to be more. The group remained uncertain whether they could truly reach Xijing, or if upon arrival, the Corpse King and the mutated zombies would follow. Within a deserted computer city, they discovered drones and related equipment. A drone equipped with a camera soared toward their direction, ultimately meeting destruction, yet before its demise, it transmitted images from behind. The truth was disheartening. The Corpse King was herding the horde of zombies in pursuit of them. The ordinary zombies, moving in a stiff and lumbering manner, significantly hindered the overall pace. With an ample number of zombies serving as a base, the Zombie Emperor commanded them to devour one another, continuously generating stronger, mutated zombies. From the images transmitted, it became evident that a second Zombie Emperor had seemingly emerged. Rumors of the Zombie Emperor pursuing Ding Yao quietly spread among the crowd. Regardless of the thoughts and actions of those around her, Han Yanyan remained steadfastly by Ding Yao's side. This beautiful girl, with her lustrous black hair and bright eyes, appeared never to have wavered in her resolve. She stood firmly beside Ding Yao, fighting shoulder to shoulder with him. The journey from Nanling to Xijing spanned approximately 100 kilometers. In the past, travelers could reach their destination in merely 2 or 3 days by car. However, in this apocalyptic world, the roads were either congested or in ruins. The group had to search for supplies while navigating through swarms of zombies. Fuel was also a scarce resource. This arduous migration took a full 5 months. Ding Yao's team suffered a staggering loss, with a third of its members perishing or transforming into zombies along the way. Nevertheless, they eventually arrived in Xijing, where hope flickered on the horizon. Yet, hope is often the most fragile of sentiments. The early arrivals from the west were met by a zombie tide that had returned after 6 months. The survival base in Xijing crumbled, plunging the people into despair. Some suggested avoiding clustered living arrangements, believing it would lessen the risk of attracting the zombie horde. Survivors began to scatter, akin to swarms of mice, seeking hidden corners to shelter in. Even Ding Yao and his Thunder Squad could not remain in one place for an extended period. The Corpse Emperor invariably manages to locate them with uncanny precision. Over the course of more than a year, Han Yanyan has evolved into a formidable psychic warrior. The sight of her fighting alongside Ding Yao has left an indelible impression on others. They are nearly inseparable, as if they are two halves of a singular entity. Mentioning Ding Yao inevitably conjures thoughts of Han Yanyan, and vice versa. Han Yanyan perceives a gradual transformation in Ding Yao's gaze towards her over the past 2 years. Yet, this shift is insufficient. She has not yet attained her ultimate goal. Han Yanyan yearns for a profound impact that reaches the depths of Ding Yao's heart. At last, the opportunity has arrived. The terrifying presence of the Corpse Emperor has inexplicably birthed 3 creatures in a manner reminiscent of breeding insects. They emerge unexpectedly from the rear, accompanied by a horde of mutated zombies that instills dread in even the most powerful psychics, descending like a nightmare. Han Yanyan has long awaited this day. A mechanical voice thrust her into this world, compelling her to ensure that Ding Yao falls in love with her. She inadvertently allowed Ding Yao to enter her heart, yet remains uncertain whether she has reciprocated the sentiment. Since that fateful warning from the mechanical voice, which appeared while she distanced herself from Ding Yao, it has remained silent, leading Han Yanyan to ponder that her final mission has yet to be fulfilled. Since then, she has been contemplating her next course of action. Coincidentally, the Corpse Emperor has emerged. Many of the rules governing this world closely resemble those found in the apocalyptic zombie narratives Han Yanyan has previously read or written, prompting her to boldly speculate that the Corpse Emperor will only grow stronger or that more Corpse Emperors will arise. A sentient Corpse Emperor, harboring resentment for the injuries inflicted upon Ding Yao, is bound to seek vengeance. Han Yanyan contemplated the inevitable resurgence of the Corpse Emperor, knowing it would be immensely powerful. She was uncertain whether it could kill Ding Yao, but it could undoubtedly pose a lethal threat to him. That was sufficient. Han Yanyan resolved to sacrifice herself for Ding Yao. He was a man of formidable strength and chilling coldness, and she lacked the confidence that their daily interactions would cultivate love within him. Thus, she decided to take a dramatic approach. What is the most precious possession of an individual? It is neither beauty nor skill, nor even the innocence of virginity. It is life itself. When a woman loves a man to the extent that she is willing to relinquish her own life for him, surely even a heart forged of iron would experience a moment of astonishment and emotion. If Ding Yao could love her, even for a fleeting second, that would suffice. Even if that moment was followed by their mutual demise, it would still be enough. According to the rules of the electronic voice, as long as that single second existed, Han Yanyan would have fulfilled her task. Yet, she harbored her own selfish desires. Having journeyed with Ding Yao to this point, if she failed to complete the mission, she would be trapped in this world, potentially facing death herself. Should she succeed, she was unsure of the circumstances that awaited them, or whether they would meet again. Could they be together? Based on her intuition regarding the electronic voice, she suspected the answer was likely not. If that were the case, Han Yanyan wished for Ding Yao to remember her forever, eternally. The moment Han Yanyan had been waiting for finally arrived. 3 Corpse Emperors besieged Ding Yao, each one stronger than the one he had first encountered. As one of the Corpse Emperors broke through Ding Yao's lightning net, hurtling towards him like an arrow, Han Yanyan unleashed an ice shield to fend off the mutated zombies attacking her. She, too, surged forward with the swiftness of an arrow, positioning herself between Ding Yao and the Corpse Emperor, prepared to sacrifice her life to shield him from the impending blow. However, at that very moment, the 4th Corpse Emperor emerged. Its intelligence rivaled that of humans, even surpassing them in cunning and deceit. Concealed among ordinary zombies, the 4th Corpse Emperor awaited the perfect opportunity to deliver a fatal strike to this formidable human warrior. Han Yanyan's pupils dilated in terror. It was all over. Ding Yao would perish, and she too would meet her demise. The mission would fail, and the true her would cease to exist. In that instant of despair, she sensed a shift in the space around her. In the next moment, she found herself in front of Ding Yao. The 3rd Corpse Emperor, struck by lightning, retreated in panic. Yet, the claws of the 4th Corpse Emperor pierced through Han Yanyan's chest. Ding Yao, once ambushed in Nanling City, had evaded a bullet, leaving no one aware of how he managed to do so. Han Yanyan felt as if she could hear his breath. The warmth of his exhalation brushed against the nape of her neck. This sensation was hauntingly familiar, reminiscent of the moment their bodies entwined, and he kissed her from behind. eliciting a peculiar mix of itchiness and longing. At that moment, Han Yanyan could not see Ding Yao behind her. All she could perceive was the corpse emperor's ghastly green visage, its stone-like arms, and claws tearing through her chest, shredding her heart. It was the frigid depths of winter. Han Yanyan felt an icy chill in her chest as she succumbed to darkness. In a realm of pure white, Han Yanyan opened her eyes. Suddenly, her face drained of color, her knees buckled, and she collapsed to the ground, clutching her heart. Yet, there was no gaping wound from a claw, and her heart continued to beat robustly within her chest. In this immaculate space, her body was undeniably healthy and safe. Gasping for breath, Han Yanyan gradually rose to her feet. Ding Yao, Ding Yao, Ding Yao. She repeated the name, her eyes reddening, teeth gritted, cursing vehemently. If a table or any object had been within her reach, she would have kicked it over without hesitation. However, this endless expanse of white offered no walls to touch nor ceilings to grasp. It seemed boundless. The fury and hatred within her twisted and lashed out, seeking release, yet finding none, threatening to erupt. In her frustration, Han Yanyan could only tug at her hair and spin in place. If given the chance to return to the zombie apocalypse, she would unhesitatingly wield her most formidable powers, striving to deliver a lethal blow to Ding Yao, that scoundrel. Entering with a mission, yet becoming genuinely invested in such a world and such a person, Han Yanyan once believed she would have no regrets. Now, she yearned to drag that earnest self out and deliver a thorough beating. Nothing could be more absurd than this. She resolved to sacrifice herself for him. Yet he utilized her as a mere shield. Han Yanyan felt as though she was about to explode. Standing in the ethereal white space, she clenched her fists, closed her eyes, and unleashed a desperate, anguished scream, brimming with rage. Calm down, Han Yanyan, calm down. The electronic voice reverberated. She forced herself to gradually steady her breathing, tightening her fists as she awaited the consequences of the electronic voice's judgment. Who could she blame? The enigmatic entity that wielded power over her life and death. Or perhaps Ding Yao, whose charisma was simply irresistible. Ultimately, she could only blame her own foolishness. Despite knowing she was entering a world with a mission, she had allowed herself to become so emotionally entangled. Foolishness. Ding Yao's actions in a life-or-death situation confirmed that he had never truly loved her. Her mission had failed. The electronic voice had stated that she must fend for herself. Han Yanyan closed her eyes, awaiting her demise. What she received instead was the electronic voice saying, "Calm down. You performed admirably. I indeed did not misjudge you. There is potential within you as a builder." Han Yanyan opened her eyes in astonishment. "What did you say?" "I said you did quite well," the electronic voice replied. She could even detect a note of cheerfulness in its praise. "But Ding Yao has not fallen in love with me," Han Yanyan remarked. After a moment of silence, she inquired, "Then what is your true objective? What do you wish to gain from this world or the mission's target?" The electronic voice grew colder. "This is not your concern. You should focus on how to save yourself. Remember, your life is in my hands." Han Yanyan then altered her approach. "What precisely constitutes the completion of the task? I deserve a clear answer. How am I to know what to do in this haze of uncertainty?" The electronic voice hesitated momentarily before responding. "That depends on the specific circumstances. Each world presents its unique situation. After all, this is a quick travel world. Well, let us refrain from discussing the irrelevant. Considering your efforts, I shall grant you an easier task in the next world." Upon finishing, it suddenly adopted a detached tone, cold and mechanical. "Mark. Another mark." Han Yanyan opened her mouth, but did not have the chance to protest. A fleeting moment of disorientation washed over her, leaving her with a hollow sensation. In this world, you must ensure the target character comprehends their mistakes. How you achieve this is up to you. You performed admirably in the last world. Trust your instincts. The electronic voice advised. The difficulty of this world is low. Consider it a vacation for you. World generation. It stated in a mechanical manner. The seamless transition between the human-like tone and the chilling, inorganic quality was striking, Han Yanyan mused. Unbeknownst to her, after she entered the world, the electronic voice muted its microphone and turned to the individual behind it, explaining, "She is a highly promising architect. Thus far, she has performed exceptionally well. It is imperative that she be allowed to unwind. Her mental threshold is perilously close to its limit." He gazed at the row of ominous gun barrels, swallowed hard, and cautiously explained that 3 builders had already perished, and this one must be cherished. "I shall arrange something more relaxed for her. allowing her time to rejuvenate before resuming her duties. Those icy gun muzzles remained unwaveringly aimed at him. Han Yanyan opened her eyes to find a room brimming with clothes. A wardrobe larger than her living room at home. She took a step forward, her hand gliding over the garments. Exquisite, fashionable, and undeniably expensive. In addition to the countless outfits, there were entire cabinets filled with shoes and handbags. Han Yanyan paused before a full-length mirror, observing her reflection as her mind began to unlock new information. Unlike the previous iterations of herself, marked by delicate features and an air of scholarly elegance, this incarnation of Han Yanyan had ruby lips and pearly teeth, exuding a confident, vibrant allure. She was the epitome of a wealthy heiress, reminiscent of the illustrious Miss Chow from the shattered world she once knew. Another similarity to Miss Chow was that Han Yanyan, too, had a fiancé, the heir to the Chow group, Chengcheng. The two were heralded by the media as the golden couple of the business realm, a match made in heaven. Yet, it was no surprise that the essence of their engagement remained a commercial alliance. Suddenly, Han Yanyan heard a voice. Stepping out of the dressing room, she found a maid standing outside. The maid, adorned in the vintage uniform reminiscent of affluent families from classic Hong Kong dramas, reported to Han Yanyan, "The driver is ready. When shall we depart?" The information activated a realization. Han Yanyan had arranged to dine with her fiancé, Chengcheng, that evening. According to the pre-given information, Chengcheng intended to confront Han Yanyan about dissolving their engagement. "I shall change my attire and join you shortly," Han Yanyan replied. The maid retreated, and Han Yanyan turned towards the dressing room. This dressing room was nothing short of a woman's dream. An electronic voice declared that this world was her vacation, and it appeared to be no falsehood. From the information swirling in her mind, Han Yanyan had come to understand the opulent life she led in this world. It was a reality she could scarcely fathom, for poverty truly constrains one's imagination. Born into a life of privilege, she was fulfilling a dream she had never dared to envision. Han Yanyan inhaled deeply, striving to suppress the remnants of her anger and resentment as she stepped into the dressing room to select her outfit. The plethora of garments was overwhelming. Sifting through them meticulously would surely strain her eyes. Instead, Han Yanyan closed her eyes and randomly pulled out a piece. Upon opening her eyes, she found it to be a style she adored, which lifted her spirits slightly. As she removed the garment from the hanger, preparing to change, her gaze fell upon the label, and she suddenly froze. She stared at the label for a moment before discarding the garment onto the floor, rifling through the closet to examine the tags of each piece. After some time, Han Yanyan stood amidst the dressing room, silently surveying the plethora of clothing, shoes, and handbags that filled the space. She remained silent for a considerable time before ultimately picking up the garment she had discarded and changing into it. This city, situated by the river, offered a view of the water from the restaurant reserved by Chengcheng. Han Yanyan mused that she had emerged rather late, yet astonishingly arrived even earlier than Chengcheng, waiting for him for a full 10 minutes. Chengcheng was not alone. He was accompanied by a girl. She was youthful and vibrant, with a hint of innocence reflected in her brows, exuding an air of cleanliness. This girl was Baiyu, a recent university graduate whom Chengcheng had arranged to join his company, keeping her under his watchful eye. In fact, Han Yanyan had previously encountered her in Chengcheng's office. At that time, the girl had been demure and respectful, addressing her as Miss Han, exuding an aura of innocence. As someone who had gained a keen insight into the dynamics at play, Han Yanyan raised an eyebrow and deliberately lifted her chin, remarking, "Why bring a secretary to dinner?" Baiyu's head lowered slightly in response. Chengcheng, sensing the tension, reached for her hand, guiding her to sit across from Han Yanyan. "This is Baiyu, the girl I mentioned," he stated. "I brought her here today to introduce you. Yanyan, I have feelings for Baiyu, and I wish to be with her," he declared earnestly to Han Yanyan. Baiyu, inspired by his resolve, mustered her courage to meet the gaze of the proud and imperious young lady. However, Han Yanyan, unfazed, replied nonchalantly, "If you like her, simply buy a house and take care of her. There is no need to bring her before me." Baiyu's complexion turned pale, and humiliation flickered in her eyes as she attempted to free herself from Chengcheng's grasp. Chengcheng did not release her. Rather, he tightened his grip. He gazed at Han Yanyan and calmly declared, "You have misunderstood my intentions. Yanyan, I wish to annul our engagement. My heart belongs to Baiyu. One cannot deceive oneself regarding matters of the heart. The one I love is her, not you. I am truly sorry." Han Yanyan feigned surprise. Are you serious? Indeed. Very serious, Jiao Wenxing affirmed, nodding. He then cast a glance at Bai Yu, whose cheeks flushed with a hint of crimson, as though she had drawn courage from him. She stood tall, prepared to confront the formidable Miss Han. Regardless of the venomous insults that may spew forth from the imperious young lady, Bai Yu resolved to face her with fortitude. However, the haughty Han Yanyan merely pursed her lips, nodded slightly, and shrugged, saying, okay. Both Jiao Wenxing and Bai Yu were momentarily taken aback. You are not angry? Jiao Wenxing asked, slightly bewildered. Although hailed by the media as a distinguished young gentleman and elite of his generation, Jiao Wenxing was only 24, still somewhat naive due to his mother's indulgence at home. Yet, his disciplined and ambitious nature had prevented him from indulging in debauchery such as excessive drinking, nightclub escapades, promiscuity, drug use, reckless driving, or gambling. Thus, he remained a promising young man in the eyes of his elders. A fleeting glimmer in Bai Yu's eyes revealed her profound skepticism regarding Han Yanyan's nonchalant demeanor. For Han Yanyan, it was merely an hour ago that she was cast aside by Ding Yao as a scapegoat. Her spirits were still quite low as she observed the couple before her, who seemed eager to brandish their true love for all to see. She let out a sardonic smile and remarked, "What is there to be angry about? Our engagement was never founded on love. It was merely a strategic alliance. If it falls apart, we can simply seek more suitable matches." While Han Yanyan spoke a harsh truth, Jiao Wenxing found himself stung by the blunt negation from his former fiancée. Surprised, he inquired, "What do I need to explain?" "You need to explain to Uncle Han that we are calling off the engagement," Jiao Wenxing replied. "What is there for me to explain? You are the one wishing to annul the engagement, not I," Han Yanyan retorted. "And then your father will come to discuss it with my father." Her words trailed off as she regarded Jiao Wenxing with incredulity, saying, "You don't actually believe that such a monumental decision can be made solely by the two of us, do you?" A flicker of discomfort crossed Jiao Wenxing's face, while Bai Yu, taken aback, asked, "Why not?" Han Yanyan completely disregarded her presence, stating, "I am perfectly fine with that." Jiao Wenxing lowered his gaze, aware of the truth in Han Yanyan's words, yet he found confronting her to be less daunting than facing his own father. Bai Yu, noticing his expression, grasped his hand and said gently yet resolutely, "Wenxing, you are an adult now. You have the power to shape your own destiny." Her gaze was imbued with trust and admiration, and it seemed that Jiao Wenxing was infused with courage by her presence, instinctively straightening his chest. "And you, Miss Han," Bai Yu turned her head. Looking at Han Yanyan with genuine emotion, "You are an adult now. Please muster some bravery. What purpose does a marriage devoid of love serve?" This solemn declaration finally compelled Han Yanyan to lower her gaze towards the girl before her. Miss Han had always been portrayed as a proud heiress, naturally possessing the temperament that accompanied her status. Previously, when her relationship with Jiao Wenxing was uncertain, Bai Yu lacked confidence in Han Yanyan's presence. Now, however, Jiao Wenxing not only acknowledged her, but also confided in Han Yanyan, demanding the dissolution of their engagement. This newfound assurance emboldened Bai Yu. She felt she could now stand on equal footing with Han Yanyan, and a flicker of triumph surged within her. As she spoke, she shed her former submissive demeanor, standing tall and meeting the young lady's gaze directly. Just over an hour ago, Han Yanyan had been embroiled in the apocalypse, battling 3 zombie monarchs and nearly 100 mutated zombies alongside Ding Yao, only to be treated as a scapegoat by the man she loved. The fury and murderous intent she harbored lay suppressed within her. Upon hearing Bai Yu's absurd remarks, she cast a fleeting glance in her direction. Han Yanyan's cold, detached gaze, forged in the crucible of life and death, extinguished the flicker of satisfaction that Bai Yu had felt. A shiver ran down her spine, and she instinctively drew her shoulders inward, her heart once again gripped by trepidation. Purpose? Oh, the significance was profound. Han Yanyan scoffed with a smile and inquired, "Do you know what a business marriage is?" The man replied, "A business marriage refers to a union between a man and a woman who represent 2 families, where the marriage serves as a means for the integration of capital and technology, as well as the exchange of connections and resources. It is a collaboration between the strong. It is a union, not a feud. If Jiao Wenxing is unwilling to join forces with our family, that is acceptable to me. In business, if an agreement can be reached, then we proceed. If not, we part ways amicably, ensuring that we can still profit together in the future." However, Han Yanyan, with her eyes slightly narrowed, regarded Bai Yu and stated, "My amicable separation with Jiao Wenxing does not grant you the liberty to dictate my actions." Bai, infuriated by the term gold digger, stammered, "How can you insult me in such a manner? Have I spoken incorrectly?" Han Yanyan appraised her from head to toe and continued, "You are not unattractive. Surely, there are many boys in school who pursue you. Yet, you chose Qiao Wenxing. What was your motive? Was it not for his wealth? Among the suitors vying for your affection, there must be outstanding scholars from humble backgrounds. Had you chosen one of them, you could have diligently supported one another, and after a decade or two, you would surely have emerged successfully. But you did not choose that path. Instead, you opted for the ready-made option. You wished to bypass the arduous journey of shared struggles and directly savor the rewards, hence your decision to marry into a wealthy family." Bai Yu's face paled with anger as she bit her lip defiantly and gazed at Han Yanyan, asserting, "I like Wenxing because he is a kind-hearted person. My father has been gravely ill, and it was Wenxing who extended a helping hand, selflessly aiding my family through this arduous time. You truly do not comprehend him." Han Yanyan scoffed. "The money he used to assist you is his father's, not his own. If you admire him for that, you are mistaken. You ought to direct your affections towards Chairman Qiao instead." Bai Yu was rendered speechless. "So aside from his wealth and the aura it bestows, what else do you cherish about him?" Han Yanyan mocked. Bai Yu's eyes brimmed with tears from indignation. Qiao Wenxing, feeling a pang of sympathy for Bai Yu, admonished sternly, "Yanyan, do not speak such nonsense. Yaya is not that kind of girl." Han Yanyan sneered. "She may not understand. Even if she were to become the young mistress of the Qiao family, she would still lack the standing to dictate to me." With that, she pushed back her chair and stood up. "Well, your woman has spoiled the mood for dinner. You may dine alone." Qiao Wenxing rose, and upon seeing this, Bai Yu followed suit. Han Yanyan picked up her bag, glanced at Qiao Wenxing, and said, "Considering our long acquaintance, allow me to offer you a piece of advice. This marriage was arranged personally by our fathers, particularly yours, who is quite resolute. You know his reasons. In your family, your father holds the ultimate authority. I advise you against defying him. After all, you are not his only son." Bai Yu, clearly unaware of this, turned to Qiao Wenxing in astonishment and asked, "You are not an only child?" Han Yanyan smiled. "Moreover, although the illegitimate child has never been formally acknowledged, she has nevertheless been raised amidst elite education, attending prestigious schools and studying abroad from a young age." Han Yanyan curled her lips into a faint smile, declaring, "Then I wish you good fortune." With that, she turned on her heels, her stilettos clicking assertively against the floor as she departed with an air of confidence. Bai Yu bit her lip, gazing at Han's retreating figure, and murmured softly, I do not like her. She is merely spoiled and temperamental. I have known her since childhood. I understand her well. She is, in fact, a very good and innocent girl, not a bad person." Qiao Wenxing offered her comfort. This was not the response Bai Yu had hoped for. She desired Qiao Wenxing to align with her in criticizing his former fiancé, yet he did not. Disappointment washed over her. She raised her head and smiled. She must be upset due to the engagement. She claims it does not matter, but perhaps it does weigh on her heart. After all, where else could she find someone like you, who is so wonderful? Her consistent gentleness and a blend of deference with admiration imbued Qiao Wenxing, often regarded as a cherished child by his mother, with a sense of self-importance. She continued, "I initially felt guilty towards her, but it seems that her anger is predominant, and there is little emotion between you two. Dissolving this engagement may not be a misfortune for her after all. I hope she, like me, can discover someone she truly loves. It is truly lamentable for someone to speak solely of money and transactions." Qiao Wenxing grasped her hand and said, "Forget about her. Her temper flares quickly and fades just as swiftly as she is carefree. Are you hungry? What would you like to eat?" Bai Yu perused the menu, selecting dishes that were favored by Qiao Wenxing. The sound of her high heels echoed on the floor as Han Yanyan strode out of the building with an air of authority. Those who crossed her path instinctively took a couple of steps aside, avoiding her presence. At the bottom of the stairs, the chauffeur of her private car opened the door, thoughtfully placing his hand on the roof to prevent the young lady from bumping her head while entering. Once the door was closed and he grasped the steering wheel, he heard the young lady lazily remark from behind, "Confronting people is truly exhilarating. It effectively alleviates negative emotions." The driver chuckled, "Who was so oblivious as to provoke you?" Han inside, two brainless individuals. She then inquired, "Uncle Chen, is there a place nearby where I could dine? I'm still hungry." The driver was slightly taken aback. He knew Han Yanyan had come to meet the young master of the Qiao family, so it was surprising that she had not dined before leaving. Realizing this matter exceeded his professional boundaries, he refrained from asking further, simply providing the name of a restaurant frequented by Han Yanyan. Is that acceptable? Yes. Han Yanyan replied cheerfully. When I'm in a foul mood, I indulge in a good meal. One meal is insufficient. I shall have two. The driver couldn't resist a glance at Han Yanyan through the rearview mirror. Although she appeared formidable, she was generally quite kind to the household staff. However, today, he sensed a difference in her demeanor. Seated in the back, her gaze penetrated the glass as if she were observing the twilight scenery outside. Yet it seemed she was merely staring blankly. The driver noticed her lips were tightly drawn, and her strikingly beautiful visage seemed to radiate a hint of hostility. He asked, "Where would you like to go? Handle it as you see fit. It must feature sunshine, sandy beaches, and handsome gentlemen," Han Yanyan languidly declared while reclining against the chair. "I wish to unwind and indulge in a holiday." The driver smiled. "Leave it to me." The following day, Han Yanyan embarked on a journey abroad. First class. A luxurious resort hotel, sunshine, beaches, and handsome men of various nationalities and hues. The electronic voice announced that this world was now her vacation. In this realm, although she wasn't immensely wealthy, she had a father of substantial means. Han Yanyan felt as though she had been reborn. The sensation of being a pampered heiress was truly delightful. On the fourth day of her leisurely existence on the pristine private beach, the beautiful heiress Han Yanyan awaited her guest. The young man was strikingly handsome, bearing a resemblance to Jiang Chengcheng, yet lacking the naivete that wealth had bestowed upon his brother. Though they shared blood, one was a celebrated young master under the spotlight, engaged to a wealthy heiress, boasting no notable achievements yet heralded as a youth elite. The other was an unacknowledged illegitimate son, enduring the scorn and derision of others, living a life devoid of his father and only his mother for company. In comparison to Jiang Chengcheng, Lu Qingyu's gaze was steadier, his features revealing a hint of resilience, qualities Jiang Chengcheng could not match. Indeed, he bore the surname Lu, inherited from his mother. His biological father generously provided him with a life of affluence, yet was so miserly that he even withheld a surname. He was merely a few months younger than his blood-related brother, Jiang Chengcheng, an unexpected consequence of a liaison during Jiang Chengcheng's mother's pregnancy. His arrival was unanticipated, yet he flourished into a youth more accomplished than the son his father cherished. Before setting off, Han Yanyan had extended an invitation to him, and now he had arrived as promised. Han Yanyan, clad in a bikini, reclined on a beach chair, her skin as pale as snow, her form exquisitely curved, exuding an alluring sensuality. As she removed her sunglasses to scrutinize Lu Qingyu, her eyes narrowed, and the corners of her rosy lips curled upwards, languid like a cat, radiating an unshakable confidence inherent to one who had been steeped in privilege since childhood. Lu Qingyu, with his hands tucked into his pockets, remained nonchalantly open to her examination. While she assessed him, he too took in the sight of Han Yanyan. This nominal future sister-in-law was a striking beauty, a true paragon of a wealthy heiress. An uncontrollable sense of resentment welled up within him. Although his biological father had provided him with a comfortable life, he would never afford him the same opportunities as Jiang Chengcheng. Much like the socialite before him, she represented a realm of unattainable aspirations in his life. "You invited me here to see you. Is there something amiss?" he queried, puzzled by her invitation. Though they shared blood ties, he was acutely aware that he was not entitled to receive an invitation to Jiang Chengcheng's wedding, feeling that he should not intersect with the fiancée of his brother. After receiving a call from Han Yanyan the day before yesterday, he hesitated but ultimately succumbed to his curiosity and came. Han Yanyan smiled and said, "It's nothing much. I merely wish to meet the future heir of the Qiao family." Lu Qingyu furrowed his brow. "You summoned me here just to humiliate me?" He mockingly addressed her as sister-in-law. "Ah." Han Yanyan waved her finger to stop him. "Do not call me that. Although I may very well become the daughter-in-law of the Qiao family, it does not necessarily mean I will be your sister-in-law." Lu Qingyu gazed at her. "What do you mean?" Han Yanyan chuckled and stood up to don her sunglasses once more. "Your brother, Jiang Chengcheng, has fallen in love with a flower from a humble background and wishes to dissolve our engagement. He clearly does not comprehend the significance of the union between the Qiao and Han families. With a son as foolish and dim-witted as he, I seriously doubt your father will continue to reserve the title of heir for him. After all, Jiang Chengcheng is not the only option for your father. There is also you." She regarded the handsome and rational young man, Xiao Qingyu. "I bear the surname Lu," Lu Qingyu replied coolly. "If he is unwilling to even grant me his surname, how could I ever be considered as an heir?" Han Yanyan, keenly observant, noticed the barely perceptible tightening of Lu Qingyu's lips. In truth, she had not employed anyone to investigate him. Her words were merely information fed into her mind through electronic means. Based on this information, it was not difficult to deduce that a person as exceptional as Lu Qingyu, cruelly suppressed by his father due to his status as an illegitimate child, could not possibly be content. His demeanor is calm and decisive, and he possesses remarkable personal abilities. All he lacks is support. Han Yanyan is more than willing to provide that support. Your father harbors a bias against you, no matter how hard you strive. He may only marginally increase the inheritance he has preordained for you. The identity and status you truly desire, obtaining them from his hands will prove to be exceedingly difficult. She remarked, however, if you were to marry the sole heir of the Han group, which is me, and become my father's son-in-law, I believe your father would gladly grant you a surname and welcome you into the Qiao family. Becoming an heir is not entirely out of reach. Lu Qingyu's gaze finally shifted. He fixed his eyes on the strikingly confident woman, an unusual glimmer flashing within his eyes as he inquired, "What do you desire?" Han Yanyan responded with a charming smile, "I shall change into another outfit. Let us continue this conversation at dinner." The dinner was a candlelit affair. This island is a veritable paradise, where spring reigns eternal, the beaches are pristine and delicate, and the starry sky dazzles in brilliance. Lu Qingyu could discern that the young lady from the Han family genuinely relished this meal. As she savored the tender lobster meat, her eyes slightly squinted, and the corners of her mouth lifted, all of which revealed her current pleasure and delight. Lu Qingyu exhibited great patience, quietly yet courteously accompanying her throughout the meal, until Han Yanyan lifted her goblet and sipped a measure of white wine. He set down his knife and fork, dabbed at the corners of his mouth with his napkin, placed it aside, and initiated a conversation that would alter the course of his life. All transactions are a matter of equivalent exchange. "I need to understand what you wish to obtain from me in return," he asked. Han Yanyan elongated her tone while gently swaying her high-stemmed glass. "What about a reliable husband?" Lu Qingyu maintained his composure. Han Yanyan smiled. "I speak the truth. The Qiao family has experienced a decline in recent years, yet they remain my father's ideal match. He is unwilling to settle for anything less, and I, too, am not inclined to do so." She pouted slightly. "However, unfortunately, your brother seems to be lacking in common sense. I doubt my father would desire a dim-witted son-in-law, and naturally, I wouldn't either. Who would wish for a fool as a husband?" Han Yanyan scoffed. Her expression seemed to ease Lu Qingyu's tension. He inquired, "What are your expectations for this marriage?" Han Yanyan replied, "I wish to live freely." "Is this in reference to the physical aspect?" Lu Qingyu pressed his lips together, stating, "I cannot concur with such an attitude towards marriage." Han Yanyan was slightly taken aback. "I assumed that given your life experiences, you would not place much importance on marriage." Lu Qingyu's lips tightened, and the atmosphere around him grew cold. Yet, to his surprise, the young lady across from him quickly apologized. "I'm sorry, I overstepped." Lu Qingyu released his clenched fist, contemplated for a moment, and said, "Before we have children, I can refrain from interfering with your lifestyle. However, if we are to have a child together, I desire that the child grows up in a complete and normal family." Han Yanyan was somewhat astonished and asked, "Have you not considered that this might lead to the collapse of our relationship, prompting me to settle for someone else? You must understand that many wish to marry me, and many are indifferent to my continued pursuits." Lu Qingyu stated, "One must have principles in life." Han Yanyan, having set aside her jesting demeanor, found herself genuinely intrigued by the young man before her, her gaze taking on a seriousness. Lu Qingyu continued, "I am uncertain of the nature of the marriage you desire. Yet I shall strive to fulfill it, provided it remains within the bounds of my principles. If you cannot accept my limits, then this matter need not be discussed further." Han Yanyan placed her glass down, leaning slightly back against her chair as she regarded Lu Qingyu. His strikingly handsome features were accompanied by a sincere gaze, far more pleasing to her than the spoiled Qiao Wenqing. After a moment's contemplation, she replied, "Very well, that boundary is not difficult to accept. However, I have one more condition." Lu Qingyu leaned in slightly. Han Yanyan declared, "The most humiliating experience I have encountered in my life was being confronted with the words-broken engagement thrown in my face. I want your foolish brother to learn a lesson." Lu Qingyu's expression shifted subtly. Han Yanyan smirked. "Do not worry, it will not threaten his life, nor will it result in grievous injury. Is he not one who favors beauty over power? In that case, let us jointly seize his power and see if his beloved can withstand adversity alongside him. Lu Qingyu pondered briefly before extending his hand to Han Yanyan. It is a deal. Han Yanyan's luscious red lips broke into a radiant smile as she grasped his hand. It seemed her father had misjudged him, believing him to lack ambition, yet he was capable of preserving the status quo. Little did he know, Lu Qingyu was no fool. Father Han slammed a newspaper onto the desk. Han Yanyan picked it up and glanced at it, nearly bursting into laughter. While she had been enjoying herself around the world for the past few months, Xiaowenqing was embroiled in a revolution against his father. Clearly, he was no match for his dad. His request to dissolve their engagement had been firmly quashed. In a fit of anger, Xiaowenqing had publicly announced their separation through an advertisement, thereby slapping both the Han and Xiao families in the face. He truly had the audacity to go through with it. Han Yanyan scoffed. Aren't you surprised? Father Han looked at her. Did you know about this in advance? Han Yanyan tossed the newspaper aside. He came to me with his so-called true love, insisting on breaking off the engagement. I couldn't be bothered to entertain him. So that's why you ran off to have fun? Upon realizing that his daughter had sought solace abroad due to such indignities, Father Han felt a surge of anger. Any lingering hesitation he had evaporated completely, and he mentally marked Xiaowenqing with a resounding negative. He tentatively asked his daughter, Yanyan, how do you feel about him? It's of no consequence. Han Yanyan waved her hand dismissively. We merely grew up together, knowing each other inside and out, and thought we were compatible. But who would have imagined he would turn out to be so foolish? Since we are incompatible, it's better to part ways sooner rather than later. Father Han felt a slight sense of relief. Although it was a marriage of convenience, he still hoped for his only daughter's happiness. While he doubted Xiaowenqing's potential, he had believed he could at least be a good husband, only to discover his own flawed judgment. Steeling himself, he opened a drawer and pulled out a folder. Pushing it toward her, Han Yanyan opened it to find a photograph of Lu Qingyu. He was shaking hands with a client, his handsome face exuding a dignified demeanor, a serious intensity evident between his brows. Han Yanyan raised an eyebrow and inquired, Who is this handsome gentleman? He's your Uncle Qiao's other son, replied Han's father. Born outside, he has never been officially acknowledged. However, this young man is quite impressive. Compared to Xiaowenqing, he only falls short due to his lineage. Feigning ignorance, Han Yanyan perused the materials, where Lu Qingyu's academic background and professional achievements were thoroughly documented, aligning perfectly with the information she had anticipated. She nodded, not bad at all. He seems to be someone with ambition. Han Yanyan lifted her gaze to her esteemed father. He remarked, Both your Uncle Qiao and I hope that you two young individuals can become acquainted. The nature of the gathering was inconsequential. What mattered was the matchmaking orchestrated by their esteemed fathers. Upon entering this grand residence, one could immediately sense the less than welcoming gazes from the crowd. Xiaowenqing's broken engagement had thrust Han Yanyan into the limelight of entertainment news. She shed her fur coat, donning a backless evening gown, her high heels clicking softly as she linked arms with her father, exuding grace and poise, entirely indifferent to the scrutinizing stares. The electronic notifications provided invaluable insights, equipping Han Yanyan, as a participant in this scenario, with comprehensive knowledge about the relevant individuals, their backstories, and the unfolding dynamics, allowing her to seamlessly assimilate into the narrative world surrounding her. For instance, at this moment, as she stands there, she instinctively knows the appropriate demeanor to adopt and the precise words to employ that befit a socialite stature. With a smile, she engages with a gentleman approaching for conversation, only to glance up and see Lu Qingyu following closely behind her father. The two fathers, having known each other for many years, share a deep familiarity, having watched each other as children grow, solidifying a bond akin to family ties. Lu Qingyu extends his hand towards Han Yanyan, greeting her. Hello, Xiao Qingyu. Han Yanyan returns his handshake with a smile. Han Yanyan. It is as if they are meeting for the first time. The patriarch of the Qiao family leads the patriarch of the Han family away to discuss business matters, enthusiastically advising Lu, no, Xiao Qingyu, to take good care of Yanyan. Xiao Qingyu nods in acknowledgement. Once the fathers have departed, he turns to look at Han Yanyan. Beneath the opulent crystal chandelier, her confident and radiant aura eclipses all the other socialites present, exuding brilliance. Previously, Xiao Qingyu had only seen her in newspapers and entertainment magazines. During their last encounter, he was preoccupied with his own thoughts, unable to truly appreciate her presence. Now, standing side by side beneath the chandelier, they both endure the curious and skeptical gazes of onlookers, surrounded by a tapestry of shimmering fabrics and intermingling lights. Xiao Qingyu realizes that Han Yanyan will be a pivotal moment in his life. It's merely a smoke bomb, Xiao Qingyu remarks. He gestures for a server to approach and hands a glass of wine to Han Yanyan as they stroll towards a quieter area. Han Yanyan inquires, "What is the situation?" Xiao Qingyu, his expression impassive, replies, "I've run away from home." Han Yanyan exerted considerable effort to swallow the red wine without letting it spill. Xiao Qingyu stood at her side, shielding her from the prying eyes of others, gently patting her back to help ease the drink down. The deep V-back evening gown she wore accentuated her alluring curves, her smooth skin and delicate butterfly bones stirring the hearts of men. Han Yanyan pressed a hand to her chest and waved dismissively, saying, "Let us not dwell on that for now. What on earth does it mean to run away from home? It sounds utterly juvenile, as if we were still in high school." She rubbed her forehead in frustration, pondering why, in this day and age, there were still grown men with such romantic naivete. With her shimmering eyes, she cast a sidelong glance at him. "What's wrong?" Xiao Qingyu asked, momentarily taken aback. "You look so charming when you smile. Why do you always wear such a serious expression?" Han Yanyan raised an eyebrow, the corners of her crimson lips curling mischievously. "What are your intentions?" His demeanor was unusually grave, as if he were deliberating a significant proposal in a boardroom. "Intentions?" Han Yanyan slightly lifted her chin. "Since your father intends to use you as a performer, we shall certainly turn the pretense into reality." "And the specifics of the plan?" Xiao Qingyu pressed further. Han Yanyan was momentarily speechless. He truly believed they were engaged in a business discussion. "The specifics?" "Naturally. You are to pursue me," she retorted with an eye roll. Xiao Qingyu was momentarily stunned. "You, the esteemed eldest daughter of the Han family, would simply agree to marry me on a whim?" Han Yanyan shot him a withering glance, lightly lifting her skirt as she turned gracefully, leaving him with a perfect view of her back. "I await your pursuit," she declared, her hips swaying as she walked towards a few familiar socialites. If one were to liken individuals to flowers, Xiao Qingyu perceived Han Yanyan as a resplendent peony, fully blooming, with lush foliage, exuding the essence of national beauty and grace. For reasons unknown, he felt a warmth enveloping both his ears and heart. "Yanyan, have you truly severed your engagement with Wenxing?" As he pondered, he mused whether Uncle Qiao's cordial demeanor was an indication that Xiao Qingyu might be encouraged to pursue her further. Acquainted young ladies encircled Han Yanyan, chattering animatedly, eager to unearth more tidbits, feeding their insatiable appetite for gossip. Among them were those who shared a close rapport with Han Yanyan, yet there were also dissenters, inevitably giving rise to discordant voices. "Perhaps that's precisely the case," one jested, considering that in ancient times, in some remote villages, it was not uncommon for a brother to marry his deceased sibling's wife. The atmosphere shifted as their gazes sharpened. In truth, they had previously speculated about the possibility of Han Yanyan and Xiao Qingyu's relationship, but the manner in which it was articulated was rather unrefined. Han Yanyan's full, crimson lips curled into a slight smile as she nonchalantly remarked, "If it were Xiao Qingyu, I would have no objections." Her friends gasped in astonishment. "Wow. Yanyan, you." Han Yanyan raised a finger, stating, "Firstly, he is handsome and possesses an admirable physique." All eyes shifted towards Xiao Qingyu at her initial mention, and they recognized the truth in her words. Having grown accustomed to the frivolous demeanor of men within their circle, the sudden introduction of someone with such earnest seriousness was indeed a refreshing novelty. Han Yanyan raised her second finger. "Then, one could say that he is truly exceptional, with a past that can be regarded as elite, right? Not the kind of flattery we often hear, but something substantial." Everyone nodded in agreement. Since Xiao Qingyu had entered their circle, they had all become somewhat acquainted with his credentials. Meanwhile, Xiao Wenxing had been consistently lauded by the media as a young prodigy. Yet everyone in their circle was well aware of the reality. In this circle of men, refraining from drugs, gambling, and promiscuity practically bestowed upon them an aura of elitism. Most importantly, Han Yanyan raised her third finger, stating, "It matters not whom one marries, as long as this individual is the heir of the Qiao family. I am perfectly fine with that." A moment of silence enveloped the room. In light of this third point, the first two seemed utterly trivial. The Qiao and Han families were both formidable financial dynasties. Contemplating the immense wealth of these two families joining forces ignited a fervor within everyone present, filled with both admiration and jealousy. As her words hung in the air, the atmosphere grew tense, and soon after, people diverted their gazes to other matters, deliberately shifting the topic. You admire my dress, and I adore your earrings. Han Yanyan beckoned a waiter over, exchanging her empty glass for a fresh drink. With a smile, she savored a sip of her wine, relishing in the envy of others while watching the provocateurs fume with jealousy. Ah, if one were to be reborn, how delightful it would be to have a wealthy father by one's side. From a distance, Han Yanyan spotted Xiao Qingyu and raised her glass towards him. The scene was one of elegance and indulgence, reminiscent of a lavish holiday. Within a few days, the second son of the Qiao family, who had just returned to his roots, began to pursue the sole heiress of the Han family. In the realm of high society, where marital discord and fraternal disputes over inheritance abound, the entertainment press buzzes with fervor akin to a euphoric frenzy. Got it, exclaimed the enthusiastic young reporter, brandishing his camera. In the frame, the second son of the Qiao family and the eldest daughter of the Han family sat side by side. Qiao's arm rested casually on the back of Han's chair, giving the impression of an embrace. The reporter, having captured this particularly advantageous angle, created an illusion of their heads overlapping, reminiscent of a kiss. Though fully aware of the falsehood, he delighted in pairing this photograph with a sensational narrative of a passionate kiss between the golden couple, transforming uncle and niece into a romantic pair for the sake of allure. That's a wrap. The reporter whistled, packing up his equipment with his companions as they prepared to depart. Are they gone? Xiao Qingyu inquired, unable to see the scene behind him. Han Yanyan had already noticed the paparazzi retreating. She cast a glance at Xiao Qingyu, who seemed in close proximity yet maintained a deliberate distance. Not yet, they're still shooting. Perhaps they're unsatisfied, she replied. You mustn't be so stiff, it appears quite unnatural. She slightly lifted her chin and instructed him. Be a bit more intimate. Tuck a strand of my hair behind my ear. Let your fingers linger. Yes, just like that, linger. Xiao Qingyu earnestly followed her guidance. Leaning in slightly, naturally drawing closer to her, his senses enveloped by her delicate fragrance. Xiao Qingyu had only a superficial understanding of women and fragrances, in stark contrast to certain aristocrats within this circle who could discern a woman's essence through scent alone. He found the aroma enveloping Han Yanyan to be irresistibly alluring. Yet, this captivating fragrance seemed overly mature for a 23-year-old girl. It surpassed her youthful age. Her skin, however, appeared more youthful than her years, taut and supple, exuding a vitality that seemed to dance within her. As the final strand of hair unraveled, and her cascading curls threatened to slip through his fingers, Han Yanyan suddenly lifted her gaze, tilting her face to bestow a kiss upon Xiao Qingyu's lips. That lock of hair remained ensnared, its tip held captive by his grasp. Their eyes locked, mere centimeters separating their noses. Xiao Qingyu's gaze was dark and profound, while Han Yanyan raised an eyebrow, finding the moment lackluster. She wrinkled her nose in discontent, prompting Xiao Qingyu to cast her a sidelong glance. You resemble an old man, Han Yanyan scoffed, only to halt abruptly, her expression shifting to one of incredulity. You can't still be a virgin, can you? This revelation bewildered her, according to her prior information. Xiao Qingyu had had multiple girlfriends while studying abroad. Xiao Qingyu silently exhaled, regaining his composure as he calmly replied, No. Then are you gay? Han Yanyan frowned, her confusion evident, as the information she had received contained no such indication. The weight on Xiao Qingyu's chest became unbearable. How could he explain? You show no reaction to me at all, Han Yanyan pouted, resting her chin on her palm. Xiao Qingyu turned to her, his gaze deep and shadowy. You are the one I wish to marry, he stated earnestly. I desire to approach you with greater seriousness. At that moment, Han Yanyan's gaze became fixed. After a brief pause, her rosy lips curled into a rather frosty arc. Here's a piece of advice. In this world, do not be too sincere. Those who are sincere are fools. Her smile was one that kept others at bay, exuding an air of cold elegance. The languorous Han Yanyan, the alluring Han Yanyan, the proud Han Yanyan, the self-assured Han Yanyan. Perhaps none were as genuine as the Han Yanyan of this very moment, Xiao Qingyu mused. Are you going out to have fun tonight? Would you like to join? Han Yanyan inquired. No, thank you. Xiao Qingyu glanced at his watch and politely declined. I have a report to finish. All right, do your best, Han Yanyan teased. Though winter was nearing its end, the wind remained biting. Xiao Qingyu's lips felt warm, his tongue aflame. His kissing skills were impressive. Indeed, he was no novice. Uncle Chun wore a professional smile as he steadied the car door, turning towards the front of the vehicle, leaving only his back to the embracing couple. Xiao Qingyu released Han Yanyan, gently wiping the lipstick from his lips with his thumb. He let go of her hand and said, "Enjoy yourself." With that, he took a step back, hands tucked in his pockets, his black coat flared open, its edges fluttering in the evening breeze. Han Yanyan glanced at him with a smile that was both enigmatic and teasing before she bent down and slipped into the car, driving away with an air of finality. Inside the vehicle, Han Yanyan lit a cigarette. Though she herself did not smoke, this version of Han Yanyan did. Once the information stored in her mind was activated, she was able to absorb everything about her existence in this world, including her mannerisms, habits, and even her personality. In the initially crumbling world, Han Yanyan was a pure-hearted, simple-minded young professional, a character that could be deemed as weak. Upon her arrival, Han Yanyan's own personality assumed the dominant role. In the apocalyptic realm, her persona was a blank slate, entirely filled in by her true self. Thus, in both worlds, Han Yanyan felt little. However, in this world, the young lady was born into wealth, characterized by her passionate, flamboyant, and assertive nature. Although Han Yanyan remained in control, she inevitably felt the influence of this persona. For instance, whenever her emotions waver slightly, she instinctively reaches for a cigarette, a habit of the affluent lady, not of her true self. Arriving in this realm, Han Yanyan feared she may be losing her sense of self. In the dimly lit train carriage, she smoked, contemplating the course of events in this world. Here, her advantage lay in her identity. The Han family has thrived for 3 generations, with substantial wealth. In the presence of the Han family's heiress, beauty merely serves as an embellishment. The objective in this world is to make Xiao Wenxing recognize his mistakes, in simpler terms, to induce regret. This task is not arduous. The challenge lies in how a living, breathing individual can manage their heart and restrain their emotions amidst interactions with others. In a world of rapid transitions, who truly feels, and who is a fool? Han Yanyan took a deep drag on her cigarette, allowing nicotine to seep into her lungs, poisoning her cells. Having been in this world for half a year, she sensed a significant transformation within herself. She vividly recalls her arrival here, embarking on a journey around the globe, where each day was spent in exuberance and unrestrained joy. Yet, come nightfall, she would repeatedly awaken from dreams, her body drenched in cold sweat, instinctively placing her hand upon her chest to reassure herself that there were no gaping wounds, no claws poised to shatter her heart. As 6 months elapsed, such fury had gradually diminished, though Han Yanyan understood it had not dissipated. Rather, it lay dormant deep within her. Perhaps it is true that hatred endures longer than love. Her phone chimed, her companions for the evening urging her to join them. She extinguished her cigarette and inquired playfully, "Are there any handsome gentlemen tonight?" The voice on the other end chuckled, "Of course. They are all from our agency, each one a rising star. Just point out the one you fancy." The opulent, hedonistic lifestyle of the affluent was a subject Han Yanyan had penned extensively about in the past. Given that tales of domineering CEOs were a staple in romantic fiction, her depictions of lavish indulgence drew from celebrity gossip, fragments from forums, and a significant portion from her own imagination. Back then, she could not help but fantasize about living such a life one day. Little did she know that such a day would indeed arrive. If one were to consider her foray into this new realm akin to employment, it could be deemed a corporate perk. Han Yanyan enjoyed a delightful evening. The following day, blurred photographs of her nestled between 2 rising stars graced the entertainment headlines. That very newspaper found its way to her father's breakfast table. He merely glanced at it, offering a mild admonition to refrain from late nights that could jeopardize her health. Xiao Wenxing publicly announced the dissolution of his engagement, which tarnished the reputation of the Han family. Although Han Yanyan is currently in a relationship with Xiao Qingyu, she subtly expresses her displeasure, leaving Han's father feeling that it is a trivial matter. With such a protective father, Han Yanyan feels particularly elated. In her buoyant mood, she decided to call Xiao Qingyu. "After pursuing me for 2 months, when do you plan to propose, young Master Xiao?" Xiao Qingyu replied, "That is entirely up to you." Mississippi gazing out at the expansive courtyard through the floor-to-ceiling windows, the chill dissipating under the warm sunlight, she languidly declared, "Let it be today." The following day, the couple appeared in public, and sharp-eyed paparazzi soon spotted the exquisite diamond ring adorning Han Yanyan's finger. When questioned about their engagement, Han Yanyan and Xiao Qingyu, fingers intertwined, wore expressions of bliss. Their commitment quickly became the talk of the entertainment headlines, spreading like wildfire. Upon seeing the news, Han's father cast a glance at the ring on Han Yanyan's finger and inquired, "When shall we hold the engagement ceremony?" Han Yanyan, who only drank freshly squeezed juice in her father's presence, raised her glass and nonchalantly replied, "Such matters should naturally be initiated by the man." Meanwhile, Bai also came across the newspaper. Her beloved is the legitimate heir of the Qiao family. While this arrogant young lady from the Han family is set to marry an illegitimate child from a peripheral background, their relationship is riddled with insincerity, a lamentable union of convenience. In Bai's heart, there lingered a subtle sense of triumph. Bai discarded the newspaper into the trash bin and, without knocking, pushed open the door to Qiao Wenqing's office. This company was established by Qiao Wenqing himself. Initially, Qiao's mother intended to placate Bai with money, but she firmly rejected the offer. Enraged, Qiao's mother slapped her and hurled insults. However, prior to the meeting, Bai had called Qiao Wenqing, who rushed over just in time to witness the altercation, leading to a fierce confrontation with his mother, who had always indulged him. Despite this, when he defied his parents and left home, only to have Qiao's father freeze all his accounts, Qiao's mother could not help but feel pity and secretly provided him with funds. Thus, Qiao Wenqing established this company. His father not only froze all his assets, but also stripped him of his position as general manager at the branch, completely cutting him off. Qiao Wenqing had always had everything he desired from a young age, living a life of ease and comfort. He had never engaged in any outrageous behavior, earning a reputation as a model child within his circle and consistently receiving praise from his elders. Now, at the age of 24, he had yet to experience a rebellious phase. One could say he had lived too smoothly to ever have the opportunity for rebellion. This time, his resistance against an arranged marriage and pursuit of love finally created an irreconcilable rift between him and his doting parents, marking the arrival of his long-delayed rebellious phase. Seizing the opportunity, he yearned to extricate himself from his father's control and achieve something significant on his own, thereby proving his worth. However, his father harbored a deep-seated disdain for the existence of this illegitimate child beyond his plans. His mother's lowly status and reprehensible character had long since earned his father's unforgiveness for daring to bring forth a child without his consent. Qiao Wenqing held no genuine regard for Qiao Qingyu. His current agitation stemmed from other matters. Suddenly, the door swung open, prompting Qiao Wenqing to frown and look up, ready to reprimand the intruder, only to soften upon seeing Bai. "Where have you been?" he inquired. With a sweet smile, Bai presented him with a steaming cup of coffee. "Your favorite." "Thank you," Qiao Wenqing replied, accepting the cup. In truth, he did not particularly enjoy this beverage. The coffee he relished was sourced from the peaks of tropical islands, renowned for its rich, smooth flavor and aromatic qualities, a true gem among coffees. Meticulously roasted through 12 elaborate processes and imported at a steep price. Most could not afford such luxury. What circulated in chain coffee shops under the same name was merely imitation. Yet, he refrained from quibbling with Bai over such trivialities. She was oblivious to these distinctions, caring solely for him. "Why venture out to buy it yourself? You could have ordered delivery," he admonished her. Bai wrinkled her nose in response. "Delivery takes too long and often arrives cold, which diminishes the taste. I simply wanted you to enjoy it while it's hot." She tilted her head, her playful smile radiating affection from her eyes. She is a girl who would tear up a check meant for others, even if the sum written on it was an amount she could never hope to earn in her lifetime, her eyes remaining unblinking. Her affection for him is the most genuine and pure. Unlike Han Yanyan, with whom he has grown up and become far too familiar, their relationship rarely flows with such sentiment. They typically converse about financial matters and projects. Although they are engaged, it is merely in adherence to their parents' wishes. Moreover, Han Yanyan is exceedingly domineering. Qiao Wenqing scolds Bai verbally, yet inwardly, he finds pleasure in Bai's unwavering devotion, placing him in the foremost and most significant position in her heart. He grasps Bai's hand, feeling its icy chill from the wind, and cannot help but feel a pang of concern, pulling her into his embrace. "Your hands are freezing. Next time, let someone else go." Bai, warmed by her beloved's concern, plants a gentle kiss on his cheek and sweetly replies, "Next time, I will wear gloves. I dislike you drinking coffee bought by others." She turns her head and notices the folder sprawled across the desk, pausing momentarily before cautiously inquiring, "How is everything?" Bai tenderly smooths the furrow between his brows and tentatively asks, Wenxing, have you ever considered leaving here to pursue opportunities elsewhere? Xiao Wenxing is taken aback and retorts, where would I go? Bai Yu suggests, what about my hometown? She clarifies, not my home specifically. It's merely a small, obscure city. I'm referring to the provincial capital nearby. Once there, no one would recognize you. Even your father's influence would be limited, wouldn't it? Xiao Wenxing hesitated. After all, the foundation of the Qiao family was deeply entrenched here, and there has always been a saying that a strong dragon cannot suppress a local snake. Yet Bai Yu wore a sweet smile, her eyes brimming with longing. I cannot help but envision leaving this place, breaking free from the constraints imposed by these people and circumstances. The vast sea beckons for fish to leap. The sky is high for birds to soar. How splendid it must feel to experience true freedom. Something within Xiao Wenxing stirred, as he too yearned for that sensation. Even more, he wished to share that feeling with Bai Yu. Then let us go, he said, gripping her hand firmly, his resolve unwavering. In the Qiao family mansion, after the sun had set, Xiao Qingyu, bearing the identity of the second young master, arrived. Although he had visited this grand residence a few times recently, it was not his home. The housekeeper, who had politely accepted his coat, regarded him with a distant coldness, her eyes reflecting disdain. This housekeeper had served the Qiao matriarch for over 20 years and had watched Xiao Wenxing grow up. Though she remained silent about his return to the family, Xiao Qingyu could sense the rejection woven into that silence. He despised coming to this place. After removing his coat, Xiao Qingyu proceeded directly to the study on the second floor. After knocking and receiving permission, he entered, approaching the desk of the man within. He lowered his head slightly and called out, "Father." Xiao's father looked up, regarding this son raised outside the family with a complex array of emotions. He had also allowed Xiao Qingyu to associate with Han Yanyan, a girl born with a silver spoon, whose family was immensely wealthy and whose mother was a significant figure in the political arena. The eyes of Han Yanyan, the girl, have always gazed upwards. He never envisioned that Han Yanyan would develop feelings for the illegitimate child of an escort, even though this son truly excelled, having fully inherited his genes. To his astonishment, they became engaged, and Xiao's father found himself in a passive position. Have you discussed when the engagement ceremony will take place with Yanyan? He inquired after a prolonged silence. Xiao's father nodded. I shall speak with old Han tomorrow. You need not worry. Xiao Qingyu raised his gaze, his dark eyes fixed on his father. I have never doubted your capabilities. His avaricious mother squandered his alimony, while his biological father converted it into tangible resources. Tuition for kindergarten and primary school was paid in full, and various necessities were provided for his daily life, including clothing, shoes, and even a dedicated vehicle with a driver. The escort received none of this, inciting her furious wrath. However, the quality of the provisions from his biological father was so exceptional that the escort resorted to stealing them to sell as second-hand goods for money. Upon discovering this, Xiao's father promptly sent him to a boarding school, separating mother and child. He attended boarding school from elementary through junior high, initially seeing his biological mother once every month or two, but as time passed, those encounters dwindled until they ceased altogether. By the time he graduated from junior high, his biological mother had vanished, and he realized she likely departed with another man, having deemed him no longer profitable. Soon after, he was sent abroad to receive the finest elite education, ultimately returning home with a master's degree. Upon his return, his biological father gifted him a property and a sum of money, thereafter severing all ties. He settled in, pondering for a long time, ultimately choosing to accept an offer from a company under his biological father's conglomerate. After all, no one recognized him, nor were they aware of his relationship with the chairman of the group. He could labor in silence, hoping that one day he would stand before him and compel him to acknowledge his existence. Although he had never considered recognizing his father since birth, the man had indeed provided him with a life of abundance and exceptional educational opportunities, ensuring his safety and rights. The two of them, with their similarly shaped eyes, exchanged a silent gaze. At last, Xiao Qingyu had awaited this day. His father had finally acknowledged his presence and was willing to offer him a chance. Holding a folder, he stepped into the study and stood in the corridor, feeling a slight tremor in his hands. Taking a deep breath, he descended the stairs. As he crossed the lofty hall, an unusual sensation washed over him. Looking up, he saw an elegant middle-aged woman leaning against the railing of the third floor, regarding him with a cold, disdainful gaze. She was the legitimate wife of his biological father, hailing from a prestigious background. Han Yanyan's mother also came from nobility, Xiao Qingyu longed for a mother like them, someone who would be surrounded by admiration and compliments wherever she went. Years of drug abuse had ravaged her mind. He realized that he would never have a mother of noble birth, yet he could aspire to have a wife of such lineage. This was his dream, once distant and laughably unattainable, but now on the brink of realization. As Xiao Qingyu drove, he felt a fire igniting within him. Han Yanyan had not gone out to play that day. When she received his call, she was lazily lounging at home, engrossed in a television drama. He said, "I am outside your front gate." He wished to see her. Han Yanyan found it unsurprising. Perhaps there was something significant he needed to convey to her in person. She slipped into her coat and stepped outside. Crossing the courtyard and exiting through the gate, she spotted Xiao Qingyu's car. As soon as Xiao Qingyu saw the wrought iron gate swing open, he alighted from his vehicle and strode purposefully towards her. His demeanor heightened her sense that he had urgent matters to discuss, prompting her to quicken her pace to meet him. Before she could utter a word, Xiao Qingyu suddenly advanced, cradling her face in his hands, before leaning down fiercely to capture her lips with his. This young man was aflame with passion, his fervor seeking an outlet, expressed solely through their entwined mouths. All pretense, all notions of partnership and fleeting encounters, love surged forth unbidden. At that moment, Xiao Qingyu could no longer deny that he had been captivated by Han Yanyan from the very beginning, perhaps even earlier, when he was merely a lowly employee. And she was the fiancée of his half-blood brother. She had already become the embodiment of his aspirations, often featured in various newspapers. Her illustrious lineage, her exuberant and confident existence, all the qualities he yearned for yet lacked, drew him irresistibly. Han Yanyan, caught off guard, was swept away into the fervent kiss initiated by Xiao Qingyu. The heat of his tongue was searing, an invasion akin to fire, penetrating deep within her. The desires that had lain dormant for half a year stirred awake, as hormones surged within her, ignited by his touch. When their lips finally parted, Han Yanyan opened her eyes, yearning to share an intimate moment with Xiao Qingyu. Yet, he cradled her face, gazing intently into her eyes, and earnestly implored, "Yanyan, please marry me." Han Yanyan was taken aback. She was already adorned with an engagement ring, a diamond the size of a pigeon's egg dazzling in its brilliance. The headlines of entertainment tabloids clamored about their engagement. What did Xiao Qingyu mean by this? She looked at him, noticing that he was no longer the calm, detached figure she knew. His eyes brimmed with fervent anticipation and longing. Suddenly, Han Yanyan understood. This was not merely a partnership or a union. Xiao Qingyu was genuinely proposing to her. As a man, he was asking the woman he loved to pledge her life to him. Han Yanyan fell silent. In her quietude, Xiao Qingyu felt the warmth of his fervor gradually dissipate. His heart began to cool as well. He released Han Yanyan, silently gazing at her. She observed him. His face no longer aglow, his eyes devoid of their previous brilliance, returning to the familiar calm and collected demeanor, now tinged with a hint of concealed melancholy. "I'm sorry," he suddenly spoke, apologizing for his unilateral desires that had overstepped the boundaries of their partnership. He faltered, bewildered, uncertain of how to articulate his recent impulsiveness. His typically excessive composure and seriousness rendered him, in this moment, undeniably youthful. A sigh echoed deep within Han Yanyan's heart. Ultimately, she could not remain indifferent. If this were a tale inscribed upon paper, she might have remained detached from the narrative, observing all from a divine perspective, transcending the entirety of existence. Yet she is a living, breathing entity, imbued with flesh and emotion, confronted by another vibrant soul, equally alive and filled with feeling. He is youthful and radiant, and when love descends, it ignites a fervent passion. Han Yanyan cannot help but be stirred, cannot evade being moved, cannot resist being touched. She steps forward, rises on her toes, and kisses the warm lips she had just embraced. "Silly girl," she smiles, her eyes shimmering, her lips aflame. Xiao Qingyu, in a state of ecstatic delight, envelopes Han Yanyan in his arms, holding her tightly. His embrace is fervent and overwhelming, lifting her off the ground due to his towering stature. With a fervor bordering on madness, he kisses her, her delicate features, her slender, graceful neck, and her rounded, supple earlobes. Han Yanyan giggles at his affectionate onslaught, wrapping her arms around his neck and whispering in a honeyed tone that drips with sweetness, "Take me away." Xiao Qingyu feels an overwhelming warmth envelop him, responding, "All right." In his apartment, Han Yanyan and Xiao Qingyu engage in the dance of love. traversing from the entrance to the living room floor, from the dining table to the grand bed in the bedroom. Han Yanyan is akin to a fish leaping into a stream, reveling in her freedom, playfully swishing her tail, occasionally soaring to unattainable heights, savoring every moment. In the tender aftermath of their union, she traces the contours of the man's profound features, kissing his softly warm lips, lazily turning in the cradle of his palm. Succumbing to a satiated slumber. Awakening in the dead of night, she finds herself alone. Confused, Han Yanyan wraps herself in the sheets and steps barefoot onto the floor. The living room was dimly lit, with the door to the study slightly ajar, allowing a bright light to spill through the crack. Han Yanyan quietly approached. The underfloor heating warmed her feet. Standing outside the study, she peered through the narrow opening. A man with a clear and refined countenance was engrossed in reading documents under the warm glow of the lamp, occasionally marking notes with his pen. So absorbed was he that he remained oblivious to the figure standing silently at the threshold, his expression marked by earnestness. In her dreams, it felt as though someone held her from behind. In the morning, he kissed her cheek tenderly. Han Yanyan reluctantly opened her eyes, vaguely noting that he was already dressed in a shirt and tie. "You sleep," he murmured softly in her ear, kissing her delicate earlobe before reluctantly departing. Han Yanyan turned over, sinking once more into the warmth of the bedding infused with his scent. Only when she had rested sufficiently did she lazily rise to shower and dress. After rummaging through the refrigerator for something to eat, she surveyed his apartment, which boasted a minimalist design with somewhat cold lines. The living room was a bit disarrayed, remnants of their indulgence from the previous night scattered about. After satisfying her hunger, Han Yanyan tidied up the chaos. The young lady, Han Yanyan, was not one to engage in such tasks. The true Han Yanyan would. Once she had finished organizing, she gazed at the now orderly living room, feeling a sense of confusion, uncertain of her own identity. The Han and Xiao families soon held a grand engagement ceremony, bustling with traffic and throngs of guests. In the reporters' accounts, yet another pair of golden boys and jade girls had emerged. Even more astonishing was the transformation of the usually flamboyant and playful Han Yanyan, who, after her second engagement, unexpectedly tempered her wildness and frivolity, adopting a demeanor of composure. Both Han's father and Xiao's father felt a deep sense of satisfaction. Meanwhile, Xiao Qingyu, the fiancé, was captured in candid photographs with his betrothed, gazing at her with tender eyes, a smile adorning his lips, seemingly emerging from nowhere. Xiao Wenxing departed from D-City, the place of his upbringing, alongside Bai Yu, leaving behind the dominion of his father to venture into unfamiliar territory. It was only upon departing from the comforts of familiarity that he realized the formidable challenges of achieving his aspirations. Xiao Wenxing encountered his first setback with the office rental. Although the contract was signed and payment made, issues surfaced only after moving in. In D-City, no agent would dare deceive him so blatantly, unless they had resigned from their profession. However, in this new environment, he was a stranger, and arguments or negotiations proved futile. He could only silently endure the loss. Despite the rocky beginnings of his company, Bai Yu continued to serve as his secretary, tending to him with the same care as in D-City, pouring tea and inquiring after his well-being. Yet, her assistance in the workplace was limited, as she was not particularly adept in her profession. She even made several mistakes, causing minor inconveniences. In response to his frustration, Xiao Wenxing hired a capable and efficient young woman, designating her as an assistant, effectively taking over Bai Yu's responsibilities as well. This arrangement weighed heavily on him. His departure from D-City and his father's grasp was driven by a desire to validate his own capabilities. He felt a profound obligation to secure a promising future for himself and Bai Yu. The news of Han Yanyan's engagement to Xiao Qingyu reached both Xiao Wenxing and Bai Yu almost simultaneously, as their friends in D-City eagerly relayed updates about Han Yanyan. These so-called friends, ever eager to watch the drama unfold, never hesitate to criticize the scarcity of the spoils, each yearning to stir the tempest from the calm. Yeah, I must tell you about the engagement ceremony of Miss Han. It was beyond your wildest imagination in its extravagance. An excited former colleague recounted the tale to Bai Yu. Did you attend? Bai Yu inquired. The colleague replied, what right had I to go? President Liang attended and shared photographs in the group. I shall send you those images shortly. It was like a dream. Bai Yu feigned nonchalance. Surely, Wenxing's cancellation of their engagement must have wounded her deeply. The Qiao family ought to offer her some form of compensation this time. Otherwise, it would be quite pitiful. The colleague hesitated, momentarily at a loss for words. The eldest daughter of the Han family lived a life they could only fantasize about, her engagement ring as large as a pigeon's egg. The ceremony itself an opulent and romantic affair, attended by a plethora of esteemed guests, many of whom were celebrities who felt honored to receive an invitation. The colleague racked her brain, unable to fathom what could possibly evoke pity in such a situation. She could only pivot the conversation, asking, "And you? How are you faring? When will you marry President Xiao?" Bai Yu's face lit up with sweetness as she replied, "There's no rush. I am only 22. Moreover, Wenxing has just freed himself from his father's grasp and is determined to carve out his own path. My focus is solely on how I can best assist him. Matters of marriage can wait for another day." Unbeknownst to Bai Yu, her colleague on the other end of the line merely scoffed. Once upon a time in the general office, Bai Yu possessed the most ordinary qualifications, had the lightest workload, yet performed her tasks with the utmost slowness and inefficiency. However, everyone was acutely aware that she was an exceptional recruit personally selected by Qiao Wenxing, the young master, who regarded her with a unique favor that was tacitly understood by all. The others turned a blind eye, frequently assisting Bai Yu with her work and showering her with compliments. It seemed she had yet to grasp the reality of her situation, genuinely believing herself to be the virtuous support behind a man's success. After hanging up the phone, Bai Yu perused the photographs sent by her colleagues. It was merely an engagement ceremony, yet it was grander than she had ever imagined. As she continued to gaze, her eyes widened in astonishment. Unable to contain herself, she eventually showed the photos to Qiao Wenxing, who replied, "I have already seen them." Bai Yu sighed. "We have wronged her. I hope she finds happiness." Qiao Wenxing embraced her shoulders, chuckling, "Do not worry about her. If anyone suffers, she will not be spared either." Relieved, Bai Yu remarked, "That's wonderful. I want to feel so guilty." As she flipped through the photographs, she lamented, "How extravagant. To host such a ceremony must cost at least 200,000. Impossible." Qiao Wenxing laughed heartily. "That dress alone exceeds 200,000. Suddenly, Bai Yu felt a pang of suffocation. It dawned on her that she possessed nothing of her own. Qiao Wenxing had often gifted her luxurious items that she could never afford, which she had deemed exorbitantly priced. Yet now, she realized that expensive was a highly subjective term. What she considered costly may not hold the same value for others. At the very least, it certainly pales in comparison to the extravagant tastes of Han Yanyan. She fixated on the images, particularly the exquisite diamond ring adorning Han Yanyan's finger. Unable to resist, she quietly searched online for the price of that ring. The lengthy string of numbers left Bai Yu breathless once again. Bai Yu repeatedly reminded herself not to rush, assuring herself that what Han Yanyan possessed was also within her reach, yet an inescapable sense of disappointment began to creep in. It was not until her graduation, when Qiao Wenxing brought her into his circle, that she had her first encounters with luxury goods. Qiao Wenxing's purchases were not merely ostentatious displays of wealth. Rather, he genuinely admired Bai Yu's serene disposition. To him, her simplicity was a form of beauty. His gifts were born out of genuine appreciation. As he saw items that resonated with him and suited her, devoid of any vulgarity associated with money. Prior to confronting Han Yanyan, both Qiao Wenxing and Bai Yu maintained a low profile. He had never taken her to any significant events. Bai Yu had yet to experience the vibrant world of high society. In her view, individuals like Han Yanyan were simply those with more monetary wealth than ordinary people. Nothing extraordinary. Since being with Qiao Wenxing, her life had already surpassed that of her colleagues and classmates. It was noteworthy that many of her peers were sharing rental accommodations post-graduation, frequently venting in class groups about troublesome roommates and eccentric landlords. As for her, not only in City D, but also in the luxurious apartment rented by Qiao Wenxing, a place she had once never dared to dream of. She had always believed that life was already quite beautiful. However, that perception was shattered when she witnessed the grand engagement ceremony of Han Yanyan and Xiao Qingyu. Merely an engagement, not even a wedding, yet it was so splendid and extravagant that it left her breathless. Maintaining her previous nonchalance without feeling despondent seemed almost impossible. Yet, Bai Yu would not overtly express her emotions. She harbored a hope that Qiao Wenxing would notice her inexplicable and sudden feelings on his own. Unfortunately, Qiao Wenxing was too preoccupied with his burgeoning business to attend to her whimsical sentiments. Whenever he faced financial difficulties, the only recourse was to contact his mother. Although their conversations often led to heated disputes, he was her only son, and familial bonds ultimately transcended such conflicts. For years, it had been Xiao's mother who discreetly supported him, defying Qiao's father's wishes. Qiao Wenxing had no choice but to call his mother, as he realized that none of his former friends were willing to lend him money. Their myriad excuses rendered him speechless. Some would say, Yanyan is my friend too. How can I lend you money after you treated her so poorly? Others would caution, your father has made it clear. Who would dare lend you a sum or offer you a deal? That would be going against him. My father has warned me not to lend you anything. Don't blame me, blame your father. Thus, Qiao Wenxing reluctantly reached out to his mother. He desired financial gain. Yet he had to endure the incessant weeping and nagging of Qiao's mother, along with her scathing insults directed at Bai Yu. Upon arrival, Qiao Wenxing promptly advised Bai Yu to change her phone number, ensuring that Qiao's mother could not reach her, thereby providing her with comprehensive protection. As a man, he could not bear to see Bai Yu suffer because of him. Residing in such a dilapidated little apartment with him was already a considerable sacrifice for her. She never uttered a complaint, always appearing content and blissful simply to be in his company. Each time Qiao Wenxing observed her busily toiling in the kitchen, his heart softened. Thus, when Bai Yu mentioned that her parents were coming to visit, he felt no particular concern. However, neither Qiao Wenxing nor Bai Yu could have anticipated the astonishment that her parents would experience upon seeing their apartment. They had never encountered such an opulent residence, adorned with luxurious decor and elegant furnishings. Moreover, the vastness of the apartment, occupied solely by Qiao Wenxing and Bai Yu, was remarkable. Therefore, when a bleary-eyed Bai Yu received a call from the apartment security on the weekend, informing her that someone claiming to be her brother was visiting, she was taken aback. Bai's brother arrived with a suitcase in tow, affectionately calling Qiao Wenxing brother-in-law in a particularly warm manner. Bai Yu, feeling somewhat flustered, inquired about his purpose for coming. Her brother replied, Mom and Dad said the place is spacious, just the two of you living here feels rather lonely, so they sent me to keep you company. Bai Yu felt a wave of dizziness. Her brother continued, Brother-in-law, Mom and Dad mentioned that you started your own company and became the boss. Please arrange a position for me, nothing too grand. Just a managerial role will suffice. Qiao Wenxing furrowed his brow. He was aware that Bai Yu's younger brother possessed merely a vocational diploma, and he questioned the efficacy of such an individual within his company. Furthermore, the audacity of the brother to demand a managerial position was quite perplexing. However, upon witnessing the uncomfortable and anxious expression on Bai Yu's face, he chose to suppress his disdain. Qiao Wenxing informed Bai Yu, you are aware of the company's circumstances. I can only allow your brother to shadow the sales team for now. As for a managerial role, that can be discussed later, contingent on his performance. Let him stay here for a few days until he finds his footing. Bai Yu was acutely aware of her brother's situation and dared not voice any further demands. She was troubled by Qiao Wenxing's suggestion of a temporary residence. When she discussed this with her brother, he reacted with disdain upon learning he would only be a sales associate, exclaiming, Isn't the company run by my brother-in-law? Surely, I could become a manager with just a word from him. Bai Yu patiently explained, the purpose of running a company is to generate profit. With your lack of knowledge, how can you assume a managerial position? How can you earn the respect of others? If nepotism were to prevail, how would your brother-in-law manage effectively? Look at me. I am merely a secretary myself. Start from the ground up, perform well, and promotions will naturally follow. Although Bai's brother reluctantly acquiesced, he harbored deep dissatisfaction. His volatile temperament prevented Bai Yu from suggesting that he find his own place. On his first day at the company, Bai's brother unabashedly proclaimed his status as the nephew of a prominent figure, garnering curious glances from his colleagues. His manager approached Qiao Wenxing to seek guidance, to which Qiao Wenxing frowned and responded, he should do what he is hired for. I am paying him to work. In the past, with the vast resources of the Qiao group, Qiao Wenxing would have been indifferent to supporting a few idle connections. In the present moment, the office is devoid of activity, and Qiao Wenxing can only tolerate Bai Yu's idleness. The others lack the right to thrive on his efforts, to draw sustenance from his toil. Bai's younger brother has grown accustomed to a life of leisure at home. He had ventured into several jobs previously, yet none lasted long. Initially, he believed that relying on his affluent brother-in-law would usher in a life of comfort. However, the oblivious manager dared to assign him tasks. He spends his days grumbling, filled with complaints. Consequently, Bai Yu discreetly approached the manager. Although her words were gentle, their essence contradicted Qiao Wenxing's stance. She urged the manager to turn a blind eye towards her brother, to show him leniency. The manager, aware of the situation, henceforth ignored Bai's brother, relegating him to trivial tasks. Nevertheless, this arrangement still left Bai unsatisfied. His title was that of a salesman, inherently devoid of a fixed schedule, while his colleagues toiled outside. He reclined comfortably in the apartment shared with Xiao Wenxing and Bai Yu, engrossed in video games. Bai's brother spent his days sequestered in his room, playing games, his absence less bothersome than that of their parents. Xiao Wenxing felt a pang of discomfort, but, out of consideration for Bai Yu, chose to endure it. By this time, he had been away from D-City for 6 or 7 months. His business was gradually finding its footing, showing signs of improvement. He was occupied beyond measure, lacking the energy to concern himself with his brother-in-law. At this juncture, his mother unexpectedly called, informing him of the cessation of financial support. Xiao Wenxing was taken aback. Why? He found it hard to believe. How could this be? Father has never liked him. He merely wishes to force my hand. His mother responded, like or dislike. He is still your flesh and blood, just like you. Moreover, Zhou's mother could not continue. For a mother to admit that her husband's illegitimate child surpasses her own flesh and blood is an exceedingly arduous task. She gritted her teeth. Your father has already allowed him to engage with the core management of the conglomerate. This individual is formidable. He possesses an uncanny ability to win people's hearts. This mother described the recognition of the illegitimate child's capabilities in terms of charm and persuasion. Zhou Wenxing, her son, grasped the subtle implications and felt a growing unease within his heart. There can only be one heir. The legacy of a family, along with its assets and power, cannot be excessively dispersed. The one bearing the title of heir inherits the lion's share, while others are left to sip from the remnants. Could it be that his father would truly abandon him? One day, Zhou Wenxing asked Bai Yu, what would happen if I were unable to inherit the Zhou family? What could I possibly do? Bai Yu replied, taken aback, as if it were a matter of course, I would continue to accompany you. Zhou Wenxing felt a slight relief at her words. Bai Yu continued, my parents taught me from a young age, a good woman does not wear her wedding dress until the day of marriage. Everyone should rely on themselves. During my university years, I no longer took living expenses from my parents. I earned my own through part-time jobs. If I can do this, how much more so can you? You are exceptionally talented. Bai Yu's admiration for Zhou Wenxing, which he once regarded as commonplace, now elicited only a faint smile of bitterness. Yet, the words, I am not as capable as you think, remained unspoken. This matter led to yet another fierce argument with his mother, culminating in him slamming down the phone and resolutely refusing to answer any further calls from her. The relationship between the two once again plunged into an icy abyss. Xiao Wenxing felt an immense sense of relief that his mother had severed her financial support only after he began to turn a profit. Though he experienced some anxiety, it was not enough to deter him from his endeavors. He had genuinely developed an emotional attachment to this small company, which he had painstakingly nurtured, pouring his heart and soul into every detail. A month later, his home computer was suddenly infected with a virus, resulting in the destruction of several crucial files. Upon investigation, it became apparent that his younger brother, Bai, had taken advantage of Xiao's absence to play games on his high-performance computer, leading to the unfortunate infection. Xiao Wenxing was furious. He had never before had someone violate his personal belongings, especially something as intimate and vital as his computer. Bai had been living with them for nearly 2 months, and Xiao's patience had reached its breaking point. He commanded Bai Yu to expel her brother immediately. Bai Yu, visibly pale and frail, acquiesced with a soft agreement. She arranged for her brother to rent a small apartment and promptly sent him away. Bai, tired of Xiao Wenxing's attitude towards him, was quite pleased to move out and live independently, especially since it was Bai Yu who would cover the rent. However, their parents were exceedingly irate and called Bai Yu to berate her. How can such a spacious apartment not accommodate a boy? They exclaimed. Furthermore, the apartment Bai Yu had secured for her brother was far from luxurious. It was merely an old, dilapidated unit. What infuriated Bai's parents most was that, as an elder sister, Bai Yu enjoyed a life of comfort while her brother suffered. Unable to argue against her parents, Bai Yu ended the call and wept. Yet the source of her grievance lay with her brother, and she dared not confide in Xiao Wenxing, choosing instead to endure her discomfort in silence. Day after day, a profound sense of melancholy envelopes Bai Yu, as Xiao Wenxing finds himself busier than ever, lacking the energy to console or amuse her as he once did, leaving her feeling increasingly despondent. Amidst this whirlwind of activity, the company falls victim to theft, resulting in the loss of several laptops. Xiao Wenxing promptly reports the incident to the police, who effortlessly apprehend the culprit. Bai's younger brother, in a fit of despair at the police station, weeps uncontrollably. exclaiming that this is his sister's company and that she would not mind a few laptops being taken. He demands to see his sister for clarification. Outside, Bai nearly faints upon hearing this distressing scene. Xiao Wenqing's expression darkens considerably. Bai's younger brother seeks to indulge in extravagant gaming, aspiring to be a player of real-world currency. However, lacking sufficient funds, he resorts to pilfering from the company. This is not the first time he has engaged in such petty theft. In the past, he had taken trivial items, and colleagues had turned a blind eye, reasoning that the company belonged to the boss, and this was merely a family affair. Who would have anticipated that he would dare to steal 4 or 5 laptops in one go, each containing vital company documents? The young master, after all, has a temper. Baiyu's tears flow freely. Ultimately, Xiao Wenqing decides to withdraw the case, lambasting Baiyu in a furious phone call, while simultaneously expressing his deep discontent with the situation. He reasons that as a brother-in-law, he should not be so concerned about the actions of his brother-in-law, considering it was merely a few laptops. Was it really necessary to involve the police? Their anger is palpable. Whenever Baiyu attempts to explain that her brother was in the wrong, she is met with harsh rebukes. In the end, she can only listen in silent tears as her parents lay blame upon her over the phone. At last, her parents inquired, "When will you two finally tie the knot?" She felt youthful and uncertain, responding hesitantly, "What? He cannot possibly be uninterested in marrying you." They insisted she inform him that their daughter was not someone to be trifled with. Baiyu stammered her explanation, yet her words fell on deaf ears. Bai's mother, exasperated, exclaimed, "How foolish can you be to let him take advantage of you? Since it has come to this, you must urgently devise a plan to conceive. Once there is a child, let us see how he will delay." Bai father and mother pressed Baiyu further, inquiring about Xiao Wenqing's wealth. They remained oblivious to Xiao Wenqing's true financial standing and family background. In a time of turmoil, when Bai father's health had deteriorated, Xiao Wenqing had offered his assistance, and all they knew was Baiyu's mention of him being a senior at her school, her superior at work, and from a well-off family. Baiyu instinctively withheld certain truths from her parents, even if she was unaware of her own reservations. However, the notion of marriage began to occupy her thoughts. Once, her life had been a sweet reverie, akin to a fairy tale, with Xiao Wenqing as her dazzling Prince Charming and herself as the rescued Cinderella. She had believed they would embark on a journey of eternal happiness together. Yet, following the events involving her family, she gained a sobering sense of reality. Life was not a fairy tale. It bore a much harsher truth. This time, Xiao Wenqing had expressed considerable anger towards her, an unprecedented occurrence. Baiyu felt a surge of fear and uncertainty. Her happiness seemed to fracture, casting shadows over her future. She attempted to broach the subject with Xiao Wenqing, who furrowed his brow and replied, "In the current circumstances, I cannot offer you anything, least of all marriage." Upon uttering these words, he noticed the despondent look in Baiyu's eyes, and his heart softened. He drew her close, bestowing a gentle kiss upon her brow. "Do not rush, take your time. Wait until my parents are willing to accept you." Yet, would Xiao's parents truly embrace her? What if they continued to reject her? Baiyu felt adrift. Burdened by her thoughts, Baiyu suffered from insomnia that night and struggled to rise in the morning. When Xiao Wenqing called her name twice, he finally relented, saying, "Never mind, rest at home." He then departed for the office alone. In the past, Baiyu would have playfully protested, content to continue her slumber. However, this time, she discerned a hint of disappointment and displeasure in Xiao Wenqing's tone. With him gone, sleep eluded her, prompting her to rise and take a taxi to the office. Upon arrival, she bypassed her office and headed straight to the restroom. Just as she settled in, she overheard familiar voices entering. "The boss's wife isn't here again today," one voice remarked. "President Xiao said she's unwell." "PFF unwell? More like she's indulging in a beauty sleep at home," another scoffed. "Oh, must be nice to have such a life." "That's debatable. Though we refer to her as the boss's wife, she is not the true owner of the company." A third voice chimed in. "Moreover, I've noticed that President Xiao's demeanor towards her is nowhere near as warm as it was when the company was first established." "Is that so? I arrived late and am unaware. Do tell me more." "Ah, is not love merely that way? Once the novelty has faded, passion dissipates, prompting a rush to marriage. If one does not marry during the height of fervor, what hope is there for marriage once it wanes?" "I perceive that, Mr. Xiao hails from a distinguished background, a quality that is palpable. As for our esteemed lady boss, she leaves much to be desired." "Indeed. She spends her days in the office, occasionally preparing coffee or brewing herbal tea, believing herself to possess a certain sophistication. Yet, she fails to recognize that Mr. Xiao has little appreciation for those commonplace beverages. It is evident to any discerning observer that Mr. Xiao possesses a true understanding of coffee. He grimaces when presented with her mundane concoctions. Her lack of clarity is disconcerting. She remains oblivious to the current struggles of the company. With the financial support behind Mr. Xiao now severed, the situation has become quite precarious. Meanwhile, she frivolously charges her brother's rent to the company account. When it comes to actual work, she falters at every task. When Mr. Xiao requests data from her, she drags her feet, producing some rudimentary chart. The expression on Mr. Xiao's face is one of restrained exasperation, swallowing back unkind words. As two female colleagues conversed and departed, Baiyu sat upon the toilet, her complexion pale. While Mr. Xiao may overlook Baiyu's somewhat affected moods, he cannot ignore the transformation she undergoes. Suddenly, she sheds her previous delicate and lackadaisical demeanor, taking a keen interest in the affairs of the company. She no longer indulges in those trifles that vex Mr. Xiao yet are difficult for him to dismiss. Instead, she approaches her work with earnestness and diligence. Mr. Xiao feels a sense of solace in this change. Battling alone is truly exhausting. The presence of another person, who merely reclines and reaps the rewards, is truly exhausting. He does not expect her to achieve anything remarkable, yet deep within, he ardently hopes she can at least perceive the reality surrounding her, rather than donning a carefree facade day after day. Baiyu only came to recognize the disparity between herself and others when she became earnest. She is not inherently a lazy girl. From a young age, her parents instilled in her the notion that a good woman does not wear wedding garments until the time comes, emphasizing her role as the eldest daughter, urging her to be self-reliant and to care for her younger brother. She has always been industrious, even financing her own tuition and living expenses through diligent work during her university years. However, upon graduation, she found herself drawn into the orbit of Jiang Chengcheng. Day after day, she was showered with affection, sweetness, and indulgence, surrounded by girls who praised and flattered her. Unbeknownst to her, she gradually lost sight of her former self, the diligent and resilient individual she once was. She came to believe that Jiang Chengcheng would always be there, ready to shield her from any calamity. Yet, it became evident that her Prince Charming was merely mortal, susceptible to fatigue and frustration. When she earnestly inquired with the finance department, the employees, knowing her as the boss's wife, disclosed information to her. It was then that she learned Jiang Chengcheng had been receiving financial support from his mother, which had now ceased, leaving him to rely solely on himself. A sense of disappointment began to stir within Baiyu. Jiang Chengcheng did not seem as extraordinary as she had imagined. The aura of her valiant prince, who once seemed capable of overcoming any obstacle, began to wane. As business negotiations reached their conclusion, an invitation to dine with clients was extended, and the clients readily accepted, insisting that Jiang Chengcheng's entourage accompany them. Thus, Jiang Chengcheng's assistant, the business manager, and Baiyu followed suit. At the dining table, upon learning that Baiyu and Jiang Chengcheng were in a romantic relationship, the rotund boss chuckled, his eyes narrowing into slits, showering praises on the supportive partner. This finally made Baiyu feel a bit more at ease. After the meal, the clients, still brimming with enthusiasm, decided to continue the night with karaoke. This time, only Jiang Chengcheng's assistant and Baiyu accompanied them. They did not invite any hostesses to join, yet the drinking was fervent. "Xiao Feng, what's the matter?" Jiang Chengcheng inquired. Xiao Feng appeared awkward, hesitating to articulate her thoughts. She was an exceptionally capable young woman, and Jiang Chengcheng had always felt that the salary he offered her was an injustice, holding her in high regard. Witnessing her rare demeanor, he suddenly had an epiphany and swiftly pushed open the door to the private room. There, the greasy boss was inappropriately close to Baiyu. One clammy arm draped around her shoulders, while the other clutched her delicate hand, groping it in a most unseemly manner. Although Baiyu forced a smile, she did not resist. The clients laughed in a suggestive manner, while Jiang Chengcheng's group wore expressions of discomfort. It was no wonder that Assistant Feng, a young woman, had chosen to retreat outside. Feeling nauseous, Jiang Chengcheng's anger surged as he witnessed the scene, and he strode over, abruptly yanking Baiyu away and tossing her aside. The obese boss, still in a daze, barely registered the threat before Jiang Chengcheng's fist came swinging. The atmosphere erupted into chaos. Eventually, they were separated, and the club manager intervened to mediate. Both parties felt humiliated and refrained from involving the authorities. However, the bruised and battered boss left with a scathing remark, declaring that the lucrative deal had vanished, rendering the past 2 months of effort utterly futile. Bai Yu wept, her tears cascading like rain on pear blossoms. For Qiao Wenqing had rebuked her. Xiao Feng knows to keep away. How can you be so devoid of self-respect? He is a major client, and I am sacrificing for the company, Bai Yu replied through her sobs. She felt violated and utterly disgusted. Yet she endured and made sacrifices for Qiao Wenqing and their company, knowing how much he valued this client. Ultimately, her efforts were in vain, inciting an overwhelming wrath from Qiao Wenqing. In his inebriated state, his fury was truly fearsome. At the mention of her intentions, Qiao Wenqing felt a wave of darkness wash over him. When had he, the esteemed Qiao, required his woman to sacrifice her dignity? Communication with Bai Yu seemed utterly impossible. I am trying to help you, she cried, tears streaming down her face. Meanwhile, his associates had awkwardly retreated outside the private room, leaving only him and Bai Yu within. Yet, his voice of outrage still pierced through the door, resonating clearly. Help me? Is this truly your notion of assistance? Look at what you've done, he thundered. If you wish to aid me, learn from Xiao Feng. Stop making errors in the data. That would be your contribution. A moment of silence enveloped the room, soon followed by Bai Yu's muffled sobs. Assistant Feng and the manager exchanged awkward glances, feigning ignorance to the turmoil. Within half an hour, Han Yanyan was already aware of the incident. When she received the call, she was enjoying a candlelit dinner with Qiao Qingyu at a piano restaurant, surrounded by an elegant ambience and romantic atmosphere. Each received a call, one from the corpulent boss and the other from Assistant Feng. As you requested, I followed through, and indeed, he could not contain himself. The eruption was inevitable. The rotund proprietor, shedding his previous arrogance in the presence of Qiao Wenqing, now adopted a sycophantic tone while reporting to Han Yanyan over the phone. You have worked hard, Han Yanyan remarked. Not at all, not at all. I must also express my gratitude to the young lady for affording me this opportunity, the proprietor replied. Rest assured, I will ensure the order meets the highest standards, he asserted. As long as you can guarantee quality, I can appoint you as our contracted supplier, Han Yanyan promised. Qiao Qingyu received a call from Assistant Feng. This young lady was the one he had sent to Qiao Wenqing. Otherwise, with the meager salary offered by Qiao Wenqing, it would be improbable to retain such a capable individual. After hanging up, he was already aware of the entire situation. He remained silent, gazing intently at Han Yanyan. She noticed his penetrating stare and curiously inquired, What is it? Qiao Qingyu remained mute, his silence speaking volumes. Suddenly, Han Yanyan understood, breaking into a smile. Are you jealous? She playfully took his hand, casting a flirtatious glance his way. Silly boy. Qiao Qingyu was acutely aware that Han Yanyan harbored no feelings for Qiao Wenqing. It was merely a fleeting pang of jealousy. Han Yanyan's laughter was both haughty and enchanting, dissipating any traces of his discontent. Do you intend to disrupt their relationship? He queried. Not at all, Han Yanyan replied nonchalantly, sipping her red wine. It's simply for amusement. Life is too mundane. I wish to inject some excitement into their existence. Qiao Qingyu cautioned, do not forget what you have stated. Han Yanyan paused, perplexed. What do you mean? Qiao Qingyu reminded her, your boundaries. Just as he spoke, the server, inadvertently losing grip, spilled an entire serving of oxtail soup. Fortunately, no one was burned. Only Han Yanyan's handbag was damaged. The waiter, having encountered numerous luxury items in this upscale restaurant, likely had an inkling of the bag's value. Even the cleaning fee would equate to a month's salary for her. The young girl's face turned pale in fright. The manager arrived upon hearing the news, and the girl was already in tears. When it came to discussing compensation, Miss Han waved her hand nonchalantly, saying, forget it, just be more careful next time. The manager and the young girl bowed repeatedly in gratitude, expressing their appreciation profusely before departing. Although the handbag had been wiped with tissues and a damp cloth, it was evidently no longer usable. Han Yanyan then called Uncle Chen, requesting him to bring her another bag. After hanging up, she looked up to find Qiao Qingyu gazing at her, his eyes filled with tender amusement. What is it now? Han Yanyan inquired. With a smile, Qiao Qingyu replied, I suddenly want those who speak ill of the Han family's eldest daughter to see just how amiable she can be. Han Yanyan shot him a disapproving glance. Ever since he successfully proposed to her, the ice between them had melted. He no longer wore the solemn expression he once did when in her presence. Of course, In public, he remained the aloof elite of the Qiao family, a highly regarded heir apparent. Han Yanyan relished this dynamic. His gentle smiles were solely for her, and she alone knew of his wild and uninhibited side. She cherished the moments when he was breathless and entranced in her presence. Uncle Chen soon delivered another handbag, an identical model, albeit in a different color. When the bag became soiled, Uncle Chen took it away to have it cleaned at a specialized shop. As the two of them got into the car, Xiao Qingyu glanced at the handbag resting on her lap and casually remarked, "Why do women adore this brand?" Han Yanyan traced the metallic clasp of the handbag with her finger and replied, "Perhaps it is due to its timelessness." This topic was briefly touched upon, but at the next traffic light, Xiao Qingyu inadvertently caught sight of Han Yanyan, her eyelashes lowered, her finger absent-mindedly sketching the shape of the metallic clasp as if lost in thought. "What is the matter?" he inquired. "Have you suddenly zoned out?" Following her gaze, he looked outside. The street was bustling with activity, flanked by high-end boutiques, their enormous brand logos illuminated and dazzling to the eye. "I've never paid much attention," he admitted. "Each one has a rich history, and there is a narrative behind every brand." Han Yanyan sighed softly. "I am familiar with each brand. Being a daughter of a wealthy family, these brands, which represented extravagant luxuries to ordinary women, were mere everyday items for her." Her remark, however, seemed inexplicably out of place, leaving Xiao Qingyu perplexed. At the next red light, he glanced at her once more, only to find her hand still gently caressing the metallic clasp of the handbag, which was designed in the shape of the brand's logo. Xiao Qingyu's gaze shifted to Han Yanyan's face in the dim light of the car. Her eyes lacked focus, and her lips bore no smile. She gazed at the enormous logos of the boutiques, enveloped in an inexplicable sense of detachment and indifference. Somehow, at that moment, Xiao Qingyu suddenly found Han Yanyan to be exceptionally unfamiliar, as if she were not the beloved Miss Han he had come to know, but rather a completely different woman. This must be an illusion, he thought. Baiyu was pregnant. This situation was, in fact, orchestrated by Han Yanyan. Baiyu and Qiao Wenxing had not even tied the knot, let alone entertain the idea of having a child at this juncture. For Qiao Wenxing, the most pressing concern was to independently achieve commendable results to prove himself to Qiao's father and mother. Han Yanyan facilitated a connection between the socially withdrawn by brother and the gaming world, leading him to become friends with him and play games together. Then, casually pointing to a page on an entertainment news website, she remarked to Bai brother, "Damn, living like this truly makes life worthwhile." That page detailed the engagement of Han Yanyan and Xiao Qingyu. Initially, Bai brother was merely perusing pictures of wealthy heiresses, but as he scrolled up the page, he was taken aback to discover a photo of his brother-in-law, Qiao Wenxing. The revelations regarding Qiao Wenxing's family background soon reached the Bai family, prompting Bai father and mother to immediately call Baiyu for clarification, which she confirmed. Bai mother incessantly reiterated her concerns to Baiyu. As time wore on and the novelty faded, he grew disinterested in the idea of marriage. What was a wedding anyway? Who cared about that? Let us just get the marriage certificate first. He was reluctant. That was unacceptable. Thus, the priority was for her to conceive. Even if they did not marry, surely the family would have to provide child support for a grandchild, given their wealth. "Well, let me give it a try," she said. 2 months later, she discovered 2 red lines on the pregnancy test. While Qiao Wenxing toiled tirelessly each day, Baiyu unexpectedly found herself with child. This was certainly not good news for Qiao Wenxing. He simply could not fathom how, despite taking all necessary precautions, this had happened. Although condoms carry a 3 failure rate, every man believes he would not be among that unfortunate minority. He certainly could not imagine that Baiyu would resort to puncturing the condom. In any case, Baiyu was pregnant, leaving Qiao Wenxing feeling vexed and unprepared. However, after Baiyu repeatedly expressed her indifference towards weddings and formalities, Qiao Wenxing and Baiyu quietly obtained their marriage certificate, becoming husband and wife without fanfare. In contrast to the grand engagement ceremony of Han Yanyan and Xiao Qingyu, Baiyu felt as though she had swallowed a bitter fruit. Yet, this bitter fruit was one she had planted herself, and she could only silently endure it, allowing it to rot within her. Han Yanyan received a report call, her luscious red lips curling into a slight smile. It was still insufficient. The melodrama needed a touch more spice. After hanging up, she provocatively teased Xiao Qingyu's sturdy chest with her elegantly manicured toes. Xiao Qingyu chuckled, shaking his head as he grasped her slender ankle, pulling her closer. "When will I become the heir?" Han Yanyan asked with a sultry tone. Soon, Xiao Qingyu promised, gripping her remarkably curvaceous waist, their breaths intermingling in a whirlwind of desire. Soon, Xiao Wenxing assured Bai Yu, once I secure this deal, I will free up some funds to purchase you an apartment. The previous incident would be buried with Bai Yu's pregnancy. Bai Yu married him without a wedding ceremony or a banquet, and she had not even met her in-laws. It was merely her parents and younger brother from the Bai family who came over to share a simple meal together. The simplicity and starkness of it all were enough to bring one to tears. Xiao Wenxing, typically a gentle and easygoing person, felt a pang of heartache for Bai Yu and constantly sought to offer her some form of compensation. I have been experiencing severe nausea lately and am unable to cook, she said with a hint of trepidation. That is why my parents have come specifically to take care of me. After all, they already had a child and were married. What difference would it make if there was any further disagreement? They would ultimately have to accept it, wouldn't they? Bai's parents had a simplistic and optimistic view of the situation. After all, these were her in-laws, and after a few mentions, Xiao Wenxing could tolerate it. However, as the comments continued to pile up, his patience began to wear thin. He grasped his chopsticks tightly, unable to eat any longer. Bai's mother, oblivious to the atmosphere, continued her incessant chatter. Bai Yu tugged at his sleeve several times, but her mother, growing irritated, shrugged off Bai Yu's hand and even swatted her on the back of the hand. In a sudden motion, Xiao Wenxing slammed down his chopsticks. Bai's mother was startled into silence. In disbelief, she exclaimed, "Surely not. This is your own daughter-in-law and grandchild." Xiao Wenxing shot her a glance, replying, "My half-brother was sent to a boarding school in elementary school and then abroad for middle school. He has not seen his biological mother since." Bai's mother was left speechless, unable to respond. Xiao Wenxing's business had been struggling lately. He not only lost several clients, but also failed to secure a significant deal he had hoped for. With the new year approaching, he had wished to finalize this deal to celebrate the festivities, yet instead, he found himself beset by misfortune. The company's operational funds have once again grown tight, rendering the promise of purchasing a home for Bai Yu a mere illusion. Yet, faced with Bai Yu's hopeful gaze, he found it difficult to voice his thoughts. A more profound blow came from the news fervently shared by friends in D-City. Chairman Xiao announced that he would no longer serve in his dual role, passing the mantle of group president to Xiao Qingyu. Xiao Wenxing's complexion turned ashen, disbelief washing over him. This signified that Xiao's father had chosen Xiao Qingyu as his successor, thereby forsaking him. He felt a wave of dizziness wash over him, and it took several minutes to regain his composure before he dialed his mother's number. However, it was his father who answered the call. They had instilled in her the values of independence and self-reliance since childhood, fearing that this financial burden would grow up to extort money from her family. To their astonishment, this financial burden had exceeded their expectations, ensnaring the scion of a wealthy family. They had once dreamed of Bai Yu ascending to the status of a wealthy matriarch, but now they realized that such aspirations were fraught with difficulty. They were eager to immediately capitalize on Bai Yu's worth. After all, compared to the nebulous allure of a wealthy matriarch, money and property were tangible assets that provided a sense of security. Such was the narrowness of their vision. Listening at the door to his parents' avarice and shamelessness, to Bai Yu's powerless sobs and feeble resistance, Xiao Wenxing felt no inclination to enter, to assume the role of the hero rescuing Bai Yu from her plight. For Bai Yu's desired salvation was not for him to storm in, shielding her from her parents, but rather for Xiao Wenxing to provide her parents with what they sought. Xiao Wenxing had come to a clear understanding of this. He turned and walked away. In the biting cold, Xiao Wenxing wandered aimlessly, his mind in disarray, and subconsciously entered a convenience store to purchase a pack of cigarettes. As he stood at the entrance lighting one, he glanced up and caught a glimpse of his reflection in the mirrored glass. His hair was tousled by the night wind. He had neglected to shave, and he appeared rather disheveled. To make matters worse, he had gained weight. Over the past year, he had toiled relentlessly, indulging in smoking and drinking, burning the midnight oil, and his once steadfast commitment to fitness had unraveled, leading to an erratic routine. Unbeknownst to him, he had become overweight. His physique altered, and his face transformed, projecting an air of despondency and even greasiness, much like those weary middle-aged white-collar workers crammed into elevators, burdened with mortgages and children's tuition fees. Xiao Wenxing stood in shock at the image staring back at him. How had he become this way? A mere 18 months ago, he was the dashing heir of the Qiao family, celebrated alongside Han Yanyan by the media as a golden couple and elite figures in the business world. How had he fallen to such depths? For a fleeting moment, Xiao Wenxing found himself questioning his identity, pondering his presence in that very spot. Why did the illustrious Xiao heir have to chase after others daily, ingratiating himself for meager business deals worth mere hundreds of thousands, or even $1 million? Such sums were hardly enough to cover the cost of his former sports car, or even a single trip. He stood there dazed, the cigarette slipping from his lips and tumbling to the ground. Noticing something amiss, a store clerk approached to pick up the fallen cigarette, gently calling to him, "Sir? Sir? How do you do, sir?" The store clerk startled Jiang Chengcheng, who gazed at her in bewilderment. Sensing his unusual demeanor, the clerk took a cautious step back and softly inquired, "Are you all right?" Jiang Chengcheng instinctively replied, "Aye," but then hesitated. After uttering those words, he abruptly flung open the convenience store door and dashed outside. The cold wind rushed in, causing the clerk to shiver, and she muttered, "What a lunatic." The female caretaker had once been his nanny, having nurtured him with great affection. When Father Qiao beheld him, he saw his once beloved son, now gaunt and disheveled, resembling a specter. In just a year, Jiao Wenxing had reduced himself to this state. Father Qiao felt a profound disappointment, yet he found solace in the presence of his other accomplished son. Jiao Wenxing was engulfed in shame. He yearned to see his mother, but Father Qiao barred his way, admonishing, "Look at yourself. Do you wish to cause your mother more worry? Go wash up and change your clothes." This was a prestigious private hospital, equipped with comprehensive facilities. Jiao Wenxing bathed and shaved in the hospital, while someone from home delivered his clothes. He hurriedly prepared to visit his mother. Upon seeing him, she experienced a mix of joy and disappointment. Her own son had lost the right to inherit, and henceforth would have to rely on the whims of the illegitimate child. The mere thought of this caused Mother Qiao's blood pressure to spike once more, leading to a flurry of chaos in the hospital room. At that moment, Han Yanyan was in her office. For even a young lady destined to inherit the entire Han group had her responsibilities to fulfill. Suddenly, she sensed something amiss around her and hastily exited her office, only to find the secretaries in the adjoining room seated calmly at their desks, gazing at her in astonishment. "President Han, what is the matter?" they inquired. "Was there an earthquake?" Han Yanyan, taken aback, replied, "I felt as if there was an earthquake just now. Did none of you feel it?" In unison, they shook their heads. Doubtful, Han Yanyan insisted her sensation had been unmistakable. How could she be mistaken? She then summoned the janitor, who also shook his head, stating he felt nothing at all. Xiao Qingyu, perplexed, remarked, "An earthquake?" "Not at all." Han Yanyan overheard him seemingly stepping out of his office to inquire with others. After a while, the atmosphere returned to tranquility, and he chuckled, suggesting, "Perhaps you simply stayed up too late last night and experienced a hallucination. I won't disturb you today. You should rest well." Han Yanyan raised an eyebrow. "Oh, I didn't receive any news. Why the suddenness?" Suddenly, everything clicked for her. After all, the previous day, the announcement of Qiao Qingyu's appointment as the group's president had been made public. Through the phone, she heard his soft laughter. He remarked, "Some matters are not determined by who arrives first." This man, now brimming with vigor and exuding an air of confidence, was undoubtedly at the pinnacle of his life. Han Yanyan appreciated this side of him. She could forego her afternoon nap. Youthful and resilient, she could withstand the tumult. Not long after ending her call with Qiao Qingyu, she received an urgent report from those assigned beside by Didi. "What? By you?" Han Yanyan was taken aback by the unexpected turn of events concerning Bai Yu. "How is it now? Is there no danger anymore?" "The situation remains uncertain. However, Bai Xiaodi mentioned that his sister's husband has gone missing, and they are currently hesitant to reach out to him. The other party advised them to refrain from involving themselves." Han Yanyan remarked that it would be interesting to see how long they could keep this from Qiao Wenxing. In the evening, Qiao Wenxing finally encountered his half-brother, whom he had long been aware of, in his father's study. He had seen Xiao Qingyu's photograph in the news and was already aware of their resemblance. In the past, he might have appeared more gentle, while this brother exuded a cooler demeanor. They could almost be regarded as equals. However, at this moment, Qiao Wenxing could clearly see his brother had noticeably gained weight and appeared somewhat relaxed, even after a fresh shower and a clean shave. Standing beside the spirited and vibrant Qiao Qingyu, the difference was stark. A sense of defeat and discouragement washed over Qiao Wenxing. Qiao Qingyu politely addressed him as elder brother. Qiao Wenxing managed a strained smile, replying, "Second brother." Their father's words echoed in his mind. Whoever serves the ruler, serves the realm. Xiao Qingyu then expressed concern for their mother's health, advising his elder brother not to rush and instead focus on caring for her. He suggested that they could discuss matters once she recovered. Xiao's father merely nodded, having already transferred the authority of decision-making to Xiao Qingyu. The tide had turned, leaving Xiao Wenqing feeling lost and powerless. Fortunately, he still had to visit his mother in the hospital, and Xiao's father did not insist on all three of them dining together. Upon exiting the study, Xiao Wenqing yearned to leave this place swiftly. Yet, Xiao Qingyu called out to him, "Elder brother." At this moment, Xiao Wenqing recalled his former fiancée, Han Yanyan, as well as his current wife, Bai Yu, feeling a tinge of embarrassment as he nodded in agreement. After drifting for over a year, the once proud young master had seen his arrogance diminish, firmly subdued by his formidable half-brother. Despite any disappointment or anger, a mother's affection never truly wanes. Xiao's mother, upon witnessing her son's despondent demeanor, felt a surge of compassion, weeping for him and ultimately forgiving him. However, she could not extend that forgiveness to Bai Yu, whom she regarded as a siren, having lured away her beloved son and robbed him of his rightful status as heir. It was only 3 days later that she learned of Bai Yu's harrowing ordeal, losing her child and nearly succumbing to severe blood loss. The call she received came from her younger brother-in-law, who, in a fit of rage, demanded to know where Xiao Wenqing had vanished to while his sister lay in the hospital. Yet, no matter the circumstances, he remained her son. Just as he was about to leave, Xiao's mother called out to him, "Take a few people with you." When Xiao Wenqing finally encountered Bai Yu, though she had escaped immediate peril, her pallor was striking, her eyes devoid of life, lying there as if her spirit had fled. Upon seeing him, Bai Yu momentarily froze before tears cascaded down her cheeks. His heart ached with guilt and sorrow. It pained him to witness the consequences of his reckless departure. He enveloped her in his arms, repeatedly murmuring, I'm sorry. Bai Yu sobbed, struggling for breath, yet persistently shook her head. Xiao Wenqing pressed, "What truly transpired?" Bai Yu lowered her gaze, tears streaming as she replied, "I simply lost my footing and fell." Xiao Wenqing furrowed his brows and lifted his gaze. Noticing the peculiar expressions on the faces of the Bai family's parents, their eyes flickering with unease. Regardless of Bai Yu's words or the parents' evasions, Xiao Wenqing sought out the doctor who had attended to her at the time. From the physician, he learned that when Bai Yu was brought in, her face bore distinct marks of a slap, and she had sustained a bump on her head. The doctor's analysis suggested that someone had struck Bai Yu, causing her to fall and injure herself, which ultimately led to her miscarriage. Recalling the sounds of the argument he had overheard that night outside the door, Xiao felt an overwhelming sense of exhaustion. At that moment, Bai's younger brother arrived at the hospital, ready to throw a punch at Xiao Wenqing. "My sister has lost her child. Where were you?" he exclaimed. However, Xiao Wenqing was not alone. He had brought 4 bodyguards with him, much like he had in the past. The burly bodyguards effortlessly lifted Bai's younger brother as if he were a mere chick. In a flurry, Bai's parents rushed to plead with Xiao Wenqing. "He is young. He does not understand. He is merely worried about his sister." The reason Bai Yu had been struck and subsequently fell, leading to her miscarriage, was that she had inadvertently revealed how Xiao's mother had attempted to placate her with a sum of 500,000. 500,000. Bai's parents could never hope to earn such an amount in their lifetimes. With that money, they could secure a large house for Bai's younger brother back in their hometown, and the bride price for his future wife would no longer be a concern. Yet, Bai Yu had audaciously refused such a substantial offer. She also rejected their demand for her to seek 5 million from Xiao Wenqing. In a fit of rage, Bai Fu struck Bai Yu across the face, causing her to lose her balance and fall to the ground, where she struck her head and lost her child. Bai Fu and Bai Mu had initially intended to exploit Bai Yu's miscarriage to extort money from Xiao Wenqing, as if he were not the son-in-law they once knew, but rather a transformed individual. Behind him stood 4 intimidating bodyguards clad in black suits. Bai Fu and Bai Mu's legs weakened at the sight, and they feared the truth of Bai Yu's miscarriage would reach Xiao Wenqing, rendering them too frightened to demand money. Xiao Wenqing stated, "Let me speak to Bai Yu alone." With no alternative, Bai Fu and Bai Mu were compelled to leave the hospital room, supported by the 4 bodyguards. Before departing, they exchanged furtive glances with Bai Yu. Lying in bed, Bai Yu closed her eyes and wept, refusing to look at them. Once they had left, the room fell into a profound silence. Xiao Wenqing ceased his relentless inquiries into the truth, understanding that Bai Yu would steadfastly defend her parents and brother, despite their cruel treatment of her. He simply asked, "In light of such an incident, why did you not call me?" Bai Yu replied through her tears, "They took my phone." Bai Fu and Bai Mu, fearing she might report them to Qiao Wenqing, confiscated her phone to prevent any communication with him. It was only after they managed to suppress and persuade Bai Yu to align with them that Bai Di contacted Qiao Wenqing. As for Qiao Wenqing's whereabouts during those days, Bai Fu and Bai Mu felt no concern. Rather, they were relieved he was not present. Qiao Wenqing's prolonged silence unsettled Bai Yu, prompting her to weakly inquire, "Where have you been these past few days? Why have you only arrived now?" At first, Bai Yuechu was perplexed, but then she suddenly understood. What Qiao Wenqing referred to as home was not the apartment they were renting, but the Qiao family estate in City D. Bai Yu's lips trembled. "What about me? What am I to do?" Qiao Wenqing laid out his condition. "If you wish to be Mrs. Qiao, you must sever ties with your parents and cease all contact." This condition was insurmountable for Bai Yu. As the eldest daughter, she felt an obligation to honor her parents. As a sister, she had to support her younger brother. Her parents had worked tirelessly to raise her, and her brother was her flesh and blood. How could she bear to abandon them? Tears streamed down her face as she sobbed. "I cannot. They are my father, mother, and brother." The hospital room fell into a profound silence. After a long pause, Qiao Wenqing gently suggested, "Let us divorce." Bai Yu closed her eyes, tears cascading down her cheeks. She murmured, "I am sorry." Bai Yu had already heard from her younger brother about the news concerning the Qiao family, and was aware that Qiao Wenqing had irrevocably lost his claim to be the heir of the Qiao group. She was no longer the naive girl who believed in a fairy tale ending for a prince and a Cinderella, thinking that love alone could sustain them. She now understood the sacrifices Qiao Wenqing had made because of her. With the conclusion of their marriage, Qiao Wenqing ended his business dealings. He purchased an apartment for Bai Yu, just as he had promised in the past, and provided her with a substantial alimony. As long as she could manage her finances wisely, she could live comfortably for the rest of her life. As long as she could manage. The meal for four that Xiao Qingyu had planned never came to fruition. Instead, it was Han Yanyan who shared a meal with him privately. They grew up together, even having been engaged at one point. Although love was lacking, a solid friendship flourished between them. When he called off the engagement, Han Yanyan did not hold it against him in the slightest. Xiao Qingyu felt a deep sense of guilt towards Han Yanyan. Upon their first encounter, he was captivated by her radiant demeanor. Qiao Wenqing found himself bewildered. Was this truly the Han Yanyan he had known? Why did she appear more beautiful, more confident, and more vibrant, even more alluring and enchanting? She had not exuded such charm when they were together. During a meal reminiscing about the past, Qiao Wenqing sensed a distinct difference between Han Yanyan and Bai Yu. Their perspectives, eloquence, and manners were worlds apart. Qiao Wenqing felt perplexed. Could it be that their long acquaintance had caused him to overlook her brilliance? How could a woman so striking be ignored by a man? "What are your plans for the future?" Han Yanyan inquired. Upon re-entering the social scene, he had already noticed a shift in how others regarded him. Previously, he had been the esteemed heir of the Qiao family. Now, he was merely the young master of the Qiao household, indistinguishable from anyone else. He could no longer occupy the center of attention among his peers as he once did. Now, it was always Qiao Qingyu who basked in the limelight. Qiao Wenqing felt a pang in his heart. Suddenly, Han Yanyan sprang to her feet and dashed barefoot down the stairs. Her father was seated in the living room below, reading the newspaper, startled by her sudden arrival. "Dad, run. There's an earthquake." Han Yanyan exclaimed urgently, tugging at him. "Nonsense, there's no earthquake." Father Han was at a loss for words. "I have been sitting here all along. How could I not have felt anything?" Han Yanyan gasped for breath, her heart still racing as she glanced around the ceiling, which showed no signs of trembling, nor any indication of an earthquake. Yet, just moments ago, it had shaken violently. The walls of my room were cracked. She was still unnerved. Anyone lying peacefully, suddenly shaken by the earth's tremors, witnessing the walls cracking before their eyes, would certainly be startled. Father Han, skeptical, accompanied her upstairs, where the room appeared intact, adorned with exquisite wallpaper, smooth and unblemished. Han Yanyan was rendered speechless. "But truly, I saw it," she murmured. The sorrowful figure of her father departed, leaving Han Yanyan alone in her room, dazed. How could she be hallucinating? After a while, a change came over her eyes. With a steely resolve, Han Yanyan rummaged through her drawer and produced a small knife, swiftly cutting into her wrist. Having survived in the apocalypse for 3 years, facing both zombies and humans, she acted without hesitation, the deep crimson blood gushing forth immediately. In her mind, Han Yanyan silently counted, 10, 9, 8. Han Yanyan, what are you doing? Just as she reached 3, an urgent electronic voice blared in distress. A glimmer of realization flashed in her eyes, and she promptly pressed down on the wound to staunch the bleeding. Injuries were common in the apocalypse. Her skills in first aid were remarkably proficient. Apart from lacking any supernatural abilities, all she had learned during those harrowing times had followed her here. Perhaps she should seek out a fighting studio to hone her skills, Han Yanyan pondered, wondering why she had never considered this before. Does Miss Han Yanyan still possess the skills of her apocalyptic counterpart? What do you summon me for? The electronic voice expressed its dissatisfaction upon realizing her safety. Lacking a physical form, it merely floated as a disembodied sound. Have you been here all along? Han Yanyan inquired. As previously stated, I have been monitoring you throughout. The electronic voice replied. With a faint chill at the corner of her mouth, Han Yanyan retorted, Then why did you not appear when I called you just now? The voice responded awkwardly. You are managing quite well in this world. I had no reason to intervene. This world, is it on the brink of collapse as well? Having endured one apocalyptic downfall, Han Yanyan gazed at the ceiling, questioning the nature of her reality. Well, it's not exactly collapsing. The electronic voice replied vaguely. Clarify, Han Yanyan commanded, having fully embodied the persona of a distinguished heiress for over a year. Her commanding presence ingrained in her very being. Ending? She exclaimed in disbelief. With a sense of resignation, the electronic voice conceded, Indeed, it is nearing its conclusion. I am surprised as well. The challenge may be minor, yet I did not expect you to progress so swiftly, given your novice status. Lowering her gaze before lifting it once more, she asked, Is this related to Qiao Wenxing? Yes, came the affirmative response. He is the target. He is pivotal. The electronic voice conveyed a sense of delight. You have impressed me. You are truly a remarkable architect. Han Yanyan, push a little harder. You're almost there. It encouraged. Just a bit more, and the tasks of this world can genuinely come to an end. Come, showcase your true prowess. Let us see if you can provoke Qiao Wenxing with something more stimulating, something substantial. If you perform well, I assure you, rewards await you. However, Han Yanyan lowered her gaze in contemplation. After a brief moment, she raised her eyes and inquired, Once the task is completed, does the world cease to exist? Indeed, replied the electronic voice. What, then, is the purpose of this world? Han Yanyan clenched her teeth. If there were no tasks, could the world exist independently? She pressed. The electronic voice, suddenly irritable, retorted brusquely, Why ponder so much? Have you forgotten the reason for your mission? Your life remains in my hands. Focus on completing your task promptly. There are legitimate missions awaiting you. Do not waste your time in idle thoughts. No matter how much you contemplate, you cannot escape this place. It spoke nothing but harsh truths. Han Yanyan's life hung by a thread. What right did she have to question? Enough. Is there anything else? If not, I shall terminate the communication. The electronic voice exclaimed impatiently. Wait a moment, Han Yanyan called out. Surely you must have a name. What shall I call you? It cannot be merely Hey. Oh, the electronic voice replied. My name is Leo. Leo, Han Yanyan smiled. You must be younger than I am? Nonsense. Leo instinctively retorted. I am 3 times your age. Realizing he had been caught off guard, he glanced at the ominous muzzle behind him and refrained from revealing that he had been led into a trap by Han Yanyan. Instead, he stubbornly insisted. Enough of this chatter. Get back to work. Having ceased communication, he turned around and offered a conciliatory smile to those present. She is faring quite well over here. It will soon come to an end, and once she is fully prepared, I shall assign her the proper tasks. The room fell silent, devoid of Leo's voice. Han Yanyan pressed her hand against the wound on her wrist, a trace of a cold smile gracing her lips. Indeed, it was one who lurked behind the microphone. The company had received commendations from several esteemed veterans. These seasoned individuals, who had watched Qiao Wenxing grow, believed he had finally matured. Yet, the subsequent remark was accompanied by a shake of the head and a sigh. What a pity. It was regrettable that Qiao Qingyu's brilliance overshadowed him. Despite Qiao Wenxing's current radiance, he was unable to stand in comparison with Qiao Qingyu. Alliances among individuals are often forged through mutual interests. In contrast to the hard-earned maturity of Qiao Wenxing, these elders preferred the steadfast and decisive Qiao Qingyu as their leader. Even if he could not secure the position of heir, Qiao's father would still entrust him with greater power and benefits. Having arrived at this juncture, There was little more he could do for himself. In the past, brimming with youthful vigor, he had scarcely regarded these business matters. Donning the mantle of a young prodigy and elite in the commercial realm, while delegating many responsibilities to professional managers. However, he no longer approached matters in such a manner. Having traversed the arduous path of independent entrepreneurship, he now found himself managing a company backed by a robust conglomerate, where the efficient support and seamless flow of capital bestowed upon him an indescribable sense of relief. At this juncture, Jiang Chengcheng had shed the frivolities of his past romantic entanglements, gradually evolving into a man focused on his career. 3 months later, the merger involving the Han family reached a triumphant conclusion, and Jiang Chengcheng received an invitation to the celebratory banquet. The focal point of this soiree was none other than Han Yanyan. Although the young lady of the Han family exhibited a certain pride and assertiveness, beneath the influence of her formidable father, she was a diligent student and a devoted worker. The merger had been orchestrated under the steady guidance of Han's father, with Han Yanyan skillfully steering the proceedings. Naturally, at this celebration, she was the undisputed heroine of the occasion. From across the room, Jiang Chengcheng observed her, momentarily entranced. They had known each other for many years, and long ago had come to an unspoken understanding that their futures were likely intertwined in matrimony. However, their relationship remained in the realm of friendship, lacking the fullness of romance. They coexisted without constraints, their dynamic unchanged even after their engagement. Jiang Chengcheng often felt that Han Yanyan was formidable, her passion for business far exceeding her interest in him as a fiancé. Consequently, when he encountered the delicate and gentle Bai Yu, a younger student, he found himself irresistibly drawn to her. He had once genuinely loved Bai Yu and envisioned a lifetime together with her. Yet, they ultimately did not belong to the same world. Forcing their paths to intertwine only resulted in leaving scars upon one another. In the opulent banquet hall, Jiang Chengcheng gazed from afar at Han Yanyan, radiant and resplendent. In that moment, he suddenly comprehended the essence of the woman he ought to marry. However, unexpectedly, another individual appeared beside the one he truly desired. This person exuded a composed and dignified presence, their aura imposing, yet upon standing next to her, a gentle smile illuminated their eyes. Jiang Chengcheng, who had been advancing towards Han Yanyan, found his steps halted as he observed Xiao Qingyu and Han Yanyan engulfed in confusion. Amid Jiang Chengcheng's bewilderment, an inexplicable dizziness swept over the crowd. The crystal chandelier above began to sway, and some, unable to maintain their balance, fell. Xiao Qingyu staggered slightly, but quickly steadied himself by grasping a pillar. His immediate instinct was to seize Han Yanyan's wrist, urging her to flee alongside him. For an earthquake had struck. Yet, his attempt was in vain. Han Yanyan, too, swayed momentarily, but her delicate frame exhibited remarkable balance, allowing her to regain stability unaided. When Xiao Qingyu grasped her wrist, she reciprocated by clasping his hand firmly. The earthquake. We must leave this place. Xiao Qingyu urged urgently. Yet, Han Yanyan remained unmoved. Not only was she unperturbed, but she even wore a smile. At last, she was not alone in facing the tremors of the world. Someone was there to share this experience with her. Her gaze drifted towards Jiang Chengcheng amidst the chaotic throng. Sensing her unusual demeanor, Xiao Qingyu followed her line of sight. Spotting Jiang Chengcheng standing out distinctly amidst the disarray, like a crane among chickens. In that instant, a peculiar feeling blossomed within Xiao Qingyu's heart. Jiang Chengcheng was utterly unfazed by the tremors, as if he were in a trance, only to be roused by Han Yanyan's gaze. He observed the flustered crowd around him, momentarily bewildered. What had just transpired? With his return to awareness, the abrupt shaking ceased just as suddenly. The people had yet to escape or seek refuge, and tranquility enveloped the hall once more. A few attendants who had just entered with trays were taken aback. What has happened? Sir, are you all right? The guests, still shaken, murmured. There was an earthquake. Did you not feel it? The attendants exchanged confused glances. They had not been in the banquet hall, but in the preparation room, completely unaware. Yet, the talk of an earthquake was pervasive, echoed by many esteemed guests present at the feast, all of whom insisted that a quake had indeed occurred. It seemed implausible for so many to fabricate a story, especially given their distinguished status. Thus, the incident morphed into a phenomenon of the extraordinary, maintaining its intrigue for a full week. After the guests had departed, Han Yanyan did not leave immediately. She turned to Xiao Qingyu and said, I need to touch up my makeup before heading to the ladies' lounge. The room was deserted. furnished only with a circle of sofas and a row of 4 or 5 vanities. Han Yanyan closed the door, placing her hands on the vanity as she gazed into the mirror. "Leo, come out," she commanded towards her reflection. A few seconds later, the ladies' lounge was as silent as a secluded valley. Calmly, Han Yanyan retrieved a butterfly knife from her purse, deftly flicking it open with a skill taught to her by Ding Yao. Han Yanyan gazed into the mirror, pressing the blade against her carotid artery. In this world, one merely had to call out to be summoned. A cold smile danced at the corners of her mouth as she laid down the knife. "Since you have not responded, I must resort to alternative methods. Isn't everything proceeding rather smoothly? Why summon me again?" Leo inquired, his voice laced with anger. "Yes, it was just a hair's breadth away," Leo continued. "Just a slight nudge, and you could have achieved your goal and withdrawn." Han Yanyan stared vacantly into the air. "So, leaving this world, is it?" she questioned. "Indeed. With the mission completed, this chapter concludes here," Leo affirmed. "And what about others? What about my parents? My fiancé?" Han Yanyan raised her gaze, fixated on the ceiling. Leo scoffed. "Them? You shouldn't concern yourself with them." He hesitated midway, as if realizing something, before adding, "They are inconsequential. The mission objective is paramount. Beyond the mission, no one else warrants your attention." After a brief wait outside, Han Yanyan emerged from the ladies' room. Compared to her earlier vibrant demeanor at the gala, she now appeared somewhat fatigued, her steps unsteady. "Yanyan," Xiao Qingyu approached, inquiring, "Are you tired?" Han Yanyan paused, lifting her gaze to meet his. A flicker of bewilderment crossed her features, but it vanished in an instant. She looked at Xiao Qingyu and suddenly rose onto her toes to plant a kiss on him. "I'll come by your place today," she smiled. Xiao Qingyu sensed her exhaustion. Despite her smile, it lacked the usual radiance and was tinged with weariness. That night, Han Yanyan was particularly affectionate and clingy. After their intimate moments, she refused to let him retreat to his study, instead resting her head on his chest and engaging him in conversation. She had always been spirited and decisive, navigating both business and emotions with grace and ease. This newfound clinginess, her desire to remain close, softened Xiao Qingyu's heart. He cherished this side of her, enveloping her in his embrace as he listened to her ramble on with her inexplicable musings. "Do you know what I like about you?" Han Yanyan propped herself up, gazing at him. "What?" he inquired. Her eyes shimmered with unspoken affection, tinged with an indescribable sorrow. "I admire your handsome face. I appreciate your physique, your abs. I like your tall stature, your thick, dark hair. I adore the way you look in a suit and shirt, exuding an air of restraint. I appreciate your unwavering focus when you work, your complete dedication. I admire your seriousness. I like your tenacity in pursuing what you desire, your unwillingness to yield. Your proactive stance, yet with boundaries. Oh, and I also adore your hands, as well as the shape of your collarbone and Adam's apple." At first, Xiao Qingyu listened with a smile, but gradually, the expression in his eyes shifted. Yanyan, his voice, slightly husky after their intimacy, was deeper than usual. He gazed at Han Yanyan. "Is something wrong?" Xiao Qingyu fell silent. From their initial meeting to forming a partnership, becoming engaged, and now in love, nearly 2 years had passed. He is an exceptionally intelligent and perceptive individual, harboring a lingering question in his heart. He truly yearns to ask Han Yanyan, "Who has hurt you?" It certainly cannot be Xiao Wenqing, for he lacks the capability. Xiao Qingyu is utterly convinced that there exists a man in Han Yanyan's past who has wounded her deeply, leaving her scars that remain unhealed to this day. Because of this man's presence, he must exert greater effort to warm her heart. Yet, ultimately, he refrains from asking anything at all. If she does not wish to speak, he shall never force her. He merely caresses her face and earnestly declares, "I love you too." What is the distinction between love and affection? Han Yanyan gazes greedily at her handsome fiancé, smiling as she leans in to kiss him. "Which would you prefer, eternity or the fleeting moments?" she inquires, locking her gaze with his. "Never mind. Let us simply cherish the present." Her whisper sounds akin to a sigh. She ponders whether she has forgotten to mention to him how much she appreciates his perceptiveness, how his eyes brim with unspoken words. Yet he always manages to suppress what should remain unvoiced. Why does she not choose eternity? Xiao Qingyu wonders. In just 2 months, they could indeed attain that everlasting bond. In 2 months, it will be a grand, splendid, and romantic wedding of Han Yanyan, the heiress of the Han group, and Xiao Qingyu, the heir of the Qiao group. In the final 2 months leading up to the wedding, Han Yanyan transforms into a clingy companion, seeking to remain by Qiao Qingyu's side whenever time allows. Everyone knows that the aloof and elite second son of the Qiao family transforms into a devoted husband when he encounters his fiancée Yi, showering her with affection to the point of overwhelming those around them. Fortunately, the grand wedding of this golden couple has finally arrived as anticipated. The ceremony is set in a historic castle abroad, with the Qiao family extravagantly reserving the entire venue for the wedding, the banquet, and the accommodations of their guests. On the eve of the nuptials, tradition dictates that the couple should not meet. However, Han Yanyan stealthily makes her way to Qiao Qingyu's room. Upon hearing the knock, Qiao Qingyu instantly deduces it is her, opening the door to pull her in, pressing her against the door as he kisses her. Despite being on the brink of becoming a legitimate couple, they indulge in the thrill of secret lovers, lost in their joy. In a moment of exquisite delight, Qiao Qingyu presses firmly against the door, a shiver cascading down his spine. Han Yanyan clings tightly to his neck, her fingers tracing the subtle contours of his skin, sending electric sensations coursing through her body. Like a vine, she entwines herself around him, perfectly melding into one, their lips and breaths intertwining, even their sweat merging as one. Qiao Qingyu, Han Yanyan whispers his name. The echoes of their shared ecstasy linger. I adore you, she murmurs softly. I cherish everything about you. At last, Qiao Qingyu breaks free from the tremors, lifting his gaze to meet hers. Han Yanyan's nose brushed against his, their lips nearly touching. Her voice was as fragile as a whisper, audible only at such close proximity. She murmured, "You are simply like, tailor-made for me." The following day, before the wedding, he worried for her and bribed a group of bridesmaids to gain access to the preparation room to see her. The grand and expansive castle room, with its stone walls, was illuminated by sunlight refracting through stained glass, casting an air of solemnity akin to a sacred ritual. In this hazy aura, Han Yanyan sat in an ornate wooden chair, gazing at herself in the mirror. The pristine white train of her wedding gown cascaded around her, exuding a radiant purity. She was the bride of his dreams. For a fleeting moment, Qiao Qingyu even held his breath, afraid to disturb her. Han Yanyan caught sight of her reflection and smiled sweetly at him. What brings you here? Didn't we agree not to meet before the ceremony? She spoke without a hint of shame, as if it were not she who had sneaked into his room the previous night. Qiao Qingyu released a sigh of relief, slowly exhaling as he stood at a distance, quietly observing his bride. Han Yanyan turned to him. What's wrong? Her face bore a gentle smile. But Qiao Qingyu recalled that the first moment he had pushed open the door to see her, she had been gazing at her reflection without a smile. This thought made him hesitate, and in this moment before the wedding, a sense of uncertainty arose within him. Yet, Han Yanyan, smiling, extended her hand towards him. Come here. Qiao Qingyu approached and took her hand. Han Yanyan's hand was soft and warm. Somehow, Qiao Qingyu's heart found tranquility. He gazed at his bride, suddenly bending down to gently kiss the back of her hand, then kneeling on one knee before her. Han Yanyan was both astonished and amused. Was he proposing to her once more? Yet, Qiao Qingyu's expression was grave, his eyes earnest. Kneeling before her, he grasped one of her hands, as if a knight pledging allegiance to his princess. Yanyan, he declared, to marry you is my fortune. I am grateful to the heavens for this blessing. I, Qiao Qingyu, vow to do everything within my power to become the husband you desire and to provide you with the marriage you envision. I shall remain eternally loyal to you, our marriage, and our family. I will strive to be a good husband and a devoted father. When we have children, whether they be sons or daughters, I will love them and you wholeheartedly. Parent-teacher meetings, sports events, stage performances, recitation contests, provincial competitions. I assure you, I will not miss any significant moments in their lives. Yanyan, Yanyan. Qiao Qingyu stared at his bride, gently asking, why are you crying? Her throat quivered slightly. 3 words lodged within her, unutterable. After a moment of contemplation, Qiao Qingyu chose to trust her. He rose to kiss her cheek and eyes, wiping away her tears, reassuring her, you shall not be happier than I am. For, he smiled, I am about to become the happiest man in the world. He released her hand and exited the room. Moments ago, the bridesmaids, along with the makeup artists, stylists, and other staff, had exited to create space for the newcomers. And now they surged back in, obscuring Qiao Qingyu's figure behind their bustling presence. Han Yanyan fixed her gaze on the entrance, unable to catch another glimpse of him. Oh, stop looking. You'll see him in just 15 minutes. one of the bridesmaids teased. A chorus of laughter erupted from the gathered ladies. Can't even wait 15 minutes? My, what a generous serving of dog food. Han Yanyan suppressed the emotions that threatened to spill forth, raising her chin slightly to reveal the elegant smile of Miss Han. 15 minutes later, she stood poised outside the grand wooden doors. As the doors slowly swung open to the sound of music, all the guests turned in their seats to behold the bride of the day. Like a valiant warrior, Han Yanyan displayed a proud yet composed smile as she linked her arm with her father's and stepped onto the crimson carpet. At the other end of the carpet stood Jiang Chengcheng, tall and upright, his brow radiating with joyful anticipation. He awaited her arrival, eager to take her hand, to place the wedding ring upon her finger, and to hear her declare her consent. From that moment forth, she would be his wife. The intensity of his yearning was palpable, even across the distance separating them. Han's father sensed his daughter's grip on his arm tighten suddenly. He smiled and gently patted the back of her hand, signaling her to remain calm. What was there to fear about marriage? Even if she became another's wife, she would always remain his daughter, forever the heir to the Han Corporation. Han Yanyan grasped her father's meaning, smiling as she turned to him and pressed a gentle kiss on his cheek. In the past 2 years, she has experienced joy and happiness here, all thanks to the formidable business tycoon behind her. Thank you. As the music shifted, the father and daughter exchanged a glance, linking arms and stepping forward. However, Han Yanyan's gaze suddenly drifted away from her fiancé, scanning the guests. Due to various past entanglements, Xiao Wenxing did not serve as Qiao Qingyu's best man. Yet he still occupied a prominent position. From his seat, witnessing his half-brother, dressed in formal attire and standing tall like a pine, waiting for his bride, Xiao Wenxing felt an odd sensation wash over him. It was as if he were dreaming again. As the heavy grand doors creaked open, revealing the noble, proud, and beautiful bride, each step she took along the red carpet resonated within him, as if her footsteps were striking his heart, echoing like a great drum in his ears. At that moment, the bride, who had been smiling at the groom, suddenly cast a glance in his direction. An earthquake struck without warning. Many were caught off guard, tumbling to the ground. The once solemn and splendid wedding was abruptly thrown into chaos. What was he thinking? This was someone else's wedding. The union of Han Yanyan and Xiao Qingyu. One was about to become his sister-in-law, while the other had already assumed the role of the family heir. Xiao Wenxing pondered that, given the circumstances, he ought to cease his futile musings. Yet, how strange it was. All of this should have belonged to him. Why had everything changed? The tremors of the ground ceased momentarily, yet the scene was already in disarray. Some had rushed for the exits. For in the face of natural disasters, life takes precedence. Yanyan. Han Yanyan heard 2 voices calling her. One belonged to her father, and the other to her groom. They all called her name, urging her to swiftly evacuate the building. Han Yanyan remained oblivious. Just moments ago, the tremors had caused Han's father to fall to the ground. Their arms separating. Unrestrained, Han Yanyan lifted her skirt and took 2 steps forward, not towards her new groom, but towards her former fiancé, Xiao Wenxing, the very target of her ambitions in this world. Xiao Qingyu, having just regained his balance, shouted Han Yanyan's name, only to witness his bride ignoring him completely. Striding directly towards Xiao Wenxing, he stood frozen in astonishment. Han Yanyan closed the distance to Xiao Wenxing, their eyes locking in an intense gaze. From the depths of Xiao Wenxing's eyes, she discerned confusion. She smiled and asked, "Do you regret it?" With this question and answer, the world, which had only just calmed, began to tremble violently once more. Windows shattered, beams collapsed, and a massive pillar crashed down. The pillar fell directly towards Qiao Qingyu, who hurriedly retreated to avoid it. Yet he helplessly watched as the broken pillar crushed a group of people, including Han's father, who had just risen, intending to flee with his daughter. He observed the elegantly dressed guests scream and rush towards the exit in a panic. More distressingly, he saw his bride completely indifferent to the chaos around them, and his brother turning a blind eye to it all. Between him and her, it felt as if they inhabited an entirely different realm. They were insignificant. Only the mission mattered. Beyond the mission, no one else warranted concern. That jarring, discordant electronic sound seemed to echo in his ears. Han Yanyan paid no heed to the turmoil surrounding her. Her focus remained solely on Xiao Wenxing. Caught in her gaze, Xiao Wenxing spiraled into bewilderment. Why had it come to this? Why had he lost everything? It seems to be because of a woman. Yet, Xiao Wenxing found himself unable to recall her face or name, nor could he remember the original intent behind sacrificing everything for her. In this haze of confusion, a voice floated softly into his ears. Han Yanyan said, "Since you regret it, then end it quickly." It struck him like a thunderclap beside his ear. Xiao Wenqing murmured, "Yes, let it end. This is not what I desired." The world trembled violently, resounding with a cacophony. The cries and wails of the people were even muffled, fading into indistinctness. Walls crumbled, and the floor split open with immense fissures, from which blinding light poured forth. People fled towards the exit with an urgency far beyond the ordinary, yet piercing white light surged in from the doorway and the shattered windows. The white light engulfed the world, melting it away, including every individual within it. They were inconsequential. Only the mission objective mattered. Aside from the mission objective, no one else warranted attention. Was it not worth considering? In the final moments, Han Yanyan could not help but glance back. Xiao Qingyu did not flee. He remained there, separated from her by the fallen colossal pillar, his lips pressed tightly as he gazed at her. He sensed that everything unfolding was intertwined with her, believing she would provide an explanation. But Han Yanyan cast him one last look, her lips moving, yet ultimately unable to offer him an explanation. "I'm sorry. My arrival in this world is not for you." The blinding light consumed all, and Han Yanyan closed her eyes. Upon reopening them, she found herself once again in a familiar expanse of pure white. Jiao Wenqing, Jiao Qingyu, the affluent fathers, the elegantly attired guests of high society, all vanished without a trace. A world has come to an end, and those individuals seem to dissipate like bubbles, vanishing along with it. Much like sand slipping through one's fingers, they are impossible to grasp. Leo refers to this realm as the fast travel world. Han Yanyan stood quietly, her fists clenched. "Oh, I truly did not misjudge. The resolution of this world was remarkably swift. How easy it must be for you." Leo's unpleasant electronic synthetic voice sounded almost cheerful. "What is this fellow so pleased about?" "Very well then. Your metrics are exceptionally stable. Let us promptly embark on the next world," he stated. "I see. I have specifically chosen a simple one for you, merely to help you unwind." This world was completed exceptionally well. The post-apocalyptic one was quite commendable as well. "Do not be so tense. You possess great talent." "Leo, what do you stand to gain?" Han Yanyan abruptly inquired. "Huh." Leo's incessant chatter came to an abrupt halt, as if his mind experienced a momentary lapse. Han Yanyan, who earned her living through storytelling, possessed a vivid imagination and a strong sense of imagery. In that fleeting moment of Leo's mental pause, she conjured an image in her mind of a dimly lit room where an individual, hidden behind a monitor and microphone, gaped in bewilderment, as if his mind had short-circuited. It was truly comical. Unfortunately, a smile would not grace her lips. "In the realm of quick transmigration, I have accomplished my task objectives. What can you gain from this?" Han Yanyan inquired. After a few seconds, Leo replied with a tone steeped in discontent. "This is not something you need to concern yourself with. You treat me as a laborer. At the very least, you should comprehend the nature of my remuneration and benefits." Han Yanyan retorted, "Even if those are absent, I wish to know when I can depart from this place." "Depart?" Leo couldn't help but scoff. "What gives you the right to broach this topic with me? Let me tell you, do not even think about it. Enough of this. You have rested sufficiently. It is time to engage in earnest work." Suddenly, Leo's voice lost all emotion, turning cold as he commanded, "Mark." From the outset, Leo had disguised himself with a tone reminiscent of a system. Han Yanyan, through her probing, deduced that this utterance of Mark was likely a directive issued by a computer-like entity, hence its frigid and impassive nature. A faint, sardonic smile tugged at the corners of Han Yanyan's lips. "What are the requirements for this task?" she asked. Initially, Leo had stated that she needed to make the target fall in love with her. However, in the apocalypse, she was sacrificed by Ding Yao, who nonetheless claimed she performed admirably. In the previous world, the task shifted to making Xiao Wenqing regret his actions. Although straightforward and easily accomplished, it lacked coherence. After all, the quick transmigration that Han Yanyan was familiar with had always been characterized by clear and unified objectives. Thus, she posed this question. This time, it was Leo who hesitated. He hesitated for a moment and remarked, "Let's approach this as we did with Ding Yao. You performed admirably that time. However, with Ding Yao, I encountered failure." Han Yanyan had spent 2 years in the previous world, and now, when recalling Ding Yao, her emotions had settled. Allowing her to candidly acknowledge her shortcomings, "He never fell in love with me." "This is hard to say," Leo interjected. His tone was laced with an eager curiosity, a palpable itch for gossip, yet he seemed somewhat hesitant, ultimately resorting to a vague and ambiguous statement. Han Yanyan's previously tranquil heart felt as though it had been sharply tugged. It wasn't that she still harbored feelings for Ding Yao. After 2 years with Xiao Qingyu, where she was cherished, loved, trusted, relied upon, and respected, she was not so pitiably infatuated with Ding Yao. Yet, a certain breath remained unexhaled, leaving her heart in discord. All right, enough of this. It's time to work. Leo transitioned into a true system, his icy electronic voice announcing, World Generation. A smirk of cold amusement played on Han Yanyan's lips as she entered the next realm. Upon opening her eyes, she found herself in a cramped room, clutching a bottle of red wine, with a small cart before her. Glancing down, she noticed she was dressed in a white shirt, a black vest, and a matching skirt, tight and narrow, clinging to her hips and waist. The collar of her shirt sported a bow tie, presenting a quintessentially standard server's attire. Yanyan, Yanyan, are you ready? A voice emanated from the concealed earpiece nestled in her ear. Pre-activation of information. It turned out that in this world, Han Yanyan was a police officer, infiltrating a club, masquerading as a waitress in an undercover operation. Now, she was pushing the dining cart towards room 812 to deliver wine to the guests therein. The occupant of that room was none other than her target in this world, the formidable figure of the underground realm, Yao Chun. This individual straddled both the legitimate and illicit sectors, boasting legitimate businesses as well as nefarious enterprises such as drug trafficking, prostitution, and gambling. It was these underground ventures that constituted the bulk of his income, while the legitimate businesses primarily served to launder the proceeds of his darker activities. Han Yanyan had perused all the provided information and had come to a clear and unequivocal conclusion about Yao Chun, a villain. Indeed, a villain, regardless of his past, his personal struggles, or his tender affections towards family and friends. The deeds he had committed were sufficient to condemn him to the depths of hell. This characterization of her target was simply splendid. Han Yanyan felt elated, slightly lowering her head to the concealed listening device nestled in her collar, and murmured, "I'm on my way." With a playful smile gracing her lips, she hummed a little tune, swaying her delicate waist as she exited the preparation room and made her way to room 812. Her spirits soared as she approached, and upon seeing the 2 bodyguards stationed at the door, she cast a flirtatious glance at the more handsome of the 2. This skill of casting flirtatious glances was a talent she had inherited from the illustrious Miss Han. Although the bodyguards were clad in neatly tailored black suits, they were clearly no gentlemen. With a subtle beckoning gesture, one of them, with an ambiguous gaze, opened the door to the private room for her. As the door swung open, Han Yanyan ceased her humming and her flirtatious demeanor vanished, replaced by a professional smile as she dutifully pushed the dining cart inside. The private room was shrouded in dim light, yet devoid of any extravagant revelry. Approximately a dozen men occupied the space, with not a single woman in sight. These men were distinctly divided into 2 factions. Several stood rigidly, their bodies taut with tension, while others sat casually, feigning ease, yet their sharp gazes scrutinized one another intently. Only 2 individuals appeared genuinely relaxed, Yao Chun and his negotiating counterpart. The latter was a man with deeply tanned skin and pronounced features, reminiscent of a foreigner. The stark contrast made it unnecessary for Han Yanyan to even glance at the other individual. She instinctively recognized him as Yao Chun. Upon entering the room, she was acutely aware that he was her target. He was another man whose presence was so commanding that it was impossible to overlook. When Han Yanyan wheeled her cart inside, he glanced at her, a fleeting look that felt like a blade tracing down her spine, sending a chill through her. Han Yanyan maintained her composure, eyes cast down demurely, not daring to meet Yao Chen's gaze. She halted the cart, professionally retrieved a bottle of red wine from the ice bucket, and, with a smile, casually lifted the gun, as if it were merely a corkscrew. She raised her hand and shot Yao Chun without hesitation. Ah, the essence of a quintessential villain. How delightfully exhilarating. There was not a shred of psychological burden. Unlike her feelings towards Xiao Qingyu, where the knowledge of inevitable disappointment loomed over her, racing against time with every fleeting moment, seeking only the dawn and dusk. As Han Yanyan aimed to kill Yao Chun, a smile lingered on her lips. Taking a life was no arduous task for one who had traversed the apocalypse. In that moment, she embodied the ruthless decisiveness forged in the wasteland, coupled with the remarkable marksmanship of the policewoman Han Yanyan in this world. The bullet she fired surged directly towards Yao Chen's forehead, a shot destined to kill. No one had time to react. Time within the private room seemed to freeze. Ensnared in a cinematic bullet time, Han Yanyan watched as the bullet emerged from the chamber, slowly slicing through the air, creating a current as it raced towards Yao Chen's brow. All present stood frozen, serving merely as a backdrop to this moment suspended in time. Han Yanyan's mood soared with the bullet's flight, as she reveled in the exhilaration of being thrust into this fast-paced world. Powerless to alter her fate, she had been torn from Xiao Qingyu, unable to resist. Yet now, she finally had the opportunity to take action, to defy the twisted Liu. This was undeniably a cause for celebration. Her gaze followed the bullet, landing squarely on Yao Chen. She had not taken the time to scrutinize his features, nor did she possess any interest in doing so. Her focus drifted seamlessly from the gun's muzzle to the spot on Yao Chen's forehead where the bullet was destined to strike. At such close range, his head would surely explode upon impact. Well, even if it didn't entirely shatter, it would at least be severely mangled. Real-life gunshot wounds are far more terrifying than the mere pinpricks depicted in films. The more gruesome the reality, the more it delighted Han Yanyan. Amidst this euphoric sentiment, she noticed Yao Chen lifting his eyelids. In the midst of all present being ensnared in this suspended moment, the target of her strategy, Yao Chen, raised his gaze. His gaze first fell upon the bullet hurtling towards him, which seemed to encounter an invisible barrier. The air ahead could no longer be torn asunder. Instead, it transformed into a soft yet resilient shield, enveloping the bullet and rendering it unable to advance a single inch. Han Yanyan's breath caught in her throat. At that moment, Yao Chen raised his gaze, surpassing the bullet, and met Han Yanyan's eyes. In that fleeting instant, she appeared to witness countless individuals, myriad events, and fragmented scenes. For the first time, they manifested in this space in a horizontal stance. The ambience had lost its brightness, the light flickered erratically, and the piercing alarm blared with relentless regularity. This was the sort of antiquated alarm that throbbed painfully against the eardrums, starkly contrasting with the high-tech, fantastical aesthetic that had long characterized Liu's world. It was reminiscent of the old films Han Yanyan had often watched in the past. Han Yanyan lay on the floor, her limbs twitching and spasming, every cell in her body aflame with pain. If one were to discern the source of that pain, it was indistinguishable, as if even her hair was suffering. Amidst the flickering light, Han Yanyan remained ensnared in the terror of those eyes. Although their shapes differed, the moment she locked eyes with Yao Chen, she was inexplicably reminded of another pair of eyes. Amidst the swirling dust and chaos, those eyes coldly observed the world's disintegration. Ding Yao and Xiao Wenxing remained anchored within this realm, yet their owner transcended the confines of these worlds. And now, Yao Chen too stood apart. Han Yanyan, have you lost your mind? What the hell do you intend to do? She longed to laugh, yet the excruciating pain twisted her smile into a grimace. Now, do I even have the right to speak with you? Her words barely formed, escaping as a strained whisper. In the depths of her extreme weakness, there shimmered a resolve akin to a last stand. What nonsense! You are on the brink of death. Do you not realize that? Liu was beside himself with rage. Had I not intervened in time, you would already be dead. Ha ha! Han Yanyan summoned every ounce of her strength, managing to produce a smile that was more painful than tears, suggesting that if death were to come, she would merely seek another architect. You dare use this to threaten me? I spit on that. Liu hissed ominously. Who do you think you are? Do you consider yourself significant? Just an architect, nothing more. You were correct. If necessary, I could easily find another. It's hardly an expensive endeavor. If you wish to die, then by all means, go ahead. This Liu was certainly no benevolent soul. Han Yanyan's heart sank. She lost consciousness, plunging into darkness. Liu severed the communication, furious enough to stomp his feet. I need to find another architect. This wretched woman. Yet, those behind him did not concur. How many is this now? At this point, she is the only one of any value. If we replace her, can you guarantee we will find someone like her again? They asked coldly. Liu was rendered speechless. For that one, he had already lost 3 architects. Reluctantly, he had ventured into that desolate wasteland to seek new talent. Such places may be considered backward, yet it is precisely due to this backwardness that they often conceal unrefined gems waiting to be discovered, much like Han Yanyan. However, such matters also depend on fortune. He lost Han Yanyan, and in the short term, he may not find another like her. The other one is a tough nut to crack, not something any architect can resolve. Yet, Her current condition is utterly dire, and death is not far off, he argued, while the other party shook the gun in their hand. Damn it, her body and spirit are so fragile that she requires genetic enhancement to survive. This foolish woman, Leo thought with indignation. Han Yanyan awoke, unaware of how much time had passed. Here, her sense of time had completely failed her. However, upon waking this time, she felt not only free from pain, but also an inexplicable vigor. This sensation was not merely physical or mental, if one had to draw a comparison. It was akin to the feeling of having abundant supernatural energy within her during the apocalypse. It was quite strange. Hey, idiot, Leo called out brusquely, are you alive? Speak up. Seems I'm not dead. Sorry to disappoint you, Han Yanyan replied, gathering her hair. Leo snorted. Now can we talk? Han Yanyan asked leisurely. Leo exploded. Talk about what? I'll tell you. This isn't over. Don't think you can escape. I can't leave either. Leo's agitation led to an outburst that often reveals the truth in such circumstances, and the information contained in his words alarmed Han Yanyan. After a moment of silence, she changed the subject and asked, so, I wonder, can those from the world that has ended still be seen? Han Yanyan fell silent. Ha ha. Leo burst into laughter as if he had heard something exceedingly amusing. You. Cough, cough. Don't let your imagination run wild. The world has ended. And that is final. Han Yanyan clenched her fist. Suddenly, she looked up. Am I able to meet whomever I desire? She inquired, including Ding Yao. Ali hesitated and replied. That particular individual is beyond the scope of discussion. Han Yanyan lowered her gaze, her eyes deep and inscrutable. Stop overthinking and focus on your work. Let me tell you, I am granting you one more opportunity. Do it properly, don't act recklessly. Reflecting on her previous actions, Ali felt a headache coming on. I must inform you. I have already lost 3 constructors, 2 of whom attempted to eliminate the target. This method was strictly prohibited, but my constructors took the risk, and it has been proven ineffective. He scoffed, adding, moreover, that individual, the target is not something you can contend with. The moment you attempt to kill him, you trigger, whatever it is tantamount to self-destruction. Trigger what? Superpowers? No. Han Yanyan, who once possessed extraordinary abilities, believed that what Yao Chen exhibited at that time was more akin to the power that Zheng Yao wielded to obliterate worlds. Unfortunately, at a critical moment, Leo managed to restrain his tongue just in time. Don't do that again. Do you hear me, you fool? Leo felt no anger at the thought of this matter. Rather, he acknowledged that your previous methods with Ding Yao had yielded some results. As for the next steps, Yao Chen, follow this path. Han Yanyan's pupils constricted. Yao Chen? Is he not dead? How naive of you. Is he someone who can perish so easily? Leo's irritation resurfaced. It was all due to your reckless actions. Not only have you squandered so much time, but now I must also reset this world. I warn you, do not act recklessly this time. Han Yanyan recalled the image of the bullet being obstructed by an invisible barrier, time seemingly frozen, with only Yao Chen transcending its confines. At the moment Leo forcibly severed the world, she truly felt a premonition of death. Had Leo been any slower, she might have perished in that realm. The most terrifying aspect was that Han Yanyan sensed that this death was fundamentally different from the one she had experienced when Zheng Yao had obliterated her. Zheng Yao had shattered the world, yet he had never acknowledged her presence. She had simply disintegrated along with the world itself. This time, however, Yao Chen had seen her. The intent of destruction in Yao Chen's eyes was not directed at the world, but at her. Had Leo hesitated even slightly, she might have faced true death, never to awaken or be revived again. Han Yanyan's mind was a whirlwind of conjectures and questions when Leo interjected, "Mark." Once more, Han Yanyan was marked. Upon the completion of the marking, Leo stated, "I shall not impose rigid tasks upon you. Just approach him as you did with Ding Yao. Follow your instincts." The world was created anew. With the sound of the electronic synthetic command, Han Yanyan was once again thrust into the realm of rapid traversal. Upon opening her eyes, she found herself in a cramped room, clutching a glass of red wine, adorned in a vest, bow tie, and a short skirt, with a dining cart before her. As she blinked awake, she lifted the napkin beside the ice bucket, revealing a bottle opener quietly lying there, devoid of any firearm. There were no hidden earpieces in her ears, nor listening devices concealed within her collar. Suddenly, the door to the preparation room swung open, and another waitress entered, saying, "Yanyan, shall I deliver the wine to room 812? The pre-given information activated. The world rebooted, and the settings were adjusted. This time, Han Yanyan bore no identity as a police officer. She was merely an ordinary waitress working at the establishment to earn some money. The newly entered waitress, however, was the genuine police officer. Han Yanyan was aware that she was concealing a weapon with a listening device in her collar and an earpiece in her ear. A team lay in ambush outside the establishment, awaiting her signal to apprehend Yao Chun along with the evidence. Was this effective? Han Yanyan was equally curious, but she could not comply. Han Yanyan firmly declined, for room 812 housed Mr. Yao, known for his generous tipping. He had previously given Xiao Mei a 2,000 yuan gratuity. The police officer, recalling the amiable demeanor of this girl who sought to earn extra income, was taken aback by her refusal at such a critical moment over a tip. Anxiously, she implored Han Yanyan, "Yanyan, I am currently in a tight spot. Could you please let me take this opportunity? I promise to repay you once I am financially stable." Feigning difficulty, Han Yanyan responded, "I cannot. I am also in need of money. My brother's medical expenses." Han Yanyan's family has a patient, and her arduous part-time job is solely to earn money. The female police officer, rendered speechless, could only watch as Han Yanyan pushed the food cart towards the exit. In a state of urgency, she bit her lip, and, as Han Yanyan brushed past her, executed a swift chop aimed at the back of her neck. Remarkably, Han Yanyan seemed to possess a sixth sense, suddenly bending down to evade the strike. The officer's hand missed its target entirely. Han Yanyan straightened up, adjusted the cart, and opened the door, calling out, "Arson, arson." A young boy outside ran over and inquired, "Did you call me?" Han Yanyan responded, "There are hardly any bottles left on the wine rack. We need to replenish the stock promptly." Arson replied, "Oh, the supervisor mentioned it earlier, but I got so busy I forgot." The female officer watched helplessly as Han Yanyan pushed the cart out of the preparation room. Heading towards room 812, two bodyguards stood at the door of room 812, one of whom was rather handsome. This time, Han Yanyan refrained from casting flirtatious glances and, with decorum, pushed the cart to the entrance. The bodyguard glanced at her and opened the door for her. She parked the cart and retrieved a bottle of red wine from the ice bucket, lifting the napkin beside it to reveal an actual corkscrew. With practiced ease, Han Yanyan uncorked the wine and leaned down to pour for the two most significant men in the private room. Yao Chun leaned forward, casually stealing a glance at the young waitress. The girl was very youthful, with lowered eyelashes and an elegantly defined nose. A subtle touch of makeup softened her features, rendering her appearance both gentle and alluring, pleasing to the eye. As Yao Chen's fingertips brushed against the stem of the wine glass, the girl's pale visage was but a mere 20 centimeters away from him. Suddenly, she whispered softly, "There is a woman among the waitstaff who is a police officer. And outside, there are officers lying in wait, ready to apprehend you." Her voice was barely audible, her words flowing rapidly. While others merely noticed her leaning to pour the wine, it was only Yao Chun, positioned closest to her, who could discern her words. The man's gaze, sharp as a blade, swiftly darted to her face. When fully armed police officers burst into the room, several of Yao Chen's subordinates, lingering in the corridor, were swiftly subdued. The officers were armed and proclaimed themselves to be law-abiding citizens. The door to the private room was kicked open, revealing a dimly lit interior where a man pressed a woman against the sofa, her skirt pushed to the top of her thighs, revealing even the outline of her underwear. The slender, exquisite lines of her legs provoked a surge of adrenaline among the men present. Zhang Yi, upon observing that only a man and a woman occupied the room, cursed under his breath, "Shit, the mission has failed." Yao Chen must have known in advance. How did the information leak? "Captain Jiang, long time no see," Yao Chen remarked, unfazed by the interruption of his endeavors. He rose with composure, methodically fastening the buttons of his shirt, concealing his well-defined chest. Amidst such a formidable display, one might wonder if the police were engaging in a team-building exercise. In the face of dozens of ominous gun barrels, he remained unfazed, a smile curling at the corners of his lips, exuding a sense of confidence tinged with mockery. "Team-building my ass." Jiang Yi chose to disregard him. Upon entering, his visual senses were briefly stimulated by the sight of the woman's exquisite legs. He swiftly gestured, prompting the officers to draw their firearms and commence their search. In the span of a couple of leisurely exchanges, the officers had thoroughly scoured the private room, yet, unsurprisingly, found nothing of significance. Lighting a cigarette, Yao Chun observed the officers' futile efforts with a smile, remarking, "Team Jiang is an old acquaintance. Should you wish to engage in a team-building exercise here, I shall grant you a 60% discount on beverages. No problem, I shall certainly cooperate. With a flick of ash, Yao Chun rose calmly, exuding an air of a law-abiding citizen. Jiang Ye's gaze shifted toward the girl beside him. Ever since Yao Chun had released her, she had curled up on the sofa, enveloped in a profound silence. Jiang Ye's eyes scanned her, noting that although her vest and shirt buttons had been torn away, exposing a swath of alabaster skin at her collar, it was evident she wore a server's uniform. Curled into herself, the girl clutched her knees, her complexion somewhat pallid. Yao Chun cast a sidelong glance at Han Yanyan, stating, "In matters of love, it is a mutual willingness." Mutual willingness? Jiang Yi scoffed. I fail to see any indication of this young lady's consent. With a subtle gesture, Jiang Yi summoned a female officer disguised as a waitress, who emerged from behind. After whispering a few words to her, she swiftly approached the sofa and leaned down, calling out, "Yanyan? Yanyan?" Han Yanyan lifted her gaze to meet hers. Jiang Yi observed the girl's pale face, her eyes as dark as ink, and Han Yanyan silently nodded in acknowledgement. Her dullness and silence epitomized the characteristics typically associated with a victim. Jiang Ye's team searched the private room thoroughly, yet uncovered no evidence. Aware that this operation had failed, Jiang Yi felt a deep sense of frustration. After all his meticulous planning, he could not bear the thought of allowing Yao Chun to slip away so easily. He gestured to the female officer, instructing her to assist Han Yanyan in leaving, contemplating that even in the absence of other evidence, if this girl were willing to cooperate, they could at least charge Yao Chun with attempted assault. As Jiang Yi emerged from another interrogation room, Han Yanyan softly inquired, "Officer, when may I leave? I have classes tomorrow." Jiang Yi was taken aback. The female officer approached him, holding a folder. "Captain Jiang." Jiang Yi flipped through it, discovering that the officer had retrieved Han Yanyan's file. He looked up at her and asked, "You're a student at S University?" Han Yanyan nodded. "I am merely a part-time waitress at the club. That's all." Jiang Yi pressed on. "Did Yao Chun threaten you?" "Young lady, do not be afraid. If you are willing to testify, he will surely face conviction." Han Yanyan met his gaze briefly, yet she refused to come forward, categorically denying any coercive intentions from Yao Chun. Jiang Yi found himself at an impasse. Such matters often compel most women to choose silence, especially a young girl who has yet to graduate. He could only permit her to leave, but he handed her a card. "This is my number. Call me if anything arises." Han Yanyan glanced at Jiang Yi before accepting the card. Jiang Yi was particularly struck by her eyes, deep, dark, and imbued with an intellectual beauty. She was indeed a stunning girl. As he watched her slender silhouette vanish, he lit a cigarette. A female officer approached and extinguished it, saying, "Captain Jiang, smoking is prohibited in the office. The leadership has imposed fines." Jiang Yi, feeling helpless, lowered his gaze and flipped through Han Yanyan's file, saying, "You should engage with this girl further." What a coincidence that she was right there at that time. She must have seen or known something. The female officer replied, "I have my suspicions as well. I personally witnessed those individuals enter, and the way she dodged when I attempted to knock her out was rather fortuitous." Just then, someone came in and announced, "Captain Jiang, lawyer Yao Chun has arrived." Jiang Yi ground his teeth in response, understood. Han Yanyan did not leave the police station immediately. She went to the restroom to wash her face. She had experienced quite a fright that evening, and her complexion had only just begun to recover. Raising her head, she saw a beautiful face in the mirror. Every version of Han Yanyan was youthful and lovely, as if beauty were a prerequisite. It was akin to the current trend in online novels, where readers generally cannot accept a heroine who lacks beauty. Han Yanyan splashed her face with water. While water could not fully remove her makeup, she was fortunate that her makeup was light. The lipstick had already been devoured by the rogue Yao Chun, and the waterproof mascara ensured she wouldn't end up with a raccoon-like appearance. She scrutinized the reflection before her. Though beautiful, it did not quite reach the level of extraordinary beauty. Han Yanyan had an obsession with the notion of unparalleled beauty. She had written numerous heroines characterized by their breathtaking looks, effortlessly winning hearts simply by virtue of their appearance. She had always dreamed of possessing an unparalleled beauty in her lifetime. Yet, she found herself entangled in a predicament at the hands of Lirio. With no means of escape in sight, she resolved to find joy amidst her suffering. All she desired was a visage of extraordinary beauty, a wish that had yet to be fulfilled. She wiped the moisture from her face and scrutinized her reflection. Her eyes and nose were indeed lovely. Though her face was slender, it did not conform to the typical influencer's angularity, as her cheeks retained a hint of softness. This lent her features a gentle and refined quality, making her appearance pleasing and comfortable to behold. Once the water on her face had dried, Han Yanyan exited the police station. As soon as she stepped through the door, she felt an urge to curse. Although she had donned a petite dress at the club, the reality of the world was one of late autumn chill. When she had been dragged from the club, a female officer had draped her vest over her. For the buttons of both the vest and her shirt had been torn off by Yao Chun, leaving her vulnerable to exposure. Clad in a thin vest and shirt, her bare legs trembled in the biting evening breeze. As she reached into her pockets, she realized she had neither her wallet nor her phone. The police had taken their group directly to the station, leaving no time for them to fetch their outerwear or wallets. As for her phone, it had been placed in the pocket of her vest and was likely left behind in room 812. To her dismay, there were no taxis available at the station's entrance. Who would venture to the police station at such an hour? Taxi drivers were reluctant to pick up passengers there. Just then, someone in the passenger seat exited and opened the car door for her. Han Yanyan bent slightly and met Yao Chun's gaze. A shiver ran through her as she heard him say, "Get in." Without hesitation, she slipped into the car and took a seat opposite Yao Chun. The warmth inside the car enveloped her, and under the alternating sensations of heat and cold, Han Yanyan could no longer withstand it, sneezing twice in quick succession. Yao Chun glanced at her, bit his cigarette, and tossed his suit jacket to her. Han Yanyan hurriedly donned it, sniffing as she expressed her gratitude with a simple thank you. Yao Chun secured his cigarette between his fingers and exhaled a plume of smoke. Although the vehicle was an extended model, the confined space felt stifling to Han Yanyan. Yao Chun seemed utterly unaware of what it meant to be a gentleman. Despite his tailored suit, he was a rough character, having never graduated high school, rising from the streets to his current status in the underworld of K-City. He was a king without a crown. It was unrealistic to expect such a man to exhibit politeness, especially in the presence of a woman, or to extinguish his cigarette out of consideration. Even in the car, he maintained a posture with one ankle resting on the opposite knee, a stance that betrayed an inherent dominance. Fortunately, the vehicle featured 2 rows of facing seats, affording ample space. With her back to the front of the car, Han Yanyan sat diagonally across from Yao Chun, avoiding any contact with his knee. The rear compartment was softly illuminated, the light gentle, yet not overly bright. Yao Chun scrutinized Han Yanyan from head to toe and inquired, "What is your name?" "Han Yanyan," she replied. Yao Chun nodded, opened the armrest compartment, and extracted 2 bundles of cash, tossing them in her direction. One bundle landed on the seat, while the other rested on Han Yanyan's lap. The stark contrast of the white skin of her legs against the pink bills evoked an unmistakable impression of a transactional exchange. Although she had jokingly wished for a wealthy patron to shower her with thick stacks of cash, it was indeed the first time Han Yanyan had ever been pelted with money. Internally, she felt a surge of emotions. Yet her visage remained impassive as she tucked the 2 bundles of cash into the pockets of her vest, the only garment she wore that had any capacity for storage. She then uttered a simple, "Thank you, President Yao." Yao Chun nodded in acknowledgement, replying, "You deserve it." After speaking, he exhaled a cloud of smoke. In her previous life, Miss Han had also indulged in smoking, yet in this moment, her tolerance for secondhand smoke had significantly diminished. A sudden irritation in her throat prompted a few coughs. This was a brand new world, with a body that felt entirely different. Under the dim light, Yao Chun's piercing gaze scrutinized Han Yanyan, and he inquired, "I was too rushed before, and didn't he get to ask you? How did you find out?" Han Yanyan lifted her gaze to meet the eyes of her target in this new realm. Though his features were entirely distinct, the aura he exuded remained powerfully imposing. What perplexed her even more than his dominating presence was the sense of familiarity she felt when he had her pinned against the sofa, performing an act that felt all too real. Though it was framed as a charade, Yao Chun was evidently sincere in his intentions. If the police had delayed their actions, Han Yanyan suspected that Yao Chun might have genuinely taken advantage of her. During that time, when she had signaled him discreetly, Yao Chun merely cast a glance in her direction, refraining from asking any unnecessary questions, and chose to place his trust in her without hesitation. He swiftly moved the traitor and the goods, pulling her into his embrace by her arm, tearing open his collar, and whispering, "Cooperate with me, and you shall not be wronged." At that moment, Han Yanyan had already mentally prepared herself for any eventuality. Yao Chun pressed her onto the sofa, and as realization struck her, a shiver ran down her spine. She imagined that cold sweat must have drenched her. After a prolonged entanglement of passion, the bodies of lovers often imprint indelible habits upon each other. Though the face before her was entirely different, and the man was not the same, Yao Chen's embrace evoked an inexplicable familiarity. Ding Yao. In an instant, her mind felt as though it had exploded. Just then, the police burst into the room, and Yao Chen released her. At that moment, she was unaware of how pale her complexion had turned. It was only when she was taken to the interrogation room at the police station, under the persistent coaxing of a female officer, that she gradually regained her composure. Now, she gazed at Yao Chen. With an entirely new body and visage, could Ding Yao have undergone a similar transformation? If Yao Chen were indeed Ding Yao, would he have recognized her in that moment, just as she discerned him through the familiar habits of their bodies and caresses? The girl's gaze upon him was peculiar. Her eyes as deep as lacquer, too mature for her youthful countenance. Yet, a girl who worked nights in such establishments likely came from modest means, maturing more quickly than her peers, which seemed reasonable. This girl was astute enough to dare to inform him under those circumstances, bold enough to play along with him in deceiving the police, and she performed her role with remarkable authenticity. I happened to overhear. Han Yanyan did not shy away but instead met Yao Chen's gaze. Initially, she felt a touch of discomfort and sought a brief respite in the preparation room. She positioned herself on a round stool in the corner, shielded by a shelf, which allowed her to remain unseen when the female officer entered. Assuming the room was empty, the officer used her communication device to contact her colleagues outside, and Han overheard the entire conversation. It was entirely plausible. The officer even crafted an image of decisiveness for herself. Yao Chen found this amusing. Han Yanyan possessed a countenance that exuded an aura of propriety, evoking an instinctive belief that she would be the type to return a found penny to the authorities or report a thief. Yet, contrary to expectations, she opted to inform him instead. Yao Chen nodded and inquired, "How long have you been at Jinhao?" A university student. Yao Chen was no stranger to this demographic. He owned several financial enterprises specializing in predatory lending and fraudulent loans, ensnaring groups of unsuspecting female students. Among the princesses at Jinhao, there were not only undergraduates, but also graduate students. His associates belonged to a lower educational echelon, and these men often sought relationships with younger women of higher academic standing, deriving immense satisfaction and a boost to their self-esteem from such encounters. Female university students, in particular, represented a unique group that garnered their favor. Yao Chen cast another glance at Han Yanyan. At that moment in the private room, his thoughts had not been focused on her. He had pressed her against the sofa, yet his ears remained attuned to the sounds beyond the door, preoccupied with whether his business partner had departed on time and if 2 boxes of goods had been safely transferred. However, at that moment, Yao Chen's gaze swept over Han Yanyan's delicate and graceful neck, as well as her alluring legs. Suddenly, he recalled the fleeting seconds before the police burst in, when he felt an inexplicable connection with her soft body. In dire need of money? He inquired. Han Yanyan cast her eyes downward. There is a patient at home. Being a princess pays better than being a waitress. Yao Chen took a puff of his cigarette. With a face like yours, I could elevate you to stardom. Han Yanyan lifted her gaze to meet his, her lips pressed tightly together in silence. Yao Chen observed her beautiful visage. Do you not wish to pursue this? I do not, Han Yanyan replied. Then why not accompany me? Yao Chen suggested. It would spare you from such hardship. He initially presented the least favorable terms, only to offer a slightly better option thereafter. For one forced to choose, the latter appeared more palatable by comparison. Han Yanyan's hand, concealed within her sleeve, clenched tightly, evoking a familiar sensation. Her lips parted as if to utter a name, but she pinched herself within her sleeve, regaining her composure, and softly refused, I am sorry, mister. Yao, I have a boyfriend. After alighting from the car at the entrance of the Golden Mansion, Han Yanyan thanked Yao Chen and returned his suit jacket, then swiftly disappeared inside, arms crossed. The Golden Mansion had already temporarily ceased operations following a tumultuous encounter with the police. The staff had yet to disperse, and the foreman pulled her aside for a whispered inquiry. Han Yanyan replied, I happened to be delivering wine and arrived just in time. It is often said that transitioning from extravagance to frugality is a challenging endeavor. Han Yanyan, once a privileged heiress with assets exceeding 100 million, now finds herself in the humbling position of a service worker at a club, grappling with the stark contrast of her new reality. Upon arriving at her doorstep, she fumbled for her keys and, in the absence of light, nearly tripped over a box. Just then, someone illuminated the room, revealing several large boxes scattered on the floor. He was handsome, with refined features, and he happened to be Han Yanyan's boyfriend. Although she had mentioned him to Yao Chen before, the memories and emotions associated with him surged vividly in her mind at that moment. Realizing she had forgotten to retrieve her phone from room 812 amidst the chaos at work, Han Yanyan confessed, "I lost my phone. There was a commotion at work, and in the midst of it all, I forgot to look for it." Pausing for a moment, she added, "Have you tidied up everything?" Her boyfriend responded affirmatively. "Your mother couldn't reach you, so she called me." "What was it about?" Han Yanyan inquired. After a brief hesitation, he replied, "She mentioned she urgently needs money." "Did you give it to her?" Han Yanyan asked, to which she nodded, acknowledging the situation. She removed her bag and hung her coat on the rack. However, her boyfriend felt that something was amiss. This was not the first time her mother had sought financial assistance from him, and each time, Han Yanyan would exhibit a spectrum of emotions: nervousness, embarrassment, sadness, and anger. Yet today, she appeared unusually composed, markedly different from her usual self. He then asked, "What happened at work?" Han Yanyan remarked, "I'm not quite sure. A group of police officers arrived and took us to the station." Her boyfriend frowned. "You were taken too?" Han Yanyan nodded. "It was nothing concerning me. They asked a couple of questions and then let me go." Glancing at the clock on the wall, she added, "It's too late. Let us leave it for tomorrow. I need to take a shower." Her boyfriend stood alone in the cramped hallway, staring blankly at the neatly packed boxes. After Han Yanyan finished her shower and dried her hair, she climbed into bed, where her boyfriend lay with his back turned to her. As she nestled under the covers, she inevitably brushed against his body. He remained still, yet Han Yanyan could hear his breathing, indicating that he was not asleep. "What time shall we set the alarm for?" "I'll see you off," she suggested. The boy turned slightly, embracing her and burying his face in the crook of her neck. Han Yanyan gently patted his back, while her mind sifted through the myriad of information. As a waitress, Han Yanyan was merely a junior in college, hailing from a family with both parents present, and a younger brother a few years her junior. They belonged to an ordinary working-class household. Her father was an employee, and her mother had retired a few years earlier and now served as a homemaker. Living in a small city where the cost of living was low, they managed to achieve a modest standard of living. Little did they know that her brother, still in high school, had been lured online to sell one of his kidneys in order to purchase a new phone. In theory, a person can live healthily with just one kidney. However, as the saying goes, misfortunes never come singly. My brother's remaining kidney has unfortunately encountered problems, and he now relies on dialysis for survival. The health insurance only covers a portion of the expenses, leaving our family to shoulder an additional burden of several thousand yuan each month. My brother, who has never been fond of studying and has always preferred leisure over labor, has seized this opportunity to drop out of school and remain at home. Besides covering his medical costs, our parents also strive to nourish his health. Traditionally, they have favored sons over daughters, and henceforth, they not only ceased to provide me with tuition and living expenses, but also expected me to toil for the family's financial support. Moreover, upon learning that Han Yanyan had a boyfriend, they borrowed money from him several times. Initially unaware of the situation, the boyfriend lent money a few times, but eventually sensed something amiss and confronted Han Yanyan about it. Embarrassed and angry, she repaid him from her own pocket. This young man, handsome and gentle, represented perhaps the most exquisite beauty Han Yanyan wished to grasp in her youth, yet he was bound for studies overseas. Their parting, though amicable, left a lingering resentment within her. Nevertheless, the true Han Yanyan harbored no such feelings. This young man, after all, was merely a youth without independent financial means, hailing from an ordinary middle-class family that could not bear the weight of the Han family's immense troubles. When Han Yanyan distanced herself from this identity and viewed the situation from a third-party perspective, she recognized that their amicable separation was indeed the best possible outcome for both young souls. She was speechless, for the waiter, Han Yanyan, was nothing short of a reincarnation of Baiyu from the previous world. Both hailed from families that prioritized sons over daughters and sought to drain their daughters of every ounce of vitality. Han Yanyan's plight was even more tragic. The most significant commonality between her and Baiyu was their shared status as mere pawns, ensnared by the chains of familial bonds in their original households. Yet, Han Yanyan possessed a slight advantage over Baiyu. She harbored no illusions of salvation from anyone. Instead, with her head bowed and teeth gritted, she juggled multiple jobs at a tender age, sustaining herself through sheer willpower. However, Mere endurance was insufficient, no matter how much she could tolerate or how diligently she labored. Without a means of self-liberation on a psychological level, she would forever be shackled to her fate. Such thoughts burgeoned within Han Yanyan. The boy, however, leaned closer, planting a gentle kiss on her cheek and then capturing her lips. A single kiss was inconsequential, rather soothing. Yet, when the boy sought to escalate their intimacy, Han Yanyan restrained his hand, uttering, "Let us sleep. I'm tired." There was a hint of disappointment in the boy's expression. Nevertheless, Han Yanyan had no interest in a casual fling. In her perception of time, her forced separation from her beloved had occurred merely hours ago. At this moment, she had no desire to engage in romantic entanglements or physical intimacy with any man. Although these hours were fleeting, they were fraught with a sense of horror and tension. Lying in bed, her mind was a whirlwind of thoughts. Regardless of whether Yao Chun was indeed Ding Yao, this man was affluent, influential, audacious, and cunning, an enigma to navigate. Ironically, when it came to strategizing how to approach him, Liu had not even provided a clear directive to compel Han Yanyan to speak. The most effective method would be to brandish a gun at her head. However, her immediate attempt to do so nearly cost her life. Now, as calmness envelopes her, it becomes evident that the apocalyptic world is devoid of any supernatural abilities. Whether such destructive power belongs to Yao Chun remains uncertain. Han Yanyan perceives the events that transpired as more akin to a triggered self-defense mechanism. Throughout her hours of interaction with Yao Chun, she has come to view him merely as an ordinary leader of the underworld, devoid of any semblance of superhuman capabilities. How, then, does one go about winning over such a man? Han Yanyan closes her eyes, contemplating quietly. There exists no perfect being in this world. Those who appear formidable inevitably harbor their own vulnerabilities. Each individual possesses desires and inclinations, even if they themselves are not entirely cognizant of them. For instance, Ding Yao has a penchant for taming wild horses. What if Yao Chun were akin to Ding Yao? Han Yanyan opens her eyes, fiercely fixing her gaze upon the ceiling. The boy beside her, having faced rejection, turns restlessly for a considerable time before succumbing to slumber. The following day, both awaken early. The boy must catch a flight. Han Yanyan assists him in dragging his suitcase downstairs, watching as he places his belongings into the taxi's trunk, secures the lid, and turns to face her. I've renewed the rent for another month," he stammers, and then silence ensues. At this juncture in life, it is unclear what more could be said. All that could be articulated was already expressed during their discussion of parting ways. For instance, he had advised her against working in such hedonistic establishments, yet she was in dire need of money. Similarly, she had tearfully implored him to stay, but he could not. Love alone cannot satiate one's thirst. Life is vast, and relying solely on affection will not suffice. His life path, shaped by his parents' guidance and his own endeavors, was clearly delineated. But what of her future? The girl he cherished, where was her destiny leading her? He felt a sense of confusion and concern, coupled with helplessness. Ultimately, he uttered, "I'm sorry." Han Yanyan smiled faintly. She gently tightened his coat and replied, "There is no need to apologize." In her memories, this boy was a source of beauty. His presence was nothing short of blissful for Han Yanyan. The final farewell, rendered so peacefully, was already a blessing. The boy's eyes glistened with unshed tears as he gazed at her, sensing something had subtly changed within her. Yet, her tranquil gaze somehow instilled a comforting reassurance. Han Yanyan watched the taxi disappear into the distance, pondering the significance of this boy's existence in her life. What then? Is the true meaning of a boyfriend's presence in this world merely an excuse to reject Yao Chun? It was the weekend. In the past, weekends were spent with Han Yanyan juggling 4 tutoring sessions a day. Eventually, after working as a waitress at Jinhao, she could finally breathe, reducing her weekend commitments to just 2 tutoring sessions. Suddenly, her phone slipped from her grasp. Han Yanyan succinctly inquired, "What do you need?" Her mother sighed deeply, taking her time before replying. "It's your brother. He's unhappy. He wants a gaming laptop." "That's fine," Han Yanyan responded. As soon as her mother had the chance to feel joy, she heard her daughter continue, "If we forego dialysis for a month, we could afford a gaming laptop." "How can you speak like that? How could he not undergo dialysis? Are you wishing for your brother's demise?" The mother was taken aback, and then began to scold her. Han Yanyan coldly replied, "If you understand that life is precious, then you should save money for dialysis. Otherwise, go work and earn your own money for whatever you desire." This was a tone her daughter had never used before, leaving her mother astonished. She soon burst into tears. How can you say such things? Your brother's condition is dire. He cannot improve. He needs dialysis. He is cooped up at home, and he is unhappy. Surely, he won't live long. These few years are all he has. As his sister, can't you bring him a bit of joy? A few thousand yuan. Can't you manage that? You live with your boyfriend. And you don't even have to spend your own money. First of all, just because someone is not undergoing dialysis does not mean they are incapable of anything. Look online. Many patients have not given up on leading normal lives, striving to study, work, and earn money for their treatment. He stays at home because he chooses to, doing nothing and relying on others. The insurance only covers half of the dialysis expenses. I cover the remaining half. If you spend my money, you will heed my words. I do not pressure him to attend school or work, but dreams of a gaming laptop should be dismissed, Han Yanyan declared. She was indifferent to her mother's outrage and tears over the phone. She hung up and sat on the sofa, deep in thought. The fewer ties, the better. She dialed another number using the landline, and after several rings, someone finally answered. A voice, slightly husky as if just awakened, said hello. When Yao Chun was released from the police station, he was returned the belongings that had been confiscated. He dropped Han Yanyan off at the entrance of Jinhao, and en route, he unwrapped a brown paper bag, spilling its contents, only to discover an additional mobile phone. Upon illuminating the screen, he was greeted by a wallpaper featuring a pair of youthful and strikingly attractive young adults in a sweet selfie. The girl was beautiful, and the boy was handsome. Most notably, they were young, and one could almost sense the collagen radiating from their faces through the screen. Despite Yu Chen priding himself on his vitality, standing at the prime of manhood, he couldn't help but feel a twinge of age when juxtaposed with this youthful couple. He pressed his tongue against his cheek and casually swiped the screen, ignoring a plethora of missed calls, and opened the photo gallery. The album was filled with the girl's sweet visage, alongside images of a young boy captured from blissful angles. Some photographs were taken within the confines of their home. Though not explicit or vulgar, they exuded an intimate essence, as if Yao Chun were privy to a glimpse of the girl's life. The mundane mixture of daily life and tender affection, simple happiness, and inexpensive joy unfolded before him. Yet, the girl in the photographs appeared content. A slight smirk tugged at Yao Chen's lips as he carelessly pocketed the phone. The following morning, he awoke and descended to the kitchen in search of sustenance, only to hear the sound of a phone vibrating. The device he had tossed onto the coffee table the previous night was buzzing, with the caller ID displaying home, accompanied by a profile picture of two youthful faces pressed together, their expressions adorned with blissful grins. Yao Chun, bemused, picked up the phone. Hello? Han Yanyan paused for a moment before inquiring. Is this Mr. Yao? Han Yanyan shares a peculiar connection with her objectives, enabling her to discern them at a mere glance. Even through the interference of radio waves, she instantly recognizes the voice of Yao Chen. As she contemplates strategies to win him over, he fortuitously appears before her. Regardless of the circumstances, she understands that engaging with him is essential to decipher his intentions. Mr. Yao, this is Han Yanyan. I believe I may have left my phone at your place yesterday, she explains. Yao Chen responds with a nonchalant acknowledgement while pouring himself a cup of coffee. Come and collect it. After a moment of consideration, Han Yanyan politely declines. I apologize, Mr. Yao, but I have work during the day. If it is convenient for you, please leave it at Jinhao, and I will pick it up after my shift tonight. Understood. Yao Chen replies before ending the call. The screen displays the sweet visage of the girl, innocent and pure like a lamb, arriving at his doorstep. During the day, Han Yanyan tutors students and subsequently resigns from the two families. As long as she can resist the unreasonable demands of her challenging family, her earnings from working at Jinhao, supplemented by tips, are sufficient to cover her tuition, living expenses, and her brother's medical bills each month. Therefore, she deems it unnecessary to expend time and energy on menial labor. Upon inquiring, she finds it is still early, and Yao Chun has yet to arrive. As the clientele gradually increases, and she becomes engrossed in her duties, the supervisor calls her. Mr. Yao requests your presence in room 812. Setting aside her current tasks, she proceeds to room 812. Upon knocking and entering, she finds herself amidst a gathering of men, with Yao Chen seated at the center of the sofa, surrounded by his subordinates. Her sudden entrance draws the attention of the men, all of whom turn to regard her. In such nightclubs, the gaze of men upon women is invariably tinged with a suggestive allure. Han Yanyan stood there, scrutinized by a throng of men, and this scene felt hauntingly familiar. After all, hatred tends to endure longer than love. She approached the coffee table, pausing before it, her hands neatly clasped in front of her, exuding professionalism and an air of submission. What is it? Yanyan appeared momentarily forgetful, as if he had not summoned Han Yanyan to retrieve her phone. Is this amusing? Han Yanyan mused internally, maintaining a serene facade as she replied. You call me to collect my mobile phone. Oh, Yanyan seemed to recall, turning to a bald man and inquiring. Send who? Where's the phone? Though clad in an expensive suit, the bald man bore tattoos that crawled from his collar up to the back of his head, almost as if he were branded with the very essence of society. Among the circle of suited men in the room, few resembled genuine gentlemen. Han Yanyan suspected that if they shed their suits and shirts, the room would likely be filled with ostentatious tattoos. Yao Chun rose from humble beginnings, and his loyal associates shared a similar trajectory. Now affluent, they donned attire that suggested refinement. Among them, Yao Chun, adorned in top-tier designer wear, stood out prominently. Those unfamiliar with his background might easily mistake him for an elite from any industry. With a cheerful grin, Sanhu rummaged through his pockets and produced Han Yanyan's mobile phone. The mobile phone, once in the possession of Yao Chun, has now found its way into the hands of a bald man named Sanhu, having passed through the hands of countless men in between. It remains a mystery how many individuals have perused Han Yanyan's album. To expect those who have not even completed high school to comprehend the essence of respecting others' privacy and honoring women is utterly implausible. Having recently navigated 2 years within the true upper echelons of society, Han Yanyan regards this group of men without a hint of discomfort. Calmly, she retrieves her phone from Sanhu's grasp and addresses Yao Chun, saying, Thank you, Mr. Yao, for your trouble. Yao Chun merely nods in acknowledgement. Hey, don't leave just yet, sister. Come on. Today Mr. Yao is in a good mood. Why not stay and share a few drinks? Sanhu attempts to pull Han Yanyan closer, while others join in the raucous encouragement. Han Yanyan deftly evades his clumsy grasp and stands her ground. Turning to Yao Chun and inquiring, Mr. Yao? Having observed the scene unfold, Yao Chun finally interjects, addressing Sanhu. Enough of this. She is not a princess. Sanhu, with a grin, replies, Let her have a few drinks. It's harmless. Before Yao Chun can respond, Han Yanyan unexpectedly raises her gaze and counters, You are mistaken. Her sudden declaration draws the attention of several pairs of eyes in the room. Familiar with grand spectacles, the young lady remains unfazed by their scrutiny. With a distinct naivety characteristic of students, she earnestly states, I am an employee of Jin Hao, and since Mr. Yao pays my salary, I ought to work diligently. Each private room is assigned a limited number of service staff. Today is still the weekend, the busiest time of the week. While I squander time here, my colleagues must be working doubly hard, inevitably leading to errors amid the chaos, which ultimately results in customer dissatisfaction and impacts Mr. Yao's business. Sanhu grins widely indeed. You are Mr. Yao's employee, but we too are brothers of Yao Yi. As an employee, isn't it perfectly fitting for you to join us for a drink? Han Yanyan does not smile. For a business to thrive, it is paramount to distinguish between personal and professional matters, clarify responsibilities, and maintain clear roles. Intervening in the management of professionals from a personal standpoint is a significant factor in the collapse of the entire management system. She intended to feign the straightforwardness of a student, yet unconsciously, she revealed a hint of the commanding presence of Miss Han from the conference room. Despite being a young girl who has yet to leave campus, she often displays an unexpected maturity that belies her age. Yao Chen's gaze fell upon Han Yanyan's face. Recalling how, just last night, her countenance had been a mere 20 centimeters away, succinctly and calmly alerting him. Later, in the car, the man had extended the temptation of money to the woman, who resolutely declined with calmness. Clear-headed and resolute. Oh my, she even lectures me on principles. Sanhu laughed, slapping his thigh. The men erupted in laughter. These individuals, lacking in education, let Han Yanyan's words pass through one ear and out the other. What they truly enjoyed was the sight of this beautiful girl earnestly reasoning with a rogue, entertaining. Only Yao Chun regarded Han Yanyan with an inquisitive gaze. In this room filled with rascals, it is the most notorious of them all who heeds Han Yanyan's words. Decisions are often dictated by one's base instincts. All right, Sanhu. Yao Chun finally spoke up, indicating that the establishment was busy and instructing her to attend to her duties. He then addressed Han Yanyan, requesting her to summon Emily, and Yingying. These women are the top courtesans of Jin Hao, each radiating beauty and sensuality, capable of rendering one weak with their charm. Sanhu immediately set aside his vest and shirt, revealing Han Yanyan, who wore only light makeup. Though she was lovely, in the context of the nightlife, she appeared rather plain. Men venture out at night seeking excitement. The allure of a woman must be tantalizing to captivate them. Han Yanyan exited room 812 and called over several of the red ladies. Aware that it was Master Yao's summons, the young women eagerly complied. Not only was Master Yao wealthy, but he was also quite handsome. As the proprietor of the establishment, anyone who could gain his favor would surely ascend to greater heights. Yao Chun was a man of formidable influence, possessing substantial wealth, and his position within the underworld was unassailable. What could a man like him desire? This group, ostensibly comprised of thugs who rose through brawling and extorting protection fees, donned attire more befitting corporate professionals. Han Yanyan found it hard to believe they possessed such taste and discernment. Among them, while others served merely as background, Yao Chen stood as the main attraction. Their mismatched attire, which clashed with their true natures, was merely an attempt to align with Yao Chun's aesthetic. This was Yao Chen's fashion sense, his self-identity, and his outward expression. If Han Yanyan was not mistaken, Yao Chun actually preferred to be addressed as Director Yao rather than Master Yao. The latter exuded a pungent aura reminiscent of a ruffian, a sin he endeavored to mask with his ostentatious, tailored suit. Han Yanyan had just begun to subtly probe, faintly sensing the pulse of Yao Chun. Her role as a waitress commenced in the evening, divided into early and late shifts. Today, she was on the early shift, finishing work at dawn. After changing her attire, she took the staff elevator to the first floor, where she encountered Yao Chun and his entourage of 3 men, embracing women as they emerged from the guest elevator. The doorman at the entrance bowed in unison, bidding farewell to Mr. Yao. Han Yanyan refrained from approaching, instead choosing to linger by the wall, patiently waiting for the group of evidently unsavory men to pass before she quietly followed them out the door. Outside, not only was Yao Chun's luxury car awaiting him, but several henchmen were also present. Those who lacked even the qualifications to enter the private room and could only loiter outside. Han Yanyan's gaze flitted over one young man among them, a smirk playing on her lips. Did he truly believe that redemption was so easily attained? If everyone could commit wrongdoings, amass wealth, and simply cleanse themselves of their past, what purpose would the law serve? She had attempted it. This world offered no ride-sharing services. Leo truly had not kept pace with the times. Yao Chun instructed the women to enter the car first, and as he held the door, preparing to step inside, his gaze caught a graceful figure slipping past the crowd, nimbly dashing toward the parking lot's entrance. During working hours, the female waitstaff were required to style their long hair in a specific manner, neatly pinned up, now off-duty. Her wavy locks cascaded over her shoulders, swaying gently as she ran. Several cars slowly exited the courtyard. Through the dark-tinted windows, Yao Chen observed a girl by the roadside waving at a taxi, a cigarette clutched between his fingers. The chilly autumn night enveloped her, and she had donned a light down jacket, her slender legs encased in denim, straight and poised. Her attire appeared rather inexpensive, lacking the elegance displayed by the women inside the car. Yet, her youth radiated a distinct charm, rendering even the most basic clothing unable to conceal her vitality. Yao Chen felt an unsettling realization. Perhaps he was truly beginning to age. San, who sat opposite him, entangled with a woman, embodying a life of reckless abandon. He spent his earnings as swiftly as he acquired them, indulging in alcohol and fleeting encounters with women. Turning his gaze back, Yao Chen noticed the girl at the roadside had drifted farther away. It was already past midnight. Hailing a taxi would prove difficult. Yet, he could still see her delicate silhouette standing there, solitary. He exhaled the smoke from his lungs, pushed away the woman clinging to him, and retrieved his phone to make a call. Yao Chen responded with a casual HM. Sanhu chuckled. "Brother, you seem quite concerned." Yao Chen scoffed, dismissing him. As the window descended, the face of Xiaoyang appeared unexpectedly. Han Yanyan's expression tightened. The woman he could not possess would forever linger in a man's thoughts. For reasons unknown, it was simply the nature of desire. But the driver was Xiaoyang. Han Yanyan bent down, gesturing to the young man in the car. "No need. I can take a taxi. There's no need to trouble yourself." "Thank you," Xiaoyang replied. "It's not easy to catch a taxi at this hour. You should get in. Mr. Yao asked me to drive you. I would feel remiss if you didn't tea." Han Yanyan contemplated for a moment before boarding the car. "Thank you for your trouble," she said. Xiaoyang flashed a grin. "Trouble? It's not like I'm burning my own fuel. If you must express gratitude, thank President Yao. Where do you reside?" Han Yanyan provided her address, and with a swift turn of the steering wheel and a press on the accelerator, they were off. Along the way, Xiaoyang engaged her in casual conversation. Are you a student? From S University? Impressive. A top scholar, indeed. What brings you here to work? Isn't there a curfew at your school? Just asking casually. How would I know? I've never attended university. She spoke nonchalantly. Dialysis, huh? That must be quite costly. You must be enduring a lot. It was unclear whether it was Yao Chen's directive or Xiaoyang's own curiosity that prompted his inquiries. But Han Yanyan seized the opportunity to reveal her circumstances. Whether it was for Yao Chen or Jiang Yi, it mattered little. The image of a diligent and independent female university student who worked part-time to support her tuition and living expenses while also funding her brother's medical treatment was firmly established. Xiaoyang felt a pang of sympathy. He had initially endeavored to project a tough persona, speaking in a casual, carefree manner. Yet, deep down, he was a passionate young officer fresh from police academy. As their conversation progressed, he found himself offering advice. Though the pay may be enticing, this isn't exactly a respectable place. It's a mix of all sorts. You never know who you might encounter. As a beautiful girl, you could easily find yourself at a disadvantage in such an environment. If one were to encounter a scoundrel, where would one find solace to weep? Others may presume it is due to your own indiscretions that led you to such a place to earn this kind of money, thus provoking such unfortunate events. Words would fail to clarify the situation. Allow me to impart a piece of wisdom. There are myriad avenues to generate income. It is not imperative to resort to such disreputable environments. With heartfelt concern, I endeavored to dissuade Han Yanyan from laboring in this murky atmosphere. Han Yanyan nearly succumbed to laughter, yet she restrained herself and replied coolly, "Look at you, so full of righteousness. If I did not know you were affiliated with General Yao, I might mistake you for a community officer offering re-education." Xiaoyang was taken aback, quickly silencing himself, and with a playful grin remarked, "Isn't it because you are beautiful that I feel for you? If you were not attractive, who would care? Would General Yao have called me to fetch you if you were not appealing? In this society, it is all about looks." He continued, It is evident that General Yao has a keen interest in you. What are your thoughts on that?" Han Yanyan maintained her indifferent demeanor, stating, "I have no interest." Jiang Yi interjected, "Then you should investigate." Xiaoyang hesitated and added, "There should be no issues. She is still a student. She simply needs money to work. As there is a patient at home." Jiang Yi responded, "If there is nothing amiss, then there is nothing to fear from an investigation." Xiaoyang pondered for a moment and asked, "But what if Yao Chen intends to pursue this girl?" Jiang Yi finally grasped the situation and retorted irritably, "What business is it of yours? If the girl wishes to align herself with a wealthy patron, you cannot prevent that. Yang, this is a choice in someone else's life, and it is beyond your interference." Yet, Han Yanyan is strikingly beautiful and possesses an air of sophistication. Even if she is working for financial gain, it is at the expense of her family. Xiaoyang cannot bear to witness this. Jiang Yi, in a state of exasperation, remarks, "Release your concerns. Yao Chen has committed numerous vile acts, yet he lacks a history of serious offenses. At worst, he is engaged in deceit." Xiaoyang retorts, "Deception is unacceptable." Jiang Yi, feeling a headache coming on, employs a strategic argument. "Yang, if you were a girl, and I placed you alongside Yao Chen, compelling you to choose one for intimacy, whom do you think you would select?" Xiaoyang's pride is wounded. "Captain Jiang, there is no need to demean anyone." She exclaims, "What can I do? Can I truly change the world? This world is one that values appearances." Jiang Yi responds languidly, "Before Yao Chen gained influence, he often relied on women to extricate himself from perilous situations. He possesses a certain charm with women. Trust me, if he truly desires this girl, you need not worry. Your concerns would be futile." Having resigned from her Sunday tutoring job, Han Yanyan is free to indulge in a leisurely weekend. Rising late in the morning, she instinctively glances at her phone, which she had silenced during the night. Several missed calls from home greet her. She scoffs, feeling disinterested, and discards her phone. After taking a shower, the phone rings again, still from her family. This time, Han Yanyan answers, only to find her father on the line. He interrogates her about her conversation with her mother the previous day, claiming it has caused her mother to cry incessantly and has upset her younger brother to the point of retreating to bed. "Do you realize your brother is unwell? How could you provoke him? Is he even capable of handling such stress?" He chastises her angrily. Han Yanyan inquired, "What do you wish for me to do?" Her father retorted, "I desire nothing from you. What more could I possibly want? I am utterly exhausted each day. Your brother is unwell, your mother is caring for him. And you are the only one who enjoys any semblance of ease. Do you not know what you ought to do? In a fit of rage, her father exclaimed, I merely asked you to purchase a gaming laptop for your brother. Yet you persist in offering excuses. If you were to forego buying a couple of outfits, would you not have the funds? That is not feasible, Han Yanyan replied. All my clothes are purchased from the wholesale market. The total for an entire year does not even amount to the cost of one gaming laptop. Moreover, I have hardly bought any new clothes this year. I am still wearing last year's garments. Even the accumulation of 2 years' worth of clothing falls short. Her father, momentarily taken aback, bellowed, How dare you speak to me like that? He chastised her for her perceived ingratitude and lack of respect. Han Yanyan hung up the phone, promptly shutting it off. Shortly thereafter, the landline rang, but she simply disconnected it. The world fell silent. Han Yanyan adorned herself beautifully and stepped outside. While her outerwear could not be updated, she ensured that her undergarments were not neglected. She strolled through the mall, treating herself to several new sets of lingerie. She then visited a specialty store to purchase a new laptop, not for her brother, but for herself. Previously, she had relied on the school's computer lab and borrowed her boyfriend's laptop, but now that he was gone, so too was the laptop he had taken with him. In a world where a computer was indispensable, Han Yanyan decided to invest in her own. Afterward, she savored an exquisite lunch and leisurely spent the afternoon in a charming CAF. This, indeed, is life. If the student, Han Yanyan, possessed a soul, she would truly wish to convey this sentiment. On her evening shift, her supervisor assigned her to oversee Area 8, which encompassed rooms 812. Han Yanyan felt an unexpected unease. Their designated areas were typically subject to change with the schedule, and she had previously been responsible for Area 8. That evening, Yao Chun made his entrance. Flanked by his entourage, Han Yanyan stepped aside, leaning against the wall to grant him passage, slightly bowing with her tray in hand. Mr. Yao, she acknowledged. Yao Chun paused for a brief moment, yet offered no more than a nod before proceeding past her. Just moments before, he had shown concern by sending his underlings to escort her. Now, he treated her as a mere passerby. Were this a narrative of a domineering CEO romance? One might expect the heroine to feel a pang of disappointment at this moment. The delicate dance of pursuit and retreat, a masterful play of control. It seemed this man possessed an innate understanding of manipulation, perhaps even akin to the art of PUA. Reflecting on his journey from street thug to influential figure, it was evident that mere physical prowess would not suffice. Understanding human nature was essential. Though he had not studied PUA, he instinctively knew how to wield influence. Han Yanyan turned away, tray in hand, returning to her duties. There was no need for haste. His actions from the previous night had already indicated his interest in her. Even if he remained passive now, it was only a matter of time before he would act. In this instance, she could not take the initiative. Otherwise, her carefully crafted persona would unravel. On Monday and Tuesday, she took her leave, refraining from any frivolous outings and diligently attending her classes. Han Yanyan was preoccupied with her job, striving to earn money, and her relationships at school were merely average, lacking any particularly close friendships. She harbored no desire to cultivate social connections. As a task-oriented individual, friendship was not a necessity. I am grateful to you for bringing me into this world. Farewell. The call ends, and I block the number. After nearly a week of stalemate, it finally dawned on them that their daughter has matured, her wings strengthened. She is no longer the obedient child who would meekly part with her money after a few scoldings. Her father has ceased his harassment, and now her mother has taken the stage, weeping incessantly. Han Yanyan stated, This month, I am a bit strapped for cash, so I won't be sending any money home. The call ends, and I block the number. The world falls silent. For the past few days, I have been uncertain whether Yao Chun is busy. In any case, Han Yanyan has not laid eyes on him for nearly a week. Without Yao Chun's presence, the undercover Xiao Yang is also unseen. Han Yanyan attends school during the day and works at night, leading a socially reclusive existence. Though her base salary is modest, there are commissions from beverage sales and generous tips. This week, Han Yanyan has excelled in promoting drinks, earning praise from her supervisor as if she has suddenly found her calling. The Navi student is indeed different from the seasoned individuals who have mingled with society. Han Yanyan can persuade the wealthy to part with their money for drinks and adeptly evade unwelcome advances. Such feats are beyond the reach of ordinary female students. Yet, as one often walks along the streets, one cannot avoid getting one's shoes wet. Han Yanyan still encounters persistent, unwanted attention. A rotund businessman, Boss Lu, has taken a liking to her, appearing at Jinhao for 3 consecutive days and specifically requesting her company. In an effort to evade him, Han Yanyan deliberately sent a male colleague to attend to him. Yet, this insufferable man pursued her into the hallway, intentionally spilling his drink on his expensive suit while she attempted to shield herself from his unwelcome advances, then claiming that the suit, worth 20,000, must be compensated by her. Not losing money is acceptable. Just come in and share a few drinks with me. If we enjoy ourselves, we can consider this matter settled. The rotund man proposed. Han Yanyan, who had heard numerous tales from her colleagues at this establishment, was acutely aware of the underlying implications of such an invitation. The drinks might be laced with unknown substances, potentially leading her to a state of inebriation that would leave her vulnerable to his intentions. She scrutinized the corpulent man before her, noting the puffiness beneath his eyes and his unsteady demeanor. She surmised that she could likely overpower him. Though she was tasked with a mission, she had no intention of compromising her principles to the extent of consorting with such a greasy middle-aged man. She contemplated her role as the indignant female student who bravely confronts lecherous wealthy men. Perhaps this would even earn her a newfound respect from Yao Chen. Should it come to financial restitution, she could swallow her pride and seek monetary assistance from him. If he attempted to leverage this situation for his own gains, she could seize the opportunity to ensnare him in turn. With her mind racing through various strategies, Han Yanyan clenched her fist, her body instinctively coiling with latent power, ready to strike when the man's unwelcome hand reached out again. Just as she prepared herself for a decisive blow, an unexpected intervention occurred, thwarting the man's advance. The scene resembled a dramatic rescue from a romantic narrative. "Isn't this Mr. Lu? What an unexpected pleasure," Yao Chen exclaimed, seizing the man's outstretched hand with a forced grin. "Congratulations on your promotion to general manager of the group. I hadn't had the chance to congratulate you yet." "Oh, no need for that," the rotund man stammered. Lu Ponzi gazed at the beautiful girl concealed behind Yao Chen and remarked, "Xiao Yao, I must say, your service is quite lacking. Just look at my attire." Yao Chen clicked his tongue and replied, "The young lady is inexperienced and understandably nervous in the presence of esteemed guests. I sincerely apologize on her behalf. Please allow her to keep your garment. Once it is cleaned, I shall have it delivered to you." Yao Chen positioned himself protectively in front of the girl, clearly intent on shielding her. Despite the smile adorning his face and the humble words he spoke, he was, in truth, a man of ruthless disposition. Lu Pengzi snorted, recognizing the opportunity to retreat gracefully. "That would be too troublesome. Let it be. Just have her come over and share a drink with me, and we shall consider the matter settled." This maneuver provided both himself and Yao Chen an elegant exit. Yao Chen's timing was rather uncanny, leading Han Yanyan to suspect he had been observing from the sidelines, only to emerge at a critical juncture. After all, they were in Area 8, with room 812 not far behind. Despite such suspicions, one could not deny that Yao Chen's protective stance made the girl believe he would shield her from the drink as well. However, she had greatly overestimated Yao Chen. Instead of deflecting the drink, he expressed with a hint of amusement, "One drink is hardly sufficient. She must be punished with 3. Han Yanyan paused, her breath hitching. Yao Chen turned, his expression darkening as he admonished, "Look at the chaos you have caused. Fortunately, Mr. Lu is magnanimous and will not hold this against you. Han Yanyan, if you wish to continue here, you must promptly apologize to Manager Lu and endure 3 cups as penance." He emphasized the necessity of wanting to remain in this position, which suggests that he has gleaned from Xiao Yang that she cannot afford to lose this job, correct? Caught between a student-like expression of humiliation and a calm acceptance, Han Yanyan pondered briefly. She deemed it somewhat challenging to enact the former with her acting skills. Yet the latter would be a natural performance, far simpler. Thus, she clasped her hands before her, adopting the most standard posture of a server, and bowed her head towards the rotund Lu. "I sincerely apologize, Manager Lu. It was my carelessness. Please forgive me." Lu, taken aback by Yao Chen's consideration, felt considerably uplifted. With a dismissive grunt, he replied, "It's merely a trivial matter, self-imposed 3 cups, and we shall consider it resolved." The implication was unmistakable. Han Yanyan rolled her eyes at the ceiling for a moment before following suit. In the private room, she was replaced by Ah Senior. She noticed Yao Chen seated on the sofa, beckoning Ah Sun with a finger. Ah Sun leaned in, pressing his ear close. After receiving Yao Chen's instructions, he cast a fleeting glance her way, his expression revealing an unspoken complexity, before swiftly exiting. Yao Chen and Lu sat on the sofa, engaged in jovial banter. showering each other with flattery. No one acknowledged Han Yanyan, as if she had been entirely forgotten. She refrained from seeking attention, occupying the position once held by Ah San, pretending to be invisible. The liquor served was a potent concoction, fierce enough to cause even men to lose their senses, let alone a young girl like Han Yanyan. Her new body exhibits little resistance to secondhand smoke, and it seems even less capable of withstanding alcohol. Yanyan, come here, said Yao Chun, biting on a cigarette and smiling as if thoroughly pleased. This is prepared for you. Minister Lu, possessing a broad-minded disposition, declared, You shall drink these 3 cups as an apology to President Lu, and we shall put this matter to rest. Lu the Fat and the other gentlemen in the private room evidently recognized the nature of the liquor, their expressions betraying a sense of amusement. In contrast, Asin and 2 familiar princesses displayed looks of concern. Yanyan called Lu the Fat, addressing her by the name inscribed on her badge. With a wave of his porky hand, he urged, Come, drink this, and everything will be fine. Once those 3 cups were consumed, she would undoubtedly lose consciousness. Han Yanyan glanced at Yao Chun, not out of anger, but rather confusion. Lu the Fat had set his sights on her, seemingly determined to pursue his desires without relent. Yao Chun intervening was tantamount to acknowledging that Han Yanyan was under his protection, although none spoke it aloud. All understood that a critical implication of this reconciliation was that Lu the Fat could no longer lay a finger on Han Yanyan. It was akin to a dominant beast marking its territory, placing her under its safeguard, rendering her inviolable to other contenders. In this regard, shielding her from a cup of liquor would be a trivial matter. Yet, not only did Yao Chun refrain from such a gesture, he seemed intent on escalating the situation. Having willingly taken on the burden for her, why would he then subject her to such a predicament? Han Yanyan lifted her gaze and found Yao Chun with a cigarette clenched between his lips, his eyes glinting with malice directed at her. This stubborn girl, this fierce woman, must be broken and ground beneath his feet before she could learn obedience, before she would grovel at his feet. The revelation struck her. He was waiting for her to submit. Just days prior, she had rejected his proposal of financial support, and now he sought to train her, employing both threats and kindness, a slap followed by a sweet promise. If she were to shed tears and plead for his mercy now, he would undoubtedly gallantly shield her from the 3 cups of liquor, wouldn't he? From that moment on, she would subconsciously yield to him. This man required no mastery of psychological manipulation. He was a natural expert in it. Whether or not such manipulation exists in this world, if it does not, he might just become its progenitor. After 3 cups, one would surely lose consciousness. And then what? Han Yanyan cast another glance at Lu, whose face was alight with anticipation. With Yao Chun present, men seldom relinquish what they have yet to taste to others before they have savored it themselves. Very well, let us take a gamble. Han Yanyan calmly stepped forward. Raising a glass, Mr. Lu, I offer my sincerest apologies. Please, exercise your magnanimity and do not hold this against me. As she lifted the glass, Yao Chun's brow arched. Without meeting his gaze, she tilted her head back and down the contents in one swift motion. The fiery sensation scorched her throat. A wave of heat surged into her stomach and then rushed to her head. Come on, let us gamble. Han Yanyan's hand trembled slightly as she raised the second glass and drank it down. This time, she had to press her lips tightly together to prevent herself from retching. In matters concerning men and women, she has penned numerous insights, yet the patterns remain largely unchanged. Han Yanyan's vision blurred before her, and her body swayed precariously as she managed to lift the 3rd glass. She wagered on whether she would awaken in the morning on Yao Chun's bed, fully clothed or entirely bare. Han Yanyan succumbed to oblivion and collapsed towards Lu Fatty. Lu Fatty, feeling a sense of pride, beamed with delight, extending his arms in an attempt to catch her. After all, she was merely a young girl with no tolerance for alcohol. One ought not to hold her to such standards. Yao Chun seized Han Yanyan, addressing Lu Fatty. You drink at your own pace. I shall take care of her. Minister Lu watched in disbelief as Yao Chun whisked away the enchanting young woman, muttering, He certainly has luck on his side. When a woman loses consciousness from drinking, does it not imply that she is at the mercy of a man, allowing him to act with impunity? At this moment, Yao Chun was indeed enjoying a night worth of fortune. Lu Fatty was unjust in his judgment of Yao Chun. After all, he lacked the advantage of a strikingly handsome face. Yao Chun was undeniably attractive, a fierce and captivating wolfish youth in his prime. From 16-year-old maidens to 40-year-old matrons, there was no woman he could not charm. He was rather discerning when it came to women. Typically, It was the women who were consumed with desire, pursuing him eagerly. Though Yao Chun had engaged in many dubious activities, he had never resorted to acts of rape or drugging, primarily due to a lack of opportunity. Han Yanyan was entirely unconscious, leaning against Yao Chun as he carried her away. Finding it inconvenient to navigate with her in such a position, Yao Chun bent down and swept her up in his arms. The foreman approached, glancing at the delicate Han Yanyan cradled in Yao Chun's arms, nervously uttering, "Mr. Yao." Yao Chun replied, "This is none of your concern." He then commanded, "Have someone unlock the suite upstairs." The foreman recoiled slightly, watching helplessly as Yao Chun carried Han Yanyan into the elevator. Upon ascending a floor, Yao Chun gently placed Han Yanyan onto the bed, following suit himself. Propping himself on his arms, he scrutinized her. Typically perceived as a refined and gentle girl, she now lay languidly on the expansive bed, her cheeks tinged with an unusual crimson hue, exuding an alluringly dangerous charm. He recalled the moment when Han Yanyan had raised her glass. Casting a glance at him, her dark eyes, calm yet seemingly enlightened. Whether it was merely his imagination or not, he perceived a hint of mockery and amusement within her gaze. Regardless of the truth, the thought sent a shiver through Yao Chun. Until that very instant, he had merely regarded her beauty. It was only now that he realized her true, captivating essence. Yao Chun pinched her chin, turning her face to examine her closely. He had engaged in numerous exploits at the expense of men, yet never had he ventured to take advantage of a woman in such a manner. Nevertheless, Yao Chun believed that perhaps setting a new precedent was not out of the question. His moral compass, it seemed, was rather lax. Suddenly, Han Yanyan opened her eyes. Her normally inky black irises were now veiled with a misty sheen. She gazed at Yao Chun, slightly dazed, and murmured, "Ding Yao?" She reached out, gripping his throat. The following morning, Han Yanyan awoke with a pounding headache. With a groan, she turned over, only to find herself pressed against a warm, solid body. Wait, had she lost a bet? As Han Yanyan turned over, she attempted to catch a glimpse of the man behind her, inadvertently rousing him from slumber. The man, disturbed, nudged her with his foot beneath the covers, grumbling about the need to rise and wash, having endured her scent throughout the night. Indeed, it was Yao Chun. The lingering effects of the strong liquor from the previous evening were not easily dispelled. Han Yanyan, feeling languid and weak, exerted herself to sit up, casting a glance at Yao Chun beside her. Awakened by her movements, he furrowed his brow and rubbed his eyes, emitting sounds akin to incoherent murmurs, a stark contrast to his usual demeanor that masked a hidden edge. Lowering her gaze, Han Yanyan lifted the covers to inspect herself, immediately assaulted by the foul stench of alcohol emanating from her chest, nearly prompting another bout of nausea. At last, Yao Chun opened his eyes and turned his head, catching sight of the slender back of the woman beside him, her waist so delicate it stirred a sense of protectiveness within him. Last night, in her intoxicated haze, she had murmured refusals, yet her soft hands had wandered to caress his throat. She appeared as a serene fairy, yet beneath that facade lay a mischievous sprite, the kind that could ensnare one's very soul. With her gentle fingers beckoning him, Yao Chun felt his throat tighten, and before he could fully comprehend, the sprite suddenly widened her eyes in alarm. Realizing the impending disaster, he swiftly rose, yanking Han Yanyan up with him and propelling her toward the bathroom. However, mere inches from their destination, the sprite lost her battle and was overtaken by nausea, expelling the contents of her stomach. Yao Chun could only lament his misfortune, resigned to clean up the mess. At this moment, as Yao Chun tilted his head, he caught sight of the petite waist of the enchanting girl. Instantly recalling the delightful moments they shared the previous night, he reached out and playfully caressed her waist. Han Yanyan abruptly turned her head, admonishing him not to glare so fiercely, as there was no personal vendetta between them. Yao Chun sat up, the bedding slipping away to reveal his well-defined chest and clearly visible abdominal muscles. He lit a cigarette and took a puff, creating an atmosphere reminiscent of two lovers post-intimacy, with the man indulging in a post-coital smoke. All right, hurry up and take a shower. Rest assured, your virtue remains intact, Yao Chun remarked with a mischievous grin, making it clear he had not taken advantage of her. Indeed, she felt no physical sensations, and he had not completely undressed her, leaving her underwear intact. Han Yanyan found herself pondering whether she had won or lost in this situation. Her gamble was that some men, who pride themselves on their charm, seek not only the physical but also the emotional connection of a woman. To her surprise, In a situation she presumed would lead to surrender, she awoke to find that he had not laid a finger on her. A sense of relief washed over her, accompanied by a budding feeling of gratitude and trust. For men, it often boiled down to merely the difference between sleeping early or late. The thrill lay in igniting a fluttering heart. Yet, Han Yanyan couldn't shake the feeling that perhaps she had overestimated Yao Chun. The reason he had not pursued her further this time was likely. Quickly wash up. The stench is unbearable, he said disdainfully. His words made her feel nauseated again. A used towel lay crumpled on the bench at the foot of the bed, forcing Han Yanyan to grab it and wrap it around herself as she stumbled into the bathroom. After several dry heaves, she finally regained her composure. Upon showering and drying her hair, she discovered that her work uniform, along with her bra, had been unceremoniously tossed into the trash by Yao Chun, emanating an unpleasant odor. Fortunately, there was a bathrobe in the bathroom, and she wrapped herself in it as she emerged. Yao Chun leaned against the headboard, handling a phone call, and gestured for her to remain silent. Han Yanyan paused, standing there and observing him. Yao Chun swiftly ended the call and beckoned her over. Advancing signified compliance. While retreating implied fear, Han Yanyan remained still. Thank you for rescuing me from embarrassment. Last night was an accident, and thankfully nothing serious occurred. Before she could complete her rehearsed lines, Yu Chin threw off the covers, stood up, and abruptly pulled her into his embrace, settling on the edge of the bed. Han Yanyan instinctively struggled for a moment, but Yao Chen's arm encircled her firmly, rendering her immobile. Just as she was about to speak, Yao Chun whispered in her ear, "Enough, stop pretending." Han Yanyan froze and turned to face him, their noses nearly touching. A knowing smile graced Yao Chen's lips. "You know exactly what kind of person you are. There's no need for pretense in front of me." The contest between them last night was understood only by the two of them, felt in the depths of their hearts. Han Yanyan's heart raced slightly, her expression unchanging as she asked, "What do you mean?" In response, Yao Chun chuckled softly, "You seem quite serious, but deep down, you're a little imp." Han Yanyan felt a wave of relief wash over her. Yao Chun inquired, "Have you broken up with your boyfriend?" Han Yanyan's gaze shot up. Yao Chun picked up the phone from the bedside table and tossed it on her lap. "Seems you're not too bright. You've deleted all the lovey-dovey photos. Must have broken up, right?" After Xiao Su departed, Han Yanyan meticulously erased all traces of him from her life, emptying her photo album. Yet, Yao Chun shamelessly rummaged through her pictures. "This is none of your business," she asserted. Han Yanyan attempted to break free, but Yao Chen's arm encircled her like an iron band, confining her against his body. "Don't move. If you do, I swear you'll regret it. Just don't cry," he threatened, exhaling a cloud of smoke into her face. The smoke made her cough, but beneath her clothing, she could feel Yao Chen's grip tightening, compelling her to remain still. The rogue extinguished his cigarette and lifted the hem of her bathrobe. Han Yanyan seized Yao Chen's hand and gazed up at him, saying, "Mr. Yao, would you like to hear the truth?" Yao Chen raised an eyebrow. "Speak." "I am indeed facing financial difficulties, primarily due to my brother's medical expenses. However, more importantly, I am still a student without a formal job or stable income. While I currently work for you and somewhat fortuitously earn extra money, once I graduate and obtain a legitimate degree, I will secure a proper job, lead a respectable life, and engage in a serious relationship." Han Yanyan emphasized her point by repeating the phrase proper 4 times, asserting, "My life is grounded in seriousness and order. I cannot accept a relationship that lacks the intention of marriage, nor can I entertain an informal romantic involvement." Yao Chun, feeling a slight ache in his teeth, remarked playfully, "So, if you say that, I should act improperly?" Han Yanyan's eyes sparkled with intrigue. You are indeed Master Yao," she stated calmly. "Though my time at Jinhao has been brief, I have heard much about your exploits. Mr. Yao, we are not of the same ilk. Your aspirations for me and my desire for a simple life are worlds apart. I wish to lead an uncomplicated existence, so please, let me go, if you would be so kind." Yao Chun met her gaze, ground his teeth, and released his hold. Han Yanyan rose to her feet, adjusting her slightly loosened bathrobe, and inquired, "Where is this?" Yao Chun lazily replied, "Jinhao, 5th floor. Do you have any clothes here?" Han Yanyan asked. "None," Yao Chun retorted with a smirk. Han Yanyan held her breath and said, "Thank you. Then I shall take my leave." With that, she bent down to retrieve her locker key. Yao Chun asked, "Where are you off to?" Han Yanyan, at a loss for words, replied, "I am a student. I must attend school." Yao Chun responded with an "oh," as if suddenly enlightened. Realizing she was still within Jinhao, Han Yanyan, clad in her bathrobe, departed directly. After her exit, Yao Chen lit a cigarette, inhaling deeply before exhaling a plume of smoke towards the ceiling, scoffing, a respectable lady. What of embarrassment? In this world, even love or hate holds little significance, let alone shame. Before she could leave the parking lot of Jinhao, a sports car drifted in, blocking her path. The vehicle came to a halt, almost brushing against the hem of her attire. A mere slip of the driver's hand could send her flying. As the window rolled down, Yao Chun raised his chin and commanded, "Get in." Han Yanyan remained motionless, while Yao Chun raised an eyebrow. Surrendering to his authority, Han Yanyan opened the car door and took her seat in the passenger side. "Do you require anything further?" she inquired. "Nothing of consequence. I'm simply driving you to school." Yao Chun replied. "Is it S University? Fasten your seatbelt." "There's no need to," Han Yanyan began. But the car roared to life and shot out of the parking lot like an arrow, compelling her to buckle up. "If you genuinely aspire to lead a proper life, you ought to refrain from mingling in Jinhao," Yao Chen remarked during their journey. "I've encountered many girls like you, relying on their beauty to earn a few tips. Eventually, they realize that a month's hard work amounts to less than what they could earn in a single night as a princess. They watch others indulge in a life of excess, and when they encounter a couple of wealthy suitors, they lose their clarity of mind. When they are ultimately discarded after being played with, within a year, you will find familiar faces among the so-called princesses, each one once resolutely believing they could remain untainted by the mire." "Are you dismissing me?" Han Yanyan asked. "I'm suggesting you seek different employment," Yao Chen clarified. "I am still a student and can only work part-time." "This is the most lucrative job I could find," Han Yanyan asserted. "Rest assured, I am quite clear-headed." "I appreciate your clarity," Yao Chen responded, a smirk forming at the corners of his mouth. "I happen to have a job opportunity available. Would you be interested?" "What sort of job?" Han Yanyan inquired. "A respectable one. Is that not what you desire? A serious relationship?" "This one comes with a title," Yao Chun stated with utmost sincerity. As they spoke, they passed by the towering library. Han Yanyan rubbed her temples and directly requested, "Please drop me off at the north gate." The car halted at the north gate, and Han Yanyan opened the door to step out. Yao Chen called out to her, inquiring about the time her class would end. Han Yanyan responded, questioning his intentions. Yao Chun replied with a smile, expressing his desire to pursue her, jesting that he intended to take her to work. Han Yanyan, exasperated, retorted that he should refrain from his antics. Yao Chun simply responded, "No." Left with no choice, Han Yanyan stated that she would take the bus to work after school, asserting that he would not be able to find her even if he came. Yao Chun, still smiling, advised her not to be too hasty with her words. With that, he pressed the accelerator and drove away, leaving Han Yanyan watching the fleeting silhouette of the sports car, a smile playing on her lips. The day's progress had been quite satisfactory. Her rejections were all a tactic of desire cloaked in restraint, retreating to advance. He, the master of romance, was met with her guise of a virtuous maiden. Yao Chun was evidently intrigued. During the day, while in class, Han Yanyan pondered how to control the situation and advance their relationship when Yao Chun would come to pick her up later that evening. However, she overlooked the fact that Yao Chun was rather unruly, not adhering to the conventional playbook of domineering suitors. As school concluded, Yao Chun sent her a message, "Waiting for you at the north gate." Along with the text, he attached a photo of Han Yanyan. She found herself amused by the sheer absurdity of the world's expectations. Due to the coercion, Han Yanyan sat in Yao Chen's car with a stern expression. Meanwhile, Yao Chun wore a smile, extending his phone toward her, saying, "It's all there. Feel free to delete it yourself." Han Yanyan opened his album, revealing quite a collection, perhaps 30 or 40 photographs. These images, while devoid of any explicit content, either featured her back or displayed her being embraced by Yao Chun, his arm shielding her bosom. Yet, anyone glancing at them would discern that she was indeed unclothed. It was evident that Yao Chun had thoroughly enjoyed himself the previous night. "Don't be upset. No one else has seen them. I was merely teasing you," Yao Chun said, playfully pressing his tongue against his cheek, stifling a laugh. Han Yanyan turned her head to look at him. This man was handsome, well-built, affluent, and influential, occasionally domineering, yet at times tenderly assertive. If he were a character in a romance novel, he would undoubtedly be the quintessential male lead, destined to renounce his ties to the underworld for a happily ever after with the heroine. However, in the stark light of reality, if Han Yanyan were indeed the genuine student she claimed to be, these photographs would be utterly mortifying for her. She faced forward and inquired, "Mr. Yao, what exactly do you intend to do?" Yao Chun, driving steadily, replied, "I'm pursuing you." Han Yanyan, with a hint of self-deprecation, remarked, "It's the first time someone has pursued me with such revealing photos." "Oh?" Yao Chun asked, intrigued. "How did others pursue you?" "No need for pursuit," Han Yanyan replied. "When two people mutually like each other, they naturally come together." She reflected on her relationship with Xiao Su, which had been effortless, simple, and blissful. That was the essence of life and love. Yao Chun, however, scoffed at her sentiment. The man placed Han Yanyan in Jin Hao's car and, before she exited, grasped her arm. "I have matters to attend to in the coming days and want to be around. I've spoken with old Lin. He will look after you. Should any issues arise, do not hesitate to reach out to him. I am here for you." His domineering tenderness was both sudden and disarming. Han Yanyan blinked, replying simply, "Thank you." "Yanyan, you." He approached her, hesitatingly inquiring, "Are you with President Yao now?" Han Yanyan, wishing to avoid further engagement, retorted dismissively and turned to enter. What nonsense. She had just descended from a luxury sports car. Rumor had it she even emerged from the 5th floor in a bathrobe during the day. Yao Chun had a suite on the 5th floor. How could she claim to be indifferent towards Yao Chun? Beautiful women are all deceivers. Days passed without Han Yanyan catching sight of Yao Chun, and in his absence, her life remained remarkably tranquil. With a bittersweet smile, she confessed, "I juggle several jobs to cover my tuition, living expenses, and my brother's dialysis treatment. He desires a gaming laptop, and they pressure me for the funds. When I cannot provide, they accuse me of being unfilial. I found no other recourse but to block them." The department head was incensed, his face turning a shade of green. With his discerning eye, he could see that Han Yanyan's attire was composed of exceptionally inexpensive, market-sourced goods. In this era, female students would go to great lengths, even filming self-indulgent videos, to afford a branded handbag. Han Yanyan's industriousness was reminiscent of a bygone era. The department head reassured her, "Do not be afraid. Focus on your studies. If they dare to contact the school again, I will intervene." He added, "I noticed you haven't applied for financial aid. Would you like me to assist you in that process?" Han Yanyan shook her head, saying, "Our family's income is actually quite decent. But my brother's illness has become a burden. My current job provides enough to cover these basic expenses, as long as they refrain from frivolous spending. Let the scholarships be reserved for those who genuinely need them." The department head, moved by her words, delivered an extensive motivational speech before finally allowing her to leave. Once outside the academic building, Han Yanyan took out her phone, removed her family's number from the blacklist, and dialed it. "Can you use your brain? Do you think this will prompt me to rush and send you money? Save it. I will make it clear. There is no money this month." After hanging up, she blocked the number again. "Just wait. Once they realize the money is truly gone, they will relent. Spending her money while trying to assert dominance over her. Where's the justice in that?" As school let out, Yao Chen's call came through, North Gate. It was succinct. Han Yanyan got into the car, and Yao Chen said, "No need to go to Jin Hao tomorrow. I have a social event and need a female companion. Accompany me." "Will you?" "Don't make that face. I'll have old Lin calculate overtime for you and pay you extra. By the way, do you have?" He glanced at the bargain items Han Yanyan was wearing and reconsidered. "Forget it. You certainly don't. Come on, let's buy you some clothes." Yao Chen took Han Yanyan to a shopping mall filled with high-end brands. He chose a store and procured a lovely dress and matching shoes for her to wear to the event. When Han Yanyan emerged from the fitting room, she took his breath away. Indeed, one must be appropriately attired. He clicked his tongue in admiration. "I still need to purchase another coat. I only possess a down jacket that costs 200 yuan. Wearing it over a formal dress would be akin to casting your face into the Antarctic." Han Yanyan remarked with a hint of indifference. Yao Chen's eyes sparkled with amusement. "I appreciate your straightforwardness." As a wealthy individual, Yao was unperturbed by the prospect of spending money on women. After all, what was the purpose of his hard-earned wealth? After finishing their shopping, he not only ensured they had the appropriate attire for the upcoming soiree, but also procured a plethora of everyday garments for Han Yanyan. Out with the old, in with the new, Yao declared, discarding anything deemed unnecessary. While Han Yanyan tried on clothes, Yao discreetly instructed the shop staff to dispose of her old wardrobe. Consequently, she was left with no choice but to don her new attire, shoes, and coat, while her tattered bag stood out conspicuously. Yao then disposed of her bag as well, replacing it with 2 new ones. After his domineering yet gentle approach, he followed up with an extravagant display of generosity. Han Yanyan accepted with a frosty demeanor, though inwardly, she felt elated, considering herself quite fortunate. They dined together, creating an ambience reminiscent of a date. Upon arriving at her residence, Yao Chen inquired, "Will you not invite me up for a moment?" Han Yanyan replied, "This apartment is rented by my boyfriend. He surely would not appreciate me bringing another man upstairs." "Oh?" Yao asked, intrigued, "And where is he?" "Studying abroad." Han Yanyan responded expressionlessly. Yao chuckled heartily, enjoying the moment. The confines of the car were too close, leaving little room between them. Han Yanyan intentionally altered her breathing, and Yao, noticing, smirked, pleased with the allure he exuded, leaning in to kiss her. Han Yanyan tilted her head, and he only managed to kiss her ear. Unsatisfied, he bit down gently with his upper teeth. A shiver coursed through Han Yanyan's body as she pushed him away, flung open the car door, and hurried upstairs. Yao Chen watched her vanish, caressing the steering wheel, feeling quite pleased with the progress. It was time for her to be gradually conquered by him, she mused. Yet, the pressure of his bite on her ear felt so familiar. If Yao Chen truly were Ding Yao then. "Qingyu, where are you?" She rubbed her face vigorously. The following evening, Yao Chen arrived in his elongated luxury vehicle to pick her up. Although he had seen her in that little dress the night before, Han Yanyan had styled her hair and changed her makeup, transforming her into an entirely different person. Despite her humble origins, she now resembled a refined lady of high society. Yao Chen was genuinely taken aback by her beauty. The gathering was a formal business affair, attended by serious figures from the corporate world. Having been confined to the role of a student for the past month, Han Yanyan felt a sense of revival as she inhaled the familiar atmosphere. As she held her wine glass, savoring its contents, she reflected on how Yao Chen's presence in such circles indicated his desire for redemption and reintegration into society. This was encouraging, she smiled. While Yao Chen engaged in conversation with others, he occasionally cast a glance in her direction. When approached by someone for a chat, she responded with poise and grace. Just yesterday, he had worried that her lack of experience in such settings might make her seem timid and small-minded. Yet now, her demeanor perfectly blended with the surroundings. She appeared as a debutante of privilege, leaving no trace of the fact that her entire outfit, including her bag, cost less than 500 yuan the day before. Yao Chen was perplexed. Could it be attributed to the fact that he lacked a higher education? No. Within this setting, nearly everyone possessed a higher education. And it was individuals like him, who hadn't even completed high school, that were the anomalies. Yet, those educated individuals did not possess a more captivating allure than her. Yao Chen lit a cigarette, quietly observing Han Yanyan for a while, and after she declined yet another suitor, he approached her. "Not busy?" he inquired, handing her a glass of wine. Han Yanyan accepted the drink. "The conversation is nearly concluded," she replied. Yao Chen loosened his tie slightly as he spoke. Han Yanyan set down her glass and tidied his attire. "Don't do that. It's not over yet. It breaches business etiquette, and others may perceive it as a slight," she admonished. Yao Chen allowed her to adjust him, remarking, "You seem quite knowledgeable." "Just basic business etiquette. I attended a lecture at school," Han Yanyan replied. That evening, she deliberately indulged in a couple of extra drinks. After engaging in a battle of wits with Yao Chen for several days, it was time to forge a deeper connection. Alcohol served as the finest medium. Upon regaining consciousness, she found herself pressed against the back of a chair, being kissed by Yao Chen. In his tailored suit, he appeared quite civilized, but now his tie lay discarded on the seat, and several buttons of his shirt had been undone, stripping away his humanity, leaving only a predatory instinct. Han Yanyan bit him, attempting to push him away with force. Yet, her current form paled in comparison to the empowered Han Yanyan of the apocalypse, and even fell short of the prowess exhibited by the fitness instructor, Miss Han, who frequented the gym daily. Still slightly inebriated, her soft push lacked strength. Ironically, her bite drew blood from Yao Chen's lips. Yao Chen wiped his mouth, seized Han Yanyan's wrists, and pressed her down, kissing her fiercely. His tongue and hands were quite audacious. Han Yanyan radiated allure tonight, embodying both elegance and poise. At this moment, Yao Chen was consumed by desire, his passions ignited. Seizing the opportunity, Han Yanyan, fueled by alcohol, began to weep uncontrollably. "You scoundrels! You all bully me." A woman's screams, struggles, or tearful sobs can often evoke a man's primal instincts. However, her unrestrained wailing truly shattered the ambience. The fervor in Yao Chen's mind was extinguished by her tears. "Stop crying, please," he exclaimed in frustration, releasing her. "Han Yanyan, having lost her shoes, curled up on the chair, sobbing convulsively, a stark contrast to her usual calm demeanor. It was as if the veil of her strength had been lifted, revealing the fragility concealed beneath. Yao Chen did not comfort her. Rather, he sat opposite her, his shirt unbuttoned, lighting a cigarette as he watched her cry. After smoking nearly half the cigarette, Han Yanyan began to settle, burying her face in her knees, softly weeping. This manner of crying was indeed heart-wrenching. Yao Chen tossed her a few tissues. "Wipe your tears." Han Yanyan, lowering her head, cleaned her face before lifting it. Her eyes and nose were red, her lips slightly swollen, yet her gaze had regained its composure, returning to her usual self. It was as if the one who had just cried uncontrollably was a different person entirely. Yao Chen found the situation amusing, flicking away ash as he inquired, "Pray tell, who has wronged you?" Her emotional turmoil was evidently not solely due to his earlier intentions to overpower her. Han Yanyan coldly replied, "You." Yao Chen regarded her as his possession, oblivious to the notion that his actions could be construed as bullying. With a smirk, he clarified, "I was referring to someone else." Han Yanyan, with a taut expression, retorted with indifference, "That is of no concern to you." Yao Chen scrutinized her for a moment, extinguished his cigarette, and pulled her into his embrace, gripping her chin as he asserted, "Did I not mention wanting you as my legitimate girlfriend? Your affairs are inherently my concern. Now, enlighten me as to who has the audacity to bully someone of mine. Should such matters arise, you must inform me. I shall rectify them." Han Yanyan stared at him defiantly. "Do you believe yourself to be omnipotent, capable of resolving everything? This is a matter within my family, one you cannot resolve." Yao Chen raised an eyebrow. "Family? They are my biological parents." Han Yanyan, seemingly in a fit of frustration, declared, "They are the ones who brought me into this world. How do you propose to resolve that? If you can truly solve it, Yao Chen, then I shall follow you without question from now on." Yao Chen raised an eyebrow, intrigued. "What troubles your parents? Do share with me." Han Yanyan lowered her gaze, divulging the chaotic affairs of her household to him. Jinhao's extravagant spending allowed the service staff to earn handsomely. Even after shouldering her brother's medical expenses, there remained a surplus. Yet, Han Yanyan donned only items from street vendors. Yao Chen had long found this peculiar, but now it all made sense. To have such parents was indeed a misfortune of birth. Yao Chen scoffed and remarked, "Blood ties are not as significant as you believe. Once you break free, you'll realize it's not worth such sacrifice." Han Yanyan, seemingly tormented, replied, "It's easy for you to say. No worries, if you cannot sever the ties yourself. I shall assist you," Yao Chen offered. Han Yanyan's eyes widened. She gazed into his eyes, confirming he was in earnest. After a moment of silence, she lifted her gaze and said, "Fine. But before that, you must cease your harassment." Yao Chen chuckled and readily agreed. All right. Their relationship remained undisclosed. Unbeknownst to their colleagues at Jinhao, Han Yanyan was assigned to the 8th district under the supervision of the head waiter. When she encountered Yao Chen while carrying a tray, she lowered her head and called out, "President Yao," stepping aside. In the private room, while serving drinks, Yao Chen, with either Yanyan or Emily in his arms, smoked and smiled at her, but Han Yanyan pretended not to notice. As she poured him a drink, his hand would reach out, but she always deftly withdrew her own, refusing to let him succeed. In this world, only those who pay get to speak loudly. It was the dumplings that toiled and sweated, yet found themselves ridden upon. Han Yanyan was no dumpling. In this realm, she was unrestrained. She held her parents in check, agreeing to observe their conduct before determining whether to continue covering her brother's medical expenses next month. However, from her parents' reactions, she discerned no indication that Yao Chen had taken any action. Yao Chen mentioned 3 months, yet only a month had passed, so there was no urgency. Han Yanyan was curious about using a rogue to deal with a scoundrel, uncertain of the outcome. During these 3 months, Yao Chen's pursuit of her had finally taken on a semblance of normalcy, resembling that of a typical man courting a woman. They occasionally went on dates, dining and shopping together. Han Yanyan controlled their physical interactions to mere kisses. Whenever Yao Chen felt an impulse, she would remind him of his own promises to restrain him. Yao Chen, filled with frustration, would tease her by pinching her slender waist, saying, "Little enchantress, just wait." Yao Chen had a vague understanding of her reclusive lifestyle, lacking in social interactions, and found it quite puzzling. "What do you do during the day?" "I read," Han Yanyan replied. "Previously, I juggled several tutoring jobs and was too busy. Now, being able to read and study quietly without interruptions is truly blissful." The 3-month deadline swiftly approached. and Han Yanyan anticipated that Yu Qin should provide her with an answer. One evening, Yao Qin called her in advance, instructing her to dress elegantly, particularly in regard to her undergarments. His voice carried a languid tone, reminiscent of someone addressing a tender lamb on a platter, saying, "Lie still, I am ready to feast." Han Yanyan understood that this matter was nearing resolution. Indeed, she adorned herself beautifully as she descended the stairs. Her wardrobe no longer contained any low-quality items. Every piece, from her lingerie to her outerwear and accessories, had been procured by Yao Chun. The adage "clothes make the man" proved true, for even in her humble attire, Han Yanyan radiated beauty, but now, clad in expensive garments, she exuded a blend of allure and tranquility, embodying intellectual beauty. Yao Chun was thoroughly pleased. Both satisfied with Han Yanyan and his own discernment, he inquired, "Do you not have to work today?" "No, not today, nor in the future," Yao Chun replied. Han Yanyan gazed at him intently. Yao Chun rolled his eyes. "I have a girlfriend. Why would I still be working? Has the matter been resolved?" Han Yanyan asked. "Don't rush. Let's eat first," Yao Chun replied, exhaling a smoke ring while admiring the plate of lamb. He smiled. The dinner consisted of steak and red wine, served in an elegantly appointed restaurant with exquisitely delectable dishes. To Han Yanyan's surprise, Yao Chen's table manners were remarkably refined. His business etiquette was commendable as well. Given his background as a high school dropout with a notorious reputation, Han Yanyan speculated that he must have consciously sought training from a tutor. After their meal, Han Yanyan set her napkin aside and asked, "Can we discuss it now?" Yao Chen sipped his red wine, swirling the glass, and remarked, "Your Western dining etiquette is impressive." "I've attended lectures at school," Han Yanyan responded. It was true that Yao Chun had sought specialized instruction, yet Han Yanyan executed the etiquette even more adeptly. Having absorbed the entirety of the upper-class young lady persona, Yao Chun felt a slight dissonance but dismissed it as trivial, not allowing it to trouble him. Once the plates were cleared, Yao Chun suggested, "Try calling your parents." Hesitantly, Han Yanyan dialed, only to discover she had been blocked. It was not she who had blacklisted her parents, but rather, they had chosen to block her. Han Yanyan was taken aback. Yao Chun, with a smile, handed her a brown paper bag. She opened the folder within, revealing a stack of signed documents. Upon closer inspection, she was astonished. A loan scam? 3 months ago. Yao Chun incessantly inundated Han Yanyan's younger brother's phone with promotional messages. Desperate to purchase a new mobile device, the brother, willing to sacrifice a kidney for it, promptly contacted the sender, encountering no barriers whatsoever. He hastily signed a loan agreement for 20,000 yuan, receiving a mere 5,000 yuan in cash, which he joyfully used to acquire the gaming laptop he had long coveted. When the time came to repay the loan, unable to do so, he was persuaded to sign an additional IOU for 60,000 yuan. As time passed, he found himself unable to repay once more. Within 3 months, his modest loan of 5,000 yuan ballooned to a staggering 700,000 yuan. When Han Yanyan's parents discovered this, it felt as though the sky was collapsing. Typically, a loan of 5,000 yuan could escalate to around 200,000 yuan in 3 months, but to reach 700,000 yuan speaks volumes about the intelligence of her brother. Fortunately, Han Yanyan's intellect was evidently intact, providing some solace to Yao Chun. Following the escalation to 700,000 yuan, a series of harrowing tactics ensued, including phone threats, vandalism, and confrontations at their workplace. The Han family was on the brink of collapse, yet they simply lacked the means to settle such an exorbitant debt. After relinquishing their meager savings of less than 100,000 yuan to the lending company, they faced the dire prospect of selling their home. At this juncture, representatives from the lending company remarked, "I hear you have a daughter, a university student, quite beautiful." Under the duress of the lending company's persuasion, Han Yanyan's parents then penned a guarantee, vowing that all debts would be repaid by their daughter, studying in K-City. In ancient times, this would have equated to selling a daughter to settle debts. No wonder she had chosen to block him. After finishing her reading, Han Yanyan tossed all the documents onto the table and leaned back against the chair, enveloped in a melancholic silence. Regardless of her true feelings, her persona was that of a resilient daughter, tormented by the exploitation of her parents, yet shackled by the bonds of blood, suffering in a state of emotional turmoil. They presumed we would abduct you to compel you into a life of vice. Yes, perhaps it is precisely this that we subtly suggested, Yao Chen remarked. Observing the way her lashes fluttered downward, her eyes rimmed with red. He sighed, reaching out to cover the hand she had placed on the table, offering her comfort. Do not despair. The ties of blood are not as significant as they seem. They did not bring you into this world solely to grant you life. You were merely an incidental byproduct of their own indulgence. Consider it from this perspective. It may ease your suffering. He gently patted her hand before clasping it firmly. Though he spoke words of consolation, the intensity of his grip served as a reminder of his ultimate intention for the evening. His desire to possess her was resolute. Yanyan raised her gaze to meet the man's eyes, a sardonic smile playing on her lips. Yao Chun had originally planned to reveal everything to her during dinner. She was a girl who appeared strong but was, in truth, tender-hearted. Otherwise, she would not have allowed herself to be trampled upon and exploited by her parents. Sold like a mere commodity, it was inevitable that she would feel sorrow, anguish, and desolation. He had envisioned a tender conversation over the dinner table and during their journey, hoping to soothe her emotions gradually before leading her to his abode, where he could finally act upon his desires. The arrangement was initially commendable, however. After she perused the signed contracts, promissory notes, and guarantees, she fell utterly silent, an unnerving quietude enveloping her. The comforting words that Yao Chun had meticulously prepared found no opportunity for expression. In the car, she sat opposite him, her expression inscrutable as she gazed out at the nocturnal scenery. Yao Chun felt a twinge of apprehension, fearing that her suppressed emotions might overwhelm her. Intense feelings, if left unexpressed, can easily lead to turmoil. Unable to restrain himself, he ventured, in truth, once you sever the ties of blood, you will discover that it is quite liberating, far less painful than you might imagine. Yanyan turned her head, her dark eyes glimmering with depth in the dimly lit cabin. In a moment of surprise, Yao Chun found himself taken aback as she rose, straddling his lap in one fluid motion, effectively silencing him with her lips. Yao Chun, momentarily stunned, finally responded, encircling her waist with his hands as she released his mouth. Can you keep quiet now? She inquired, her demeanor seemingly frigid, yet Yao Chun felt a surge of warmth within him. Indeed, he replied with a smile, pressing her head down to reclaim her lips. The vehicle came to a halt at a traffic light, the driver and the young man in the passenger seat both sensing the car's subtle movements. The luxurious limousine's rear compartment was entirely enclosed, separated by a partition that obscured both sight and sound. However, the motion was too pronounced for the two to ignore. Goodness, the young man exclaimed, are they at it? The driver chuckled softly in response. As the red light transformed into green, the driver released the brake and pressed the accelerator to commence their journey. The younger companion urged, drive slowly, drive slowly. Thus, the vehicle ambled along the slow lane. Fortunately, it was nighttime, and the sparse traffic posed no inconvenience to others. The back of the vehicle was shrouded in dampness and dimness, with condensation forming on the glass, a result of the warmth emanating from the occupants. Finding a suitable campsite was not always feasible. Often, the convoy had to halt in the wilderness, with everyone sleeping inside their vehicles. The confined space was thick with humidity. Bumps and jolts caused the vehicle to creak and sway, attracting a couple of stray zombies that pressed against the windows. Yanyan, battered and fragmented, incoherently urged Ding Yao to unleash a lightning strike upon the prying undead. Ding Yao merely chuckled, dismissing her plea, reveling in a twisted sense of humor. Yanyan could only climax under the watchful gaze of the rotting corpses. How dreadfully tedious those moments were, without television, radio, mobile phones, or computers. Such scant amusement filled the nights, yet everyone found delight in it. One could never tell when life would end. Every fleeting moment of joy was one less to be had. Yanyan often pondered how it was that she fell for Ding Yao. Take Yao Chun, for instance. His cunning ways were sufficient to ensnare an ordinary woman, rendering her hopelessly devoted to him. Yet, she felt not a flicker of affection for Yao Chun. Yanyan mused that perhaps it was indeed due to their circumstances. The apocalypse presented an extraordinary environment, with the specter of death looming overhead daily, adrenal hormones surging more frequently than mere desire. Yet, the absence of a future rendered the heart numb and hollow. Any semblance of tenderness, any fleeting sense of reliance, was magnified infinitely. In truth, she did not harbor as profound an affection for Ding Yao as she believed. What tormented her most was the inability to quell her emotions, leaving her discontented. As for Yao Chun, was he truly comparable to Ding Yao? Yao Chun had always considered himself the sole embodiment of ferocity in romantic entanglements. He never anticipated that one day, Han Yanyan would challenge this perception. She peeled away the facade of a celestial being, revealing a ravenous enchantress, both fierce and relentless. As if she sought to drain his very essence to ascend to divinity. Indeed, she seemed to attain bliss. In that moment, the hand that had been gripping his hair suddenly released, forcefully pressing down on his shoulder, while the other hand, which had been wrapped around his neck, frantically searched for support, ultimately resting against the carport. Yao Chen looked up at her, observing her elongated neck, stretched by the angle of her gaze. Her breathless moans blurred the lines between pleasure and pain. Yao Chen's own breathing grew heavy, and for the first time, he found himself in perfect synchrony with Han Yanyan, an undeniable harmony. Yet, in this moment of utmost ecstasy, Han Yanyan collapsed against his shoulder, surrendering to fatigue. In the stillness of that confined space, Yao Chen distinctly heard her murmur a name. She whispered in his ear, calling out, "Ding Yao." Yao Chen. Damn it, that is undoubtedly a man's name. Accustomed to indulgence, Yao Chen typically paid little heed to matters of sincerity or chastity. However, this time, he found it utterly intolerable. In that instant, he felt an overwhelming urge to strangle Han Yanyan. Yet, he couldn't bear to do so. At that moment, his rage and jealousy burned far more intensely than any desire. He sat in the chair, cradling the woman who had melted into a soft heap against his shoulder, catching his breath for a while before regaining his composure. As the moment of restraint passed, he pushed himself up from the seat, lifting Han Yanyan and pressing her onto the chair opposite. The two remained intertwined, their movements seamlessly connecting in a dance of passion. Yao Chen was filled with a seething anger but found himself reluctant to chastise this enchanting creature. Instead, he channeled his fury into desire, intent on consuming her entirely. The driver felt a twinge of discomfort. His companion, more laid back, gestured to the driver, signaling to take a leisurely detour. The vehicle meandered slowly through the villa district, and after what felt like an eternity of circling, both the driver and his companion began to feel drowsy. The car jerked suddenly, finally coming to a halt. Thank heavens. The driver yawned as he parked in front of Yao Chen's residence, uncertain of the situation inside and hesitant to open the door for Yao Chen as he typically would. After a considerable wait, the car door finally swung open. Yao Chen and Han Yanyan appeared somewhat disheveled yet dressed, a hint of hurried chaos in their demeanor. Yao Chen instructed them, "No need to rise too early tomorrow. Wait for my call." With that, he wrapped an arm around Han Yanyan, or perhaps more accurately, seized her. And they entered through the grand entrance. The courtyard was illuminated by garden lights, allowing the driver and his companion to observe Han Yanyan's trembling legs. Once the couple had disappeared inside, they exchanged amused whispers before departing. Han Yanyan felt her clothes clinging to her, damp and uncomfortable, her legs weak and trembling, a far cry from the previous world she had inhabited. She realized that this body was woefully inadequate, and she would need to engage in rigorous training. "Where's the bathroom? I need a shower," she murmured wearily as she stepped through the door. Yao Chen grunted in response, slamming the door shut and forcefully pressing her against it. "Is Ding Yao your ex-boyfriend?" he inquired, pressing against the doorframe. Previously, when mentioning Han Yanyan's boyfriend, he would chuckle and refer to him as her boyfriend, but this time he deliberately emphasized the term ex-boyfriend. Placing particular weight on the word ex, Han Yanyan cast him a fleeting glance, her expression distant. Yao Chen exhibited no reaction to the name Ding Yao. Even if he truly were Ding Yao, he lacked any memories of their past life. She coolly replied, "I have no idea what you're talking about. I need to take a shower." With that, she attempted to push past him and ascend the stairs. This woman was utterly unrecognizable. Yao Chen found it absurdly infuriating. As he spoke, a fierce glint flickered in his eyes, betraying his seriousness. A single life meant little to him. Consumed by rage yet reluctant to direct it toward Han Yanyan, his thoughts turned to the notion of obliterating that man and disposing of him entirely. Qinghe Han Yanyan committed it to memory. Lowering her gaze, she softly remarked, "What is there to care about someone you'll never see again? Did I ever mind when you took Emily and the others out?" Indeed, she had not. Yao Chen took pleasure in teasing her with Sakura and the others. Yet even upon witnessing him taking them out for the night, Han Yanyan would merely cast him a fleeting glance, devoid of any significant concern. He now recalled that her indifferent glances had held little weight. An uncomfortable sensation stirred within him. Even Emily, AY, and Sakura would vie for his attention based on how often he took someone out. Han Yanyan relaxed her body, leaning softly against the door, and gently implored, "Stop being unreasonable. My legs are trembling. Hurry and take a shower before bed. You are not human. You are driving me to madness. Beneath the seemingly complaining words lies a compliment that pleases the man, and Yanyan finds it agreeable. Observing her fatigued demeanor softens his heart. With a dismissive grunt, he bends down and lifts her in a manner akin to cradling a child. Yanyan gasps in surprise, then chuckles softly, wrapping her arms around his neck. Men who rise from humble beginnings often indulge in material pleasures more than those born with silver spoons in their mouths. The opulent bathtub in Yanyan's bathroom epitomizes extravagant excess. Yanyan soaks until her limbs feel weak, as if devoid of bones. Yet, Yanyan has no intention of letting her off easily. Although he enjoys her fierce determination to press him, it is not his habit to allow others to gain the upper hand. He prefers to thoroughly conquer women. Yanyan feels as though she is floating on clouds. Each cell electrified, every pore inhaling deeply. Her body seems to evaporate and solidify, ultimately crashing down through layers of mist, landing on the soft bed. Her toes tense and quiver, her consciousness fading away. Instinctively, she clings to the man pressing down on her, feeling the warmth of his sweat. Sweat trickles along the contours of his muscles, their skin slick and clammy against one another, rendering the bath she took pointless. Yanyan turns her over, positioning her on his chest. Her gaze lacks focus, her dazed expression brings him joy. He reaches for the bedside table, lights a cigarette, and after a few contemplative puffs, gently caresses her back, asking, "Are you feeling better?" There is no emotion that cannot be alleviated through a vigorous encounter. If one is insufficient, another can surely follow. Yanyan hums in response. After a considerable lapse of time, Yanyan had nearly finished his post-event cigarette when Yanyan suddenly murmured, "It feels as though I am dreaming." Yanyan, holding the cigarette, responded with a questioning, "It seems as if my past life belonged to another person." Yanyan continued. "The entire world feels awry, almost as if it were fabricated." She gazed softly at Yanyan and gently inquired, "Do you ever feel this way, as though you were trapped by this world?" Yanyan's eyes were fixed upon the man, unblinking, fearful of missing even the slightest shift in his expression. "You poor thing," Yanyan said, pinching her face tenderly while holding the cigarette with his other hand. "Stay by my side, and I shall help you become the master of this world." Had she misconstrued her feelings? In truth, they were quite different. Ding Yao had attended university and received higher education, managing the Thunder Battle Group with a subtle corporate style. He exuded an air of elitism. Yanyan, in contrast, was entirely self-taught, embodying a roguish charm. Yanyan lacked concrete evidence to assert that Yanyan was indeed Ding Yao. Her suspicions arose merely from occasional moments of intimacy that stirred her heart. Yet when it came to substantiating her thoughts, it proved exceedingly challenging. If he were not Ding Yao, Yanyan suddenly lost interest, her previously burgeoning anticipation dissipating into thin air. She forced a smile, resting her head on Yanyan's chest, lazily falling silent. Yanyan welcomed Yanyan into his residence. He possessed a spacious study, and within his master suite lay a smaller study, which he generously allocated to Yanyan, providing her with a private space for her studies. This gesture could be deemed quite considerate. Yanyan was his first, genuinely serious girlfriend. Previously, the women he had been involved with could only be referred to as mistresses. The distinction lay in the nature of his intimacy with them. When he was with them, it was solely for the sake of physical pleasure. In contrast, his intimacy with Yanyan was motivated by a desire for her companionship. Occasionally, Yanyan would gaze at her, pondering the nuances of this difference. Ultimately, he concluded that it was a reflection of his advancing age. Once a person begins to age, even those who once lived recklessly and without restraint start to entertain notions of stability. A pivotal aspect of this contemplation is the desire to marry. Yanyan's earnest pursuit of a girlfriend stemmed from Yanyan's serious declaration that she could not accept a frivolous relationship, which unexpectedly ignited in him the thought of marriage. After cohabiting, Yanyan closely observed the monotony of Yanyan's life. "Aren't you bored?" he inquired, puzzled. To him, her life appeared exceedingly dull. After becoming his girlfriend, Yanyan ceased her work. As her boyfriend, Yanyan could not allow her to worry about financial matters. On the very day she moved in, he bestowed upon her a card and informed her that there was cash in the safe of the small study. In the small study, there resided a modest safe, for which Yanyan had divulged the combination. Yanyan unceremoniously opened it, revealing a substantial sum of cash, several $100,000. All in notes. Yanyan recognized the necessity for patience. Thus, she embarked on the initial phase of her strategy to win over Yao Chun. The treasures she sought could only be acquired gradually, through earning his trust and esteem. There was no need for haste. Within these realms, time seemed to hold little significance. Even if she were to grow old in this world, upon transitioning to the next, she would once again be a youthful and radiant woman, would she not? As long as Leo did not emerge to hasten her progress. It was precisely this understanding of time that allowed Han Yanyan to lead the life she desired with an air of tranquility. As a student, Han Yanyan lacked the formidable physical prowess of her apocalyptic counterpart, nor did she possess the elite education and business acumen of her aristocratic self. Yet, she remained ensconced in academia, her mind sharp and alert, with a remarkable capacity for learning, truly a prodigy. On numerous occasions, she had contemplated recharging her intellect and acquiring new knowledge, but distractions from daily life and her own inertia had led her to procrastinate, causing time to slip away. Now, liberated from the burdens of survival, she found herself endowed with time, energy, and mental clarity, a most fortunate circumstance. Her desk was strewn with books, several stacked high. Han Yanyan rested her chin on one hand while twirling a pen with the other. After relocating, she had acquired a few sets of loungewear, characterized by soft, understated hues that exuded elegance rather than seduction, yet appeared exceptionally clean and comfortable. She radiated an aura of cleanliness and ease. In the household dwelled a woman who, despite her presence, brought only a modicum of comfort. Yet, Han Yanyan remained confined within the four walls, eschewing social interactions, leading a life so monotonous it was almost unbearable. Yao Chun struggled to fathom such an existence. He was a man who thrived amidst the clamor and vibrancy of life. The cacophony of revelry was his accustomed milieu. Han Yanyan, on the other hand, lived in a state of serene stillness. Recognizing the need for change, Yao Chun endeavored to coax her outdoors. Being in Yao Chun's company inevitably meant engaging with the trio known as the Three Tigers. It soon became apparent to Yao Chun that Han Yanyan found it impossible to integrate with this boisterous group of brothers. Unlike Emily or Ying, she could not perch upon the lap of one of the tigers, sharing toasts with playful banter, nor could she simply laugh off their advances with a teasing touch. Han Yanyan's demeanor was inherently incompatible with their raucous nature. The Three Tigers, accustomed to mingling with princesses, lacked an understanding of what it meant to respect a woman. They would often indulge in lewd banter, oblivious to Han Yanyan's presence, and would never refrain from inviting a princess to join them in their revelries simply because she was there. Observing Han Yanyan sip her drink with downcast eyes and an air of detachment, Yao Chun realized he had erred. A genuine girlfriend should not be subjected to the discomfort of being present during such crude exchanges among men. The mere thought of her mingling with women of questionable virtue unsettled him. Thus, he later told Han Yanyan that if she disliked the company of the Three Tigers, she need not accompany him in the future. Yet, he felt a twinge of reluctance at the prospect of her relief. If she exhibited such an attitude, it would indicate a deep-seated disdain for the Three Tigers and their ilk. Regardless of whether he acknowledges it or not, he shares an identical background with San Hu and the other brothers. He is reluctant for Han Yanyan to look down upon him. Fortunately, she does not. She casually replies, as though it were the most trivial matter. On the contrary, Yao Chun breathes a sigh of relief. What could she be so engrossed in? He approaches, lifts her book, glances at it, and immediately feels a headache. Yao Chun is truly a lackluster scholar. Han Yanyan bursts into laughter. San Hu privately mocks Han Yanyan for being dull and uninteresting, which earns him a couple of kicks from Yao Chun when he finds out. Yet, Yao Chun does not feel compelled to explain. When Han Yanyan is alone with him, she is anything but tedious, and the word uninteresting does not apply at all. This enchantress, when unleashed in bed, can only be tamed by him. In truth, it is not that I want you to mingle with them. I merely worry that you might grow weary from your incessant studying at home. Yao Chun explains as he sits down with Han Yanyan in the large armchair. But if I were residing at school, I would be in the library at this hour, studying, she retorts, poking his forehead with her delicate fingers. Silly. I am a student. My classmates who live on campus hardly ever leave. They are perpetually engrossed in their studies. What else would we students do if not study? Indulge in the revelry like you? That is indeed true, Yao Chun concedes. Furthermore, the fact that Han Yanyan remains at home so diligently and honestly is rather reassuring. This enchantress, who typically appears so unassuming, seems remarkably virtuous. However, should she wish to entice a man, it would undoubtedly be a matter of mere moments. It is quite agreeable that she chooses to study earnestly and stay at home with integrity. As soon as this thought crossed his mind, Han Yanyan inquired, Yao Chun, if we were to part ways, would you provide me with a generous severance fee? She emphasized the word generous with particular intensity. Yao Chun felt somewhat fatigued. He had shared intimate moments with 18-year-old princesses without sensing any generational gap. Yet, Han Yanyan's erratic thought processes evoked an unwelcome self-doubt within him. Was he truly aging? He found it impossible to keep pace with her. What was she even contemplating? He pinched her cheeks playfully, asking, do you not wish for something good to come from us? Han Yanyan freed her face from his grasp, tenderly rubbing it, and replied, I am a bit concerned. Yao Chun queried, concerned about what? With exaggerated gestures, she indicated the magnitude of her notion of generous. Yet, her eyes remained clear, devoid of any avaricious calculations. Yao Chun smirked, you seem quite lucid in your thoughts, but… He placed her atop the desk, began to unbuckle his belt, and grinned. If you truly desire it, I could give you 200 million right now. The rogue engaged Han Yanyan in a discussion about a project worth 200 million at the desk. Meanwhile, he contemplated cultivating her dependency. Ensuring she could not bear to be without him, this indeed seemed a promising path. After their physical endeavors concluded, Yao Chun held Han Yanyan close as they nestled together in a large leather chair. Only then did Han Yanyan broach a serious topic. Actually, with the new semester, campus recruitment has begun, and my classmates are starting to seek employment, she stated. I was considering that if you were willing to support me indefinitely, I would refrain from job hunting for now and instead pursue further studies. Yao Chun immediately expressed his support. Don't overthink it. I will undoubtedly take care of you. Focus on your studies. What need does my woman have for employment? Despite being academically challenged himself, Yao Chun fervently encouraged Han Yanyan to pursue her education. Concentrate on your studies and aspire to attain a doctorate, he urged. Han Yanyan was acutely aware of Yao Chun's cautious nature. She grasped the intricacies of his character with remarkable accuracy. Yao Chun was a man of vigilance, harboring a strong sense of mistrust. After several months together, Han Yanyan had yet to uncover any truly valuable insights about him. She prepared herself for a protracted effort to win him over. First, enhancing her own appeal by cultivating an image of an intellectual goddess, an unattainable beauty. Have you read all these books? Han Yanyan inquired, as they found themselves in Yao Chun's study. The room boasted a spacious desk and an entire wall lined with bookshelves, brimming with volumes that exuded an impressive aura. Prompting her question, Yao Chun maintained a stoic demeanor, responding, I have, but under Han Yanyan's scrutinizing gaze. His eyes flickered momentarily before he elongated his reply with a drawn-out, some of them. That's more like it. Well, those hefty tomes up there are merely for show, he conceded, yet stubbornly continued. But I assure you, I have genuinely read the books in this section and that section. Han Yanyan gazed at the densely lined spines of books, her expression gradually becoming inscrutable. What's wrong? Hey. Yao Chun waved his hand in front of her face. Han Yanyan grasped his hand and said, do me a favor. Please grab 2 random books for me. Yao Chun, filled with suspicion, inquired, why? Just go. Han Yanyan urged him. Yao Chun, doubting her intentions, deliberately picked 2 books he was well acquainted with. As Han Yanyan caressed the covers of the books, she asked him, do you know how to discern whether this moment is reality or merely a dream? Yao Chun responded, his tone rising in curiosity. How can you be certain that being with me now is real? Perhaps you are actually a 15-year-old middle school student from the next class who, after lunch, glimpsed me passing by outside the window and dozed off at your desk, dreaming that you are a formidable underworld boss, transforming me into your girlfriend. Han Yanyan spoke with utmost seriousness. Yao Chun could hardly contain his laughter, remarking, well, that sounds like quite a delightful dream. One might even call it a spring dream. He then asked, so what are you planning to do now? After a moment of contemplation, Han Yanyan replied, I learned a method from a film to determine whether one is in a dream or in reality. She tapped the 2 books and continued, choose any 2 books and open to any page. If this is a dream, your mind, in an unawakened state, can only provide limited coherent information. No matter which book you open, the content will invariably remain the same. Yao Chun, please help me try this method, she said. Yao Chun inquired, why don't you give it a go? Don't you read every day? Han Yanyan chuckled and replied, because I am acutely aware that I am not dreaming. Yet I cannot ascertain whether you are. She thrust a book into Yao Chan's hands, urging him to hurry. Yao Chun, feeling disgruntled, retorted, Why am I the one dreaming? Nevertheless, he opened the book and began to read aloud. It had been quite some time since he had shared a reading with anyone, the last being in high school. Clearing his throat, he recited, "At this moment, there were those within the gang who were dissatisfied with his actions. These individuals secretly conspired to unseat him from his position." "Switch to this one," Yanyan interjected, handing him another book. Yao Chan casually flipped to a page, glanced at it, and chuckled, reading. This entrepreneurial failure doused him with cold water, awakening him from the fervor of his previous successes. Yet fortunately, the failure brought him not only immense debt, but also profound reflection and invaluable experience. "Just look, who is dreaming now?" He playfully tapped her on the head with the book. Yanyan grasped his arm, concealing her intricate emotions behind a smile, and shifted the conversation by asking, "What kind of books are these?" "Both are biographies. One chronicles the journey from grassroots to tycoon. The individual is still alive and currently ranks as the wealthiest on a certain list. The other tells the story of a former gangster turned congressman who passed away 70 years ago and is regarded as a legendary historical figure." Yanyan flipped through the latter book, exclaiming with wonder. Before casting a glance at Yao Chen chuckled, extracting the book from her grasp and playfully tapping her head. "Oh, what a no!" he exclaimed. He pursed his lips, explaining, "He is the idol of all those entrenched in the underworld. When I was a subordinate, I thoroughly devoured this book. This is already an unknown edition I've purchased. Do you wish to follow in his footsteps?" Yanyan inquired. "Who wouldn't?" Yao Chen retorted. "I refuse to believe he is the only one capable of achieving this. Why should he be able to succeed where I cannot? What makes him so special?" He continued, "What's the big deal about being a counselor? I've dealt with counselors in K-City, and they are hardly paragons of virtue. His hands are not necessarily cleaner than mine. If such individuals can ascend to those positions, why can't I? I'm not concerned with whether you can become one of those notable figures in television news." Yanyan said, gently tucking his hair behind his ear. "I simply hope you can sever ties with your current dealings." Leaning against the desk, Yao Chen pressed his hands on the edge, effectively trapping her in front of him as he gazed down at her. "You don't like it?" Yanyan softly replied. "It's not about whether I like it or not. You engage in such business, and the police monitor you daily. I am frightened." In truth, she had no reason to fear. She was neither privy to Yao Chen's undertakings nor involved in them. Even if he were to fall into the clutches of the police, she would not be implicated. So what was she truly afraid of? Was it the thought of him getting into trouble? Yao Chen felt a sense of unease wash over him. He had originally lived freely, unencumbered by concerns. Thus, he had been fiercer and more ruthless than others. Yet now, this enchanting creature had shackled his heart, leaving him with a sensation of restraint, as if he were unable to fully extend himself in his endeavors. Yao Chen was acutely aware that this was profoundly wrong. Yet, as he gazed down at Yanyan, the depth of her dark, luminous eyes reflected his own image. Her emotions were subdued, always tempered. Even her concern for him was delivered with a gentle nonchalance. However, this understated worry stirred a soft yet tumultuous feeling within him. Driven by an irresistible impulse, Yao Chen leaned down to capture her delicate pink lips. They were fragrant, soft, and warm. Her tongue danced playfully, while her petite frame seemed almost fragile, inviting him to envelop her within his very being. This kiss was not marked by a desperate urgency or invasive fervor. Rather, it was tender and soothing, imbued with a hint of the tentative timidity of first love. It was the first time he had kissed her in such a manner. Had he changed, or had his heart transformed? Regardless of the answer, it signified a small yet significant step for her. "Focus on your studies and your books, and refrain from overthinking," Yao Chen said, releasing her and gently caressing the nape of her slender neck. "Aim for your master's or doctorate. Give me some face. As for my matters, do not fret." He paused, speaking with a tone of confidence and arrogance, adding, "The police cannot bring me down." Yanyan responded with a soft leaning weakly against his chest. However, the pursuit of him was not solely in the hands of the police. There was also me. Yanyan primarily used her card for daily expenses, occasionally resorting to cash, while Yao Chen favored cash transactions. The cash in the small safe within the study was available for her use. Such trivial cases were merely a means to meet year-end performance metrics, akin to the level of those engaged in falsifying documents. Jiang Yi, accompanied by his associates, managed to capture several sales reports in K-City. Due to the necessity of cross-provincial sourcing, he refrained from pursuing the matter further. However, he had previously expressed admiration for the quality of the listening devices, despite being replicas. They truly achieved a level of professional craftsmanship, showcasing commendable quality. Transactions were conducted in cash, leaving no trace behind. The items were sent to a collection point at the school. Upon receiving them, Han Yanyan strategically placed the listening devices wherever she deemed necessary. She also acquired an anonymous phone number and installed voice modulation software on her old mobile phone to contact Jiang Yi. If you are interested in Yao Chun, you might consider searching in Qing Bay. You may find something of value, she suggested. Jiang Yi inquired, "Who are you?" Han Yanyan replied, "I am someone who wishes to see him brought to justice, just like you." She further cautioned him, "Regardless of whether you succeed in your search, do not let Yao Chun perceive my presence." With that, she terminated the call. Jiang Yi checked the number, discovering it was untraceable and devoid of leads. Yet, this individual had explicitly mentioned Yao Chun, a thorn in Jiang Yi's side. His singular focus was to eradicate this malignant tumor from K-City. He requested funding and enlisted the services of professional divers to scour Qing Bay. This area is a wild river bay of considerable size. After 3 days of searching, just as Jiang Yi was on the verge of despair, a significant discovery was made. Over a dozen burlap sacks were retrieved from the depths, each filled with lead weights to ensure they would not float. The corpses exhibited varying degrees of decomposition. Forensic analysis revealed that the most recent death occurred within the past year, while some had been deceased for over a decade. Fortunately, a decade ago, the nation initiated a genetic profiling project, which compared DNA databases to ascertain the identities of the majority of the deceased. Unexpectedly, these individuals were absent from the missing persons list. They had vanished without a trace, and no one had reported their disappearances. These were not individuals of reputable standing. Most had affiliations with the underworld. Their absence went unnoticed, akin to mice disappearing into the sewers, with no one to care. And those who did would not dare to alert the authorities. With a clear objective in mind, Jiang Yi swiftly unraveled the connections between these individuals and Yao Chun. Most had once been his adversaries, while a few had even been his subordinates, likely traitors purged. Among them was a long-lost friend Jiang Yi had been searching for over the years, a police officer who had gone undercover and subsequently vanished without a trace. This was the reason Jiang Yi clung tenaciously to Yao Chun. Upholding his promise, Jiang Yi refrained from revealing Han Yanyan's existence. News reports claimed that a group of diving enthusiasts had stumbled upon the discovery. As Yao Chun embraced Han Yan on the sofa, he caught sight of this news and let out a disdainful click of his tongue. Han Yan gazed up at him from his arms. The man bore a mocking, malevolent smile. Perhaps some women found such traits alluring and were drawn to them. Indeed, a man's ruthlessness, coldness, cruelty, and even his insidiousness could occasionally carry an unsettling charm. This allure could lead the captivated woman to overlook or diminish the injustices perpetrated by the man. Han Yan glanced at the news for merely a moment before losing interest, lowering her head as she reclined in Yao Chun's embrace, returning to her book. The volume she held was the biography of the legendary figure that Yao Chun had once voraciously read through several copies. This remarkable historical figure, born into humble beginnings as a porter, later navigated the underworld, eventually rising to prominence as a formidable force. He once spearheaded a campaign against the insidious encroachment of foreign drugs upon the nation and its people, and during tumultuous times, he rallied 3,000 supporters to resist foreign aggression. His legendary life culminated brilliantly in his position as a legislator, concluding 70 years ago. In that era, the underworld was guided by principles of righteousness, and the leaders were filled with passionate zeal. However, as time has passed, the world has changed, and the hearts of the people have grown cold. The body retrieved from Clearwater Bay merely attests to Yao Chun's malevolence. Yet it does not substantiate his guilt without evidence. For Yao Chun, this incident bears no consequence. It simply necessitates that he find another location for the disposal of the body. The police have installed numerous surveillance cameras around Clearwater Bay, incorporating it into the city's monitoring network. Jiang Yi laid his friend's remains to rest and vowed at the gravesite to bring Yao Chun to justice. He attempted to contact the mysterious individual, only to find the phone perpetually turned off. He understood that unless that person reached out, he would have no means of communication. He could only hope to receive another call, providing him with further information to secure compelling evidence. Regrettably, that call never came. The number lay dormant in his contacts, never to ring again. Han Yanyan's life alongside Yao Chun was exceedingly tranquil and serene. She devoted herself to her studies during school hours and continued to study after classes. While most of her classmates sought employment, a select few, like her, diligently prepared for postgraduate entrance examinations. The classmates vaguely discerned that Han Yanyan had acquired a wealthy boyfriend this year, being chauffeured to and from school in various luxurious vehicles. Sometimes a sports car, other times an extravagant limousine. On occasions when her companion could not personally attend, a driver would be dispatched to collect her. Han Yanyan's attire and demeanor had transformed markedly. The once unassuming girl now exuded an air of noble elegance, having ascended to the status of a goddess. The boys lamented the drastic changes they observed as graduation approached, noting that the girls had seemingly abandoned their simplicity in favor of materialism. Although Han Yanyan struggled to find common ground with individuals like San Hu, she thrived in different social spheres. In formal business settings, Yao Chen would often invite Han Yanyan as his companion. Initially, he intended for her to serve merely as a decorative presence, her beauty and grace lending him prestige. To his surprise, Han Yanyan appeared to be a natural in such environments. In the opulent private rooms, she would quietly lower her gaze, yet in more formal gatherings, she listened intently, interjecting thoughtfully and adeptly, her contributions always relevant and compelling. She did not resemble a student yet to embark on her professional journey. Rather, she seemed like a seasoned veteran with years of business acumen. After all, Miss Han had been groomed through elite education, having accompanied her father to meetings as a young girl, and by the age of 18, she had already gained hands-on experience across various departments within the conglomerate. Yao Chen was thoroughly astonished and delighted. Han Yanyan felt a flutter in her heart, steadied her resolve, and declined his invitation. "I am currently overwhelmed with revision. Let us reconvene after the entrance examinations." If this were the first world, she would undoubtedly be eager to rush to his side, impatient to fulfill her mission. However, after traversing 2 worlds, Han Yanyan feels that these experiences have tempered her. Her heart is no longer so restless, and her emotions have become less intense. In this routine, she studies her lessons, while Yao Chun earns his income. Each day, she carves out time to exercise at the gym. Often, she finds herself watching the activity in the combat zone, observing the trajectories of those throwing punches, mentally defeating them time and again. Yet, she has never truly stepped inside that arena. In this world, a female student like Han Yanyan should possess no martial prowess. At most, she engages in throwing knives. In Yao Chen's basement, there is a target. His knives, each sharper than the last, receive hours of meticulous sharpening when he has leisure time. The power of these flying knives far exceeds what one might typically imagine. Han Yanyan throws with restrained force, ensuring that the blade strikes the target firmly without falling. Yao Chen's knives are exceptional, always finding their mark in the bullseye, without a single miss. He teaches her with patience, hand in hand. Perhaps due to her past training in the apocalyptic world, Han Yanyan grasps the technique swiftly. Yao Chen often feels that Han Yanyan is a woman crafted solely for him. With just a little refinement, he continually discovers new brilliance within her. By the end of the year, Han Yanyan faced the pressure of examinations. Yao Chen remarked, "Now, you can finally relax." Han Yanyan smiled and replied, "It is merely temporary. True relief comes only with failure. Otherwise, I must prepare for a retake." The burdens of memorization and examinations have always been a source of discomfort for Yao Chen. It was a rare sight to witness such an expression on his face, which elicited uncontrollable laughter from Han Yanyan. However, the results would not be announced until after the new year, and there were still at least 3 months before the retest. "I can afford to relax a little," she remarked. "That sounds good," Yao Chen replied. He took her on a journey abroad, exploring both mountains and oceans, embodying the essence of true companionship. Yet, they left behind few photographs. Yao Chen consistently shunned the camera, and Han Yanyan had never considered capturing their moments together. The laughter and intimacy shared at those heights and depths were but shadows etched in Yao Chen's heart. Upon returning home after the new year, the results were released in January, revealing that Han Yanyan had passed. She would face the retest at the end of March. Back to the grind, she lamented. Yao Chen, however, was overjoyed and wished to host a celebration in her honor. Han Yanyan, exasperated, raised her hand to halt him. "There is still the retest." "All right then, we shall celebrate after you pass," Yu Chen conceded. Yet he still purchased exquisite jewelry as a reward for her. Han Yanyan tucked the jewelry away in her jewelry box, seldom wearing it. Noticing this, Yao Chen felt a sense of disinterest creeping in. He had always indulged her with clothing, bags, shoes, and cosmetics, common tactics to please a woman. Though somewhat cliché, The vast majority of women would succumb to such material offerings. Yet, at this moment, Yao Chen suddenly realized that he had never truly discerned what Han Yin genuinely cherished. Feeling overwhelmed, he retreated to take a shower. Allowing Han Yin to finally unlock her screen, switch off the foreign language audio, and close the monitoring software. Amidst the cacophony of incessant surveillance, the majority of gathered information remains futile. Nevertheless, one occasionally stumbles upon a nugget of significance. After a protracted wait of over 6 months, Jiang Yi nearly forgot the elusive phone number, which suddenly illuminated his mobile device once more. This time, the police had executed a precise operation, dismantling an underground casino run by Yao Chen. Life in the underworld is fraught with ebbs and flows, while Yao Chen was not one to shy away from losses. The police's astute maneuver left him and his associates seething with frustration. Ordinary men, after a few drinks, can easily succumb to madness. Thus, one can only imagine the volatility of those with blood on their hands. San, who dragged a young woman to the sofa, subjecting her to a harrowing ordeal that echoed with her anguished cries. Yao Chen, initially lost in contemplation regarding how the police had acquired their intelligence, found his thoughts disrupted by the woman's desperate wails. Casting a glance at the distressing scene on the sofa, a wave of revulsion washed over him. The sound of the door closing roused Han Yanyan, who had dozed off on the sofa. Groggy, she rose, her books tumbling to the floor. With her upcoming retest looming, she had been diligently reviewing her studies. Rubbing her eyes and slipping into her slippers, she approached him. Her hair appeared tousled, and her nightwear looked soft and inviting, exuding an air of comfort. He could not discern to whom he truly belonged, or which presence he favored more. She stepped forward to assist him in shedding his attire, revealing half a lipstick stain on the collar of his suit. While Yao Chen observed this clearly, Han Yin feigned ignorance. The other half, he surmised, must be on the collar of his shirt, an unseen blemish that Han Yin likely noticed. Yet, she seemed oblivious. Covering her mouth as she yawned and declared, "I am utterly exhausted. I shall retire for the night. You should also rest early." With that, she turned and prepared to depart. Uncertain whether it was the affairs of the casino or the effects of excessive alcohol, Yao Chen suddenly found himself consumed by anger. "Han Yin, are you blind? Can't you see this?" he exclaimed, gesturing toward the spot on his collar where lipstick should have been. Initially taken aback, Han Yanyan's expression then dulled as she replied nonchalantly, "So what if I saw it? Haven't you always been like this?" Yao Chen felt utterly exasperated by her apathetic demeanor. "Always like this, and you never even ask?" His frustration deepened. "You truly don't care about me, do you?" With her dark eyes fixed on him, Han Yanyan gently inquired. "If I were to ask, would it change anything?" Yao Chen was rendered speechless. Even though he was with Han Yanyan, he continued to indulge in a life of revelry. Occasionally, his back bore the marks of passion from other women, yet Han Yanyan had never questioned him about it. Previously, he found this lack of inquiry liberating. But now it filled him with ire. He had finally grown weary of her indifference, feeling both annoyed and disgusted. He yearned to see her laugh heartily, cry passionately, and express genuine anger. He recalled a time when he had attempted to force himself upon her. She had wept uncontrollably, kicking and biting in her resistance. In those early days, she had shown him anger and defiance, but that had long since faded. Since she had become his, that fire had extinguished. Han Yanyan extricated herself from his grasp, saying coolly, "You're drunk. You should go to bed early," before turning to ascend the stairs. Yao Chen stared at her slender figure, a surge of malice welling within him. He recognized that he, too, shared the same darkness as the three tigers, destined to harm a princess. They had once shared a bond forged through blood and peril. How could they claim to be brothers when their temperaments clashed so starkly? Yao Chen unfastened the buttons of his shirt and ascended the staircase. He swept Han Yanyan off her feet, carrying her into the bedroom and casting her onto the bed. As he forcefully breached her unprepared body, Han Yanyan let out a piercing scream, for the pain was unbearable. Yet, after that single cry, she seemed to fall into a silence, her voice extinguished. "Why do you not weep? Why do you not scream? Cry out." Yao Chen gasped, his grip on her body transitioning from tenderness to something akin to torment. Han Yanyan gasped for breath, yet tears did not flow. What purpose would they serve? Her voice trembled. "You simply wish to inflict harm upon me." A sigh laced her words, as if she had awaited this day for an eternity. Yao Chen froze, and then, like an army in retreat, he succumbed to a disgraceful defeat. The following morning, Yao Chen awoke on the sofa in the living room. As the effects of the alcohol wore off, he felt a lingering dizziness and could not recall how he ended up on the sofa. Suddenly, the memories of his treatment of Han Yanyan from the previous night flooded back, sending a wave of panic coursing through him. He hurried upstairs. The bedroom was empty, but he could hear the sound of water from the bathroom. Pushing the door open, he found Han Yanyan in the shower, her eyes closed as she rinsed her hair. Yao Chen watched her for a moment, and as she finished and pulled open the shower door to grab a towel, her gaze met his, her eyes reflecting the faint redness of his hangover. Han Yanyan paused momentarily, picked up a towel to dry her body, and donned a bathrobe before proceeding to the mirror to apply her skincare products. Throughout this process, Yao Chen's gaze remained fixed upon her form. After she finished applying the cream and lifted her eyes, she caught sight of Yao Chen standing behind her, reflected in the glass. He reached out, pulling the bathrobe aside, letting it slip down to her elbows, the mirror clearly revealing her body. Large bruises adorned her chest, a testament to the force he had exerted and the treatment she had endured the previous night. Yao Chen, fixated on the marks, inquired, Han Yanyan, "Why are you with me?" Han Yanyan replied, "The truth?" Yao Chen gritted his teeth, insisting, "The truth." With a resigned smile, Han Yanyan responded, "Because I simply cannot escape you." Yao Chen's expression resembled one who had been struck. Han Yanyan was merely an ordinary student in K-City, lacking any notable background. She was even financially strained, working tirelessly to support her studies. Yao Chen had set his sights on her, revealing an intent that was impossible to resist. How could she possibly elude his grasp? Her association with him was not born from admiration or affection, but rather from a pragmatic acceptance of her circumstances, a means to avert further humiliation and harm. Such a simple truth, Yao Chen pondered. How had he failed to comprehend it? Thus, her demeanor remained perpetually subdued. Her indifference bred no sorrow. How could someone as astute as he overlook the protective facade she had constructed? Even if she chose to submit to him and became his woman, did she not deep down believe that he would eventually harm her? Yao Chen felt a sense of indignation, yet found himself unable to articulate it, for indeed, he had approached her last night with malice, eager to witness her tears, her struggles, her resistance, wishing to extract the authentic emotions concealed within her heart. He had never anticipated that her genuine feelings would be beyond his capacity to bear. Yao Chen felt so disheveled that he dared not meet her gaze in the mirror. "Yao Chen, will you strike me?" Han Yanyan gently inquired. Yao Chen's eyes shot up. The reflection of Han Yanyan in the mirror appeared frail and delicate, stripped of her protective facade. She was so vulnerable. She ensnared him unknowingly, binding him to her. Yet, this very self of hers lived in constant fear, dreading his potential harm. Overwhelmed by rage, Yao Chen lowered his head and bit down on her shoulder. Pain flickered across Han Yanyan's face. Yao Chen's bite was fierce, drawing blood. The bright red blood trickled down her shoulder to her chest, mingling with the bruises, creating a ghastly tableau. Han Yanyan beheld the man hunched over her shoulder in the mirror, akin to a vampire in his first embrace. She understood that this moment was crucial for both Yao Chen and herself. She clenched her jaw tightly to endure the pain. The essence of conquering the heart lies in stirring emotions. When one's heart is moved, that person becomes yours. Yao Chen lifted his head, his lips still stained with her blood. A man so masculine could indeed be described as resplendent. His gaze became clearer, his mind unclouded. He pulled her bathrobe up to apply pressure to her wound. The white fabric absorbed the crimson, resembling blooming red plums. Yao Chen vowed, "This is the last time. From now on, I shall not lay a finger on you. I would never lay a hand on a woman, rest assured." He held her closely, whispering in her ear, "My father beat my mother to death. Can you guess where he is now?" Han Yanyan felt a wave of unease and inquired, "Where?" "At Qinghebei." Yao Chen breathed out the familiar name, his warm breath brushing against her earlobe and cheek, sending a chill down her spine. "Oh, and now he is in the morgue of the police station." Yao Chen suddenly recalled, having died young, he was absorbed into the gene bank, his identity untraceable and unclaimed. "Leo, what kind of person have you brought me?" Just as a cold thought crossed her mind, she heard Yao Chen say, "Yanyan, let us marry." Yao Chen was never the type to express love in comforting terms, and even Han Yanyan understood that she could not escape his grasp. Once Yao Chen made up his mind to seize something, he would do so thoroughly. Han Yanyan was the first soft presence entwined around his heart in over 30 years. A woman he could not let go of. Thus, he decided to marry her. He had committed numerous unlawful acts in his lifetime. This time, he chose to marry legally. Naturally, Han Yanyan had no demands. However, after a moment's thought, She intentionally made things difficult for the wedding planning company, then approached Yao Chun to voice her complaints. Yao Chun was delighted, significantly increasing the budget to ensure the wedding planners met her every requirement. Yao Chun's worldview posits that a woman, even if initially reluctant, can be nurtured and cherished to the point of genuine affection and loyalty. He firmly believes that Han Yanyan will come to embody this belief. Progress has advanced significantly, and Han Yanyan feels a sense of elation. She approaches her graduate school entrance examination with a remarkably relaxed demeanor. Her decision to diligently pursue further education in this realm stems from the realization that she can retain the memories and knowledge she possesses from her previous worlds. Although she is not engaged in commerce, she possesses the business acumen of the esteemed Miss Han, while she has never handled a firearm. She has acquired an understanding of gun mechanics and shooting techniques through her experiences as a policewoman. The martial arts and knife skills she honed during catastrophic times have been validated in her previous worlds and seamlessly continue to persist. The only aspect she cannot inherit is her physical form, as each transition to a new world brings forth a new body. The student, Han Yanyan, previously suffered from a lack of physical conditioning, resulting in her current physique being significantly inferior to her prior selves. However, through gradual exercise, she has begun to cultivate her body. Consequently, in every world she inhabits, Han Yanyan approaches her studies with utmost seriousness. The knowledge she acquires will not remain in these worlds. It will truly become an integral part of her being. Yet, she has pondered this matter on multiple occasions. If a builder continuously traverses this so-called fast travel world, incessantly learning and training, considering the limitless nature of time, one can envision that, after countless worlds, the builder could theoretically become extraordinarily powerful. This raises an essential question. Would Leo permit such a situation to unfold? Regardless of whether Leo's existence is rooted in science fiction or fantasy, one must ponder whether the builder can traverse various realms to acquire strength and master certain skills or abilities, ultimately liberating themselves from Leo's grasp. Theoretically, this notion is entirely feasible. However, in reality, Leo continues to hold dominion. He has claimed the demise of 3 builders already. Han Yanyan must suppress the fiery resolve within her, diligently and earnestly fulfilling the tasks assigned in this world. By early May, the final results were announced, and Han Yanyan was accepted into the graduate program at S University. Yao Chen celebrated extravagantly at Jinhao, distributing a plethora of red envelopes. The trio, San Hu and his companions, erupted in raucous cheer, lacking any sense of decorum. Yao Chun, however, did not indulge them. He intervened whenever their antics became excessive, safeguarding Han Yanyan. As she was soon to become Yao Chen's wife, he adopted a protective stance, and regardless of their inner thoughts, everyone outwardly supported Han Yanyan. The party room was filled with smoke and chaos. Seizing the opportunity while the men were preoccupied with games and drinks, Han Yanyan quietly slipped outside for a breath of fresh air. Yanyan, I hear your wedding is set for August? Congratulations. She encountered her former supervisor from her previous job. He remained in the same position, unchanged after more than a year. Earlier, he had joined the revelry in the party room, attempting to grab a red envelope. But the crowd had been too dense for them to converse. It had been quite some time since Han Yanyan last visited Jinhao. They reminisced in the corridor. Her supervisor had always treated her with care, and Han Yanyan's demeanor remained unchanged, not elevated by her impending status as Mrs. Yao. The way she spoke to him evoked the sensation that he was still that hard-working foreman, while she remained the young worker under his guidance, striving to earn her tuition. The foreman relaxed, shedding the slight pretense he had previously maintained, and regarded her once more as the inexperienced little sister she once was. Have they truly quarreled too fiercely? He inquired, his expression conveying an understanding. Han Yanyan merely scoffed, replying, a dog cannot change its nature. Such individuals will remain at their current level for a lifetime. As Yin Chen ascends, they remain stagnant. Mark my words, those lacking ambition will inevitably be left behind. She continued, do they genuinely believe that a mere bond of brotherhood can sustain them for eternity? Sister-in-law, sister-in-law, President Yao is looking for you. Little Yang emerged from the party room, calling out to Han Yanyan. Having associated with Yin Shun for nearly 2 years, Little Yang had finally reached the level of being allowed into the private room. Secrets that one wishes to keep should be held closely and never uttered. Once spoken, they cease to be secrets. Similarly, disparaging remarks made behind someone's back will ultimately come to light. Han Yanyan intentionally let slip such comments, and indeed, they reached the ears of the three tigers. The three tigers were not oblivious to Yan Chen's transformation. However, they found themselves unable to partake in his legitimate business ventures. Previously, Yan Chen had entrusted the three tigers and another close comrade with managing his enterprises. The three tigers oversaw a cultural and film company, investing in a production that, judging by its cast, was bound to reap substantial profits. Yet, the three tigers fell into scandal when one of them forcefully took advantage of an actress, creating quite a stir, and it was ultimately Yan Chen who had to clean up the mess. These individuals initially approached the venture with great enthusiasm, only to return disheartened, feeling that the constraints of legitimate business were overly numerous and stifling, rendering it uninteresting. The allure of the underworld, where one could engage in violence, compete fiercely, and outsmart the police, seemed far more enticing. The profits from illicit activities were astonishing, adding to the thrill of the game. It was during this time that Yanyan first crossed paths with Yao Chen, probing him with a few principles of business management in room 812. Yao Chen absorbed her words, becoming emotionally invested. Yanyan was not merely Yao Chen's confidant. She was poised to become a sister-in-law to them all. Did her words reflect Yao Chen's sentiments? Had he begun to disdain his brothers, contemplating a future without them? Yanyan deftly inserted this thorn between Yao Chen and his closest allies. In August, a grand and extravagant wedding unfolded, with Yanyan donning a white wedding gown as she walked down the aisle. This time, there was no earth-shattering upheaval, nor a collapse of the world. Yanyan became Yao Chen's lawful wife. Upon their union, he proclaimed, "What is mine is yours," reminiscent of a sovereign declaring, "This realm I have conquered is yours." Yet, in reality, although Yanyan could wield the card freely, access the cash in the safe, and purchase any extravagant jewelry she desired, Yao Chen never granted her control over any assets. She could only indulge in his wealth, reliant upon him, confined within his grasp. This man was far too accustomed to wielding control, including over his own wife. Even if he truly adored her to the point of being inseparable, it could not alter his fundamental habit of controlling her life. This was for the best. If he could fully govern her, he could also trust her without hesitation. The performance had been cultivated until now solely for this purpose. The life of a graduate student appeared not much different from that of an undergraduate. In contrast to her busy classmates, Yanyan seemed particularly unhurried, for their aspirations in life diverged significantly. Yanyan said to Yao Chen, "I can allocate some time now. Is there anything I can assist you with?" Yao Chen had previously mentioned tasks he needed help with, but at that time, she had deferred due to her preparations for the entrance examination. Now that she brought it up herself, it was entirely reasonable, and Yao Chen did not need to ponder. He replied, "Sure, just accompany me." He initially appointed her as his secretary, motivated by the desire to have her close by, both reassuring and aesthetically pleasing. And it also lent him a certain prestige when they were out together. Yanyan did not adhere to a strict schedule, dedicating only 2 or 3 days a week to the company. Nevertheless, Yao Chen soon discovered that Yanyan was exceptionally easy to work with. Whatever he could conceive, she could as well. In areas beyond his contemplation, she still had insights. She seemed to possess an innate aptitude for the workplace, leading Yao Chen to believe he had truly unearthed a gem. 6 months later, he conferred upon her the title of financial manager. The dynamic of men executing tasks while women managed finances was a common model in many family-run enterprises. Yanyan began to grasp the intricacies of Yao Chen's finances, subtly discerning some underlying patterns. However, her current authority is not yet substantial, and her access to Yao Chen's business remains limited. She understands that one cannot achieve significant progress all at once. Thus, she remains unhurried, diligently attending school and steadfastly engaging in her tasks. She still lacks an independent social life of her own. Her friends are merely his acquaintances, and the individuals she interacts with are those he deems necessary. This has been her reality from the very beginning, a fact to which Yao Chen has grown accustomed. He has developed a profound sense of ownership over Yanyan, perceiving her as his subordinate, which fosters a sense of reliability and trust. This sentiment constitutes a comfort zone within their relationship. Once Yao Chen enters this sanctuary, he is reluctant to depart from it. At school, Yanyan often dons headphones. Multitasking as she studies while simultaneously eavesdropping has become her routine. She inadvertently overhears Yao Chen's arrangements for a supply order and makes a call to Jiang Yi. The trust established from their previous collaborations means that Jiang Yi does not inquire about her identity. He simply advises her, Please be cautious. Jiang Ye's concern triggers a resurgence of memories from Han Yanyan's past as a police officer. Although her tenure as an officer lasted less than 10 minutes, she has absorbed all of the memories and skills of Officer Han Yanyan. Within her recollections, Officer Han Yanyan and Jiang Yi share a relationship tinged with unspoken affection. They have dined together on 2 occasions, yet never openly acknowledged their feelings. She also recalls numerous colleagues from the police station, united in their relentless battle against crime, occasionally facing the grim realities of life and death. Among them is the passionate young officer, Xiao Yang, with whom Officer Han Yanyan once argued, believing he was unsuitable for undercover work. However, Jiang Yi required a fresh face, so he assigned him to the task. The allure of danger and excitement was undeniably captivating for the young Yang, who had just graduated from the police academy. When he accepted this mission, his eyes sparkled with enthusiasm. "Sister Yin, don't worry. I'm absolutely capable," he assured her. It was Officer Han Yanyan who had chosen him from among several equally qualified graduates to join the police force, and their bond was infused with an unspoken connection. Jiang Ye's tone shifted. "How do you know Yang Jun?" Han Yanyan paused, contemplating for a moment, before abruptly ending the call. She thought it best not to meddle. Once the world crumbles and everything turns to dust, why bother? Yet, the essence of humanity lies in its myriad emotions and desires, in the intricate connections formed with others in this world. Han Yanyan endeavored to maintain clarity of mind and emotional restraint, but ultimately, she could not transcend her humanity. Due to the precise information she provided, Yao Chen's transaction met with disaster, resulting in lost goods and lives. Regrettably, he had ceased to appear personally at such dealings, implementing a second layer of insurance to ensure silence in the event of unforeseen complications. Nevertheless, this represented a significant triumph for the police. The more jubilant the police became, the more discontent Yao Chen felt. He had grown aware of an internal mole's presence, and given his temperament, it was inconceivable that he would continue to tolerate such betrayal. That evening, while Han Yanyan watched the subtitles of a television drama, she simultaneously monitored the listening device through her headphones when an unexpected situation arose. At that moment, Yao Chen was ensconced in his extended luxury vehicle, where Han Yanyan had cleverly concealed the listening device in a discreet location. Suddenly, she heard the sound of a car door opening, followed by the voice of San, who sang, "Big brother, it's this kid." The background noise indicated that Yao Chen had alighted from the vehicle. Fortunately, they had not closed the door and were conversing beside the car. The professional-grade listening device allowed Han Yanyan to discern their conversation with some clarity. "It's this kid. He looks rather timid, yet he possesses such audacity." As Yao Chen's footsteps receded, his voice became indistinct. In the distance, there were some conversations, though they were muffled. However, a sudden scream sent a pang through Han Yanyan's heart. It was Xiao Yang. Aside from the mission target, she could afford to disregard anyone else. "To hell with it." Han Yanyan immediately called Jiang Yi. "Captain Jiang, Xiao Jun has been compromised and is in danger. Locate him at once and initiate a rescue." Jiang Yi, having just finished his evening routine and preparing for bed, was startled by the call. His instinctive response was, "Understood. I'm on it." He quickly slipped on his shoes and dashed out the door, making arrangements over the phone as he ran. It was only when he was behind the wheel, gripping the steering wheel, that he suddenly realized the familiarity in the mysterious informant's tone when addressing him as Captain Jiang. He also recalled that Yang Jun's necklace pendant contained a tracking chip. Even more perplexing was that he referred to Yang Jun as Xiao Jun. Within the police department, there was only one person who called Xiao Yang Xiao Jun, his female subordinate, with whom he shared mutual feelings. They had openly acknowledged their relationship while discreetly engaging with each other, keeping it hidden from their colleagues. It was she who selected Xiao Yang from a group of equally accomplished fresh graduates to join the police force. With this bond, her regard for the young man was anything but ordinary. She did not refer to him as Xiao Yang, but rather as Xiao Jun. Jiang Yi felt a strange sensation. Yet with Yang Jun's life hanging by a thread, he could not afford to dwell on it. Meanwhile, Han Yanyan, having hung up the phone, was equally taken aback. In that fleeting moment, she felt as though she had been possessed by the female officer, Han Yanyan herself. During that brief conversation, her emotional perception, thought processes, and linguistic habits all belonged to the officer. It truly felt as though she was on the brink of a split personality. Han Yanyan tugged at her hair in frustration. Yet suddenly, a thought struck her like a bolt of lightning. She had once suspected that Yao Chen was indeed Ding Yao, only to later question that very suspicion. Now, She pondered the possibility. What if Ding Yao was like her? In a new world, not only possessing a new body, but also a new persona. As the task-bearer, she retained all her memories and was fully aware of her identity. However, even so, she was influenced by her persona, occasionally experiencing moments of dissociation. What then of Ding Yao, who had lost the memories of his previous existence? A person devoid of memory and self would not merely be fragmented. They would likely fully embrace their persona, wouldn't they? But if Yao Chun were merely a persona, how could one guarantee that Ding Yao represented his true self? The greater likelihood was that Ding Yao was simply another construct. These thoughts electrified Han Yanyan's mind, shattering the initial questions and subsequent doubts, slowly coalescing into something tangible, revealing the shadow of the truth. Hey, what is happening? He waved his hand in front of her. Han Yanyan jolted awake, clutching her chest in complaint. You scared me to death. How can you walk so silently? Yao Chun chuckled, his spirits high after uncovering a traitor. He inquired, what were you thinking about? With a sigh, Han Yanyan replied, contemplating life. Her mature tone amused Yao Chun. He playfully pushed her onto the sofa, tugging at the collar of her shirt, saying, come, let us discuss the essence of existence. The dialogue of life unfolded passionately, and afterward, Han Yanyan lay softly against Yao Chen's chest as he lit a post-coital cigarette. As Yao Chen exhaled a plume of white smoke, he glanced down at his petite wife. Her dark, pool-like eyes gazing up at him. Yao Chun, you must have wronged me in a past life. Perhaps you shielded yourself with me in a moment of peril, which is why we crossed paths in this lifetime. She mused, truly a fateful bond. Yao Chun trembled with laughter. You've got it backward. It's you who wronged me in a past life, leading you to fall into my hands in this one. Suddenly, Han Yanyan sprang up, exclaiming, oh, I forgot to serve you the soup I simmered all night. Since becoming a wife, she had taken up the art of soup making. Yao Chun cherished this about her. Indeed, now that they were married, her heart had settled. No matter how reluctant she had once been, she was now willing to live harmoniously with him. As he savored the soup lovingly prepared by Han Yanyan, he felt utterly relaxed. Home is a sanctuary of comfort, and a wife is a source of reassurance. Days later, Han Yanyan finally called Jiang Yi. She was still alive. Jiang Yi remarked that the brain was severely deprived of oxygen, lingering in a comatose state. His tone was heavy, laced with self-reproach. Yang Jun, as his girlfriend and subordinate had predicted, found himself ensnared due to his youth and reckless ambition, coinciding with Yao Chen's purge of internal traitors. Directly caught in the line of fire, Qingshui Bay had fallen under the city's surveillance, and Yao Chen's men, rather than discarding the body there, opted for a remote field in the suburbs, where they buried Yang Jun alive. Jiang Ye's team, utilizing their tracking skills, managed to unearth Yang Jun, who now teetered on the precipice of life and death, with a high probability of brain death. Han Yanyan inquired of Jiang Yi, Captain Jiang, do you trust me? After a moment of silence, Jiang Yi replied, I trust that you, like me, wish to bring Yao Chen to justice. Han Yanyan proposed, then let us collaborate. Thus, an alliance was forged. With Jiang Yi as a partner, their efforts would yield greater results with less exertion. They placed the blame for the leak of this transaction squarely on the shoulders of San Hu. In May of the previous year, Han Yanyan had intentionally instigated discord between San Hu and Yao Chun. This discord not only pierced San Hu but also struck Yao Chun. Whatever San Hu could discern, Yao Chun could undoubtedly ascertain as well. Such suspicions were beyond explanation, only serving to deepen the shadows. Yao Chun could only alleviate his doubts through the continued reliance on San Hu. Yet, he too pondered whether San Hu's suspicions could breed treachery. The suspicion stemming from the other party's doubts is akin to a poison that cannot be eradicated. Jiang Yi is outside while Han Yanyan remains within, both collaborating to release a smokescreen, convincing Yao Chun that the true traitors are in fact the San Hu, with Xiaoyang merely serving as a scapegoat. A confrontation ensues between Yao Chun and San Hu, culminating in internal discord that results in one death and one escape. Yao Chun loses another brother, while San Hu flees, leaving Yao Chun bereft of two crucial allies. Following these events, Yao Chun is not without his own suspicions. He undertakes a thorough purge and investigation, during which he uncovers several listening devices that Han Yanyan had strategically placed. Fortunately, Han Yanyan remains vigilant, swiftly destroying the software and erasing all traces of eavesdropping. However, this incident leads Yao Chun to realize that there remains an internal traitor yet to be unmasked. He harbors doubts about many individuals, Yet he cannot bring himself to suspect Han Yanyan. She is his lawful wife, reliant on him for her very existence. Should he fall, her interests would be the most adversely affected. Logically speaking, she is the least likely to betray him. My listening devices have been discovered by him, for the time being. We cannot proceed with further actions, Han Yanyan confides to Jiang Yi. Jiang Yi, considering her an invaluable ally, advises her, be cautious and do not let him find out. Is there a possibility for us to meet? Han Yanyan smiles and replies, certainly. The day we meet will be the day I have gathered sufficient evidence to bring down Yao Chun. As Yao Chun continues to suffer losses and grows increasingly paranoid, viewing everyone with suspicion, he becomes even more reliant on Han Yanyan. He relinquished more power to Han Yanyan, and she was so close to touching the core matters she longed for. How could she attain Yao Chun's ultimate, unwavering, and complete trust? One day, as he gazed at Han Yanyan, he felt fortunate to have her by his side. No matter how grim his mood, seeing her always lifted his spirits. Regardless of lofty ambitions, in the end, it is the warmth of family that truly comforts one, wife, children, and a cozy hearth. With a surge of warmth in his heart, he pulled Han Yanyan into his embrace and said, let us have a child, a son, and I will bequeath all my fortune to him. Han Yanyan was taken aback. But we agreed during their wedding. Yao Chun had broached the subject of having children, yet ever since they became a couple, she had been taking contraceptives. She claimed she was still young, had not completed her studies, and was not ready for motherhood. Balancing her education and assisting him with his affairs left her little room for the responsibility of a child. Moreover, she genuinely felt young. Finishing her graduate studies would only take 2 or 3 more years, and Yao Chun had not pressured her. Yet at this moment, Yao Chun suddenly felt an urgent desire for a child. Stop taking the pills, he insisted. Regarding the matter of having children, Han Yanyan felt uncertain. Could a tasker have children in this world? When Yao Chun was away from home, Han Yanyan descended to the basement and retrieved a flying knife. Leo, Leo, she called out to the ceiling, addressing the perverse entity. There was no response from the pervert. Must she summon him with such fervor each time? She pressed the blade against her neck, striking a pose reminiscent of ancient loyal subjects who would sacrifice themselves for their king. Yet Leo remained unresponsive. Let us give this a try, Han Yanyan mused. She exerted a slight pressure, the sharp blade tracing a line of crimson across her neck. Though it narrowly missed the artery, red droplets immediately seeped through her skin. Han Yanyan gripped the hilt, waiting, yet Leo remained concealed. He dared not reveal himself, did he? In the previous world, he could appear at will, summoned by a mere call. Yet in this apocalyptic realm, he only found courage to emerge when Han Yanyan was at a distance from Ding Yao, and he was eager to vanish as swiftly as possible. Now, with her and Yao Chun residing in the same city, not too far apart, Leo could not be coaxed out, despite her persistent calls. Initially, Han Yanyan intended to inquire about the child, but with this newfound development, the matter of the child seemed trivial. She first pressed a tissue against the wound, smiled at the ceiling, and then ascended the stairs. Beyond this world, Leo felt an intense desire to strangle Han Yanyan. However, those who had entered the system alongside him remarked, this woman is rather ruthless towards herself. Where on earth did you find such a woman? Leo replied curtly. In a desolate place, utterly primitive and backward. Was she attempting to provoke him through betrayal? His companion asked, will it be effective? That's hard to say. Leo waved his hand, conjuring a chart in the air. Look at this line. How steady it is now. One jolt, and whoosh. It will soar. I am quite looking forward to it. He laughed gleefully. Though she was an infuriating woman, she was undeniably an exceptional architect. Ouch. Don't touch. It hurts. Han Yanyan exclaimed, having lost control of her flying knife. In the basement, Yao Chun discovered a bloodied blade, accompanied by stains on the carpet and a bar stool that Han Yanyan had deliberately kicked over. Everything appeared to be an unfortunate accident, and he believed it. Be careful, and refrain from playing around in the future, he admonished, feeling a twinge of fear. He had always harbored a fascination for blades. Those flying knives he had honed to a razor's edge could indeed lead to such mishaps. It's nothing. I merely lost grip while lost in thought, Han Yanyan replied. What were you thinking about? Yao Chun inquired. Han Yanyan, nestled in his embrace, gazed up at him. I was thinking of you. Let us discontinue the medication. Yao Chun was taken aback, a blend of surprise and joy washing over him. What prompted this change of heart? Calculating the time, he realized that after ceasing the medication, it would take another 6 months before they could conceive, and it wasn't a guarantee that they would succeed. I've already begun preparing my thesis. This timeline will suffice for my graduation, she stated. Han Yanyan had always resisted the idea of having children, leaving Yao Chun with lingering doubts. Fearing she was merely keeping her options open, her willingness to bear his child would signify her genuine desire to build a life together. Some men mistakenly believe that a woman's choice to bear a child is a commitment solely to them, convinced that once a woman has children, she is left with no other choice but to remain with the father for life. Yao Chen reflected on his mother, who endured relentless abuse from his late father. He had urged her numerous times to leave the man who inflicted such pain upon her, yet she felt incapable of surviving without him. Ultimately, she succumbed to her suffering. Han Yanyan's reasoning resonated deeply with him, igniting a joyous fervor within. He lifted her into his arms, spinning her around joyfully. Yanyan, please bear me a son. He declared that in the first half of his life, he lived for himself, while in the latter half, he would strive for her and their child. Han Yanyan playfully retorted, what if it's a daughter? Yao Chen laughed heartily. A daughter would be just fine. Either way, it's all good. That evening, Yao Chen carefully avoided the wound on her neck as he lovingly embraced her, releasing his essence upon her body. Such an act of sewing often evokes a profound sense of conquest and possession in a man. Afterwards, he caressed Han Yanyan's flat abdomen, wishing fervently for it to swell with life, to bring forth a child immediately. Han Yanyan chuckled breathlessly. That's impossible. At least 6 months must pass before we can start. And during this time, you must practice contraception. Yao Chen sighed regretfully and then earnestly took to avoiding pregnancy. Han Yanyan educated him at length, as he did not wish to father a deformed child. He had witnessed firsthand the tragic outcome of those afflicted by addiction giving birth to malformed offspring. Such children, he believed, were burdens to bear. After Han Yanyan completed her master's degree, she still had not conceived. Following their intimate moments, he insisted she refrain from bathing immediately, elevating her hips high to enhance the chances of conception. After what felt like an eternity, she was finally allowed to wash up. Standing before the bathroom mirror, she wiped away the fog and placed her hand gently on her lower abdomen. Leo, she murmured, I need to become pregnant. I must conceive. Leo's lips twitched in response. This woman had begun to issue commands. Could she truly carry and bear children? The individual monitoring alongside him inquired. The other recalled, the child born from this is also. Indeed, it is, Leo affirmed. After a moment of silence, the person remarked, it is rather troublesome. After all, that woman knows nothing. She is a woman. How could she not feel an attachment to the child? If you possess such compassion, could you spare me for a moment? Leo inwardly cursed. My life is held in your grasp, and yet you find it trivial? Who could blame her for being a builder? Leo scoffed, reveling in the misfortune of Han Yanyan. The person cast a sidelong glance at him. Your builders, do they not face dire fates? Impossible. They thrive in the world, indulging in pleasures and living in opulence, Leo protested. But what of it? If I were to endure several worlds, I would likely lose my sanity, the person contemplated. Yet, he required a builder. He needed Han Yanyan. Even if he felt a tinge of sympathy for her, his position dictated that he could not extend a hand. After all, compared to that individual, Han Yanyan was inconsequential. In her heart, Han Yanyan believed she must bear a child for Yao Chen, and so she did. When she became pregnant with Yao Chen's child, it signified his complete trust in her. Otherwise, you should rest at home and not concern yourself with company matters, he suggested. That is not an option. I would surely perish from boredom, she rejected. It is not labor-intensive. What is there to fear? Yao Chen acquiesced. Not only did he permit her to continue aiding him, but he also finally entrusted her with his most critical accounts. From now on, all of this belongs to you and the child, he declared, grasping her hand. Han Yanyan was filled with joy as she gently kissed his cheek and expressed, your trust in me brings me immense happiness. One could say it was a profound joy. Just as Yao Chun had doubted everyone, yet never questioned Han Yanyan, Jiang Yi had speculated countless times about the identity of the mysterious informant. Yet he never once considered Han Yanyan. Thus, when the woman with a slightly protruding abdomen stood before him, Jiang Yi's astonishment was palpable. If not for their previous successful collaborations and the fact that she had saved Yang Jun's life, Jiang Yi might have thought this was merely a cruel prank orchestrated by Yao Chen to toy with him. That day, Han Yanyan had informed Yao Chen of her intention to undergo a prenatal checkup, and indeed, she fulfilled that promise. The upscale private hospital required no waiting, and the attentive service allowed her to complete the examination swiftly. The nurse even let her listen to the fetal heartbeat, which was distinct from an adult's. thumping rapidly like a drum. Boom, 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 boom. It is said that some expectant mothers are so moved upon hearing their baby's heartbeat for the first time that they are brought to tears. Han Yanyan listened intently for a moment and remarked to the nurse, "How marvelous." The nurse, accustomed to such experiences and having listened to many each day, could not muster the same sense of wonder and merely replied with a feigned enthusiasm, "Indeed." After leaving the hospital, Han Yanyan got into her car. She had long obtained her driver's license and used to drive frequently. Since her pregnancy, Yao Chun had assigned a subordinate to follow her closely. Han Yanyan instructed the young man to drive to the shopping mall and then sent him off to purchase a snack that she particularly enjoyed. This delicacy was exclusively available at a nearby store several blocks away. Meanwhile, Han Yanyan sought out a modest, somewhat secluded fast food restaurant within the mall. Jiang Yi awaited her inside. Upon confirming that Han Yanyan was indeed the mysterious informant, Jiang Yi's expression became difficult to interpret. He was certainly familiar with Han Yanyan and had heard that Yao Chun treated her exceptionally well. Subsequently, he had ceased pursuing other women and devoted himself to her. Regardless of who was observing, it was unfathomable why Han Yanyan would betray Yao Chun. It was not merely a matter of the dichotomy between justice and evil. The reality was far more complex. Typically, the wives of men entrenched in the underworld did not possess the righteousness to expose their husbands. Such occurrences were rare and usually stemmed from instances of domestic abuse, where the woman sought to escape. Han Yanyan did not bear the hallmarks of a woman who had suffered abuse. Those women often exhibited signs of weakness, fear, and inferiority. Clad in a flowing dress, the surge of estrogen from her pregnancy lent her skin an even smoother and more delicate texture, radiating beauty. What was her true motive? Could it be a matter of the heart? Jiang Yi wished to dismiss such a base thought. Yet he could find no other plausible motive aside from the possibility of her wanting to eliminate Yao Chun due to another man. As law enforcement officers, it was imperative for them to uncover the rationale behind a criminal's actions. Please do not waste time on futile emotions. Trust me, Yao Chun will be just as astonished. Han Yanyan remarked with resignation. Jiang Yi felt a twinge of embarrassment as he spoke. I apologize. Time is of the essence, so I shall be brief. Han Yanyan retrieved a substantial bundle of items from the oversized bag she had specially carried today. All the information is here, his personal accounts, records of past transactions, the locations of his stockpiles, and evidence of his money laundering through cultural and real estate companies. She pushed the items toward him. Upon seeing the considerable collection, Jiang Yi's expression shifted dramatically. He had awaited this day for far too long. Await my news, he stated. As Han Yanyan prepared to leave, Jiang Yi called out to her, Miss Yao. He cautioned, do take care of yourself. I am all too aware of Yao Chen's ruthlessness. Han Yanyan nodded in acknowledgement. Then I implore you to act swiftly. She was a gentle and beautiful woman, exuding an aura of comfort, yet capable of inflicting a ruthless betrayal upon her husband, her lips curling into a soft smile. As a police officer and Yao Chen's adversary, Jiang Yi yearned to personally condemn Yao Chen to hell. Yet, inexplicably, he found himself feeling a strange sympathy for Yao Chun. Despite Han Yanyan's loose-fitting dress, her slender figure rendered her pregnancy virtually unnoticeable from behind. What manner of woman was she? Jiang Yi watched her silhouette meld into the crowd, rubbing his arms to dispel the inexplicable goosebumps that had arisen. Jiang Yi acted swiftly. Having acquired the evidence the previous day, he secured a warrant by the next evening. As police vehicles surrounded the opulent mansion and officers approached to apprehend him, Yao Chun was reclining against Han Yanyan's belly, attempting to listen to the fetal heartbeat. I can't hear anything, he complained. Han Yanyan chuckled at him, remarking that, of course, he could not hear, and that a fetal monitor was required. Subsequently, the wail of police sirens pierced the air, encircling the house from all directions, rendering escape impossible. The grand spectacle befitted Yao Chen's stature within the criminal underworld of K-City. Despite the uproar, Yao Chun remained unfazed. He had been summoned to the police station for tea on numerous occasions and had grown accustomed to it. Generously, he had once gifted the police station a high-end coffee machine along with several boxes of exquisite tea leaves and coffee beans, ensuring that, should he be invited inside again, he would not be served inferior tea. However, this time was different. This time, Jiang Yi possessed an arrest warrant. Upon seeing the document, Yao Chen's pupils constricted, an ominous premonition creeping into his heart. Yet, he did not resist. To do so would constitute an obstruction of justice, and law-abiding citizens never resist. Calmly, he extended his hands before him, allowing the officers to affix the handcuffs, merely stating, "My wife is pregnant. I kindly ask that you be mindful not to alarm her." Before being led away by the police, he grasped Han Yanyan's hand gently with his cuffed hands, soothing her with quiet reassurance. "It's all right. Don't be afraid. Old Wu is here." He referred to his lawyer, with whom he had collaborated for a decade. Having rescued him from the police station countless times and smoothed over numerous incidents, Jiang Yi stood nearby, his emotions a tumultuous storm, rendering him speechless. Once the uniformed officers had escorted Yao Chen away and the house was devoid of others, Jiang Yi turned to Han Yanyan and instructed, "Gather your things. We will leave first, and you will follow." Han Yanyan nodded in response. Jiang Yi had applied for the witness protection program. The ruthless legacy of Yao Chen was well known, as his associates were equally merciless. That night, although they apprehended numerous individuals, it was certain that some would escape capture. Han Yanyan, as a crucial witness, needed to be safeguarded. Before departing, Jiang Yi fixed his gaze upon Han Yanyan's abdomen. "What's wrong?" she inquired. "Is this child Yao Chen's?" Jiang Yi could no longer restrain his curiosity, only to realize his indiscretion and promptly apologize. "No, I did not mean it that way. I simply wished to ask." Ask? What was he to inquire? He could not articulate it. In truth, he meant exactly that, and both understood. "Indeed," Han Yanyan smiled, gently caressing her belly. "It is Yao Chen's. I have no other men." This revelation extinguished the last flicker of Jiang Ye's conjectures. He felt that he would either perish at the hands of criminals or remain stifled by Han Yanyan's secrets for all eternity. The responsibility for Han Yanyan's safety fell upon Jiang Ye's girlfriend, a police officer who had previously gone undercover at Jinhao. Unfortunately, her cover was blown due to Han Yanyan's inadvertent warning. Han Yanyan was acquainted with her. Jiang Yi briefed her and hurried after Yao Chen, ensuring his departure first. "Gather some personal belongings and any necessary medications, should you require them," the policewoman advised. Though several years older than Han Yanyan, she was still unmarried and childless. Aware that pregnant women needed to take certain vitamins like folic acid, she felt compelled to remind her. She was a woman of great integrity, possessing a nurturing spirit. As Han Yanyan ascended the stairs, she swiftly retrieved a suitcase, evidently well prepared. "Let us go," she stated resolutely. On their way, the policewoman remarked, "He must have harmed you, hasn't he? A man like him is utterly despicable." Han Yanyan casually remarked, "No, he has always treated me quite well." At that moment, she recalled that, in truth, Yao Chen had not been unkind to her. Yao Chen distinctly sensed that this visit to the palace was unlike any he had experienced before. He could not meet Old Wu immediately, nor could he depart unscathed and effortlessly as he had in the past. Throughout his life, Yao Chen had weathered numerous storms, and his psychological fortitude was commendable. He remained composed, refraining from uttering a word until he encountered Old Wu. However, upon Old Wu's arrival, he immediately noticed the grave expression on his face. "This time, you may be in trouble," Old Wu stated. Yao Chen's gaze sharpened. They had gathered all the evidence. Moreover, Old Wu gritted his teeth and added, "The witness. The witness is exceedingly formidable." A flicker of resentment darkened Yao Chen's brow. "Who is it?" he ground out. "Who is this bastard?" He had long suspected the presence of a traitor among them, yet he had failed to unmask him, and he yearned to know his identity. To shred him into pieces and feed him to the turtles in the Clearwater Bay? As a lawyer, Old Wu often had to convey harsh truths that were difficult to confront, yet he had never found it so challenging to express. "It is," he struggled to say, "your wife. Han Yanyan, that enchanting and alluring young lady." Old Wu could attest firsthand to how she had ensnared Yao Chen step by step. He had served as the officiant at their wedding. He was acutely aware of Yao Chen's demeanor before and after marriage, and how wholeheartedly he had trusted Han Yanyan, laying bare his soul. As a man, Old Wu felt a profound sorrow for Yao Chen. Decades of legacy were shattered by the hands of a woman. Not only that, but her actions could be deemed as an attempt to bring about the demise of Yao Chen. What could inspire such animosity? What grievances could be so profound? Yao Chen had treated her with kindness. For a few seconds, he was rendered speechless. He blinked, stammering, "What are you saying?" "My wife is Yanyan." His voice trailed off abruptly, for Old Wu's gaze was filled with a sympathy that was both palpable and excruciating. Yao Chen had never before encountered such pity in his life. The room fell into a deathly silence. After what felt like an eternity, Yao Chen forced the words from between clenched teeth. "Who are you talking about? Say it again." In a fit of rage, Yao Chen kicked over the table. "Who the hell have you taken money from? Dare to spout such nonsense?" He seized Old Wu by the collar, choking him. The officers in the room quickly intervened, using a stun baton to separate the two. Once freed, Old Wu struggled to catch his breath, leaning on his knees, and hastily prevented the officers from employing further force against Yao Chun. He loosened his tie, released his collar, and sat down beside Yao Chun. I have followed you for over 10 years. When have I ever lied to you? Still recovering from the shock of the electric jolt, Yao Chun lay on the ground. Gritting his teeth, I do not believe. Old Wu, feeling a deep sense of sorrow, shook his head and sighed. In the realm of tenderness lies the hero's grave. Oh, my old friend, you have fallen into the clutches of this woman. Yao Chun requested to meet Han Yanyan, no matter how much Old Wu insisted. Yao Chun remained unconvinced until Han Yanyan personally acknowledged it. Yet, she refused to meet him. It was not until 2 months later, in the courtroom, that he finally laid eyes on his wife. At that moment, he truly believed it was she who had meticulously gathered evidence, leaked information, and ultimately delivered a fatal blow to him. He fixed his gaze on her intently. She wore loose-fitting garments, and after 2 months apart, her belly had grown considerably. This physique rendered her once alluring face even softer. She placed her hand upon the constitution of the nation and swore that her words were unfalse. As Yao Chen's wife, the one he trusted implicitly, she possessed knowledge that was both vast and vital. The evidence she had procured through her position was devastating. Yao Chun had no leverage for a counterclaim. Throughout her testimony, he remained focused on her. She exhibited emotional stability and a calm tone. How could a woman maintain such composure while sending her husband, the father of her unborn child, into a perilous situation? What kind of heart does she possess? Does she even have one? Han Yanyan consistently avoided making eye contact with Yu Chen, drawing from her past experience with Xiaowenxing. She believed that this world could come to a close right here in the courtroom. Given this, she saw no need for further interaction with him. Consequently, she allowed the child within her to develop naturally, choosing not to terminate the pregnancy. Nonetheless, everything will eventually vanish with the world. Yet, when the judge proclaimed the death sentence for Yao Chun and his significant accomplices in the courtroom, the world remained unperturbed. There were no tremors, no cataclysmic light consuming all. Han Yanyan furrowed her brows, lifting her gaze slightly to survey her surroundings. Must it truly come to the execution of Yao Chun for any change to manifest? Or was it that she had employed the wrong method this time? Finally, Han Yanyan directed her gaze towards Yao Chun, only to discover that he had been fixated on her all along. A sense of breathlessness enveloped her. They locked eyes for a brief moment before she averted her gaze. Yao Chun's current predicament was the result of his own transgressions and malevolence. Han Yanyan silently reiterated this truth within her mind. She felt a profound gratitude towards the nature of her target in this world. Yao Chun was indeed such a villain, an antagonist, allowing her to present him before the court and consign him to prison without a shred of psychological burden. He was merely atoning for the sins he had committed, not due to her actions. Upon exiting the courthouse, the sky was clear and bright. Jiang Yi inhaled deeply, sensing that the weight he had borne for years had finally lifted, granting him a refreshing feeling akin to the vastness of the sky and the open expanse of clouds. However, gazing at the same sky, Han Yanyan felt none of this relief. Her brow remained deeply furrowed, perplexed by her own emotions. Why had this world not yet come to an end? Why was there not even the slightest indication of change? A minor tremor would have sufficed to soothe her soul. What are your plans moving forward? Jiang Yi inquired. Han Yanyan responded. When will the property be sealed? Due to the asset audit instigated by the freezing of funds, Yao Chen's assets were scrutinized alongside those of Han Yanyan. It was then that Jiang Yi discovered that she possessed nothing under her own name. All her assets resided under Yao Chen's. Her bank account held merely a sum of over 100,000, which, while a reasonable amount for an ordinary salaried individual, paled in comparison to her previous living standards. It could barely purchase a handbag or a bracelet. The opulent mansion likely contained valuable items or cash, and Jiang Yi contemplated using his authority to grant her some leniency, allowing her to tidy up. Yet, even if she were to liquidate those possessions, the proceeds would scarcely suffice to restore her former lifestyle. Jiang Yi's heart was a tumult of emotions. She had personally orchestrated Yao Chen's downfall. Yet what did she truly aim to achieve? This man had passionately made love to her in every corner of that house, clumsily assisting her in the kitchen, turning it into a chaotic mess while she prepared meals for him. His demeanor oscillated between possessive and tender. The saga of their relationship could easily fill the pages of a romance novel, if only a pen were at hand. She did not rush to gather her belongings. Be they garments or jewels, None of it held significance for her. What mattered was how to conclude this chapter of her life. In stark contrast, her previous experience with Jiang Chengcheng had been remarkably effortless. She had not needed to confront him directly, achieving her objectives with minimal exertion. In this world, however, she had poured forth her heart and soul, facing Yao Chun day and night. Yet even at this juncture, there were no signs of an impending resolution. Yanyan pondered for an extended period, but found no clarity. Pregnant and easily fatigued, she ultimately surrendered to fatigue, retiring early to rest as darkness enveloped the sky. In the autumn, the air is perpetually dry, leaving Yanyan restless and unable to sleep. Yawning, she rises and descends the stairs to quench her thirst. The lights are off downstairs, but she navigates through the darkness with familiarity. Unbeknownst to her, a man lurks in the shadowy living room, his eyes glinting with malice as they fixate on her. Feeling overheated, she yearns for something cool to drink. Reaching the refrigerator, she opens the door and retrieves a bottle of ice water, taking a sip before shutting the door. To her horror, she finds a bald man standing beside her, the notorious Sanhu. Yanyan's pupils constrict in terror, the water slipping from her grasp and shattering upon the floor. Before she can flee, Sanhu seizes her by the hair, dragging her along. The vicinity is desolate. The house's soundproofing renders her screams futile. Yanyan remains silent, struggling quietly. Suddenly, the living room lights flicker on, blinding her momentarily. As she squints, she sees the man seated on the sofa, Yao Chen. He lounges there, his ankle resting on his knee, right hand idly toying with a throwing knife. The blade glints menacingly as it twirls between his slender fingers, seemingly glued to his hand. As Sanhu grips her hair, forcing her to look at Yao Chen, her phone on the coffee table begins to ring. The caller ID reveals Jiang Yi, capturing the attention of both men in the room. Yao Chen leans forward, picks up the phone, answers it, and then holds it close to her cheek. Miss Han, are you at home right now? News has just arrived that the police car transferring Yao Chen has been hijacked. Yao Chen has escaped, and he may seek revenge against you. Remain where you are. I will gather a team and come immediately. Jiang Yi spoke urgently before the call was abruptly terminated. Sanhu, in a fit of rage, struck a resounding slap. Wretched woman. Yin was thrown onto the sofa, her protruding abdomen colliding with the surface, pain manifesting on her face. Yao Chen's jaw tightened momentarily as he swiftly seized Sanhu's wrist, thwarting his next move. Brother, let me eliminate this wretched creature. Sanhu spat through clenched teeth, storming out to keep watch. Yanyan turned herself over. Yao Chen approached her, gently wiping the blood from her lips with his thumb. Even now, her eyes bore no trace of panic or fear. What manner of woman was his wife? He had married her, yet remained entirely unaware of her essence. Yao Chen crouched before Yanyan, who instinctively recoiled against the sofa, her body tensing. He studied her for a moment, his gaze resting on her round, bulging abdomen. He reached out, tenderly caressing her swollen belly, and inquired, "Have you felt any movement?" Yanyan remained silent. Placing his hand on her stomach, he lifted his gaze, speaking softly. "Tell me, to whom does this child belong?" Like Jiang Yi, Yao Chen was entrenched in this world, unable to transcend it, thus limited to fixed thoughts while contemplating Yanyan's motives for betrayal. His conjectures mirrored Jiang Yi's. He was convinced Yan must have been involved with another man. Only foolish love can render one blind, compelling Yanyan to forsake everything in her pursuit to destroy him. Yet, Yanyan professed, "I have strived for 8 months to conceive this child. Surely, he is yours." She gazed into his eyes and gently assured him, "Yao Chen, I have no other man." Yao Chen, fixated on her eyes, felt an undeniable truth in her words. "Before I met you, we were already adversaries, were we not?" he inquired. Yanyan replied, "No." Yao Chen's voice softened, akin to the deceptive whisper of the big bad wolf to Little Red Riding Hood, as he said, "Speak the truth to me. Do not be afraid. I do not harm women." Yanyan studied him for a moment before retorting, "But you would kill a woman, would you not?" Yao Chen's expression shifted dramatically as he stood up and retreated a couple of steps. Yanyan, looking at this man, unveiled the secret he had buried deep within his heart. In the police morgue lay 2 unclaimed bodies, their identities indiscernible. One male, your father, and one female, your mother. Your mother was not killed by your father. You murdered her, did you not? She asserted. Yao Chen's facial muscles contorted. That night marked a pivotal moment in his life. She endured daily beatings, and on that fateful day, the man nearly took her life. Gritting his teeth, he recounted, I killed that man, yet she, in a fit of madness, struck me. She claimed she could not live without him. Thus, I granted her release. From that moment onward, his entire existence was irrevocably distorted, continuing to this very day. Han Yanyan felt an overwhelming sense of remorse. Yet her hand stealthily slipped into the crevice of the sofa cushions. Suddenly, Yao Chen noticed her movement. His pupils constricted in alarm. In that fleeting moment, when he perceived a shift in her gaze, Han Yanyan realized her actions had been uncovered. Without a moment's hesitation, she swiftly extracted the concealed firearm from the depths of the sofa. Yao Chen had granted her considerable power. It was a trivial matter for her to procure a gun through his associates, all without his awareness. With the very weapon she acquired through Yao Chen, Han Yanyan aimed it squarely at him and pulled the trigger. This marked her second attempt to shoot Yao Chen. What would transpire this time? The bullet did not strike its intended target, for Yao Chen's flying knife was unleashed first, grazing Han Yanyan's arm and causing a spray of crimson droplets. In the instant she pulled the trigger, her arm was injured, causing her grip on the firearm to falter, and it fell to the ground, the bullet ricocheting off the ceiling. In agony, Han Yanyan tumbled from the sofa and rolled onto the carpet. Yao Chen swiftly seized the gun, aiming it at her. San Hu, hearing the gunshot, rushed in, and upon witnessing the scene, felt a wave of relief. "Brother, hurry. The police will be here soon." "Understood," Yao Chen replied, fixing his gaze on Han Yanyan. "You go outside and keep watch." San Hu mistakenly believed Yao Chen intended to torment Han Yanyan and turned to leave. That woman deserved nothing less than utter obliteration. Yao Chen harbored the same sentiment. She dared to attempt his assassination again. In a fleeting moment, her stance with the firearm was impeccably precise, clearly indicative of professional training. Who is she truly? What drives her? With gritted teeth, Yao Chen resolutely lowered his aim and shot through Han Yanyan's ankle. She let out a piercing scream, nearly succumbing to unconsciousness. Enduring the agony, she crawled away from Yao Chen. "Tell me why?" he demanded through clenched teeth. Han Yanyan, her complexion ashen and sweat beading on her brow, turned to face him. "You commit murder, engage in drug trafficking, partake in gambling, lend at exorbitant rates, and coerce the innocent into prostitution," she stated. Yao Chen fired again, piercing her other ankle. "Do not regale me with foolish notions of good and evil being irreconcilable," he seethed. "Are you the embodiment of justice? You know the truth. I merely tell you that your present state is a consequence of your own actions," she gasped. "I am certainly not the embodiment of justice." Yao Chen bellowed. "Then why?" Han Yanyan's face was as pale as parchment, yet in that moment, she smiled. "Because you are you, and I am I." Her smile was both eerie and resplendent, imbued with an ineffable desolation. "For you are Yao Chen, and I am Han Yanyan. Neither of us is truly ourselves. We play the roles that others have dictated, bound by circumstance." Yao Chen struggled to comprehend the essence of Han Yanyan's words. Yet he was struck by the impact of her smile. If given another chance, he mused, he would undoubtedly fall in love with this woman once more. At that moment, Han Yanyan's hand finally brushed against the hilt of a knife. In this moment, death is not the end. Perhaps you and I will have another chance to meet. The dagger wielded by Han Yanyan slipped from her grip and hurtled towards Yao Chen. His pupils constricted sharply as he raised his hand and pulled the trigger, aiming for the center of Han Yanyan's brow. Time seemed to freeze. This was the second occurrence. Han Yanyan distinctly perceived the bullet and the flying dagger as they grazed past one another. The bullet was swift, while the dagger moved with a languid grace. Yet, to her, both seemed to traverse the air in slow motion, each detail painfully clear. The dagger aimed for her throat, the bullet for her brow. Should either strike true, she and Yao Chen would be doomed to perish together. She wondered if Leo would find joy in this outcome. Yet, Han Yanyan felt no joy. Instead, she was engulfed in despair. She watched helplessly as the bullet tore through the air, trailing wisps of white vapor, steadily approaching her brow. The rhythmic thumping of her heart resonated in her ears, accompanied by the sound of blood coursing through her veins. An overwhelming dread of death enveloped her. It was akin to standing on a 10-meter diving platform, unafraid, until unexpectedly being pushed off. One would certainly scream in terror in that instant. If Han Yanyan had wished for death, she could have faced it without fear. However, she did not desire to die. She only sought to rectify this world. The bullet racing towards her ignited her fear of mortality, even though she understood that death here was not the ultimate conclusion. "Stop. Stop. I am the architect. I shaped this world. Halt." An invisible barrier materialized before her, and the bullet, shrieking through the air, collided with the shield. It surged forward, then halted, caught in a tempest of swirling white vapor. Ultimately, it came to a standstill. Deep within Han Yanyan's eyes and in the depths of her being, a peculiar force seemed poised to erupt. This force blazed with the intent to reduce her to ashes, only to rise anew from the flames. In the fleeting moment before the explosion, Han Yanyan lifted her gaze. Her eyes transcended the bullets, bypassed the flying daggers intercepted by the energy shield, and sought out Yao Chen. She beheld a pair of eyes, distinctly Yao Chen's, yet fundamentally different. Han Yanyan had encountered those eyes on multiple occasions. They too had pierced through bullets and daggers to watch her, but devoid of Yao Chen's conflicting emotions of love and hate. They were instead marked by a chilling indifference. In an instant, Han Yanyan grasped the truth. At this very moment, the figure before her had transcended Yao Chen, transcended this world. She was now confronted by his true self. With this transcendence, Han Yanyan sensed the formidable pressure emanating from the man across from her. A tremendous force surged toward her like an unstoppable tide, and should the power within her erupt, it would collide head-on with it. The consequence of such a collision could only lead to death, genuine death. A profound terror gripped Han Yanyan. Yet she could not halt the impending release of her power, nor resist the terrifying onslaught from her adversary. This time, she feared she would truly perish, she thought. And then, it was as if a television had abruptly turned off, a computer had suddenly lost power, or the circuit breaker at home had tripped, plunging the lights into darkness. The world did not crumble nor come to an end. Instead, it was forcibly severed. Yet with this constraint, the momentum of the power within her diminished, as if being forcibly suppressed. The entity capable of such a feat could not be Yao Chen, but rather Leo. Damn it! Leo was in a frenzy. This woman. Administer the suppressants. Leo bellowed hoarsely, issuing commands to the system. On another person's screen, the wildly fluctuating numbers finally began to slow down, halting at a particular value before gradually descending and ultimately stabilizing. The individual comprehended the situation, astonished. Is her mental force about to be activated? Did she not originate from a very primitive place? Quite primitive indeed. Ollie retorted, isn't it all because you insisted I revive her? Her genes are too rudimentary, showing no resistance to gene therapy, causing her to surge uncontrollably. Damn, fortunately, my reflexes are swift, and I managed to cut it off in time. Had she activated, she would have been crushed into oblivion by your esteemed one. That would have been an irreversible demise. And where is your esteemed one? The other party inquired. Oh dear, Leo exclaimed, pulling up the screen and marveling. Look, look. On the screen, a line remained remarkably stable, resembling a heartbeat that had ceased on an electrocardiogram. Suddenly, at a certain point, a fluctuation occurred, with a slight upward rise, before it settled back down, maintaining its equilibrium. However, at that moment, the line surged upward like a proud swan's neck, rising significantly. The person's eyes gleamed with excitement. Yet, above that line, there existed a red warning line, visually indicating that the value marked by this crimson line was the target the other line sought to attain. Presently, there remained a slight distance to cover. Persevere, persevere, the individual exclaimed, slapping Leo's shoulder with great force, causing Leo to grimace in response. The person glanced again at Han Yanyan's screen and remarked, her current value is also perilous. With even the slightest fluctuation, it could graze the warning line. It's all right. I'm keeping an eye on her. If she dares to waver, I'll administer a suppressant, Ollie remarked. Take it easy, the damage is too great. If we can avoid the injection, let us do so, replied the other person. She is remarkable. You ought to cherish her. Leo interjected with a click of his tongue. The other person shot him a glance and retorted. Do you architects treat them as mere consumables? Leo replied, what choice do we have? Most of them can't last more than 6 months. Have they perished? The individual inquired. Madness is utterly commonplace, he thought. He had monitored her for an entire day and had long pondered that, were it him, he would likely succumb to insanity within 3 worlds. Human emotions are tender. After all, in such a world, it is impossible to avoid any emotional exchanges with others. The collapse of kinship, love, or friendship could shatter a heart. What about those individuals? He asked. The other person paused in silence and said, that is truly cruel. Leo protested, I lost 3 yesterday. I'm telling you, double my commission. Understood. I 1T shortchange you, the other replied. Is she still holding up? Shall we proceed with another world? She is fine, but I am not. It's been 10 hours. I need to sleep. Leo yawned widely, multitasking as he did. The other frowned and asked, what are you doing? Let her continue working. I require rest, but she does not, Leo stated. I am, after all, a businessman, striving for maximum profit. I have other clients to attend to. Upon finishing his words, he noticed the furrowed brows of the person beside him deepening. He clarified, do not worry. With more training, she will grow even more formidable. This woman is no ordinary person. I believe she can endure for 6 months without losing her sanity. Aren't you going to sleep? The other individual, having observed throughout the day, indeed felt fatigued. He addressed his subordinate, who stood guard with a weapon in hand. You two take turns resting, but remain vigilant. Leo expressed his dissatisfaction. Could you not have a modicum of trust? This is how I earn my living. I possess a strong sense of business ethics. It is not a matter of distrust, the man replied, but that individual is of utmost importance. Leo scoffed. With such a fortunate life, why squander it in needless turmoil? The man's expression turned icy. It is a matter of faith. He inquired, do you have faith? Is there anything in this vast universe worthy of your life as sacrifice? I believe in money, Leo asserted. For the right price, I would do anything. But my life is non-negotiable. Oh, just go to sleep. Do not attempt to enlighten me. It is futile. Leo reclined back, sinking into the chair. The chair enclosed him like a chamber, its surface transparent as glass, displaying a myriad of charts and images that flickered above. The man grunted and retreated to rest. Meanwhile, Leo's voice resonated in the white expanse, calling, Han Yanyan, Han Yanyan. Han Yanyan responded, her eyes fluttering open within the white space. The first thing she did upon awakening was to glance down at her abdomen. Her lower belly was flat, her waist slender. The so-called child indeed remains in that realm. She even wears the same fabric dress, identical each time she appears in this space. There are no mirrors here, not even walls. And Han Yanyan is unaware of what she truly looks like in this pure white expanse. Is this her genuine form? Leo, tell me, has this world succeeded or failed? This is the crucial matter. The answer to this question pertains to the correctness of her judgment. It's quite commendable, Leo replied in a cheerful tone. This response allowed Han Yanyan to confirm certain matters. Oh, what are you smiling about? Leo inquired, puzzled. Leo perceives Han Yanyan from a holographic perspective, as though she stands right before him. Thus, the subtle smile at the corner of her mouth is particularly vivid, inexplicably unsettling him. Leo, please cease using that synthetic voice. It's too grating. Speak to me in your own voice, Han Yanyan requested, asserting that he is not truly a system. Leo felt a sense of embarrassment as if his facade had been unmasked, accompanied by an unsettling loss of control. However, continuing with that artificial tone seemed absurd. So he suppressed the synthetic voice and, in a chilling tone, asked, when did you discover it? I realized it from the very beginning, Han Yanyan replied. What? Impossible. Leo retorted, incredulous. Han Yanyan chuckled. Fast-traveling worlds? What exactly is a fast-traveling world? She mocked. Leo paused momentarily, then replied, it involves swiftly traversing various realms, addressing diverse challenges, and achieving distinct objectives. Clap, clap, clap. Han Yanyan applauded him. Very precise, splendid, she taunted. Leo sensed something amiss, realizing he must have erred. Yet he could not pinpoint the mistake. What is wrong? He couldn't help but inquire. Clearly, this concept is. He halted abruptly, but Han Yanyan continued for him. It's the information extracted from my mind, isn't it? She smiled. Leo froze. How do you know that? Han Yanyan was taken aback. You can't possibly believe this information is genuine, can you? Although it indeed seemed absurdly unscientific. No. But this information is remarkably clear and distinct in your mind, categorized under the knowledge level of your conscious awareness. Leo refused to accept this notion. If it were false information, it could not be so lucid and precise. This may relate to my profession, Han Yanyan remarked. I am a writer, a storyteller. My mind is often brimming with various content that may bear no relation to my reality, or it may entirely defy reality, existing in realms that are utterly impossible. Leo was astounded internally. Is it truly like that? Han Yanyan smirked, for instance. The name Han Yanyan, you extracted this information from my mind and assumed it was my name? Are you being too casual? Leo exclaimed, increasingly frustrated. Are you not called Han Yanyan? Yet your brain's information clearly indicates. Han Yanyan sighed. With such a romantic and somewhat embarrassing name, would you dare to call it in real life? It's not even from the same linguistic system. How am I to know if your name is melodious or shameful? Leo felt an overwhelming sense of frustration. In your consciousness, it is evident that all information about Han Yanyan is from a first-person perspective. It is you. he retorted angrily. That day, the day you captured me, I was driving while contemplating my next piece of writing. I am capable of multitasking, Yanyan replied. I was torn between whether to write a time-traveling narrative or to delve into an apocalyptic tale first. Indeed, the so-called time-traveling narratives are merely a genre within my world of fiction. What kind of time-traveling realms could genuinely exist? It's laughable. That day, I visited the VR center in the city to experience the sensation of a zombie apocalypse, and I ultimately decided to write that apocalyptic narrative first. So, who is Yanyan really? Leo inquired. Perhaps your system cannot fathom that a person could entirely envision themselves as another, Yanyan mused. After all, it is a machine, not a human. Leo felt that her final statement had an undertone of mockery, yet it was ambiguous enough to leave him both infuriated and powerless. You're quite impressive. What else have you deduced? Leo responded sarcastically. What if I have guessed? It merely means I remain ensnared within your grasp. From the very beginning, when you referred to me as Yanyan, I recognized that concepts like quick traversal of worlds and system were mere fabrications. You merely exploited the information within my mind, manipulating my established perceptions to deceive me, perhaps with the intent of persuading me to believe in this illusion, enabling you to extract greater utility from my efforts. It is also possible that your aim was to engender a more profound emotional investment on my part, rendering the entire experience more vivid. Yanyan mused. I suspect that your architects were not willing participants. They likely share a fate akin to mine, having been coerced into your service. Do you not tailor your narratives to each individual? Leo snorted in acknowledgement. After revealing the true circumstances to me, I recall inquiring about the purpose of this quick traversal, and you mentioned the need to alter the task objectives. Yet, even you seem uncertain about how to effect such changes. I surmise that I must have offered you some advice, suggesting that love could transform everything. Leo exclaimed in frustration. How dare you say that? What a wretched framework it is. Your stinginess has surely prevented me from acquiring all the essential information. Although I am human, a lack of complete information can lead to misjudgments. I underestimated the individual you sought to resolve. I constructed a. Yanyan reflected on that world, feeling a twinge of annoyance. It was a preposterous, cliché romance novel world. It was the genre I had previously written most frequently. Changing the protagonist's name and altering the physical descriptions sufficed for each tale. All follows a familiar pattern. The domineering CEO falls in love with me. My nature is to test the waters, to seek stability. At that time, I knew nothing of you. Once I understood that it was my responsibility to construct the world, I instinctively opted for the most familiar approach. The issue lay within this very pattern. Such mindless, sugary logic, where even the antagonist's intelligence is rendered negative, can only deceive elementary and middle school students or factory girls. It could never fool that individual. Yanyan sighed, pondering that for Jingyao, that world must appear both absurd and fictitious. In his perception, it could not possibly exist. Thus, in his consciousness, the world simply collapsed. However, at that time, due to the erasure of my memories, the amnesiac me could not ascertain that the world was indeed of my own making. I merely speculated whether I had entered someone else's dream. Then came the apocalyptic world of zombies. I surmised that the mark must manifest in pairs, likely as mark, end mark. During the duration of the mark, I should be able to regain all my memories. Is that correct? Yanyan inquired. Leo merely huffed in response. Yanyan realized she had guessed correctly once more. The world of the domineering CEO crumbled, and you raged at me. This time, I dared not resort to those cliché tropes. I approached it with earnestness. I employed the framework of a zombie apocalypse narrative that I had long desired to write, thereby constructing the world of the apocalypse. Yet again, my memories were erased. However, upon entering that world, I was nearly certain that it was indeed crafted by my own hand. Yanyan, a girl of 18 or 19, possesses a fair complexion and long, straight black hair, adorned in a white cotton dress that starkly contrasts with her surroundings. Indeed, this character serves as the protagonist of my apocalyptic narrative. It is somewhat embarrassing to admit that this cold and aloof girl, clad in a long black dress, embodies a style that has long since fallen out of vogue. Yet, this image, so prevalent in the youth angst literature I was enamored with during my younger years, has always resonated deeply with me, prompting my whimsical desire to create a similar character. Damn it, Leo muttered an expletive. From the outset, amidst the chaos of that domineering CEO world, I came to a realization: I am not the sole authentic individual in this world. I boldly conjectured that Zheng Yao must also be a real person, much like myself. However, I could not ascertain the nature of others. The CEO world was exceedingly simplistic, with its inhabitants possessing an intelligence that seemed to dwindle into the negative. Thus, I found it challenging to confirm their authenticity. Upon entering the apocalyptic realm, the difficulty of verification only intensified. This world had been meticulously constructed, and I was certain I had invested considerable effort into its architecture. More crucially, aside from Ding Yao, the others. Han Yanyan paused, contemplating. Qi Tongtong, Zhao Yuxuan, Sun Lijun, Lin Ling. Each one radiated life. At that moment, I found myself utterly unable to discern whether these individuals, apart from Ding Yao and myself, were indeed real or merely figments of imagination. Han Yanyan clenched her fist, unperturbed by the malice laced within Liu's words. She remarked, "It is precisely within the realm of Qiao Qingyu that I have come to affirm numerous truths. You consistently mark me, erasing my memories. Yet, these worlds are constructed by my own hand. Subtly altering them is hardly a daunting task." "Oh, what have you done?" Liu inquired. Han Yanyan smiled faintly. "I have buried Easter eggs, an entirely unfamiliar country, a completely unheard of city. This indicates that this world is not a genuine reflection of my own. However, when I became Miss Han, I discovered my wardrobe brimming with brands from my authentic world. At that moment, my suspicions were ultimately confirmed. I have not been transported to some other place. Rather, I find myself within a world of my own making. Hence, you refer to me as the architect. Wow, you are quite impressive as well," Liu mocked, clapping for her. "You claim this world is a vacation for me. Upon reflection, I realize that it is due to its relatively low difficulty. It is the first and only world that has successfully concluded," she continued. "In this world, I remain unable to discern whether anyone other than Xiao Wenxing, my target, is truly real. Moreover, I encountered Qiao Qingyu." A subtle sadness flickered in the depths of Han Yanyan's eyes. "I sincerely engaged in a romantic relationship with him, much to your amusement," she remarked. "Yet, it was precisely because of Qiao Qingyu that I began to perceive, albeit faintly, that in this world, apart from myself and my objectives, all others must be constructs of my own making." This time, Liu was genuinely impressed. His curiosity piqued. He inquired, "How did you come to this realization?" "Qiao Qingyu has indeed been constructed with remarkable success. Indeed, it is nothing short of extraordinary. From his origins to his formative experiences, personality development, psychological transformations, and societal demands. Everything is impeccably crafted. My ability to portray characters has reached a new pinnacle," Han Yanyan quipped. "Qiao Qingyu is not a flawless individual. However, within that world of mine, he embodies the essence of a perfect lover. He possesses all the traits I admire, and his background and experiences have fostered an almost pathological obsession with my version of that world. He is the epitome of a devoted companion, remarkably so. Such an ideal lover cannot truly exist. Qiao Qingyu can only be an illusion, a figment of my imagination. Although I have come to a vague understanding of this truth within, I have always hesitated to confront it. Upon my emergence, I asked the inhabitants of the previous world if I could see them again, and you ridiculed me. It was you who provided the final confirmation, extinguishing the last remnants of my hope and expectation. Qiao Qingyu and the others, indeed, are not real individuals, are they? In this world, there exists solely the architect and the objective, and this endeavor is unequivocally a one-on-one affair, correct? Liu, you are indeed clever." Han Yanyan tugged at the corners of her mouth. A smile mingled with tears, and remarked, "Upon entering the realm of Yao Chun, I have come to understand this truth. And I have made a new discovery. Zheng Yao, I have yet to engage with him. Qiao Wenxing is entirely different from Ding Yao. It was only during my direct confrontation with Yao Chun that I became aware of this." She paused, with unwavering certainty, declaring, "Yao Chun is indeed Ding Yao." This time, Liu remained silent, as if he had vanished into thin air. Prior to this, it was Qiao Wenxing's existence that had confounded me. However, disregarding Qiao Wenxing, I realized that Zheng Yao's world had crumbled, and Ding Yao's existence had ended in an abnormal manner. In fact, you have never disclosed to me that the tasks of these two individuals were successful. Interestingly, besides Yao Chun and Ding Yao, I recalled that Zheng Yao's name also contained the same Yao pronunciation as theirs. When I set aside Qiao Wenxing, the situation became crystal clear. Thus, I ultimately confirmed that these so-called worlds are mere virtual constructs. My physical form must be lying somewhere under your control. while what converses with you here is merely my spiritual essence. I have encountered Zheng Yao, who can shatter worlds, and Yao Chun, who can halt bullets. In those moments, they embodied the true essence of Yao. Like me, they should also be spiritual entities. The white space fell into a profound silence for a long while, until Han Yanyan finally heard Leo exhale deeply. You woman, he murmured. Did I guess it all correctly? Han Yanyan inquired. Close enough. But referring to it as a virtual world is rather lowbrow, Leo replied disdainfully. Han Yanyan exclaimed in surprise. Then what is it? A rustic simpleton, lacking insight. Leo pinched his nose as he educated the woman from the primitive land. Virtual world technology. While capable of flawlessly recreating the hardware of the world and enabling NPCs to act in a regulated manner, is ultimately inauthentic, regardless of how realistic it appears. Later, however, some individuals substituted the human brain for the system, constructing a world infused with a soul. This realm is referred to as a simulated world. Han Yanyan, I scanned your brainwaves and detected your potential. I can tell from your metrics that you are destined to become an exceptional architect. My discerning eye has proven itself once again. Haraha. Leo's laughter was laced with self-satisfaction. Han Yanyan remained expressionless, retorting, after all this, isn't it still virtual? What is wrong with calling it a virtual world? Pa. Simpleton. The technological depth here is vastly superior. You primitive being. Leo erupted in anger regarding the technical aspects. Let me enlighten you. The simulated world was eventually banned. Do you know why? He continued with fervor. Because it was far too realistic. Its overwhelming authenticity ensnared many individuals, rendering them unable to extricate themselves, transforming it into a widely disseminated and perilous mental poison. Ultimately, governments had no choice but to unite in suppressing and regulating it. The true reason behind the prohibition of this technology lies in the successful transformation of a simulated world into a subworld. Navi soul? You certainly are unaware of what a subworld entails. A subworld is Let me ponder how to elucidate this for you. Allow me to explore your knowledge framework for a similar concept. I've found it. What about the 3,000 worlds? Not entirely accurate. Yet it conveys a semblance of the idea. The little 1,000 worlds, the middle 1,000 worlds, the great 1,000 worlds. Interpret it as you will. Han Yanyan possesses a remarkable imagination. Comprehending this concept poses no challenge for her. Do you mean that a simulated world is a fictitious realm, while a subworld is a genuine one? She inquired. Splendid. I knew you would grasp it, Leo replied with satisfaction. Han Yanyan, astonished, asked, how is such technology realized? Energy. By providing ample energy, the simulated world can operate independently from the system that created it, thus evolving into a subworld. It will no longer be susceptible to artificial disconnection or shutdown. It can thrive and exist autonomously. Remarkable, Han Yanyan marveled, aptly expressing the awe of a simpleton towards advanced civilization, catering to Leo's modest vanity. Indeed, it is extraordinary. You cannot fathom the immense uproar this technology later incited, nor the chaos it unleashed. Ultimately, various governments reached a consensus, agreeing that this technology contravened the basic law of cosmic planes and life, leading to a comprehensive ban on it. Alas, Leo sighed, laden with boundless regret. Yet Han Yanyan interjected, the basic law of planes and life? You imply that when the simulated world evolves into a subworld, those fabricated beings within it. Her voice was slightly husky. Naturally, they all ascend. According to the fundamental laws of existence, they are regarded as true life forms. Consider this. You and I perceive ourselves as real. Yet, who can ascertain that we are not mere constructs of a more advanced realm, existing within a subworld? Just a moment. Leo suddenly grasped the concept, erupting into hearty laughter. Goodness, Han Yanyan, what are you pondering? Are you still fixated on Xiao Qingyu? The real person chuckled uncontrollably. Heavens, you naive fool. Your imagination knows no bounds. The transition from a simulated world to a subworld requires an immense amount of energy. We're talking about an entire planet, one rich in energy resources. This is beyond my wildest dreams, unless one is an affluent magnate. You, a primitive being, dare to entertain such notions. My word, this is utterly hilarious. You truly have feelings for the man you conjured, don't you? Well, it makes sense. After all, he embodies your ideal type. Han Yanyan patiently allowed him to laugh for half a minute before responding. In this world, the human mind remains unshackled. Even if it is unattainable, it cannot quell my thoughts. All right. Dream on. Feel free to imagine whatever you wish. You are truly amusing. Leo continued to chuckle, struggling for breath. This technology is comprehensively prohibited, so Leo, Han Yanyan stated, what you are currently engaged in is entirely illegal, is it not? Leo's laughter abruptly ceased. TSK. Leo marveled, I find you, a woman, perpetually testing the boundaries of danger, seemingly unafraid of the risks involved. Do you believe I am Yao Qin? Wake up. Yao Qin is a character you have crafted in your own mind, and regardless of your provocations, as long as his life remains unthreatened, he will always embrace you. You've been indulged to the point of believing you are the heroine of this tale. What of the law? Haven't I committed offenses all along? What can you do to me? Do not forget that your very existence rests in my grasp. You wish to negotiate terms with me, do you? I anticipated this. Do not even dream of it. Have you grasped the reality of your situation? Do you truly comprehend your own identity? Han Yanyan gazed into the ethereal light surrounding her, a realization dawning upon her. Clearly, Leo's world adhered to some semblance of law. Any realm governed by law ought to uphold human rights. Yet, she possessed none. Her life was tethered to another's whims, devoid of personal freedom, unable to reach out to the outside world, unable to seek aid. She was but a slave, abducted by Leo. With a calm demeanor, she altered her approach. No, I am merely curious. What purpose do you intend to serve with this illicit technology? Do you harbor a vendetta against Yao? Oh, how could I possibly be so foolish as to provoke such a figure? Leo replied, it is merely business, a client, nothing more. Someone who brings me money. A conjecture has been overturned, and the truth is veering in another direction. So that is the case. Has Yao encountered some issue? Is he in a coma? In a vegetative state? Does he need to be awakened? Han Yanyan inquired. No, Leo replied, he is dead. Han Yanyan recalled the passionate moments shared with Ding Yao and the intimate exchanges with Yao Chun, and she instantly froze, her hair standing on end. Ha! Leo observed her reaction with clarity, even noting the goosebumps rising on her arms, and he laughed with great delight. Are you deceiving me? Han Yanyan sighed in relief. Oh my, this is hilarious. Given your intriguing response, allow me to enlighten you, Leo said. In medicine, there are 3 classifications for determining death: somatic death, cerebral death, and spiritual death. He continued, that individual belongs to the latter category. His bodily functions are still operational, even more so than yours. How does that make you feel? His body is still alive, so why is he deemed dead? Han Yanyan pressed on. Even after a person has died, the essence of their spirit can persist. Even after cremation, with proper preservation, it could potentially exist indefinitely. However, unlike when one is alive, the spirit's essence is now closed off. Leo explained. In another scenario, where both bodily and cerebral functions are intact, the spirit's essence may be closed for some reason, rendering the possibility of awakening virtually non-existent. Thus, spiritual death is indeed a form of death. However, the families of those who have succumbed to brain death and the closure of their spiritual essence often struggle to accept the reality, clinging to the belief that their loved ones still exist. So, you employ this forbidden technique to stimulate the closed spiritual essence and grant them a semblance of revival? The success rate of resurrecting the deceased is rather low. Most of my endeavors revolve around allowing the departed to voice their thoughts. The terms departed and dead, what distinction lies between them? The body of the deceased still remains, still breathes, still functions. The departed, however, no longer possesses a physical form. Their spiritual essence is preserved through specialized techniques. Yet, he is dead and still breathes. I have heard that he is one who still draws breath. And this thought brings Han Yanyan some solace. Him? I have previously informed you, but you seem to have forgotten. He is indeed a deceased individual. Leo remarked that he resembles the persona you constructed for him, a wealthy young heir. This heir fell in love with a poor girl and offered his heartfelt devotion. Who could have anticipated that the impoverished girl would abscond with the severance pay provided by the heir's parents? The heir, unable to bear such a devastating blow, succumbed to spiritual suicide. He stated, yet he has successfully revived. For someone with such a fragile spirit and wavering resolve, the probability of success is notably higher. I knew you could manage him. I trust you have profited handsomely from this. Han Yanyan inquired. Leo scoffed. If he can be revived, why has the other not succeeded? Han Yanyan pressed. Leo's lips curled slightly. Can that pampered young heir truly be compared to the other? The individual in question, a true descendant of the noble Adramian Jinfu ethnic lineage and the 15th descendant of Emperor Ares, is a legitimate member of the imperial family, holding the 11th position in the line of succession to the throne and possesses an SS-level mental prowess. From birth, he has been endowed with an inexhaustible fortune, with territories that surpass those of several small nations. Such an extensive description would compel Han Yanyan to exclaim, "How splendid!" Yet, she craved further information, pursing her lips in restraint. However, this individual seems utterly deranged. He bears royal blood, a dignified duke, and now he leads a rebellious faction against the government. What a ludicrous predicament! As a member of the royal family, he seeks to dismantle the imperial regime. The more Leo articulated his indignation, the more incensed he became. If he does not desire to be a prince, what on earth is he thinking? Isn't it preferable to indulge in a life of ease and comfort? If he were to stand before Han Yanyan at this moment, she would likely be drenched in his spittle from his fervent outburst. Taking a deep breath, Han Yanyan refrained from questioning why, in this technologically advanced civilization, there still exist imperial states. What does his lineage have to do with her inability to win him over? She inquired. Leo's mood was abruptly interrupted, and he expressed his displeasure. Of course it matters. Consider his identity, status, and capabilities. Reflect on his current actions. What storms has he not weathered? Can the mental fortitude of a mere young master compare to his? Is he so easily provoked by trivial stimuli? I have 3 builders, one of whom he has slain within this world. It was also my oversight. The builder's health was rather frail. He met a tragic end in the world, his brain unable to withstand the strain, leading his body to succumb to what the mind deemed as death. He truly perished. The other 2, like you, confronted him directly, and the consequences are self-evident. With their presence as a foundation, I dared not relax. At critical moments, I severed ties with the world just in time, ensuring your survival. Humph. In order to revive you, I even undertook genetic modifications. You ought to be grateful to me. I express my gratitude to your 18 generations of ancestors. It is now understood that the so-called strategy is merely a means of stimulating him. Once sufficiently stimulated, the source of his mental power can be restored, and he will come back to life. But considering his formidable nature, how am I to provoke him? Han Yanyan spoke in a low tone. Oh, come now. Do not underestimate yourself, Leo exclaimed with excitement. You may not realize it, but thus far, you are the best performer. In the pure white space, a luminous chart materialized before Han Yanyan. What is this? She inquired. The blue line represents the fluctuations in his mental power, while the red line indicates the threshold necessary for the reactivation of that power, Leo explained. Look here, these 2 instances are both your achievements. Han Yanyan gazed intently at the blue line. The large step represented Yao Chen's betrayal, while the smaller step was. Han Yanyan let out a soft sigh. In comparison to hatred, love seems utterly trivial. She had once harbored deep feelings of resentment towards Ding Yao, but that no longer mattered. Regardless of Ding Yao's intentions at the time, whether accidental or deliberate, it held no significance now. After all, Ding Yao was merely a character in a narrative. This character was crafted by her own hands. She imbued him with such a persona. Suddenly, a thought flickered through Han Yanyan's mind, prompting her to lift her gaze and ask, Leo, both Ding Yao and Yao Chen are Yao. Why is it that Ding Yao can perceive the world as illusory, while Yao Chen remains entirely oblivious, fully accepting the world's constructs and his character? Ding Yao? Perhaps it is an issue with the world setting you created, Leo replied. Han Yanyan was unconvinced. The apocalypse world setting is meticulously constructed. Nonsense. I have no desire to critique. Leo retorted disdainfully. What on earth is that zombie? It's merely a virus activating cells nonsense. Technological matters, Leo exclaimed, unable to contain his frustration. What absurd reasoning. Whether in pharmacology, biology, microbiology, or medicine, not a single explanation holds water. It is sheer pseudoscience. Han Yanyan was momentarily rendered speechless. In the realm of technology, it seemed Leo might indeed be correct. No, it is not just that. Ding Yao also harbors doubts about his character, feeling a sense of dissonance. I cannot fathom the reason at this moment, she stated. This pertains to how we will devise a treatment plan for that individual in the future. Leo began to ponder seriously. Han Yanyan, her expression devoid of emotion, interjected. Didn't we agree that private actions would not be monitored? Cough, cough, cough. Leo choked momentarily. Let us change the subject. Whenever it comes to private activities, we switch the scene. We? Han Yanyan scoffed. That individual's subordinates are watching me right outside my operations chamber. Truly, there is no trust in my professional ethics whatsoever. Leo felt somewhat disheartened. He had never encountered such a domineering client. Nevertheless, considering the generous commission they offered, he decided to endure it. Yet, something still felt amiss. If the disparity lay in his own qualities, then why had Yao Chen seamlessly embraced his character? Han Yanyan inquired. Perhaps it is because Yao Chen is also a leader? Leo speculated. That is certainly the case. They likely have a specific demeanor even when merely blowing their noses, I suspect, he added, indulging in his whimsical thoughts. However, the very existence of the world signifies that he has accepted the character. Leo continued. What do you mean by that? Han Yanyan asked, perplexed. Although the world is constructed by you, within this simulated reality, there exist two individuals, you and him, Leo explained. He too participates in the establishment of his own character. If he were utterly unable to accept it, the world could not manifest at all. Yet, if he finds it acceptable, after a struggle with you, a balance can be achieved, allowing the world to successfully come into being. Han Yanyan queried, what do you mean by struggle? Let me provide an example. Suppose you wish to better conquer him by assigning him a value of 10, while in reality, he is a 100. His subconscious would reject such a low valuation. After contending with you, the character that ultimately emerges might be 40, 50, or even 60 or 70. This is a balanced figure, a baseline acceptable to both you and him. Leo remarked, particularly concerning that individual, whose resolve is exceedingly firm. If you intend to portray him as a destitute, incapable, and unremarkable individual, I dare say the world would be uninhabitable. Therefore, you must pay heed to this point next time. This does not elucidate why Yao reacts differently to Ding Yao and Yao Chun's characterizations, yet Han Yanyan, at this moment, is inundated with information, unable to resist the urge to ponder deeply, slowly processing her thoughts. She fell silent, while Leo, still musing, suddenly realized, goodness, why am I divulging so much to you? And without any markers, never mind. Leo, somewhat disgruntled, continued, regardless of whether I mark it, you will inevitably deduce it. You are simply a cunning woman. Han Yanyan, of course, denied her methodical probing. This is all in pursuit of a more refined construction of the world and characterizations. A fallacy, Leo has come to understand. He is a self-taught, unconventional scientist whose theoretical and technical expertise is quite impressive, yet when it comes to interpersonal maneuvering, he lags slightly behind Han Yanyan. In frustration, he tossed a client's dossier to Han Yanyan. Take a good look at this. It pertains to a deceased individual. Irrevocably dead, you only need to replicate the essence of his life story. Han Yanyan felt a gentle jolt in her mind as the life details of an individual flooded in. She rubbed her temples and inquired, are you not marking it for me anymore? Mark it, for goodness sake. Leo exclaimed, his frustration palpable. You cunning woman. Even if you grasped the truth, you could easily turn the false into reality. Hurry up, take a good look. I am utterly exhausted and wish to retire for the night. Han Yanyan closed her eyes to organize the information and, upon opening them, stated, this is not a drug. Of course not, he replied. His deputy has succumbed to slumber. He must personally oversee the entire process. The treatment for that individual can only commence once he awakens. Leo urged her on, speed it up, I too wish to sleep. You intend to sleep? Do you not fear that I might once again directly eliminate the target? Han Yanyan countered. If you are not present, I might very well be annihilated by their true self. Dream on, until I have amassed sufficient wealth. Do not even contemplate death, Leo asserted. This is a deceased individual. Their physical form has vanished. Although the source of their mental power endures, it possesses no offensive capability. Such a scenario will not arise. Then, is it true that the terrifying pressure emanating from Yao Chen at that time was indeed mental power? Han Yanyan pondered. She recalled a force within her yearning to erupt. What could that have been? Could it also be? Hey, are you done yet? Leo's impatience was evident. Han Yanyan hastily gathered her thoughts and reviewed the information. In astonishment, she remarked, this deceased client was a general? What of it? Leo inquired, stifling a yawn. Another duke, another general. Are they all either wealthy or noble? Han Yanyan mocked. Needless to say, Leo expressed his frustration, lamenting the breach of the fundamental laws of cosmic dimensions and life, which had resulted in a collective ban on certain technologies by all political factions. He pondered the immense costs and risks involved, questioning who among the common populace could afford such expenses. If death comes, so be it. One must accept their fate. He mused. Well, you've done this several times already. Awakening the deceased is not particularly challenging. It is akin to the capabilities of that wealthy young master. You can manage it yourself. I'm too weary to keep my eyes open. I shall take my rest. With a yawn, Leo added, I will accelerate the passage of time. By the time I awaken, I hope this world has resolved its issues. As his yawn faded, the true system materialized. The familiar electronic synthetic voice of Han Yanyan resonated. Han Yanyan, are you prepared to construct the world? Indeed, the administrator has exited the system replied. Will Leo be aware of our conversation here? Han Yanyan inquired. And if he chooses not to investigate, will you report our dialogue proactively? Only operations that violate safety regulations will generate warnings. Actions that adhere to safety protocols will not be reported. The builder's authority is limited and cannot engage in any actions that breach safety regulations. Builder, are you ready to construct the world? Han Yanyan nodded. I am prepared. Let us commence. With the system's monotonous announcement, the construction began. Han Yanyan embarked on the most extraordinary journey of her life, believing herself to be a deity. She beheld the celestial dance of the stars, witnessed the leaves descend and transform into nourishing soil, and observed dust particles floating through the air, reflecting the sunlight. She perceived countless souls, each with their own pasts and futures, their connections intricately woven together. Amongst this myriad of individuals, she discerned a radiant light, the embodiment of her mission. She intertwined this light with others, their paths elegantly intersecting. Within these streams of data lay what Han Yanyan sought. As she meticulously constructed the framework, she discreetly infused her own intentions, fearing the breach of any security protocols that might alert Leo. She endeavored to achieve her aims with utmost subtlety. Fortunately, no abnormal warnings arose. As this world approached completion, Han Yanyan scrutinized the myriad threads connecting diverse figures, and a new thought flickered in her mind. She issued a command to the system through her will, only to face rejection. Denied. To replicate the existing character information of this generated world requires administrator authorization. Please obtain authorization before proceeding with this operation, the system stated. Han Yanyan felt a pang of disappointment. Builder, does the time within this world synchronize with real-world time? The system inquired. Han Yanyan reined in her emotions, her rationality taking the forefront. How much real time elapsed during my recent conversation with Leo? 5 minutes. How long have I been a builder within the system? 417 hours and 21 minutes. Must it be precise to the second? 417 hours, more than half a month. Han Yanyan's eyes dimmed as she remarked, slower than I anticipated. I recall the first world I constructed, where I lingered for 2 months, only for it to collapse. Leo once claimed I couldn't endure for even 10 minutes. Before the trajectories of the builders and clients intersected, time within the world progressed at an accelerated pace. If such speed was feasible, why then the subsequent sluggishness? It was due to the involvement of a client's guardian and payer in the process monitoring, necessitating a moderation of the world's temporal flow to accommodate the cerebral processing speed of the overseen. I understand now. Does the builder have any further inquiries? This privilege has been granted to the builder. Builder, can you generate the world now? Yes, but, Han Yanyan stated, increase the time acceleration. The world is being generated. Han Yanyan opened her eyes, unhurried. From now until Leo awakens, she possesses ample time. The instant her eyes fluttered open, her mind activated the preordained information, transforming all she had meticulously crafted into vivid details that filled her consciousness. Once more, Han Yanyan assumed the role of a young lady, an heiress. It was only fitting. Having created this world, it would be absurd for her to subsist on meager rations. This young lady awoke, reclined upon a soft and opulent bed, within a room reminiscent of a dreamy princess chamber. Han Yanyan sat up and first noticed her slender arms peeking out from her nightgown, her tiny palms, and the flatness of her chest beneath the fabric. She leapt off the bed and made her way to the dressing room. The full-length mirror reflected the image of a young girl, delicate and charming like a jade carving. Yet still a child. This young lady was merely 12 years old, perhaps due to Leo having gone to sleep, leaving her solely in charge of her own affairs. Han Yanyan's appearance could be described as the closest she had come to a stunning beauty in recent times. She truly adored her face and longed to see how she would look as she matured, hoping that she would not become unsightly. After admiring herself in the mirror for long enough, she stepped out of the bathroom. Her bedroom was remarkably spacious, and on one side of the bed stood a wide, grand door. Han Yanyan approached and pushed it open. Gentle sunlight and a refreshing morning breeze greeted her. Barefoot, she stepped onto the expansive terrace in this residence. The terms wide and spacious had been employed too often, for it was not an ordinary house, but rather a magnificent palace-like structure. As she walked along the terrace, feeling the morning breeze, she reached the railing and gazed out at the estate. In the distance, something glimmered briefly, squinting her eyes. She saw a hovering taxi entering through the gate. This was a small endeavor by Han Yanyan. The technological level of this world surpassed that of her own, as she had surmised. However, someone like Leo, a technology enthusiast, could not possibly overlook such advancements. Han Yanyan realized that while the technology here exceeded that of her hometown, it surely fell short of the innovations present in Leo's world. Nevertheless, she had no intention of delving into technology. The hover car came to a halt outside the main building, where a footman awaited to greet them. The door swung open, revealing a woman who stepped out, holding the hand of a young boy. This was the boy's first visit to the estate his mother had often spoken of, and he marveled at the opulence of the architecture, unable to resist gazing upwards in awe. On the terrace, a petite girl clad in a delicate white lace nightgown leaned against the stone railing, looking down. Her softly curled hair cascaded down, swaying gently in the morning breeze. Her features so exquisite they seemed almost ethereal. When she caught sight of the boy gazing up at her, she glanced his way before vanishing from the terrace. Reminiscent of morning dew evaporating under the sun, leaving no trace behind. The boy stood there astonished. Had he conjured a mirage, or had he truly glimpsed an angel? Feeling flustered, Han Yanyan padded barefoot towards her bedroom, her mind racing with the overwhelming influx of information. It was only upon noticing her objective that she recalled, unlike Yao, he was a departed soul. He possessed no corporeal form, merely an unknown manifestation of spiritual energy existing in the world. Wasn't he that akin to? Han Yanyan rubbed her arms, dispelling the goosebumps that had formed. Truly, it felt as though she were encountering a ghost in broad daylight. Just then, a maid knocked on the door, announcing, "Miss, the master requests your presence to meet a guest." "Why are there guests so early?" Han Yanyan inquired. The maid, accustomed to distant relatives seeking favors, remained unfazed but dared not be impolite, uncertain of the true closeness between this impoverished relative and the master of the house. She simply replied, "It was arranged beforehand." Han Yanyan nodded slightly. She had crafted the world and was naturally aware of the background and prior events. The young boy was the target of this mission, the deceased. The method to awaken the deceased was considerably simpler than resurrecting the dead, essentially. If he were to relive his life, he would awaken within that experience. However, a lifeless corpse devoid of breath raises the question of what purpose there would be in awakening him. Reflecting on Leo's notorious nature of valuing money over morality and legality, Han Yanyan felt that this endeavor might not bode well for the deceased. Yet, she found herself devoid of the energy to sympathize with others. After changing into a new dress and tidying herself up, she descended the stairs. Her father, the head of the Han family, was engaged in receiving guests in a small reception room. The first floor had multiple reception rooms, and being accommodated in this particular one indicated that the guests were not of significant importance. The guest was evidently aware of this as well. The woman sat gracefully on the sofa, her legs elegantly crossed, yet there was a hint of caution in her demeanor. Beside her, the young boy had clearly been instructed beforehand, sitting at the edge of the seat, his bottom barely making contact, ensuring his feet could touch the ground. Both mother and child exhibited impeccable manners, though their attire revealed a lack of opulence. The woman, once youthful and beautiful, now bore the weary marks of life's trials etched upon her features. Han Yanyan approached the door and gently called out before walking over to the man. In stark contrast to the destitute mother and child, Han Yanyan's father presented an entirely different visage. His meticulously groomed sideburns and polished, glossy nails revealed a life of refined privilege. He exuded the distinctive aura and confidence characteristic of a powerful man, his every gesture and utterance imbued with an air of dominance. "Yanyan, come here," he beckoned with a smile, eager to introduce her to her Aunt Xinya and little Ku. "Is that you, Yanyan? You've grown so much," remarked the woman referred to as Aunt Xinya, rising to her feet, despite being the elder. "Aunt Xinya." Han Yanyan replied with a slight bow. She then turned her gaze towards the small boy who had stood up alongside her mother. As the elder sister, she was not obliged to bow, yet out of respect for the deceased, she inclined her head slightly and greeted, "Hello, little Ku." Aunt Xinya appeared somewhat taken aback and promptly nudged her son, urging, "Quickly greet your sister. This is Sister Yanyan." The little boy, having been wide-eyed since her arrival, was jolted back to reality by his mother's push and quickly bowed, exclaiming, "Hello, Sister Yanyan. I am Tang Ku." Han Yanyan cast a fleeting glance at the trio. Within the depths of her pupils swirled a vortex reminiscent of distant stars. A slight headache began to throb as she finally comprehended why Leo had chosen to erase a portion of the builder's memories. The sheer volume of information generated during her world building was overwhelming, and now, unfiltered and activated by these three individuals, it surged into her mind, causing her discomfort. She endeavored to suppress the influx of information, focusing solely on the pre-given data. She has finally come to understand that the so-called pre-given information is merely a summary of events and character notes she has left for herself. This concise and well-organized information is much clearer now. The young boy before her is the target of her mission. He is currently named Tang Ku, and his mother, Han Yanyan, is a distant cousin multiple times removed. She was exceptionally beautiful, and in her youth, she possessed an air of aloofness. Having previously rejected the affections of this cousin, coming from a distinguished family, he was destined to marry a lady of equal standing, and she did not wish to become a mere trophy in his life. It is surprising how quickly time has passed, and now Yanyan has grown so much. Xingya sighed, picking up a rather exquisite box and handing it over, saying, "These are the pastries made by my aunt, a small token of my regard. Please do try them." Financial constraints prevented her from presenting anything substantial as a gift. Offering something inexpensive might invite ridicule, so she opted to prepare some pastries instead, which seemed thoughtful. Xingya felt a flutter of anxiety, well aware of how discerning her cousin's family could be, and worried that this delicate young lady might not appreciate her efforts. However, Han Yanyan graciously accepted the offering, smiling as she said, "Thank you, Aunt. It smells delightful, and I haven't had breakfast yet. Little Ku, come. Let us enjoy these pastries together." Upon hearing that she had not eaten breakfast, Xingya felt a flush rise to her cheeks. Yet, Han Yanyan's warm demeanor eased her worries. She quickly urged her son, who was looking up at her, "Go on, join your sister." As she watched the children depart together, the head of the Han family sighed and remarked to Xingya, "I never imagined my brother-in-law would suffer from radiation exposure. It must have been a great hardship for him. You should have called me sooner." Xingya's eyes were tinged with red as she slightly lowered her neck. She had her hair elegantly styled, and her neck was pure and slender, exuding exquisite beauty. The gaze of men upon women resembled that of a hunter surveying its prey. Despite being a creation of her own imagination, Han Yanyan could not help but smile gently as she took Feng Ku's hand and walked outside. Han Yanyan felt a sense of calm wash over her, even if she were a ghost. At least this warmth was already a significant improvement over the zombies of a post-apocalyptic world. She led Feng Ku directly to the garden, beneath the floral trellis, where outdoor tables and chairs awaited, along with a call bell. Han Yanyan summoned a servant to bring a breakfast for two, inviting Tang Ku to join her. "No, I've already eaten," Tang Ku replied, but his stomach betrayed him with an audible grumble. Today was of utmost importance. His mother had been emphasizing it for days, leaving him a bit anxious and unable to eat much in the morning. Rising early led to an early meal, and now his stomach was empty. Tang Ku's little face turned a deep shade of crimson. Han Yanyan chuckled, gently tapping the tip of the boy's nose with a finger, saying, "Listen, your stomach is protesting." As she placed food onto his plate, she continued, "You are a boy. It's perfectly normal to eat 5 meals a day. Otherwise, how will you grow into a strong man? Make sure to eat plenty." She savored the pastries made by Xingya with great appreciation. Under her tender care, Tang Ku gradually relaxed, and as they finished breakfast, his premature reserve and worries faded, yielding to the innocence of his youth. His innocent and naive side was revealed as he called out "sister" repeatedly next to Han Yanyan. The barriers between them dissolved. Children are inherently sensitive. They can acutely perceive both the kindness and malice of others. Particularly for a child like Tang Ku, who has undergone significant familial upheaval, this sensitivity manifests as precocious maturity. Han Yanyan took his hand and strolled through the courtyard, asking, "Little Ku, do you know why you and your aunt came to our home today?" Tang Ku hesitated for a moment before honestly nodding. "Tell your sister. I am 8 years old, and I have tested positive for mental prowess," Tang Ku said. "Mother was very happy. She wants me to become a mecha warrior." Han Yanyan felt an overwhelming urge to critique the situation. According to the norms of this world, a mecha warrior is an immensely esteemed profession. In the military, mecha warriors are formidable fighters. In civilian life, they are competitors. Mechas are utilized across various fields and industries, and even those who do not pursue a professional career as competitors can easily find employment. It is safe to say this is a society enraptured by mechas. If a child from any family were to become a mecha warrior, it would be seen as a significant accomplishment. Such a nonsensical world, it somehow persists without collapsing. Han Yanyan gazed speechlessly at this cornerstone of stability. This individual, a deceased general at the time of his death, held a position of great esteem. From the biographical information Han Yanyan received, he was not only a powerful wielder of mental strength, but also an extraordinary mecha warrior. On the battlefield, he garnered numerous accolades, with countless enemies falling beneath the blade of his mecha. In his consciousness, the notion of mechs becoming a societal trend, fervently embraced by people across the globe, seems utterly reasonable and logical, does it not? Well, indeed, when we introspect, we inevitably adorn ourselves with a halo of embellishment. Thus, Aunt Xinyao wishes for little Ku to attend school in the Eastern District, does she not? Han Yanyan inquired. Tang Ku nodded, stating, Mother says that the finest academies for psychics are all located in the Eastern District. This is undoubtedly true. Nurturing an exceptional mech warrior demands a considerable investment, one that impoverished families find exceedingly burdensome. If one were to encounter a young individual as a mech warrior, it is apparent that their familial circumstances must be relatively favorable. However, for Tang Ku's family, the expenses associated with attending a prestigious school in the Eastern District represent a significant financial strain. Aunt Xinya intends to humble herself and seek financial support from the head of the Han family. In a prominent clan like the Han family, it is not uncommon for even children from impoverished backgrounds, if they exhibit exceptional talent, to receive generous sponsorship for their education. The Han family alone possesses several charitable foundations. This is precisely why Xinya is willing to set aside her pride to seek assistance. She is likely confident that her request will not be in vain. Yet, Han Yanyan recalls her father. Although this man is not one to withhold financial support and would indeed generously assist Tang Ku, he would not let an enchanting beauty like Xinya slip away without taking advantage of the opportunity. Moreover, this cousin had once arrogantly rejected him. The unattainable always lingers in one's thoughts. Even though he had countless lovers, all youthful and beautiful, and despite the fact that Xinya had long passed her prime, it did not deter him from seeking the company of beautiful women to fulfill his long-held desires. The scenario crafted by Han Yanyan ultimately aimed to awaken his spiritual power source, yet this directive was given to her by Leo. Leo was asleep. Does that little Ku know which school your aunt wants you to attend? Han Yanyan inquired. Tang Ku was aware and replied, Dongchen. Dongchen was Han Yanyan's school, where students boasted noble lineage and affluent backgrounds, with innate spiritual powers no less than grade A. Each one was destined from birth to become an exceptional mecha warrior. The institution offered the most elite education and the finest mechas, and many prominent figures forged deep connections during their youth there. It was a realm of wealth and elite status. Xinya aspired for Tang Ku to penetrate this circle, a desire understandable from a mother's perspective. However, according to Han Yanyan's narrative, in order to cultivate Tang Ku into an elite mecha warrior, she ultimately relinquished her pride, yielding to the patriarch of the Han family, becoming one of his mistresses, a burden she could hardly afford. Han Yanyan intended to divert the plot from its original course. She harbored her own plans, aiming to linger in this world for as long as possible before Leo awoke. She had no need for Tang Ku to regain consciousness. Little Ku, my dear, your sister knows that you are a remarkably intelligent child. Allow me to elucidate the circumstances at hand. She gently seated Tang Ku on the grassy expanse beneath the shade of a tree, tenderly explaining the situation regarding Dongchen. Each individual possesses a familial background, and they tend to congregate with those of similar standing, aspiring together towards greater heights. However, she cautioned, for those children who do not belong in such circles, the world can be merciless. They may face bullying, exclusion, and even cruelty. She revealed to him the harsh realities that shatter the innocence of youth. Gazing into his eyes, she understood that he comprehended every word. Your mother has misconstrued the situation, Han Yanyan remarked, believing that you would find the finest educational environment and the best companions there. But no one will befriend me, will they? Tang Ku inquired. He was a perceptive and precocious child, quick to grasp the truth. Your mother's aspirations may remain unfulfilled. Detrimental relationships could hinder your academic pursuits. The exorbitant tuition fees might compel your mother to make choices contrary to her true desires, Han Yanyan explained. Suddenly, Tang Ku's expression darkened significantly. He could even discern the veiled implications within her words. Xinya, possessing extraordinary beauty, had inevitably encountered some repugnant and lecherous men during her husband's years of seeking medical help. It was evident that Tang Ke had witnessed something that enabled him to understand so clearly. Little Ke, though this is our first meeting, I hold a special fondness for you. I wish to offer you some advice. Would you be willing to listen? Han Yanyan asked. Tang Ke gazed upon her angelic visage and nodded solemnly. He raised his wrist, intently observing the luminous screen, and recited, Aling, it may not be the finest, lacking the brilliance of Dongchen, yet its academic integrity is commendable, and the quality of education is hardly inferior to that of Dongchen. Its most significant shortcoming lies in its inferior hardware facilities compared to Dongchen. Han Yanyan. However, there are many peers there with whom you can forge friendships, allowing you to study in peace. She gently patted the boy's head and met his gaze, saying, Auntie always wishes to provide you with the best. But she was mistaken. You do not require the best. You only need to strive for excellence. The maid observed from a distance as the visiting boy stood and swiftly made his way toward the main building. She approached the young lady for guidance. Shall I accompany him? No. Attend to your duties, Han Yanyan replied. After the maid retreated, Han Yanyan focused on a small flower at her feet. An unusual energy coursed through her. Having experienced the use of special abilities in the apocalyptic world, she quickly acclimated to this newfound power. With a blink of her eye, the flower was obliterated by an unseen force, its remnants lost among the grass. Mental energy. Quite remarkable. Alas, it is but an illusion, Han Yanyan sighed. The mental energy she currently possessed was a gift bestowed upon the girl Han Yanyan by this world, akin to the special abilities she wielded in the apocalyptic realm. It is a facet of her existence here, inextricably linked to her corporeal form, and cannot transcend this realm. Nevertheless, it matters not. She has ample time to delve into her studies. Zheng Yao's destruction of the world was executed through the power of his mind, while Yao Chun halted bullets using the same formidable force. Han Yanyan had also once managed to stop a bullet. In that fleeting moment, an extraordinary energy stirred within her, poised to erupt. Although she remained uncertain whether this was due to Liu's interference with the world, which prevented the energy from manifesting fully, Han Yanyan was unequivocally aware that this power did not belong to Yao Chen's realm. It existed beyond the confines of the world, solely hers. Furthermore, the sensation that power bestowed upon her was akin to the oppressive force she had sensed from Yao's true self. For reasons unknown, this ordinary girl might have acquired psychic abilities. After much contemplation, Han Yanyan surmised that this might be linked to the gene therapy Liu had mentioned. Should Liu be present at that moment, he would likely exclaim in frustration, having been anticipated. The two individuals in the reception room were startled by the sudden entrance of a boy. Xingya stood up in a fluster and anxiously inquired, Xiao Ke, what is the matter? Tang Ke momentarily froze. Though the encounter had been brief, he had observed everything with clarity. The two individuals who had previously occupied separate sofas were now seated together on one. The instant he barged in, he found his mother seated awkwardly, her head slightly bowed, her body nearly pressed against the armrest of the sofa, with no means of escape. The man, who was Yanyan's father and his distant relative, held one of her hands while the other snaked around her waist. He was in such close proximity to her that he was nearly cradling her in his embrace. A surge of anger welled up within Tang Ke. Although he was merely a young boy, he could acutely sense the man's overwhelming aggressiveness. Yet, despite still being a mere boy, he possessed an instinctive and potent desire to defend his territory. In that moment, his hand clenched into a fist, and a fleeting thought of rushing forward crossed his mind. However, the image of Han Yanyan, a visage as gentle as an angel, dissolved his anger. He released his fist and walked over calmly. Just moments ago, his eyes had radiated a ferocious glare akin to that of a wolf. Did he wish to kill him? This little wolf cub. The head of the Han family smiled, saying, No need to rush. We shall have lunch first. He had just been discussing your transfer with your mother. The finest school in the East District is Dongchun, and your mother and I have decided that you should. No, that's not necessary. My thoughts differ from those of mother. I do not wish to attend Dongchun, Tang Ke replied, shaking his head. The head of the Han family was taken aback. Xingya, on the other hand, was astonished. Little Ke, what nonsense are you speaking? Her child was precocious and sensible. She had clearly explained everything to him. Tang Ke turned to her and asked, Mother, are you familiar with Aling Academy? Aling? Xingya certainly knew of Aling. It had been one of the schools she had considered. Yet, Aling was not the very best. And a mother always yearns to present the finest things in the world to her child, even if it requires a sacrifice. I spoke with Sister Yanyan. And she also believes owling is suitable for me. After considering my grades and mental prowess, I should have no issue gaining admission to owling, Tang Ke stated. Mother, the best is not necessarily the most fitting. A sudden unease enveloped Xinya's heart. Her son's gaze was too intricate, imbued with an abundance of meaning, making it difficult for her to meet his eyes. Tang Ke called out to her, Mom? The small child, despite his tender age, possessed an air of authority in his gaze. Yanyan felt a surge of confusion. Well, all right, Mr. Han. We will make our decisions with utmost seriousness, Tang Ke asserted. The bond of blood seemed to stretch far apart, and he recognized his mother's intentions. The term uncle, which he had been inclined to use, remained unspoken. Though young, he harbored a naturally contemplative mind. It had not yet cultivated the depth required for subtlety. Impetuous in his youth, Tang Ke yearned to escape the presence of this man who evoked feelings of humiliation and discomfort, instinctively preparing to refuse. Ultimately, the lunch was not retained. With matters unsettled, Yanyan felt a tinge of melancholy. As they entered the car, Yan gently ruffled Tang Ke's hair and said, Sister has some things to discuss with Annie. Would you kindly sit in the driver's cabin with the uncle? Tang Ke pursed his lips slightly. Can I listen? No, Yan winked playfully. It's a conversation between women. The pitch of her rose at the end, her voice spiraling upwards in a peculiar manner. Being still young, Tang Ke could not grasp the nuances of such flirtation. He merely felt an odd sense of tension and obediently retreated to the driver's cabin. Separated by the cabin wall, he remained unaware of the discussions and developments occurring in the passenger compartment behind him. As Yan settled into her seat, she noticed Yan's complex expression across from her. The allure that Yan had unconsciously revealed was lost on Tang Ke, yet Yan, as an adult woman, understood it all too well. Despite the Han family's young lady beginning to exhibit her grace, she still bore the appearance of a mere girl. Are today's young women truly so precocious? Is it still just her? Reflecting on her parents and the influences she has endured since childhood, Xinya retracted her dismissive thoughts, unwilling to regard her as merely a child. With a forced smile, she inquired, What would you like to discuss with your aunt, Yanyan? If the conversation were to touch upon topics such as early romantic relationships, she would be more than willing to offer her guidance. Cultivating a closer relationship with this young lady would be advantageous for Tang Ke. However, Yanyan smiled and replied, Aunt, if I may speak candidly, you have mishandled the matter of Xiaoke's transfer. Xinya's expression shifted noticeably. This was the second time Yanyan had asserted her status as a young lady. Her demeanor was formidable, pressing forward with an undeniable intensity. Xinya's face paled as Tang Ke alighted from the luxurious hovering vehicle. He noticed his mother with reddened eyes and a somewhat pallid complexion. Yet, for reasons unknown, she appeared significantly more at ease. He parted his lips but restrained himself from inquiring further. Yanyan waved goodbye through the window, closing it as the hovering vehicle emitted a trail of white smoke and sped away. Upon returning home, Tang Ke could no longer suppress his curiosity. Mom, are you all right? He asked. Xinya replied, I'm fine, nothing is wrong. She knelt down, gazing at her precocious child, her heart aching yet resolute. With a forced smile, she reassured him. It was my misunderstanding. I have come to terms with it. Even if you do not attend Dongshan, you will undoubtedly excel as an extraordinary mecha warrior, won't you? Tang Ke nodded vigorously, his words resonating with determination. I will certainly strive to do my best. Xinya gently stroked his head, assuring him not to worry about the tuition fees. Ao Lin's tuition was not exorbitant, and she would strive to work hard and earn money. Xinya's lips moved, but some words remained unspoken, swallowed down. It was unnecessary for Xiaoke to be informed of this matter. Yanyan had advised her thus. On the way, this 12-year-old young lady had guided her on how to apply for charitable funding using her intelligent brain, and subsequently, with her own authority, she granted the approval on the spot. This fund, it was said, had been established by the head of the Han family in her name on her 10th birthday, directly under her ownership. There was no need for Xiaoke to know. Yet, at the same time, I hope you, Aunt, will refrain from getting closer to my father. Should there be any difficulties, you may approach me directly. Maintaining balance in my family is no easy task. A faint smirk tugged at the corners of the young girl's mouth. Did Sister Yanyan persuade Mother? Tang Ke inquired, inexplicably confident in Yanyan. She is a good person, she affirmed. Good-hearted Yanyan had arrived at her family's mecha club. She absorbed the persona and memories of the young Yanyan, who had begun exploring mechas at the tender age of 8 or 9. However, the real Yanyan was encountering mechas for the very first time. Most of them were humanoid, some only slightly larger than a human, resembling second skin armor. Others, however, were immensely colossal, towering 2 or 3 stories high. It seemed that in Leo's world, although the fervent obsession for mechas did not exist as it did in this world, both mental prowess and mechas were commonplace. Possessing mental prowess enables one to accomplish numerous feats, with the manipulation of mechs being merely one of them. In this world, however, this particular capability has been exaggeratedly amplified. Mental strength allows for the control of mechs, and to enhance such power, one must persistently practice this manipulation. The principle is akin to the abilities seen in apocalyptic scenarios training. Pushing limits, breaking through, and growing. Han Yanyan arrived at her designated training room with great familiarity, climbing into her mech. Thanks to the implanted memories of her character, she required no learning curve and could immediately commence her practice. The personnel responsible for monitoring the data were also well acquainted with her. However, this time, they were taken aback to see the usually diligent young lady pushing herself to the extreme. When Han Yanyan emerged from the mech, her fitted pilot suit was thoroughly soaked, as though she had been caught in a downpour. Upon disembarking, she struggled to maintain her balance and nearly fell. Fortunately, the staff had been monitoring her physiological data in advance and had already dispatched personnel to assist her. Han Yanyan was promptly laid on a stretcher and carried into the recovery room. Why is she exerting herself so fiercely? The staff murmured in astonishment. Han Yanyan lay completely bare in the recovery pod. The chamber lid closed, and a mask sealed her mouth and nose, after which nutrient fluid began to be infused into the pod. This fluid nourished her cellular structure, allowing those who had exhausted their physical energy to recuperate swiftly. Immersed in the nutrient solution, Han Yanyan suddenly found herself wanting to laugh. If the shared trait between Ding Yao and Yao Chun was not an inherent aspect of his original self, but rather an imposition of her personal preferences onto his character, the prospect of their next encounter would be all the more amusing. However, Han Yanyan soon found herself unable to laugh any longer. Upon the initial absorption of the nutrient solution, a wave of comfort envelopes the body. After a brief interlude, the solution begins to penetrate the muscular layers, eliciting a resurgence of that familiar ache, reminiscent of the torment endured at the hands of Ding Yao. Han Yanyan lets out a soft hum, closing her eyes. While her physical body can swiftly recuperate with the aid of the nutrient solution, the depletion of her mental energy can only be restored gradually and organically, with its enhancement occurring at a languid pace. Many individuals possess a naturally robust mental fortitude. However, should one wish to ascend further from an already lofty height, considerable effort is indispensable. In this realm, she harbors her own clandestine treasures. Although mechas are undeniably impressive, her true asset lies in her mental prowess. She must dedicate ample time to etch profound memories within herself. She seeks to retain the sensation of wielding and operating her mental energy. While she cannot extricate this ability from the world, she can indeed carry the memories beyond its confines. Presently, she is unable to perceive her authentic body. Yet her true form must undoubtedly be attuned to her current experiences. She has previously sensed the latent power within her, poised on the brink of eruption. Yet it remained unmanifested. Although it did not burst forth, this merely affirms her possession of such power. Her task is to master its application, embedding those memories of power utilization deeply within her flesh. This yearning for continual advancement is likely to resurface repeatedly. In pursuit of this relentless aspiration, individuals often find themselves willing to make sacrifices far beyond their initial expectations. Such is the nature of humanity. This sum of money is sufficient to bring her a sense of tranquility, allowing her to lead a grounded life with her child, free from the burdens of excessive contemplation. During a recent conversation with my aunt, I learned of the hardships she faced following my uncle's passing. Consequently, I provided her with a financial assistance. Han Yanyan remained composed as her father inquired, "What prompted you to mention Aline to Xiaoka? Is Dongchen not suitable? Have you perhaps forgotten the experiences of your student days?" Han Yanyan was rendered speechless. What kind of environment was Dongchen? Everyone there resembled wolves. Xiaoka, a child who could only take the bus to school, would undoubtedly face ostracism. "He is so endearing, I cannot bear it." Her father replied, "You could look out for him." Han Yanyan countered, "I cannot protect him 24 hours a day. Besides, fleeting acts of kindness are acceptable, but when they become my responsibility, it becomes bothersome. I lack the patience for that." The head of the Han family felt a sense of relief. "I, too, find Xiaoka charming," he remarked. Han Yanyan cast a sardonic glance at her father, saying, Isn't it true that you are willing to assist Aunt Xinya simply because you find her appealing? The head of the Han family smiled faintly, brushing back her hair, and replied, "You are indeed clever. No wonder you are my daughter." With exceptional genes and strong mental fortitude, she had a greater chance of becoming a mech warrior, attaining a better life, and partnering with individuals of esteemed lineage to bear genetically superior offspring. Thus, the cycle continued, with the affluent class generally possessing superior genes, and those of superior genes often enjoying wealth. Xinya was astutely aware that her cousin was merely infatuated with her beauty and would not marry her, primarily due to her mental prowess being only at the B level, as she was to inherit the family name and the family business. Her father was even more concerned for her than her mother. This concern manifested subtly, teaching her to be a competent head of the family. The man did not hesitate to expose her to the darker, more sinister, and ruthless aspects of life. Believing that such encounters would hasten her passage through the innocence of childhood and expedite her maturation. "Is there no sign of her first menstruation?" he inquired. Han Yanyan rubbed her temples. Innate spiritual power surpasses that activated by genetic therapy. Those endowed with innate spiritual power experience two natural awakenings throughout their lives, the first occurring between the ages of 6 and 8. Regardless of whether their spiritual abilities were previously manifested, this awakening confirms their innate prowess. Tang Ku had just undergone his first awakening, classified as A-grade. Xianya was both astonished and delighted, which compelled her to set aside her pride in pursuit of better opportunities for her son's development. The second awakening transpires after a girl's first menstruation and a boy's first ejaculation. The maturation of the body heralds yet another awakening, one of significant importance, as it typically determines their final classification. Han Yanyan is currently A-grade, yet she is the offspring of two S-grade powerhouses, a testament to genetic selection. The head of the Han family firmly believes that this child is capable of ascending further. He hopes she might leap to S-grade. A man of his caliber, surprisingly, mirrors the concerns of other fathers, relentlessly inquiring about his child's physical state. Being questioned about her first menstruation by her father made Han Yanyan feel that the world was utterly absurd. After sending Tang Ku to Aolin Academy, their paths diverged completely. She instructed someone to discreetly monitor Xianya, apprehensive that Xianya might seek her father again, thereby creating unnecessary connections between herself and Tang Ku. She and Tang Ku are both variables in this world. The intersection of their trajectories will yield unpredictable transformations. Ideally, it would be best if they could remain as two parallel lines. Fortunately, under her arrangement, Xinya no longer harbors delusions about Tang Ku penetrating the circles of power. There is virtually no intersection between Tang Ku and her. She then turns her concerns towards the head of the Han family. Thankfully, although the head of the Han family covets Xinya, his desire does not compel him to take drastic action. After all, he is not lacking in women. If Xinya does not seek him out, he will soon forget her in the midst of his busyness. Han Yanyan and Tang Ku each lead their own tranquil lives. Han Yanyan, with astonishing discipline, subjects herself to rigorous training. Upon the onset of her first menstruation at the age of 14, she experienced a second surge of mental prowess, ultimately evolving into an S-level mentalist, just as the head of the Han family had hoped. Although it may seem that S-level is only one tier above A-level, the transition from A to S represents a monumental leap, sufficient to deter the vast majority. Each subsequent advancement beyond S-level is akin to traversing an insurmountable chasm. As the heir of her family, this is a momentous occasion worthy of grand celebration. Upon reviewing the guest list for the family banquet, Han Yanyan notices the names of Xinya and Tang Ku once again. Presumably, this is due to the invitation extending to relatives, as her father inexplicably recalled this beautiful cousin. It is worth noting that Xinya's aunt does not bear the Han surname, and their blood relation is tenuous at best, strictly speaking. She cannot even be considered a member of the family. Han Yanyan crossed out the names of her mother and child, seeking tranquility. As the future matriarch of the family, she naturally enjoyed a treatment akin to that of a star surrounded by admirers at the banquet. Several of her father's illegitimate children approached her, affectionately addressing her as sister or cousin, creating an atmosphere of warmth that no one deemed inappropriate. A slight smile tugged at the corners of Han Yanyan's lips. In recent years, she had not invested much energy into these social relationships or other trivial matters. Instead, she devoted herself wholeheartedly to mental discipline and mecha studies, appearing to outsiders as a strict, self-disciplined heir leading a rather monotonous life. This heir exhibited little interest in indulgence. Her daily existence was already exquisite and costly. She expressed satisfaction with this lifestyle, unlike other affluent youths who, accustomed to luxury, incessantly sought novelty and excitement. Her study, grand and spacious, was cluttered with books. This young lady seemed utterly captivated by reading, consistently instructing her subordinates to gather volumes that piqued her interest. Yet, unbeknownst to anyone, Yanyan was searching for a clandestine treasure of her own, one that she kept even more secretive and low-key. She was perusing the newly acquired books her subordinates had brought, some freshly published and others salvaged from secondhand bookstores, all pertaining to mental power, mechas, and biographies. These books were surprisingly intriguing. The content within them diverged significantly from her own reality, unlikely to have been derived from the extraction of her brain's information. Thus, they must have originated from Leo's world. Through these texts, she could vaguely glimpse the nature of the world in which Leo resided. Just then, the head of the Han family entered the study and inquired, "Why are you hiding in here? There are still guests present." "It matters not," Yanyan remarked nonchalantly. "They are the ones in need of my assistance, not the other way around. Whether I accommodate them or not is of little consequence." "Do you not enjoy the company of your siblings?" inquired the head of the family. His reference to siblings was, in fact, aimed at his illegitimate offspring. Most of their mothers possessed beauty but were genetically inferior, leading to children who were likewise burdened. The most promising among them, upon reaching adulthood, could only attain an A-grade mental capacity. While commendable, such achievements rendered them incapable of aspiring to the position of head of the family. Yanyan, a product of selective genetics, was destined to be the singular heir to the family legacy. Thus, his expectations for her were exceedingly stringent. Conversely, his demeanor towards the others was markedly gentler, akin to that of a typical, caring father, as they bore no responsibilities toward the family legacy. He approached her, gently ruffling Yanyan's hair, and said, "Remember, to your father, you are one of a kind. No one can compare to you." This statement constituted a rare display of affection from him. Yanyan expressed her gratitude, assuring him, "Rest assured, I shall treat them well and fulfill the duties expected of a head of the family. I merely hope they refrain from crowding around me constantly, allowing me some solitude." The man patted her shoulder, departing with satisfaction. Yanyan resumed her page-turning, immersed in her reading. At the age of 19, amidst the vast collection of books procured by her subordinates, she finally discovered the volume she had long sought. This particular book had been unearthed in an old bookstore nestled in a remote countryside. The buyer, having sourced books for the young lady over the years, had developed an impressive rapport with her. In the corner of the bookshelf lay a dusty, tattered biography of a figure unknown to the buyer, seemingly a self-published memoir. Yet, for reasons unknown, the buyer felt an inexplicable urge to procure this book, believing that the young lady would surely appreciate it. Once the book reached Yanyan's hands, she sighed, having finally discovered it. The tome appeared to be of considerable age, likely a unique edition. Indeed, it was a singular piece. And as Yanyan constructed her world, a fleeting thought crossed her mind, prompting her to discreetly conceal it amidst the vast sea of information, refraining from mass production, allowing it to drift into an unknown corner of this realm. The worn cover bore stains, yet the title "The Life of Leo" was still discernible. An electric thought sparked in Yanyan's mind as she created a biography chronicling the life of Leo. The system, so grand and intelligent, must possess a wealth of information about Leo. This book, The Life of Leo, contained nothing but the veritable details of his existence. "Hello, Leo," Yanyan whispered, caressing the cover before gently opening it. "Now, let us become acquainted." To her surprise, the image depicted was not of a grotesque villain, but rather an adequately handsome man, albeit with a gaze that was disconcerting. The opening line read, "Leo Pike, a genius, a great pioneer of technology." Yanyan was taken aback. Upon further inspection, the first 20 pages were filled with exaggerated praise and accolades. Yanyan, well, I can already envision that perverse individual, toiling away each day amidst an array of bizarre instruments, endlessly conversing with the system due to a lack of companionship. These incessant ramblings have been meticulously gathered by the system and synthesized into this tome, The Biography of Leo. It is a narrative steeped in self-aggrandizement, unrecognized talent, and an intense animosity towards the affluent. Leo Pike hails from a destitute planet, having escaped its confines through his innate high intelligence and exemplary academic performance, leading to his acceptance into a prestigious university. This institution bears a resemblance to the esteemed Danshan Academy in our world, where the majority of students are from elite backgrounds, while a select few, due to their exceptional grades, are granted scholarships that alleviate tuition fees. Had Leo applied himself diligently, he might have altered his social standing and embarked on a path of prosperity. However, his deep-seated resentment towards wealth poses a significant barrier, despite his intellectual prowess. He lacks the emotional intelligence to complement it. This is evident in the venomous curses and vitriol he occasionally directs towards his university peers throughout the biography. It is likely that his classmates discerned this flaw, leading to his inevitable isolation and lack of friends. In his narrative, he likens himself to a solitary wolf traversing the earthly realm, possessing a soul of unparalleled pride, yet failing to be understood by the mundane populace. Each time he bathes in starlight, he is reminded of his destined role as a master of the celestial seas. Yanyan gently pinched her brow, displaying remarkable patience as she continued to read, determined not to overlook a single self-aggrandizing boast or lament of unrecognized talent, fearful of missing any valuable information. Leo's turning point in life occurred during his university years. Prior to that, he was merely a poor student, burdened by an aura of negativity. Upon entering university, although he was predictably ostracized, the boys had matured, having shed the naivety and recklessness of their middle school days, rarely engaging in acts such as coercing classmates into drinking toilet water. Each individual merely focused on their own pursuits, indifferent to his presence. Subsequently, Leo became engrossed in various illicit technologies, which unexpectedly attracted a few individuals willing to befriend him. The term forbidden always carries an inexplicable allure for the youth. Among the few curious friends drawn to him, there was a beautiful girl, and Leo, being a young man with normal physiological impulses, found himself uncontrollably in love with her. Regrettably, she had fallen for his roommate, who was also one of his few friends. Both he and the girl hailed from affluent families, truly embodying the essence of wealthy science. It was this couple that generously provided Leo with financial support. In terms of technical prowess, Leo was indeed a genius. He successfully replicated the forbidden technology of simulated worlds. However, constrained by financial and technical limitations at the time, he could only simulate a limited range of scenarios, falling far short of truly embodying the term world. Nevertheless, this technology was sufficient to captivate his handful of curious friends. However, when a technology is officially mandated to be banned, there must be sound reasoning behind such a prohibition. This group of audacious youths recklessly experimented, ultimately leading to dire consequences. Under Leo's manipulation, his pair of companion lovers perished within the simulated realm. The young Leo, burdened with his possessions, began a frantic journey of evasion. His life henceforth veered towards a path of despair. Initially inexperienced, Leo cowered in fear as he sought refuge, utilizing a forged identity to engage in menial labor for survival. Yet, this existence proved exceedingly challenging, compounded by his inherently difficult personality and inability to connect with others. Eventually, he faced yet another dismissal. Reduced to destitution with no food to sustain him. Resolute, he ultimately embarked on the treacherous path of technological crime. Now, he has achieved remarkable success, earning respect and admiration. Hailed by his followers with titles such as Creator, Waker of the Dead, Technological Pioneer, Sorcerer of Forbidden Arts, Reviver, God of the Gospel, Beacon of Hope for the Departed, and the Great Precursor, Sir Leo Pike. Meanwhile, Yanyan cast aside her book, massaging her temples, feeling a throbbing headache. Leo has been racing down the unconventional path of research, perhaps driven by dissatisfaction with the present world. His initial obsession with simulation technology stemmed from a desire to forge a world uniquely his own. Due to prior instances of fatalities, he refrained from conducting direct experiments on living subjects, opting instead to utilize the mental faculties of the deceased. The subconscious, ensconced within the realm of psychic energy, could serve as a substitute for the conscious mind. If one were to perish, then so be it, for they had already been declared dead by medical and legal authorities. Surprisingly, the deceased returned to life. Those who had been deemed dead by the hospital were revived in Leo's capable hands. This miraculous feat catapulted Leo to fame, allowing him to amass considerable wealth. However, he exhibited little interest in indulgences. Instead, he reinvested his earnings into research. Occasionally, he would forego monetary compensation from clients, instead requesting elusive machinery or components as remuneration. His actions not only contravened the fundamental laws of cosmic dimensions and life, but also breached various nations' technological management and bioethical laws. Consequently, he found himself on the wanted list across multiple countries. He abstained from aligning with any political faction, believing that the vastness of the universe and the swiftness of his spacecraft allowed him to exist within a political vacuum. Moreover, as his illicit technology primarily catered to the elite, those at the pinnacle of the societal pyramid valued their lives more than others. Many turned a blind eye to his activities, granting him tacit approval and ignoring his presence altogether. This became yet another testament to Leo's grand achievements in defiance of the system. Han Yanyan approached the window, observing an automated machine meticulously tending to the lawns in the estate's courtyard. The male and female servants, who embody the stature and lifestyle of their powerful masters, donned identical attire, bustling about with purpose, diligently fulfilling their respective roles. Indeed, she found herself abducted by a mad scientist from another world, utilized for scientific experimentation, or rather, reduced to a mere slave, a profit-generating machine. Han Yanyan thought, her expression devoid of emotion. Even she, when contemplating the surreal reality that she was currently aboard a spacecraft traversing the cosmos, found it utterly unbelievable. The world before her, populated by these individuals, was nothing but an illusion, mere data. Han Yanyan stood by the window for an extended period, sifting through the information gleaned from the Leo Chronicles. In truth, he had released some of the builders, for they had all succumbed to madness. In a world where even the dust upon the bookshelves appeared strikingly real, how could one avoid insanity after traversing numerous worlds over many years? On that day, every individual, the maids, drivers, classmates, club staff, even Han Yanyan's father, perceived a distinct coldness emanating from her, a chill that seemed to penetrate to the very core, as if they were not flesh and blood, rendering their existence unworthy of concern. Leo awakened. He had utilized a deep compression sleep pod, yet his rest remained unsettling. Upon waking, he felt a twitch in his eyelid. Thoughts of Han Yanyan flooded his mind, prompting him to utter a curse. For reasons unknown, he harbored a persistent feeling that this troublesome woman would continue to create havoc in his life. As he indulged in the fully automated grooming process, he mumbled a question. How is that Han Yanyan? Still compliant? Just as Leo began to relax, the system responded, she remains in the simulated world. Leo spat out the mouthwash and exclaimed, what? Still here? How long have I been asleep? Spare me these trivialities. How is she still in this world? 5 hours should suffice for her to resolve an entire realm. Hastily donning his clothes, Leo rushed towards the operating room. Had he forgotten to adjust the time dilation? Was it running at a slow pace? The personnel were divided into shifts. Some watched over the body of Yao, while others guarded the operating room, wary of the notorious mad scientist's potential mischief. Leo was quite displeased, yet the other party held a firearm, leaving him no choice but to acquiesce, gritting his teeth and enduring as they took charge aboard his vessel. He hurriedly entered the operating room and slipped into the control pod, pulling up the data. What on earth? He muttered. The behavioral trajectory of Han Yanyan and that of the mission target, after an initial brief interaction, had diverged into two parallel lines. Upon checking the time records, he nearly lost his composure. In this world, Han Yanyan had not engaged with the mission target whatsoever, yet had accelerated the temporal flow to an extraordinary rate, leisurely existing in this realm for over 20 years. What was she up to, the wretched woman? Furthermore, the mission target, under Han Yanyan's direction and manipulation, was living a stable life, diligently striving to become an ordinary but exceptional individual. The stark contrast to his own tumultuous existence was overwhelming. There was not a trace of the deceased's spirit energy showing signs of awakening. Leo was on the brink of exasperation. The world has evolved to such an extent that its existence seems unnecessary. It has severed its ties completely. She had spent over 20 years in this realm and had nearly forgotten the sound of Leo's voice. Yet, as his roar reverberated through the space, memories flooded back. Han Yanyan, you wretched woman. What on earth are you doing? Leo bellowed. Han Yanyan chuckled softly, replying, I thought you had gone to sleep. So I too decided to take a moment to enjoy life. How dare you slack off? Leo thundered with fury. Han Yanyan, with a hint of defiance, retorted, even a laborer deserves the right to catch their breath. Since you've chosen to rest, I shall do the same. Leo regained his composure, sneering. Did you think I wouldn't know how to handle you? Very well. I initially believed you were doing well and did not wish to treat you this way. Suddenly, a surge of electricity coursed through Han Yanyan's body, causing her to collapse in agony, her fingertips trembling, rendering her speechless. Consider this a small lesson, Leo declared. Now, I am restarting this world, and you better get to work. Han Yanyan successfully diverted Leo's attention from the previous world and felt a desire to smile. However, having encountered numerous technologies in that realm which were absent in hers, she understood that in this stark, white virtual space, merely bowing her head would not conceal her emotions. Thus, she suppressed her urge to express joy, enduring the pain coursing through her body, adopting a visage of suffering, remaining silent in response to Leo's words. As if resigned to her fate, upon witnessing the submission of the deceased woman, Leo felt a sense of satisfaction. As he maneuvered, he informed her, I have rebooted and accelerated the flow of time. You must resolve this promptly. Han Yanyan abruptly sat up and surveyed her surroundings. The room, having undergone renovations as she matured, now appeared somewhat nostalgic. Han Yanyan was aware that soon, Tang Ku would arrive by taxi with Xinya. However, this was of little consequence. Tang Ku was a client of Leo, not of hers. Grasping the soft silk mattress with both hands, she inhaled deeply. It was time for her to make her attempt. The rudimentary floating taxi glided through the grand gates of the estate. Tang Ku was astounded by the vastness and opulence of the manor. Is this really the place, mother? He inquired anxiously. Xinya gently patted his head and replied, When you meet your uncle, be sure to be polite. Tang Ku nodded. Upon exiting the taxi, they were greeted by a well-trained but somewhat indifferent servant, already awaiting their arrival at the main entrance, courtesy of a prior reservation. Although the servant was courteous, his demeanor lacked warmth, clearly accustomed to relatives seeking favors. Despite his tender age, Tang Ku sensed the underlying attitude. Nevertheless, he was mesmerized by the palace-like grandeur of the architecture, unable to resist glancing upward. In that moment, as an A-level psychic, he suddenly perceived an aura of danger. Instinctively, he activated his psychic shield, enveloping himself and his mother. Yet, being still young and having only just awakened his psychic abilities, he found himself unpracticed in its use. The servant stood at a distance, leaving him unable to account for everything in that fleeting instant. In that very moment, a deafening roar emanated from above. An explosion erupted in a room overhead, shattering glass, steel, concrete, and stone, which were violently propelled outward. The servant, numbered 062, was hurled by the shockwave and collided with a flower bed in the courtyard. Several sharp fragments of concrete embedding into his body, leaving his fate uncertain. In the instant of the explosion, Xinya tightly embraced her son, and as the chaos subsided, she slowly opened her eyes, only to discover that they were shielded by a psychic barrier erected by her son. His psychic abilities, having only recently undergone their first eruption, likely could not withstand such a strain. Xiao Ku, she urgently called out. Are you all right? Tang Ku retracted the psychic barrier. Feeling as though his head might explode, he could only manage a nod, his face pale as parchment. The explosion had alarmed the inhabitants of the estate. Servants and bodyguards rushed towards the scene, with several donning lightweight mecha suits, soaring towards the site of the explosion. It's the young lady's room. Oh no, she hasn't gotten up yet. She's still inside. Hurry, rescue the young lady. Don't panic. The young lady is an A-grade psychic. She will be fine. Over there. Move that piece of concrete, quickly. Two of you, come over here. The scene was chaotic for a brief moment before the rescue and cleanup operations commenced in an orderly fashion. Xinya hurriedly pulled Tang Ku back to a distance, mindful of not obstructing others. At that moment, a man's voice resonated from the room that had succumbed to the explosion. Step back. His tone was calm, yet commanding. Upon hearing his directive, those surrounding the collapse promptly retreated, erecting mental barriers without hesitation. It's your cousin, Xinya whispered to Tang Ku. Despite years of silence, she could still recognize her cousin's voice. This cousin, a prominent figure within the Han family, was an S-level psychic, as Tang Ku was aware. However, he found it peculiar, for he distinctly sensed two entirely different powerful psychic energies emanating from that location. Just then, a resounding bang echoed from the debris, and rubble was sent flying. Fortunately, someone had conjured a barrier to shield the mother and son from the incoming fragments. Amidst the swirling dust, a man cradled a girl clad in a white, gauzy nightgown, leaping gracefully from the newly created opening, landing firmly on the ground with his knees slightly bent. Being an A-level psychic, Tang Ku possessed sharper vision than most. As the man touched down and the white gown billowed before settling, he clearly saw the girl in his arms open her eyes and glance at him. Her gaze pierced through the crowd, landing precisely on him for a fleeting second. Then she closed her eyes again, resting her head against the man's chest. The girl's dress was a pristine white, and her face as pale as snow, devoid of color, an evident sign of psychic exhaustion, reminiscent of Tang Ke's own state moments ago. With her eyes closed, she nestled against the man's embrace, her features exquisite as if painted, resembling a porcelain doll on the verge of shattering, evoking a sense of trepidation even in the act of breathing. How could there exist such a breathtaking young lady? Is she an angel? Tang Ke pondered in a daze. A throng surged forward, obstructing his view. He overheard a man amidst the crowd exclaim, "Prepare the treatment chamber and nutrient solution, immediately." As he drew closer, the oppressive aura remained unabated. The formidable mental force jolted Tang Ke from his astonishment at the girl's beauty. He was struck with fear. Is this what an S-class powerhouse embodies? It compelled an instinctive desire to retreat. The head of the Han family cradled the girl and swiftly entered the main building, many others following suit. The remaining onlookers whispered among themselves. Does it seem that the young lady's mental strength has escalated? That cannot be. She is merely 12. Far from her first bloom. I too sensed it, at least S-class. Indeed, it is S-class, Tang Ke realized, distinctly perceiving that. In comparison to the head of the Han family's mental prowess, the other presence, though somewhat feeble, bore an undeniable intensity, categorically S-class. The chaotic scene rendered it unsuitable for further discussions. It was likely that his cousin lacked the energy to attend to her matters at that moment. Xingya sought out a male servant, explaining the situation to him. The atmosphere was too tumultuous, everyone preoccupied with their tasks. The servant casually acknowledged her, his demeanor dismissive. Uncertain whether her message would reach the intended recipient, Xingya sighed, hesitated for a moment, then ultimately departed. Han Yanyan lay in the treatment chamber for an entire day, emerging only as night fell. Her father had remained steadfastly by her side, never straying an inch. Upon awakening, Han Yanyan inquired, "Have you assessed my mental strength?" "I have." Her father replied, somewhat dissatisfied, "It's classified as S-level." No one could have anticipated that Han Yanyan would experience a second surge before even reaching menarche. Such an occurrence was unprecedented. An S-level designation already signified a formidable strength. Both he and her mother held that rank. Yet he harbored hopes for her to achieve at least an S-level. The head of the Han family refrained from contesting this notion, merely suggesting, "Go take a shower." Covered in the viscous nutrient solution, Han Yanyan turned to notice her father's furrowed brow. It dawned on her that he perceived this event as her second surge. Concerned that she might not experience another surge upon her first menstruation, though he withheld voicing his worries to spare her feelings. In the years that followed, her father imposed rigorous expectations upon her, akin to a hammer forging iron, molding her into a competent family leader. She had nearly forgotten the tenderness he once exhibited during her youth. As she combed through her damp hair, she reassured him, "Don't worry." The man nodded, attempting to ease her mind, then watched her depart, arms crossed and brow furrowed. Although the reasons eluded him, today's event had indeed constituted a surge. Would another occur upon her first menstruation? The head of the Han family pondered briefly before responding, "Prepare for a celebration banquet." Should she not experience another surge upon her first menstruation, she would become the youngest S-level in the clan. Yet, if she were to surge again, her current S-level would surely elevate her even further, solidifying her status. In the current situation, there exists both opportunity and retreat, regardless of the circumstances. The aura of prestige can firmly secure her position as the heir. After 2 days, Xingya called the secretary of the head of the Han family to inquire about rescheduling an appointment, only to be informed that the head was unavailable for the next few days. Filled with disappointment and urgency, she earnestly requested the secretary to explore any possibility of fitting her in. The secretary replied, "We are on the brink of organizing a celebratory banquet for the young lady, and regrettably, we cannot accommodate additional arrangements." An idea struck Xingya, and she inquired, "As Yanyan's cousin, may I attend this banquet?" The secretary quickly accessed the family tree and confirmed with Xingya, "You are Lin Xingya, the granddaughter of the 4th Master S branch, correct?" "Yes, indeed." Although she was technically no longer a member of the Han family, the gathering would undoubtedly include numerous relatives, akin to herself, who had ascended through blood ties. Her presence would not be missed. The secretary, appreciating the pleasantness of her voice, graciously replied, "Very well, I shall send you an invitation." Han Yanyan was in her father's study, reviewing the guest list with him. Many affluent gentlemen preferred to keep their heirs close from a young age, nurturing them day and night. "How do you remember so many relatives?" Han Yanyan marveled, admitting that despite 2 decades, she had hardly memorized a handful, relying entirely on the secretary. The man replied nonchalantly, "If I could remember, why would I need a secretary?" Han Yanyan responded, "All right then." As she turned the page and glanced over the names, she indeed found Lin Xingya listed among them. On that day, she arrived, and as a result, Han Yanyan encountered a setback. The matter concerning Xingya remained unresolved, and it was inevitable that she would return. Han Yanyan paused in silence and remarked, "Who are these people? I've never heard of them." "Well, this one seems somewhat familiar, Lin Xingya." Upon hearing this name, the man lifted his eyelids. He took the guest list from Han Yanyan's hands, glanced at it, and narrowed his eyes slightly, revealing a hint of amusement. "Who is this?" Han Yanyan skillfully brought Lin Xingya and Tang Ke before this man, feigning ignorance. "A distant cousin. You met her in your childhood. Though you haven't interacted much in recent years," the man replied. "No impression," Han Yanyan said disinterestedly. However, the head of the Han family held a vivid memory of Lin Xingya. This distant cousin had been beautiful since childhood and had indeed blossomed into a stunning woman. Proud and aloof, she would rather choose an ordinary man than be with him. Although he could not marry her, he had vowed to care for her for a lifetime. Now, as her youth wanes, she seeks him out repeatedly, evidently with ulterior motives. How intriguing. Han Yanyan propped her chin on her hand, glancing at him with a lifted eyelid. In his eyes, she discerned a keen interest in the hunt. Regarding the man's inherent flaws, she could only roll her eyes. After perusing the documents, she pushed them towards him and declared, "What a waste of time. There's little left of today, and I must head to the club. I shall take my leave." Exiting the study and traversing the spacious corridor, where the carpet muffled any sound, Han Yanyan contemplated Tang Ke's appearance. He had blossomed into a cheerful young man, devoted to his mother, diligent in his work, and had risen to prominence as a professional mecha player. Today, upon our first encounter, I was met with the visage of that adorable little boy from 20 years ago, still possessing the cherubic roundness of youth. He was somewhat sensitive, yet precociously mature, burdened with notions instilled by his mother that ought not to have been his concern. She was powerless to assist him. From the moment he was entrusted to Leo, his fate was sealed. Even in her absence, other architects would have emerged, Han Yanyan mused. This thought brought her a sense of tranquility, for she had gleaned from the legend of Leo the profound immorality of awakening the deceased. After death, the corporeal form is lost. Yet the source of spiritual energy can persist independently. Thus, in Leo's realm, a belief flourishes that humanity is in a perpetual state of evolution, destined to attain eternal life one day. The source of spiritual energy serves as the conduit to this eternity. Consequently, although the body may perish, loved ones diligently preserve the spiritual energy of the departed. To awaken the dead, with the physical form intact, is akin to reclaiming life, a resurrection that brings joy to all. However, once the departed are revived, they are bereft of foundation. The closed source of spiritual energy, lacking a material basis, once reopened, ultimately dissipates into nothingness. In other words, the soul is scattered to the winds. Tang Ke felt a twinge of anxiety. For this gathering, Xingya had specially procured new attire for him, conveying a message of significant importance. Yet, his unease stemmed not only from academic matters, though it was merely a fleeting glance. The patriarch of the Han family left a profound impression on him. He was a figure of formidable strength, sharpness, and intimidation. Additionally, Tang Ke could not help but reminisce about that angelic young lady. On that day, she appeared utterly drained of vitality, her complexion as pale as snow, causing deep concern. One could only wonder if she had improved since then. Xingya held Tang Ke's hand and presented the invitation card. The chip within the invitation bore the personal psychic mark of the head of the Han family, and upon scanning, it was promptly accepted, allowing the attendants to courteously gesture for their entry. Xingya felt a flutter of nervousness. It had been ages since she had attended an event of such grandeur hosted by the Han family. In her childhood, her mother had been quite enthusiastic about it. Whenever there was a gathering at the Han residence, she would manage to procure an invitation and adorn Xingya splendidly for the occasion. However, one fateful day, her mother noticed Xingya's gaze lingering on a young man, and her expression changed dramatically. That evening, before the banquet concluded, her mother sternly warned her, "You must keep your distance from him." Xingya was well aware of his limitations, but at the tender age of 16, confronting such a harsh reality was indeed disheartening. Yet, in hindsight, those sorrows seemed trivial compared to the more profound heartaches that life had in store. When she turned 20, on a grand terrace of this very estate. That young man grasped her wrist and declared, "I can support you for a lifetime." Since that year, her mother had awakened her to the truth. She had deliberately distanced herself, merely observing him from afar, never daring to draw closer. That evening, she finally realized that he harbored feelings for her as well. Yet, that night was his engagement banquet. How heart-wrenching it was, truly heart-wrenching. Had she remained oblivious to his affections, perhaps the pain would not have been so profound. The dreams of a young girl must awaken. From this day forth, she shall embrace the essence of true adulthood. She has buried the remnants of her youthful whims deep within the recesses of her memory, choosing instead to live with determination and purpose. She encountered a suitable partner, fell in love, married, and bore children. It was her belief that life would continue in serene happiness. However, fate had other plans. First, her parents met with a tragic accident, followed by her husband's unforeseen calamity. In a whirlwind of despair, she found herself scurrying about, and the once prosperous household crumbled within a few fleeting years. Ultimately, she gathered herself, adorning her appearance, and stood before the grand entrance of the manor. Her inner landscape, however, had long since transformed. Upon entering the banquet hall, she was enveloped by a world of opulence that she had not encountered in quite some time. The air was perfumed with elegance, and the glimmer of jewels danced around her. Unconsciously, Yanyan smoothed the fabric of her gown. For the past couple of years, she had not indulged in new attire, let alone a gown suited for such extraordinary occasions. This dress was an old companion, one she had worn before. Would anyone recognize it? Yet, Yanyan quickly succumbed to a self-deprecating smile. In this gathering, she was but a shadow. Who would take notice of her? Yet, the person she yearned to see had yet to arrive. Despite her facade of composure, she could not suppress her restless glances. The banquet hall soared high, adorned with resplendent crystal chandeliers that cascaded from the ceiling, casting a kaleidoscope of colors. From the elevated balcony, the head of the Han family gazed down, his eyes catching the delicate silhouette of Yanyan as she navigated through the crowd. The gown accentuated her slender waist, rendering her breathtakingly beautiful. Yet, he recalled glimpsing that very dress years ago during the celebration of his great-uncle's birthday. She had been there, before the trials of motherhood, with her parents still living, linked arm in arm with her husband, radiating bliss. How far she had fallen since those days. Yanyan approached, noting that the time was nearly upon them. The man nodded slightly before turning to leave. Yanyan cast a glance at Tangku and Xianya amidst the crowd before following suit. The banquet hall fell into a hush as guests turned their attention towards the staircase. Accompanied by the soothing melodies of the band, Yanyan gracefully descended the stairs, linking her arm with her father's. Upon reaching the landing, the head of the Han family delivered a brief address, succinctly articulating the purpose of the gathering, to celebrate Yanyan's ascension to S-level in spiritual prowess, urging all friends and family to relax and enjoy themselves. As the father and daughter descended the final 3 steps, the banquet officially commenced. Xianya's intention for attending this gathering was to engage in a conversation with the head of the Han family. However, she found herself surrounded by a throng of people, thwarting any chance of approaching him. Growing somewhat anxious, Xianya pondered her next move. She led Tangku to a seating area, providing him with some juice and snacks, advising him not to wander off. With that settled, she set out to locate relatives from the 4th branch of the family. It had been far too long since she had interacted with her cousin, leaving her feeling quite unfamiliar with him. She hoped to find someone who could facilitate an introduction. Such family gatherings typically revolve around reminiscing, exchanging pleasantries, and strengthening familial ties. The bonds of blood often rendered these interactions more relaxed and fervent than typical social engagements. After a brief circuit of the room, Xianya realized that many of the relatives she had initially spotted had vanished, while a few others were engrossed in lively conversations, making it awkward to interrupt. Just as she felt at a loss, a uniformed servant approached her, inquiring, "Are you Miss Lin, Xianya?" He continued, "The head of the family requests your presence in the study." The invitation extended by the gentleman left Yanyan momentarily taken aback. After a moment of hesitation, she nervously followed the servant as they quietly departed from the banquet hall and made their way to the study. After searching for a while without success, he surmised that she must have gone to attend to some important matter. He was well aware that his mother had introduced him to the Han family for the sake of his education and future prospects. She had sought assistance from her cousin. Though she did not voice it, Tangku could sense the awkwardness that accompanied her request. Yet, for his sake, she had still chosen to go. For the past few years, Tang Ku had been accompanying his mother, shuttling between home and the hospital. He had no recollection of partaking in such grand gatherings. His mother had been preoccupied, neglecting to impart social graces in these contexts. Though he did not find himself in the realm of embarrassment or rudeness, he felt an undeniable sense of incongruity with his surroundings. He quietly retreated, seeking a tranquil corner. The young lady before him wore a gown so exquisite it seemed to shimmer. Bending down, she gently patted his head and inquired, "Whose child are you? I have not seen you before." At that moment, Tang Ku found himself at the threshold between childhood and adolescence. Yet his family circumstances had rendered him more mature and sensitive than his peers. Being regarded as a mere child by Han Yanyan caused his face to flush a deep crimson. He stammered, recalling the lineage his mother had taught him, and hurriedly declared, "My great-grandmother is the matriarch of the 4th Masteress family. My name is Tang Ku, and I came with my mother." This familial connection elicited a slight twitch at the corner of Han Yanyan's mouth. "Oh, by that reckoning, you are my cousin." She smiled. "Hello, little Ku. I am your elder cousin, Han Yanyan. Dongchen. I reside in Dongchen. Everyone is in Dongchen." Han Yanyan remarked that many siblings resided here, attending school alongside her, and encouraged Xiao Ku to join them. She affectionately patted his head, proclaiming that Dongchen was the finest academy, boasting the best faculty and the most advanced mecha equipment. If he wished to become an exceptional mecha warrior, he must surely enroll in Dongchen. "If I go to Dongchen, can I study with my cousin?" Tang Ku pondered, filled with longing, yet aware that gaining admission relied on his mother pleading with their uncle. He was uncertain of the outcome, which left him hesitant. "Do not fret," the lovely cousin reassured him. "I shall speak to my father. You can depend on me." Not only was she beautiful, but also kind-hearted. How could such a remarkable person exist in this world? She truly seemed like an angel, Tang Ku thought. "Brother," Xinya called gently as she entered the study and beheld the broad silhouette. "I appreciate your generous affection, but I aspire to lead a dignified life. Not to be someone else's lover. My life need not be a burden upon you." Since that moment, how many years had passed without her stepping forth to address him as brother again? The head of the Han family stood by the floor-to-ceiling window, turning to gaze at Xinya. For a fleeting instant, she appeared as the young girl she once was. In the beginning, she was a charming little rabbit, adorably delicate, adorned in a billowing dress. Wandering through the courtyard, weeping softly, he, in his youth, found her both amusing and endearing. With such beauty, she shall surely become a stunning woman, he mused. As distant relatives, their encounters were infrequent, each meeting revealing her gradual maturation, from a dainty doll to an elegant young lady. Time has been repeatedly astonished. "Xinya, is it you?" "It has been a long time," he said, as he stepped towards her. With every stride, Xinya's heart raced in anticipation. He summoned a server to bring him some juice and exchanged contact information with him. Finally, she gently touched his head and asked, "Can you manage on your own?" "Little Ku?" Tang Ku straightened up, declaring, "I can do it. Sister Yanyan, you go ahead with your tasks." The young boy had already grown quite sensible. Han Yanyan was the centerpiece of the gathering, with many eager eyes around, anticipating a conversation with her. Only then did Han Yanyan feel at ease to depart, navigating through a few obligatory interactions before politely excusing herself. She made her way to a small guest elevator and ascended directly to the upper floor. After all this time, regardless of what a man might wish to do with a woman, the time was ample. Yet, she had underestimated her father when she arrived. The event was not yet concluded. She had not anticipated that her brother-in-law would be affected by radiation, undoubtedly suffering greatly. "You should have called me sooner," the head of the Han family remarked. Those who have personally endured suffering and trials, when mentioned by others with a display of sympathy, often do not wish to reveal their sorrow and grief. Xinya lowered her gaze, her neck elegantly white and graceful. The off-shoulder line of her evening gown extended that pristine whiteness all the way to her shoulders. "So, you wish to attend Dongchen?" the head of the Han family inquired. "Indeed, Dongchen is the best. All the children of the Han family attend Dongchen." Xinya lifted her head and replied, "Then, it is settled. The training conditions the day after tomorrow are of paramount importance. Currently at grade A, whether the second eruption is classified as A or S signifies a drastically different life." The head of the Han family stated that if he can achieve an S-level eruption from the 3rd grade to the 12th grade at Dongchen, he could recommend him to Nebula University. In that case, Tang Ku's life path would diverge entirely from its current trajectory. "Hey, little rabbit, why are you crying?" "I can't find my mother." "Don't cry. My mother is hosting a tea party at the fountain pool today. Your mother must be there too. I'll take you there. Brother. Yes. I'm not called Little Rabbit. Oh, then what is your name? Xinya. My name is Lin Xinya. Though they had scarcely spoken over the years. Having only seen each other from a distance a few times, she had encountered his wife and his lover, standing atop power and wealth. Marriage seemed to impose no constraints upon him. His life starkly contrasted with her orderly existence. Yet in Xinya's heart, whenever she heard his name, she inevitably recalled that young man on the terrace. He had gripped her wrist, and when she attempted to break free, his hold tightened momentarily, an irresistible force. But as she gazed into his eyes, he released her. Xinya had already contemplated what sacrifices she might make for her son's future. The life of recent years had taught her that self-esteem can sometimes be utterly futile. However, when the moment came, as his hand slithered like a serpent from her waist to her back, and his teeth grazed her neck, a shiver coursed through her. Suddenly, she was overcome with fear and regret, desiring to flee from the impending situation. She abruptly broke free from his grasp, retreating in a flurry. Yes, I'm sorry, I can't. Yet, it was too late for her to hesitate any longer. The head of the Han family tugged at the corners of his mouth, raising his chin slightly as he unfastened the buttons of his collar. In a world that revered martial prowess, a man's formal attire was akin to a military uniform. With its stiff collar, as he loosened his buttons, he advanced step by step toward Xinya. What? Do you wish for your son to remain in a dilapidated public school, learning decrepit machinery, destined to become a miner on a barren planet? He inquired. Xinya, determined to spare Tang Ke from such a fate, had come to him in desperation. The head of the Han family discarded his outer coat, tearing open the buttons of his shirt to reveal a robust chest. Pressing his hands against the desk to confine her before him. Entrust him to me. I shall provide him with the finest. The best school, the best training. I can mold him into a premier mech pilot. Xinya's jaw trembled. I cannot. The head of the Han family, losing his patience, seized her by the back, the silk gown instantly tearing apart. Hand him over to me, and I will shoulder his entire future, he declared. As Xinya found herself pinned against the desk, the reality of her circumstances struck her. He was no longer the youth who would ever let go. The experience was akin to enduring a torment. Open your eyes. Look at me, he commanded. The ceiling swayed, time stretching interminably. He inflicted upon her an unbearable pain. When it finally concluded, she sat up trembling, clutching her legs, her attire and expression in tatters. The head of the Han family reveled in his satisfaction. He meticulously arranged his clothing, turned her face towards him, and smiled. I thought you would cry. Her lips were bitten until they bled, yet she refrained from shedding tears. You promised me, please do not forget, she implored. The smile faded from the head of the Han family, and his gaze turned frigid. The second room on the left has clothing, he instructed. Go on, little rabbit. Xinya yearned to flee from this place immediately, grasping her tattered dress. She hurried towards the door, repeating to herself, do not encounter anyone, do not encounter anyone. As she opened the door, she silently prayed. Unfortunately, there stood someone outside. A young girl donned a gown of layers of white tulle, radiating an ethereal beauty that seemed almost otherworldly. In stark contrast, Xinya felt as though she had rolled in the mud, utterly disheveled. There are few moments in life as humiliating as this. Faced with Han Yanyan, Xinya panicked and attempted to escape, only to push against the wrong door. Not that one, Han Yanyan calmly informed her, the second one. Xinya felt an overwhelming embarrassment as she opened the second door and slipped inside. The door slammed shut behind her, as if to sever her from all that lay outside. The guest room was softly illuminated, with a beautiful, expensive gown laid out on the bed, awaiting her. Xinya gazed at the dress, slowly sinking onto the carpet beside the bed. She buried her face in the silk bedding, concealing her shattered pride within the darkness, weeping silently. Upon encountering Han Yanyan, the sense of brokenness on Xinya's face was profoundly palpable. Han Yanyan nearly reached out to touch her face, but restrained herself. Entering the study, her father sat with his shirt unbuttoned, exposing a portion of his chest. He lounged in a large leather chair, his feet propped on the desk, lighting a cigarette. She found the post-coital aura of masculinity to be quite alluring. This subtle preference has always been evident in the novels she penned, and now it manifests in every world she constructs. The head of the Han family took a drag from his cigarette, a satisfied expression lingering in his eyes. Appearing more relaxed than usual, he exhaled the white smoke and cast a sidelong glance at Han Yanyan. He had sensed her presence outside the study earlier, using his mental energy to deter her entry. The girl displayed remarkable patience, quietly waiting outside when she could not come in. "What is it?" he inquired. Inside the study, there were no traces of mess. The robotic vacuum had efficiently tidied up in less than half a minute and returned to its place. "I encountered an adorable little boy and intended to ask you to have him join Dongchun as my companion," Han Yanyan casually remarked, "but it seems unnecessary now, as his mother has already taken care of it." "How is the child's mental strength?" the head of the Han family asked. "It is rated A. However, he has only recently experienced his first outburst. At 8 years old, it is somewhat late, and it remains uncertain how he will progress. I will ensure he joins Dongchun," the head of the Han family replied. "I promised his mother I would look after him. Please keep an eye on him at school." Han Yanyan raised an eyebrow. "Please do not impose responsibilities on a child for your own amusement." The head of the Han family chuckled. "Do you not like him?" He smirked slightly. "Good. You understand the value of not working for nothing." He shifted the topic. "The boy from the Su family that sixth uncle brought has been fawning over you today, hasn't he? The rather handsome one. He tends to talk quite a bit," Han Yanyan responded. The head of the Han family scrutinized his daughter, although her bosom remained flat. She had shed the vestiges of childhood and blossomed into a young maiden. "No contact with men until after your first menstruation," he declared, his tone stern. "Such is the rigor of familial education." Han Yanyan innocently retorted, "But I am only 12. In this fiercely competitive household, a child of 12 is already well versed in the ways of the world." The head of the Han family dismissed her with indifference. After taking a couple of puffs from his cigarette, he remarked, "Once you have your first menstruation, you may do as you please." Han Yanyan complimented. "What a responsible parent you are." He cast a sidelong glance at her, lowered his feet, and flicked the ash from his cigarette. "Unnecessary," he replied. Han Yanyan continued, "You and mother have set an exemplary precedent." Sighing, she inquired, "What did you do?" The head of the Han family responded, "She violated the spirit of the contract, and I claimed what was rightfully mine." Han Yanyan sighed again. "What did she do?" With a glance, he said, "That is a matter between her and me. It does not concern you. Remember your surname, and do not jeopardize the interests of the Han family simply because she gave you life. If you do, consider what my response would be." "Very well," the head of the Han family said. "You are overly concerned," Han Yanyan replied. "Mother has never been close to me and is clearly more attuned to this principle, having once competed for the head of the Yin family." The head of the Han family inhaled deeply and stated, "Once you have your first menstruation, you may freely engage with men, but be prudent about having children. Aside from genetically superior heirs, do not bear children with others. You have given birth to a multitude." Han Yanyan accuses of double standards. "The child you just mentioned, you deemed him adorable?" The head of the Han family scrutinizes Han Yanyan, questioning her maternal instincts. "Indeed, he is particularly endearing, with chubby cheeks, fair skin, and a charming appearance. The crux lies in the subtle undercurrent of insecurity that he believes he conceals adeptly. It is quite amusing to behold." Han Yanyan smiles, remarking that the moniker Little Bunny is not solely applicable to his mother, but equally fitting for him. "Henceforth, I shall refer to him as such." The head of the Han family feels a sense of relief. He extinguishes his cigarette, leans back in his chair, and calmly states, "In due time, when you occupy my position, you shall understand. From this vantage point, aside from ourselves, everyone else is merely a little bunny." On the way home, Xinya's silence rendered Tang Ke hesitant to inquire. Mother had changed her attire, restyled her hair, and even refreshed her makeup. He yearned to ask her, as an ominous feeling gnawed at him. Yet, the profound fatigue etched upon her brow stifled his words. The self-driving taxi glided smoothly through the Dongda district, and as they passed a residential area, Xinya suddenly lifted her gaze towards the window. Tang Ke recognized that house. Every time they passed it, Xinya would point it out to him. It was her former home. Xinya hailed from a wealthy family in the Dongda district, albeit modestly affluent. And when faced with the unreasonable propositions of a young man, she had enough pride to hold her head high in refusal. The decline was merely a matter of a few years. The torment of radiation had driven her husband to the brink of suicide multiple times, yet she refused to surrender, liquidating all that could be sold to sustain his treatment. The property inherited from her parents no longer belonged to her. Her past life had slipped away. She had become the subject of derision among relatives, the kind that one might mock for seeking favors. She toiled to support Tang Ke. Had he possessed only B or C grade mental fortitude like her, they might have quietly distanced themselves from their affluent relatives and lived in peace. However, Tang Ke had erupted with an A grade potential. Such a child, upon a second eruption, would at least be classified as A. With proper training and nutrition, an S-grade emergence was not beyond the realm of possibility. His potential was remarkable. If her own shortcomings destined him to a life of mediocrity, Xinya could not forgive herself. She set aside her pride and humbled herself before that individual. That was her grandparents' house. Suddenly, she spoke up. He had once lived in a grand house during his childhood, but in the years he could remember, their fortunes had already dwindled. The grand house was sold to fund his father's treatment, and he and his mother resided in a tiny apartment. Yet, despite its modesty, it was far superior to their current circumstances. Observing his mother's expression, Tang Ke felt a pang of sympathy and nodded. "I will do my best." Xinya fell silent. The taxi departed from the splendid estate, passing through increasingly smaller residences, until it finally halted in a slum area. Upon disembarking, she glimpsed what appeared to be a figure in the shadows. Her heart raced, and she grasped Tang Ke's hand, hastening towards the building entrance. He must hasten to mature and grow stronger, thought Tang Ke, so that he could protect his mother. Ultimately, she stated, "I am merely 12 years old. Do you not think it premature to impart such knowledge to me?" The head of the Han family replied, "The sooner you shed your naivety, the sooner you shall become a competent heir. Now go, the guests downstairs require your attention. Fulfill your obligations." He dismissed her with a firm edict. Han Yanyan refrained from revealing the truth, that she was reluctant to socialize due to having just unwound, and reluctantly acquiesced. As she traversed the corridor, a sudden realization struck her. Constructing a world is akin to penning a novel. The author's values inevitably permeate the narrative. In Ding Yao's world and Yao Chen's realm, the dynamics of male strength and female weakness are starkly evident. The authentic Han Yanyan exists within a patriarchal society where technology has not advanced sufficiently to liberate women from gender constraints. This insidious patriarchal ideology manifests in her worldview. Most crucially, the logic within this world is flawed, yet remains intact. Thus, she comprehended, she was not the sole variable in this realm. Another variable had been contending with her even before the world was formed. Her minor preferences could influence the world, just as the values of the other party could project and subsequently shape the entire structure of existence. Observing the seemingly paradoxical, yet stable logic that continues to sustain the world, she understood that it precisely aligned with the baseline acceptable to both variables. So Tang Ke, all that you are destined to encounter in this world is not solely my responsibility. Upon encountering her biological daughter, she merely nodded and uttered a brief commendation, "Not bad. Congratulations," before hastily retreating to her study. In stark contrast, her lover awkwardly engaged in pleasantries with Han Yanyan. "It has been a while. I heard your mental prowess has ascended to S rank. Truly commendable." He even thoughtfully prepared a gift for her, proving to be more considerate than her own mother. In this world, she had orchestrated such a frigid marriage for her parents. This couple, ostensibly united, shared a palpable emotional detachment, rendering their mutual progeny incapable of fostering any genuine connection in their spiritual realms. Any display of warmth towards her was startlingly rare. From the demeanor of these parents, Han Yanyan discerned a clear reflection of her own evolving state of mind. Yet, as a fellow woman, she still endeavored to construct a tender relationship for her mother. In retrospect, this endeavor appeared remarkably successful. After expressing her gratitude for the gift, she summoned a male servant to attend to him and departed without ceremony. Such a personage did not warrant the direct attention of the esteemed heiress of the Han family. The agreement was 6-4. "I take 6, you take 4. Now you wish for 46? Han Yanyan's mother, Yin Wei, was presently embroiled in a dispute with the patriarch of the Han family in the study. The stipulation was that you could merely bequeath me a child, the Han patriarch coldly stated. Yin Wei was momentarily taken aback, realizing that this predicament stemmed solely from the surveillance he had positioned around her. This child was an unexpected occurrence. Her resolve weakened. "I cannot bear it." Thus, Yin Shun, more resolute than you, ascended to the role of patriarch, while you could only be deemed a failure. The Han patriarch retorted mercilessly. Yin Wei pressed her lips together tightly. The head of the Han family flicked the ash from his cigarette and stated, "Initially, it was agreed that you were to bear my children, and that Yanyan would only share a sibling bond with my offspring, without the involvement of any other surnames. Since you have failed to fulfill this agreement, it is now rendered void." Yin Wei placed her hand firmly on the table, declaring, 50-50, "This is the bottom line." The head of the Han family scoffed. "It has been 4 years, and you have merely engaged in petty skirmishes. When will the Yin family truly secure this trade route? Grinding her teeth, Yin Wei replied, he has retaliated fiercely this past year, and we have lost many personnel. I shall provide you with the manpower. The head of the Han family stated, Yin Wei, I grant you 2 more years. If you cannot seize this trade route by then, do not expect to receive a single penny of support from me. As Yin Wei departed, her lover appeared somewhat anxious. Aren't you going to check on the young lady? We just saw her, Yin Wei responded, her mind elsewhere. Her lover hesitated, then spoke again. Yin Wei, realizing his concern, furrowed her brow and said, do not expect Han Yanyan to regard your child as a sibling. If she were to do so, the Han family would be the first to reject you. With a sigh, her lover replied, I understand. You must be aware, Yin Wei continued, that these individuals will not tolerate any interference with their interests. She had failed to compete for the family head position at her maternal home, and her cousin, wary of her, had sent her off with a generous dowry to the Han family. The men of the Han family have always wielded an iron fist, and they would never allow her to encroach upon their interests. To outsiders, it appeared she had fulfilled her duty of bearing an heir and subsequently embarked on a life of leisure and luxury with her lover. Under the covert support of the head of the Han family, she engaged in a legitimate business rivalry with the Yin family along that trade route, while simultaneously masquerading as bandits to disrupt and harass the Yin family's shipping lanes. Her motivations were self-serving, while the head of the Han family sought to devour the territory of the Yin family, akin to courting peril. Xingya escorted Tang Ku to the school bus. The public school children were predominantly from the shanty towns, where their parents toiled diligently from 9 to 5. The existence of a school bus alleviated much of their burden. However, Tang Ku had already experienced a growth spurt. He now needed to start using nutritional supplements monthly. These supplements were crucial, significantly influencing the child's development between growth spurts. As the head of the Han family had remarked, for an A-grade child, whether the second growth spurt culminates in an A or an S signifies 2 vastly different destinies. Xingya switched off her smart device and sat vacantly on the sofa. He had made her a promise and had achieved his desires. She presumed he would not renege. Just as she contemplated him, an unfamiliar number flashed on her phone. Upon answering, she was met with the voice that sent shivers down her spine. At the entrance, Xingya hurriedly exited and climbed into the luxurious hovering vehicle that seemed incongruous in this setting. The head of the Han family appraised her. Having shed her extravagant evening attire, she now donned a simple dress, her long hair casually tied back, her face devoid of makeup. Her clothing appeared decent yet worn, clearly indicating a person who meticulously budgeted their limited finances. This was a stark contrast to her days as a debutante, when she adorned herself with elegance and beauty, free from the burdens of worry. Cousin, Xingya softly called to him, slightly lowering her head and turning towards him. The head of the Han family activated the smart device and sent her a folder. Here is what you requested. Dongchen's transfer procedures have been completed. All expenses from now until the 12th grade have been fully paid, encompassing his food, clothing, and accommodation at school. The nutritional supplements for the next 10 years have also been reserved. Xingya had received everything she desired. A sense of relief washed over her, causing her previously tense shoulders to relax. Most women are like this. For their children, they can forsake their own identities, the head of the Han family thought coldly. He also pondered that had Xingya not come to seek his assistance, but rather turned to another man, she would likely have already submitted herself to someone else. After her bankruptcy, she possessed nothing but her own self to offer. This thought displeased him. However, upon witnessing this woman, poorly dressed and devoid of makeup, who had long since passed her youthful years, his discomfort only grew. He issued a command to the cockpit through the smart device. What are your plans for the future? He inquired. I am currently looking for a job, Xingya replied softly. Once I find employment, I will stabilize my situation. The corners of the Han family head's mouth twitched. Xingya, puzzled by his expression, suddenly realized that the vehicle was in motion. The car's shock absorbers were so effective that without the scenery receding outside, one would hardly notice it was moving. She hesitated for a moment and asked, Where are we going? The Han family head cast a sidelong glance at her. To your residence. Xingya's lips moved slightly. The head of the Han family leaned back and said, My woman resides in a shantytown? Are you jesting with me? Xingya lowered her head. The new residence was indeed a comfortable and luxurious apartment. However, what stung Xingya was the view from the floor-to-ceiling windows of the bedroom. Standing before the glass, she gazed out at an upscale residential area. She could see her home, the very house where she had grown up, now sold off. If she lived here, She would awaken each day to the sight of the familiar rooftops. "That is your home," the head of the Han family remarked from behind her, surveying the scene. "I could purchase it for you, but I understand that is not what you desire. I told you, you must hand him over to me." The man lowered his head and kissed her neck. Xingya closed her eyes. Ultimately, she had become yet another of his possessions. When Tang Ke finished school, he did not take the school bus. Xingya drove directly to the campus to pick him up. "Moving?" Tang Ke expressed mild surprise, followed by a hint of apprehension as he asked, "Is it that we can no longer afford to live here?" Xingya found it difficult, unsure how to explain to Tang Ke. Tang Ke was even more astonished. "Are we moving to the estate?" "No, only you," Xingya replied. The public shuttle to school took 3 hours one way, while the Han family's private shuttle was significantly faster, reaching the estate in just an hour. The children of the Han family in Dongchen all resided in the estate, and you would be living among them, making new friends. The so-called Dong district encompassed 2 planets and 3 satellites. Dongchen Academy was not located here. It was situated on the second satellite of this planet, commonly referred to as the Little Moon. Not every child bearing the surname Han can gain admission to Dongchen. Those whose mental prowess falls below grade B are utterly incapable of entering. The children who attend Dongchen are visibly destined for a promising future. Gathering age-appropriate children in the estate serves not only to facilitate their journey to and from school, but also to foster familiarity among the same generation within the family, encouraging a sense of unity. Occasionally, children like Tang Ke, who do not share the Han surname, appear. Although Tang Ke is somewhat precocious, he has yet to shed the innocence of childhood. He perceives Han Yanyan as an angel, oblivious to the challenges that life may soon present him. At this moment, he revels in the joy of moving to a new home and transferring schools. "Now I can see Sister Yanyan every day," he exclaims joyfully. As he speaks, a message from Han Yanyan arrives on his smart brain device, prompting him to gleefully show his mother. "Sister Yanyan already knows about my transfer." "Han Yanyan, little bunny, are you moving in tonight? Sister is waiting for you." Xingya's heart felt as though it had been violently twisted, her complexion draining of color. Why did she call you little bunny? Just a few hours prior, Han Yanyan's father had her pinned to the large bed in their new apartment, breathless and disheveled, whispering the very same term in her ear. Xingya's face lost all color, and an irrational fear began to swell within her. "Mom, I've packed all my things. Shall we set off now?" Tang Ke inquired. Even during their journey, he cheerfully remarked to her, "Mom, uncle, and sister are both doing well." Han Yanyan smiled as she closed her intelligent brain's light screen. The head of the Han family glanced at her and inquired, "Who are you communicating with so cheerfully?" After observing her for a moment, he added, "Do not ruin that child." "Rest assured," Han Yanyan replied, "I am far kinder than you." The head of the Han family narrowed his eyes slightly. With a smile, Han Yanyan remarked, "I have so many stepmothers, yet I have never seen you treat anyone with such warmth." His gaze turned perilous, but Han Yanyan remained unafraid. After all, she was his sole heiress. It was approximately an hour's journey. She lifted her juice with a smile, feeling a sense of anticipation as it had been a long time since anyone new had joined the family. One might wonder, does this child resemble him? The head of the Han family took a sip of his wine, pondering how he, like the child, possessed an innate ability to discern the weaknesses of others, no matter how well concealed. Xingya was taken aback to find Han Yanyan personally greeting them at the door. The girl stood tall, only slightly shorter than her, and taller than most girls her age. With an angelic visage, her eyes resembled deep pools of water, inscrutable and profound. On that awkward evening, when she pushed open the door, the girl's face bore an expression of serene calm, as if nothing had transpired. The more serene she appeared, the more uncomfortable Xingya felt. Enduring her discomfort, she greeted Han Yanyan. Yet Han Yanyan seemed genuinely unaffected, quietly addressing her, Aunt Xingya. In contrast, she was notably more affable towards Tang Ke, eagerly taking his hand and leading them to the small reception room where the head of the Han family awaited them. Tang Ke was formally introduced to the head of the Han family for the first time. He believed he had conducted himself without any impropriety. Yet he keenly sensed that this maternal uncle harbored a certain disfavor towards him. This feeling was difficult to articulate, subtle yet palpable. It doused his heart's elation with a splash of cold water, bringing him back to a state of composure. The head of the Han family dutifully offered him some words of encouragement and instructed Han Yanyan, "Please take little Ku to get settled. He will be entrusted to your care from now on." Xingya promptly interjected, "I apologize for any inconvenience." Han Yanyan smiled reassuringly, "Rest assured, everything will be fine here." As it grew late, she added, "Aunt, why not stay the night?" Xinya had intended to accompany her to see where Tang Ku would be staying, but upon hearing this, she hesitated to decline. Han Yanyan had already extended her hand to Tang Ku, gently saying, "Little bunny, come with your sister." Xinya's breath hitched. Did she hear that tonight? Was it intentional? Was there malice behind it? Such thoughts tumbled through Xinya's mind. However, Han Yanyan's smile was exceedingly gentle, her features exquisitely refined, paired with such warmth. She truly resembled an angel. Xinya found herself unable to confirm any of her suspicions. Treated with such tenderness, Tang Ku's previously subdued heart leaped with joy once more. Shyly, he took Han Yanyan's hand and assured Xinya, "Mother, you needn't worry. I will be very obedient." Turning, he walked away hand in hand with Han Yanyan. Faintly, it seemed he heard her call him Little Bunny once more. The head of the Han family observed Xinya's hand tremble slightly. He rose and took a seat beside her, gently pressing down on her hand. The vulnerability displayed by the woman evoked an undeniable desire to dominate. The head of the Han family smiled faintly. "My home is quite spacious. You must remember the way here, lest you lose your way. This area is the West District, where everyone resides," Han Yanyan explained. "Everyone?" Tang Ku inquired, a hint of apprehension in his voice. "Yes, all the children of the household, just like you," Han Yanyan replied. "They should still be awake at this hour. Allow me to introduce you to them." At that moment, the children were engaged in merriment within the game room. A lively mix of both boys and girls, ranging in age from 7 or 8 to 15 or 16, a vibrant tapestry of youth. With more than 20 children present, the noise level was exuberant, almost chaotic. As Han Yanyan entered, she uttered not a word. Her mental presence swept through the room, and in an instant, silence enveloped them. "Everyone, come here," she commanded. Regardless of their age, they gathered around her. "Sister, who is he?" A boy, roughly Tang Ku's age, inquired. "He is Han Yanyan's brother, though not born of the same mother. Allow me to introduce him. This is Tang Ku. From today onward, he will be residing here and attending school with you all at Dongxin," Han Yanyan announced, her tone shifting to one of authority. "I hope you will all get along well." For reasons unknown, Tang Ku sensed a sudden change in her demeanor. The warmth had dissipated